Jinling. Under the blazing sun, the earth sizzles. The heat waves rising from the ground distort the air, as if even the asphalt is melting. The cicadas chirping from the trees lining the streets sound weak and feeble. Such sweltering weather easily lulls one into slumber. Within an office building in Jiangning district, many employees seize their lunch break, relishing the coolness of the air conditioning while dozing at their desks. At this moment, in a corner by the window, Chen Yi suddenly raised his head, his gaze uncertain as he surveyed his surroundings. Scanning the familiar yet strange company, he quickly shifted his focus to the time displayed at the bottom right corner of his computer screen. August 8th, 2024, 12:24 p.m. Reborn. Chen Yi murmured to himself. After enduring a zombie outbreak and struggling to survive in a hellish apocalypse for 5 long years, ultimately succumbing to hunger and illness, he had miraculously been reborn. Amidst the elation, a sense of urgency washed over him, pressing down on his heart like a colossal stone. For only 3 hours remained until the outbreak of the zombie virus. Even after 5 years had passed, Chen Yi vividly recalled that at 3:25 p.m. on August 8th, he had just spent over 10 minutes idling in the company restroom. As he pushed open the restroom door, he witnessed a colleague who had been chatting and smoking in the corridor just moments before suddenly scream and bite into another colleague's throat. In an instant, blood gushed forth. A global catastrophe descended silently. 90% of the population was infected, transforming into bloodthirsty zombies, and human civilization collapsed in the blink of an eye. Having returned to life, Chen Yi harbored no grand ideals or ambitions. He merely wished to survive in the impending hell on earth and to live as well as he could, at the very least. To exist as a human being rather than as a rat or cockroach scurrying through the sewers, perpetually on edge while scavenging for scraps and struggling to survive. Although he had not awakened a system nor possessed an alternate space, rebirth itself was a significant advantage. Foreknowledge and the experience gained from 5 arduous years in the apocalypse. Exhaling a long breath, Chen Yi suppressed the tumultuous thoughts swirling in his mind and swiftly began typing on the keyboard, searching for a detailed map of the country online. After downloading the map, he hurried to the copying room, printing over 10 copies in quick succession. In the apocalypse, electronic devices would soon become obsolete. Thus, a paper map was infinitely more reliable and portable than digital files stored on phones or computers. Just as he was folding the maps to tuck into his pocket, a soft, gentle voice called from behind. "Xiao Chun, you seem in quite a hurry. What good stuff are you printing?" Upon hearing this, Chen Yi turned to look. The speaker was Wang Lin, their department supervisor, who stood with her arms crossed, a smile playing on her lips. Wang Lin was of average appearance, but possessed a pleasant demeanor, often taking care of new employees, projecting an image of a warm-hearted older sister. Yet, Chen Yi was aware of the true nature hidden behind her hypocritical facade. At the onset of the zombie outbreak, like most, he believed it was just a riot. Though the chaos was gruesome and terrifying, it would eventually pass, and the government would undoubtedly intervene. Thus, Chen Yi did not flee the city immediately, but chose to hide with surviving colleagues on the rooftop of the office building, relying on the water from the tank and the supplies collected within the building to survive. Wang Lin was among them. Initially, everyone cooperated well, fulfilling their roles with clear responsibilities. However, as food dwindled and government assistance failed to arrive, anxiety began to fester among them. During one scavenging mission, Chen Yi happened upon a quarrel between Wang Lin and a female colleague. The argument attracted zombies, and as the two hurried to escape, Wang Lin suddenly turned, grinning maliciously, and shoved the female colleague into the horde of zombies. All of this stemmed from a mere packet of instant noodles. Wang Lin's sinister grin during the act was etched in Chen Yi's memory, enlightening him about much. The apocalypse served as a mirror, brutally stripping away the masks from people's faces and exposing their truest selves. In response to Wang Lin's inquiry, Chen Yi remained silent, merely casting her a meaningful glance. Wang Lin felt a chill at his gaze, as if he could see through her very soul. Chen Yi, snapping back to reality, Wang Lin attempted to speak again, but before she could finish, Chen Yi had already swiftly exited the copying room, hurrying towards the company exit. With only 3 hours remaining until the zombie outbreak, every minute counted for him. There was no time to waste on Wang Lin. The office building where Chen Yi worked was located in a high-tech industrial park in Jiangning district, surrounded by various supportive industries, including a used car dealership. Emerging from the building, the scorching sun immediately enveloped him. It was the peak of the heat, and within mere seconds, his exposed skin felt as if pricked by needles. Surveying the industrial park, he noticed the complete absence of pedestrians, with vehicles on the road appearing sparse. Though the sun was relentless, Chen Yi felt a surge of excitement. The lack of passers-by and the scarcity of vehicles significantly decreased the difficulty of escaping the city, a welcome development for him. After surveying his surroundings, he approached a row of shared electric scooters parked by the roadside and fumbled for his phone. Having not used a mobile device for nearly 5 years, it felt somewhat foreign to operate it again. After clumsily unlocking and scanning, Chen Yi mounted the electric scooter and sped towards the used car dealership. On the way, he rode the scooter with such vigor that it felt akin to riding a motorcycle. 10 minutes later, he arrived at the used car dealership. This establishment was of moderate size, featuring a showroom and a variety of second-hand cars parked outside. Pushing open the showroom door, a rush of cool air greeted him. The lobby was rather empty, with a middle-aged bald man reclining on a lounge chair, dozing off. Seemingly alerted by the noise, the bald man opened his eyes, surveying Chen Yi with a leisurely tone. He inquired, "Buying or selling a car?" Without wasting time, Chen Yi got straight to the point. "I'm here to buy a vehicle, a high-powered off-road one, under 80,000 kilometers, and I need it ready within an hour." After the outbreak, countless vehicles have been abandoned on the roads, rendering the national highway network utterly defunct. Cars and sports cars, once prized, became worthless once they left the roadway, serving even less purpose than bicycles. Only sturdy, high-powered off-road vehicles remained viable. As for purchasing a new car, Chen Yi had not even considered it, primarily due to the distance to the 4S dealership and the complicated paperwork, which could very well take too long. Used cars, while often flawed, offered the advantage of convenience and speed, and he did not expect to drive for long. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of interest sparked in the bald man's eyes, and he sprang up from the lounge chair. This was a fat sheep. In an instant, the bald man tagged Chen Yi in his mind. With the rise of short-form videos, the hidden truths of various industries have gradually been unveiled, resulting in fewer and fewer fat sheep in this era. Chapter 2. The Three Great Books of the Apocalypse. Seizing the opportunity to catch a rare find, the bald man was unwilling to let it slip away. With enthusiasm, he retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, offered one to Chen Yi, and cheerfully inquired, "What do you go by, handsome?" Chen Yi cast a fleeting glance at the cigarettes before declining with indifference, replying, "Do you have any?" Chuckling awkwardly, the bald man retracted the cigarette and boasted, "Of course." Not to mention the entirety of Jinling, at least in Jiangning, there are no more second-hand car dealerships than mine. Let me take you to see the cars. And Xiao Wu, please prepare a cup of tea for the customer. With that, the bald man led Chen Yi into the hall. The bald man was skilled in his trade. He began by introducing several models of off-road vehicles, candidly disclosing their flaws and issues. For instance, he mentioned those that had undergone major repairs, those with engine troubles, and those that had been submerged in water. With his sincere demeanor and tone, an untrained buyer might genuinely be deceived into believing he was an exceptionally straightforward individual. After the introductions, the bald man smacked his lips and shifted his tone, saying, "Brother, I actually have a 2015 Land Rover Range Rover, European diesel model, with less than 60,000 kilometers on it, and in excellent condition, without any faults, just acquired yesterday. The owner is in urgent need of money, so the price is incredibly low, only 420,000. After a lengthy setup, the main event had finally arrived. Chen Yi scoffed internally, but maintained an expression of calm as he inquired, "May I take a look?" Seeing that he had taken the bait, the bald man feigned difficulty, stating, "To be honest, this is a mortgaged vehicle, and the owner is currently not in Jinling, so the transfer may require a 3-day wait." Chen Yi was acutely aware of the murky waters of the second-hand car market. Without specific connections, an average person purchasing a second-hand vehicle would inevitably encounter pitfalls. The deepest of these traps involved mortgaged cars. Almost 99% of the owners of mortgaged vehicles were in dire straits, either defaulting on payments or fleeing, rendering the vehicle incapable of transfer. The dealerships only possessed the right to use the mortgaged vehicles, not the right to sell them. Car dealers employed a similar strategy. They would use a mortgaged vehicle priced significantly below the market as bait. Once a customer was hooked, they would claim an inability to transfer ownership, then feign generosity by asking the customer to pay a portion of the deposit. allowing them to drive the car away until the owner returned for the transfer. As for the vehicle being driven away, the dealer remained unfazed. Each car typically concealed numerous tracking devices, and they often maintained connections within the police force. It would not be long before the customer, having driven the car for merely a couple of days, would be intercepted by waiting traffic police, resulting in the car being confiscated. Before long, the vehicle would reappear in the dealer's possession. Soon, the two arrived beside the Land Rover Range Rover. The entire vehicle was clad in black, exuding an imposing presence. And being a long version, the interior was exceptionally spacious. To be honest, Chen Yi had originally intended to settle for a modest second-hand off-road vehicle for practical use, but unexpectedly found himself pleasantly surprised. Regarding the vehicle's condition, the bald man had indeed spoken the truth. This Range Rover appeared to be nearly as good as new. Crucially, this model was equipped with a diesel engine. While diesel Land Rovers were less comfortable compared to their petrol counterparts, they boasted numerous advantages, making them more suitable for the apocalypse. Firstly, they were fuel efficient, with a full tank capable of covering over 1,000 kilometers. The second engine boasts substantial power and formidable off-road capabilities. The third, and perhaps the most crucial point, is that diesel engines are constructed with simplicity in mind. They lack ignition systems and an array of convoluted electronic devices, resulting in a significantly lower failure rate compared to gasoline engines, thus enhancing their reliability. Moreover, this straightforward design also facilitates swifter and more convenient repairs. After inspecting the vehicle, Chen Yi appeared satisfied and remarked, 3 days is too long. I cannot wait. Is it possible for me to drive it away today? He was acutely aware of the underlying pitfalls, yet with the apocalypse looming just over 2 hours away, all other concerns seemed trivial. The bald man, still playing his part, feigned a moment of inner conflict before decisively stating, given that you seem like a genuine person, I won't drag this out. Here's the deal. You pay an 80,000 deposit, and we shall sign an agreement. You can take the vehicle whenever you wish. Once the owner returns, I will notify you to complete the transfer process. How does that sound? Agreed. Chen Yi nodded without the slightest hesitation. Money, after all, would soon become worthless. The bald man acted swiftly, seemingly fearful of Chen Yi having a change of heart. Within a mere 10 minutes, they had signed the agreement and exchanged the deposit. As Chen Yi drove the Range Rover out of the dealership, the bald man's expression turned slightly peculiar. Everything had gone too smoothly. It had hardly required any negotiation, and in less than half an hour, he had ensnared this lucrative catch, pocketing an easy 80,000. Yet, the ease of the transaction made him uneasy. He recalled the 20 or so tracking devices hidden within the vehicle, some of which were cleverly concealed. Unless the entire car was dismantled, it would be nearly impossible to locate them. Through these devices, he could retrieve the vehicle at any time. And the agreement they had just signed had been tampered with, ensuring he would not have to worry about any potential complications. With this thought, a smile returned to the bald man's face. After a brief period of low-speed driving to familiarize himself with the vehicle, Chen Yi pressed down on the accelerator. As he reveled in the roar of the diesel engine, a satisfied smile graced his face. While the European diesel variant may lack in comfort, prioritizing comfort in an apocalyptic scenario is a fool's errand. A few minutes later, the Range Rover entered a gas station. Seizing the opportunity while refueling, Chen Yi purchased two 50L fuel cans, filling them with diesel and stowing them in the trunk for future needs. With that accomplished, the next order of business was to procure supplies. Instead of heading directly to a supermarket, Chen Yi visited 7 or 8 bookstores, ultimately purchasing 3 books. The first, The Barefoot Doctor's Manual, is remarkable for its focus on symptoms rather than underlying causes. It prescribes remedies in a straightforward manner, offering 3 different treatment methods: traditional Chinese medicine, acupuncture, and Western medicine, for each ailment. It is no exaggeration to say that anyone capable of reading could potentially heal others using this book. The second book, The Friend of Dual-Use Talents in Military and Civilian Spheres, encompasses a vast array of subjects, from aerial assaults and tank ambushes to landmine identification, as well as agricultural irrigation and civil engineering, covering a comprehensive range of practical skills. The third, The Militia Training Manual, is even more formidable. By following the training methods outlined within, one could swiftly assemble a combat-ready unit. These 3 books can be regarded as the sacred texts of the apocalypse. Even in the face of a nuclear war, relying on these tomes could swiftly rekindle civilization in the aftermath. It took Chen Yi over an hour to locate these volumes. Yet he deemed the effort worthwhile. Particularly, The Barefoot Doctor's Manual served as a protective talisman in these dire times. Subsequently, Chen Yi drove to a nearby large comprehensive supermarket. His shopping goals were clear. Upon entering the store, he pushed his cart directly towards the section of compressed biscuits. He purchased dozens of packets of these biscuits, alongside a selection of dark chocolate and jerky. As for instant noodles, bread, and ready-to-eat rice, such frivolities did not even warrant a glance from him. The quantity of food he procured was modest, and together with drinking water, it barely filled a single shopping cart. In fact, during the 1 to 2 months leading up to the zombie outbreak, food was still quite abundant, with 90 of the global population instantaneously transformed into zombies. The remaining 10 rapidly diminished in the initial chaos, leaving perhaps fewer than 5 of true survivors. With so few individuals, how much food could they possibly consume? The real hardships commenced 3 months post-outbreak. By then, the power grid had long since collapsed, rendering air conditioning and refrigeration non-existent. The vast majority of food had surpassed its expiration date, spoiling and becoming inedible. After completing his food shopping, Chen Yi raided a pharmacy for various medicines, vitamins, gauze, and alcohol, before driving relentlessly away from the city. Chapter 3. The Arrival of the Apocalypse, 3:01 a.m. The black Land Rover slowly came to a stop along a roadside in the suburbs. Chen Yi exited the vehicle and stepped into a modest eatery, stating, "Boss, I'd like a bowl of duck blood vermicelli soup, with extra duck blood." "Coming right up," the proprietor called out. In no time, a steaming bowl of aromatic duck blood vermicelli soup was placed before him. Indeed, wasting precious moments of potential escape to indulge in a bowl of soup was not the wisest choice. Yet, Chen Yi was undeterred. He grasped the spoon and savored a sip of the broth. The rich, savory flavor, imbued with a hint of the unique taste of duck innards, enveloped his senses. With the first sip, tears welled in Chen Yi's eyes. After 5 long years, he had finally relished that familiar taste once more. The weather was sweltering, and the establishment lacked air conditioning, relying solely on an antiquated ceiling fan that swayed overhead, quickly drenching him in sweat. Upon finishing the last spoonful of soup, Chen Yi let out a long, satisfied sigh. Rising from his seat, he inquired, "Boss, how much do I owe you?" "10 yuan," replied the middle-aged owner, gesturing towards a QR code affixed to the wall. Chen Yi retrieved his phone, scanned the code, and transferred every last yuan from his bank account. Ding! The notification chimed, indicating a transaction of 68,421 yuan. The proprietor was momentarily taken aback, thinking he had misheard. Once he regained his composure, he quickly exclaimed, "Young man, you've made a mistake. That bowl of soup isn't worth that much." Chen Yi merely smiled gently and turned to exit. As the impending apocalypse loomed, he found himself uncertain whether his employer would succumb to the fate of the undead, nor could he ascertain if he would survive the impending chaos. Chen Yi could only wish to grant his adversary one final moment of astonishment before hell unleashed its fury. Upon returning to his vehicle, Chen Yi glanced at the time displayed on his phone, 3:20 p.m. Only 5 minutes remained until the outbreak of the zombie apocalypse. Seated in the driver's seat, he opened his contacts, locating his parents' number. After a brief moment of hesitation, he ultimately refrained from making the call. In his previous life, after fleeing the city, he had journeyed back to his ancestral home in Huizhou, only to be met with the horrific sight of his parents, transformed into zombies. Dialing their number now would serve no purpose other than to deepen his sorrow. He picked up the fruit knife he had just purchased from the supermarket, methodically removing its packaging. The knife was not long, with a blade measuring nearly 8 centimeters, and its slender body was only slightly thicker than his index finger. The weakness of zombies lay within their brains. A headshot was the most effective means of neutralizing them. However, human skulls are remarkably resilient, making it exceedingly difficult to cleave through a zombie's cranium by sheer force, especially in the absence of firearms. Thus, piercing through the eye socket to reach the brain was a more efficient approach. Ordinary fruit knives possess blades that are too wide, allowing only the pointed tip to penetrate the eye socket, while the remainder becomes lodged against the bone. This particular fruit knife, however, was slightly narrower than the eye socket, enabling it to penetrate seamlessly, and its 8-centimeter length was sufficient to obliterate a zombie's brain. This was knowledge he had nearly paid for with his life in his former existence. After unwrapping the knife, Chen Yi retrieved a 1-meter-long steel pipe and securely affixed the fruit knife to one end using iron wire and PVC tape. He then wrapped several layers of PVC tape around the opposite end of the steel pipe to prevent slipping when his palms became sweaty or when the pipe was stained with blood. His movements were swift and practiced. Within just 2 or 3 minutes, a makeshift short spear was completed. Having accomplished this, he grasped the short spear and gently closed his eyes, awaiting the arrival of the apocalypse in serene anticipation. Time ticked away, each second marked by the refreshing breeze from the car's air conditioning brushing against his cheek. Suddenly, a series of violent car collisions erupted in the distance, followed by a piercing scream that shattered the stillness from a nearby establishment. The scream reverberated like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, sending ripples across the surface. In the next heartbeat, a cacophony of sounds erupted: screams, shouts, pleas for help, roars, and explosions intertwined to compose a lamentation of the end times. The apocalypse had arrived. Chen Yi opened his eyes, inhaled deeply, and stepped out of the vehicle. As he exited, a suffocating and anguished roar assaulted his ears. Following the sound, he beheld a hunched figure emerging from the dingy eatery. The unfortunate proprietor had succumbed to the transformation into a zombie. At that moment, his complexion was ghostly pale, and the veins that once lay hidden beneath his skin now stood out grotesquely, resembling sinister black centipedes. The capillaries in his eyes had completely burst, rendering them a vivid crimson. Accompanied by a series of beastly howls, a stream of saliva dripped from the corners of its mouth, reminiscent of a vengeful specter. The moment the boss caught sight of Chen Yi, he lunged forward with the ferocity akin to a shark sensing blood. With a swift motion, Chen Yi raised his hand, and the blade of the fruit knife affixed to the steel pipe pierced precisely into the boss zombie's left eye, embedding itself deep within the eye socket. Following this, a slight tremor of his right hand caused the knife to wreak havoc within the zombie's brain. In truth, the combat prowess of an individual zombie is rather feeble. Even one that has undergone a single evolution merely exhibits increased strength and agility. Essentially, zombies are nothing more than mindless beasts. The true terror lies within the horde, an endless wave of the undead, stretching as far as the eye can see. When confronted with millions of these creatures, any single weapon proves futile. One might as well wield a tactical nuclear weapon for any hope of effect. After dispatching a zombie with nonchalance, Chen Yi turned to leave. His actual purpose for lingering here was the district police station across the street. Fortuitously, the sweltering weather ensured the streets were nearly devoid of pedestrians. At this moment, the mutated zombies were temporarily trapped within the buildings. Moreover, being in the suburbs, the police station generally lacked substantial manpower, at most a dozen officers. And after accounting for those on leave, no more than 10 would be present inside. 10 individuals, at worst, equate to merely 10 zombies. A challenge Chen Yi felt confident to face. This very confidence was the reason he dared to embrace the risk. As he approached the police station, he immediately heard a commotion erupting from within, punctuated by a few ghastly screams. However, the chaos quickly subsided into silence. With steel pipe in hand, Chen Yi strode into the lobby, where he was met with the sight of 2 zombies hunched over, voraciously tearing into a corpse. Vivid crimson blood spread across the floor. The body's abdomen ravaged with a gaping hole, revealing a grotesque array of colorful entrails that churned his stomach. The sound of his footsteps drew the attention of the 2 zombies, who abruptly lifted their heads, their scarlet gazes fixed intently upon Chen Yi. In the next moment, one of the zombies lunged forward, its mouth agape, dripping with blood and bits of flesh. With precision, the spear plunged into the zombie's eye. A swift twist followed by a rapid withdrawal. Hitting a moving target's eye is no simple feat. It requires skill and impeccable timing. Having survived 5 years in a post-apocalyptic world, Chen Yi had devoted himself to practicing with a self-made spear, honing his technique to perfection over the years, even developing muscle memory. After all, a miscalculated thrust could easily lead to his own demise. Meanwhile, the other zombie remained engrossed in its gruesome feast. Upon noticing Chen Yi approaching, it raised its head and emitted a series of growls, as if to warn him, much like a beast guarding its prey. What awaited it was the sharp tip of the spear. After neutralizing the 2 zombies in the lobby, Chen Yi refrained from recklessly advancing further. Instead, he struck the table with his spear. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of violent banging echoed loudly throughout the hall, accompanied by guttural growls. 3 zombies burst forth from 2 offices along the corridor. Upon witnessing this, Chen Yi swiftly retreated behind a desk, using the broad surface as a shield. The first zombie collided forcefully with the desk, and before it could climb over, Chen Yi thrust his spear with precision. Just as he dispatched the first zombie, the other 2 lunged at him, delivering successive blows that sent the sturdy desk sliding back over a meter. Chen Yi was taken aback by their immense strength, stumbling backward and falling to the ground. As the 2 zombies ascended the desk, he lay on the floor, his reflexes sharp, and drove his spear viciously into the left zombie's eye socket. The other zombie seized the moment to leap toward him from the desk. Fortunately, his reaction was swift. He relinquished the spear, rolled aside, narrowly evading the attack. Rising swiftly, he yanked the spear back and plunged it fiercely into the fallen zombie. With a sigh of relief, he wiped the sweat from his brow, having narrowly eliminated the 3 zombies. There was no time to rest. He once again slammed the spear against the desk, producing a resounding noise. After a full minute of waiting without any zombies emerging, Chen Yi stepped towards the corridor leading into the hall. Chapter 4. The corridor was short, flanked by several offices. The first office door stood ajar, revealing an empty room. Chen Yi entered, hastening to the desk, where he rummaged through the drawers one by one before swiftly moving to the adjacent office. The door to this office was closed, and upon testing the doorknob, he discovered it was locked. Taking a couple of steps back, he delivered a powerful kick to the door. After 3 solid kicks, the 4th sent the door crashing inward. Chen Yi did not rush in immediately. Instead, he paused outside to observe for a moment. The office was small and lacked windows, casting a dim light over the rows of metal shelves neatly lined with numerous documents, resembling an archive. Disheartened by the sight, he nonetheless stepped inside. As he casually scanned the surroundings, a faint and hurried sound of breathing caught his attention. Chen Yi halted, gripping his spear tightly, and followed the sound. Navigating past the rows of metal shelves, he discovered a trembling figure curled up in the corner, appearing far from a zombie. Preparing to speak, he was suddenly met with a tearful plea. "Please don't kill me. I beg you." Chen Yi looked down at her and inquired, "Have you been scratched or bitten?" The woman, taken aback by the unexpected question, shook her head after regaining her composure. Upon hearing this, Chen Yi lowered his spear. The infection rate of the zombie virus was alarmingly rapid. If one were to be scratched or bitten, they could fully transform in as little as a few minutes or, at most, several hours. Had she been injured, for the sake of his own safety, Chen Yi would have had no hesitation in ending her life. The individual appeared to be in their 30s, possessing an unremarkable appearance and dressed in casual attire, leaving uncertainty as to whether they were affiliated with the institution. Sensing that Chen Yi posed no threat, the woman cautiously lifted her gaze and inquired, "Are you sent by the municipal bureau?" "No, I'm merely passing through," Chen Yi replied, turning to depart. As he made to leave, the woman hurriedly rose and pursued him, asking, "Wait, what is the situation outside?" Without glancing back, Chen Yi responded, "It's quite perilous." Upon reaching the entrance of the archives, the overwhelming scent of blood wafting from the hall rendered the woman pale. In that moment, her comprehension of Chen Yi's warning deepened. Trailing behind him, she weakly remarked, "The riot should conclude soon. After all, the government won't abandon us." Indeed, our government demonstrates remarkable efficacy, and with the Fangshan military district not far off, I believe it will be resolved within a few days. "Ah, yes, you are right," she agreed, her self-soothing chatter eliciting only a perfunctory response from Chen Yi. Before long, Chen Yi had thoroughly searched all 4 offices but found nothing of significance. Having taken such risks and squandered precious time, his expression darkened. At that moment, the woman suddenly grasped the situation, her countenance tense as she asked, "You're looking for a firearm, aren't you?" Chen Yi remained silent, tacitly affirming her assumption. The woman's eyes reflected her inner conflict. But upon noticing the conspicuous bloodstains on the short spear in his hand, she clenched her teeth and said, "The firearms aren't here. They're in the armory next to the hall. Today, Deputy Chief Wang is on duty, and the key to the armory is with him." Chen Yi's eyes brightened as he inquired, "What does this Deputy Chief Wang look like?" The woman replied candidly, "He's about your height, slightly balding, and somewhat portly." Uncertain of her affiliation with the institution, Chen Yi had refrained from asking earlier. However, now that she had voluntarily provided information, it was evident she had ulterior motives. With this in mind, Chen Yi fixed his gaze upon her, a semblance of a smile playing on his lips as he queried, "What is it that you wish for me to assist you with?" Her expression filled with hope, the woman responded, "I intend to stay here, waiting for rescue. Could you possibly spare me some food?" Clearly, this woman possessed considerable faith in the government, firmly believing that this calamity was merely temporary and would soon subside, thus resolving to take refuge within the institution for a time. In truth, at the onset of the zombie outbreak, the vast majority shared this sentiment, including Chen Yi in his previous life. Yet, none could have anticipated the magnitude of this disaster. With 90% of the population infected and transformed into zombies, it signified a rapid collapse of governments and militaries worldwide. Recognizing that the woman's request was not unreasonable, Chen Yi nodded, "No problem, I shall bring you some shortly." Had she asked to accompany him, he would have declined without hesitation. Encountering a stranger in such dire circumstances would only serve to add an unwelcome burden and introduce further uncertainty. Having experienced the apocalypse, he had gained profound insights into human nature. Chen Yi had become a staunch advocate of Xuanzi's theory of inherent human evil. Human nature is fundamentally flawed. "I shall wait for you in this office." The scene that unfolded mere moments ago cast a profound shadow over her heart. She could hardly muster the courage to venture out alone in search of sustenance, let alone step into the hallway. As Chen Yi exited the office, the woman hastily shut the door behind him. Returning to the lobby, his gaze swept across the 6 lifeless bodies, before he hastened towards the corpse sprawled across the desk. Slightly plump and balding, this must be the one. Placing the short spear on the table, Chen Yi swiftly began to rummage through the pockets of the deceased. At that moment, he noticed a slight movement from the gnawed corpse on the floor behind him. Its fingers twitched, followed by its arms, and suddenly it sat upright. With blood-red eyes darting about, upon spotting Chen Yi, the zombie opened its mouth wide, emitting a silent roar as it gradually rose, advancing step by step towards him. With each movement, the grotesque sight of its exposed intestines quivered ominously, as if they might spill forth at any moment. At that instant, Chen Yi flipped the corpse over, finally discovering a substantial set of keys attached to its belt. Just as he yanked the keys free, he caught a glimpse of a long shadow stretching across the floor. In the next moment, a fierce gust of wind whooshed past him. Without a moment to ponder, Chen Yi instinctively turned. only to be met by a grotesque figure lunging at him. Bang! The tremendous force propelled him backwards, his back crashing against the edge of the desk. A sharp pain piercing his forehead. Fortunately, after 5 years of navigating the apocalypse, he had developed some instinctive reflexes. As he turned, his right leg was raised high, curling in front of him, perfectly positioning his knee to meet the oncoming zombie. Glimpsing the gaping wound in the zombie's abdomen, he realized that the creature attacking him was none other than the previously gnawed corpse. Damn it, even in such a state, it could still transform. This is utterly ridiculous. Cursing inwardly, Chen Yi extended his hands, firmly gripping the zombie's wrists to prevent being clawed, while exerting all his strength to push his knee upward. However, the zombie weighed a hefty 150 to 160 pounds and possessed immense strength. When a person exerts explosive power, their body instinctively holds its breath, rendering them unable to speak. If he were to open his mouth, the pressure within would dissipate, along with his strength. Truth be told, even if he called for help, the woman hiding in the office would likely be too terrified to assist. The zombie, mouth agape and reeking, attempted to tear into its prey beneath it. But due to Chen Yi's knee pressing against its chest, a distance was maintained between them. A stalemate ensued. Yet, this impasse was only temporary. As Chen Yi was nearing his limits, his face flushed crimson, veins bulging in his neck. The zombie seemed to possess boundless energy, its struggles growing ever more frantic. With its grayish claws nearly grazing Chen Yi's arms on several occasions, his knee was gradually being forced down, and the space between their heads diminished. 10 centimeters, 8 centimeters, 4 centimeters. With the zombie's growls, a wave of foul breath washed over him. The distance narrowed, and Chen Yi could even see the remnants of vegetables caught between its teeth. Whoosh! At that moment, a shadow darted into the courtyard, moving with remarkable speed. In a mere few breaths, it had burst into the hall and lunged at the zombie with ferocity. Chapter 5. The Lone Wolf and the Dog. Chen Yi felt a sudden lightness across his body and, filled with joy, immediately seized the short spear from the table. It was only then that he discerned that his savior was, astonishingly, a German shepherd. This dog stood nearly as tall as a person and was robust in build. The German shepherd exhibited remarkable intelligence, evidently having undergone professional training. After tackling the zombie, it refrained from immediately biting, instead gripping one of the zombie's pant legs with its teeth, engaging in a relentless tug of war. The zombie reached out to grasp the dog, but it nimbly evaded the attack. When the zombie struggled to rise, the dog charged back, firmly biting the pant leg and pulling it down once more. Good dog, Chen Yi silently praised as he stepped forward, thrusting the short spear decisively towards the zombie's eyes. Once the zombie was dispatched, he collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. The brief standoff had drained him of all his strength. As he allowed his body to relax, a searing pain surged through his back again. He reached behind to assess the damage and was relieved to find only a superficial scrape and some muscle strain, confirming that no bones were injured. Chen Yi let out a sigh of relief and turned to the German shepherd, saying, "Thank you, pup." Wong Wong. The dog responded, sitting obediently and barking twice. The man and the dog shared a moment, their gazes locked in silent understanding. However, Chen Yi dared not linger. The zombies were merely temporarily confined within the house, and their emergence was unpredictable. After resting briefly to regain some strength, he rose and exited the hall. Observing his back, the German shepherd hesitated for a moment, glancing at the disheveled corpses in the hall before ultimately deciding to follow him. Chen Yi paid no mind to the dog trailing behind him as he made his way to the armory. Although referred to as an armory, it was merely a small room adjacent to the hall. Nonetheless, the room was highly secure, featuring 2 doors, the second of which was reinforced with steel bars. Without a key, forcefully breaching the entrance was nearly impossible. Unlocking the drawer with the key, 2 sleek black 92 style pistols came into view. Picking up one of the 92 pistols, Chen Yi's fingers gently brushed over the star emblem on the grip, and a wave of reassurance washed over him. After all the peril he had faced, he had finally succeeded. His intent in acquiring a firearm was not to combat the zombies, as he doubted his ability to achieve headshots consistently. For zombies, any hit, unless it struck the head, made little difference. Moreover, bullets were merely consumables. Each shot diminished his supply, which was difficult to replenish. Thus, for the sole purpose of combating zombies, the handgun was less effective than the short spear he wielded. The true reason for his risky pursuit of firearms was to defend against humans. In this apocalyptic world, humans were far more terrifying than zombies. The ammunition and firearms in the armory were stored separately, with the bullets in another drawer. 4 cardboard boxes were present, one of which had been opened, revealing gleaming golden bullets within. Chen Yi performed a brief mental calculation and concluded that he possessed over 200 rounds of ammunition, which, if used sparingly, could last him quite some time. Though not particularly unfamiliar with firearms, having handled them during military training in university and having fired live rounds at targets, he had also utilized makeshift guns in his previous life. After loading 2 magazines of the 92 style pistols, he secured them at his waist, picked up a short spear, and, along with the remaining ammunition, dashed out of the courtyard. At that moment, a few zombies had already begun to appear sporadically on the streets, and it was only a matter of time before more would emerge. He tossed the ammunition and spear onto the passenger seat and was about to enter the vehicle when he suddenly noticed that the German Shepherd had followed him all the way and was now sitting beside him. Head tilted in curiosity. Encouraged, Chen Yi tentatively opened the back door of the car and commanded the dog, "Get in." To his surprise, the German Shepherd understood and gracefully leaped into the vehicle. Chen Yi's heart swelled with joy. This adventure had not only led him to firearms, but had also secured a police dog. In a post-apocalyptic world, a police dog could prove even more valuable than a gun. Moreover, he found himself more inclined to trust a dog than a human. Closing the car door, Chen Yi drove into the courtyard of the facility, retrieving a third of the food and water from the trunk to give to the woman in the room. Had she not voluntarily divulged the information, he would have never discovered the firearms. Even if he had eventually found them, it would have consumed at least an hour or two. At the dawn of the apocalypse, food was not in short supply, which made the exchange feel exceedingly advantageous for Chen Yi. "I have traversed mountains and oceans and navigated through countless crowds. Everything I once possessed has dissipated like smoke." Under the scorching sun, a black Land Rover sped down the highway. The deep voice of Pooh Shu resonated through the car, drifting through the window and carried away by the rushing wind. Chen Yi held the steering wheel with one hand while deftly opening a package of dried beef with the other. After placing a piece in his mouth, he offered a substantial chunk to the passenger seat. In the next moment, a mouth full of sharp teeth opened wide, seizing the dried beef and chewing heartily with evident delight. To be honest, if it weren't for the German Shepherd's assistance in the facility's hall, the outcome might have been far less favorable. This should not be attributed to Chen Yi's carelessness. He had simply not anticipated that the corpse, nearly devoured to 2 halves, could still transform into a zombie. Yet, such is the nature of the apocalypse, rife with unforeseen events and peril. On the road, he occasionally encountered vehicles involved in accidents, and through the windows, he could vaguely see the zombies trapped inside. Fortunately, the number of abandoned cars was limited, primarily because Chen Yi had chosen a less traveled national road to avoid heavy traffic. Additionally, the sweltering heat, soaring to 40 degrees Celsius, contributed to this outcome. Woof, woof. After finishing the dried beef, the German Shepherd barked twice at Chen Yi and tapped the window with its paw. "Do you want the window open?" Woof, woof. Chen Yi raised an eyebrow and pressed the button to lower the passenger window. As the window slid down, the scorching wind rushed into the car. The German Shepherd swiftly thrust its head out of the car window, its eyes slightly squinting and its mouth agape, reveling in the exhilarating rush of the wind. Observing this, Chen Yi couldn't help but chuckle. This dog had quite the character. Moreover, given its adept movements, it was evident that it had enjoyed many a breezy ride before. Perhaps finding the outside heat unbearable, a few minutes later, the German Shepherd sneezed and withdrew its head back into the car. However, it soon reemerged, eager for another gust of wind. At that moment, approximately 100 meters ahead, a staggering man stumbled into the middle of the road, one arm raised high, waving frantically. As the distance decreased, Chen Yi did not reduce his speed. Instead, he pressed the accelerator, barreling towards the man. Upon seeing this, the man's expression changed dramatically. As he scrambled back to the roadside, the Range Rover roared past, the fierce wind carrying sand and gravel that struck the man's face painfully. Through the rearview mirror, Chen Yi caught sight of the man's venomous glare, his mouth moving in silent curses directed at him. To this, Chen Yi merely scoffed. This fellow, with a bloodied arm, was most likely bitten by a zombie. It was a mercy that he had stopped to assist him. Even if the man were uninjured, Chen Yi would not have halted. Indeed, in a world ravaged by the apocalypse and dwindling in population, human resources were undeniably valuable. However, the issue lay in the fact that to accept survivors and establish his own team or faction, one must first wait until the situation stabilizes. By that time, he would possess ample time and patience to meticulously select those he desired. On the road to survival, Chen Yi preferred to be a lone wolf rather than accompany a band of ticking time bombs. An hour later, the sight ahead caused him to furrow his brow slightly. A lengthy truck had overturned, completely blocking the road, while a mangled zombie protruded half of its body from the truck's window, howling and struggling to escape. It seemed its lower half was trapped, rendering it unable to climb out, gradually decelerating. Chen Yi surveyed the situation on either side of the highway before deftly turning the steering wheel. "Hold on tight, pup." In the next moment, the Range Rover veered off the road, heading towards the adjacent farmland. The V6 diesel engine roared like a ferocious beast, its immense torque enabling the vehicle to easily traverse the mounds of earth. This was precisely why Chen Yi insisted on selecting a high-powered off-road vehicle. Had he opted for a standard sedan, he would have found himself at a loss. The comfort of the diesel Range Rover was already lacking, and now, as it sped through the fields, Chen Yi felt an overwhelming jolt. In contrast, the German Shepherd in the passenger seat appeared particularly exhilarated. Navigating around the obstructed road, Chen Yi drove back onto the national highway, racing towards Yangzhou. As time passed, the sun in the sky began its descent, casting a golden glow across the landscape. Along the journey, it became increasingly apparent that the number of wandering zombies was on the rise. Intent on being cautious, Chen Yi deliberately slowed his speed, starting to scout for suitable spots to rest for the night. In a post-apocalyptic world, driving at night was far from a wise choice. Unless faced with an emergency, it is advisable to seek a secure location for overnight rest. At 6 in the evening, Chen Yi ultimately selected a modest roadside gas station as his refuge for the night. The station was diminutive, featuring merely 2 fuel pumps, and there were no vehicles parked nearby. Given the scale of such an establishment, it could accommodate at most 2 employees, effectively rendering them as 2 zombies. Moreover, the gas station was situated in a remote area. After surveying the surroundings, Chen Yi noted that there were no large villages within a kilometer radius. Only a smattering of 7 or 8 houses, making it a rather ideal spot for an overnight stay. As he drove into the gas station, Chen Yi stepped out of the car without turning off the engine, thus conserving the time needed for ignition in the event of an unforeseen situation. He opened the passenger door, and his German Shepherd immediately leapt out. Upon landing, the dog surveyed the vicinity with vigilance, its nose twitching, before barking twice towards the convenience store of the gas station, seemingly alerting Chen Yi. With a sudden roar, 2 zombies clad in gas station uniforms burst through the glass doors of the convenience store. Upon spotting Chen Yi, they charged towards him. The German Shepherd crouched slightly, resembling a cannonball, and darted towards the foremost zombie with lightning speed. The sheer force of its attack knocked the zombie to the ground. Chen Yi stepped forward, thrusting his short spear with precision into the second zombie. The spearhead pierced directly into the creature's eye, twisting slightly as it met its demise. Meanwhile, the German Shepherd continued to grapple with the first zombie, preventing it from rising. Chen Yi approached and delivered a final blow. Through their coordinated effort, the 2 zombies were swiftly dispatched. Chen Yi affectionately patted the dog's fluffy head, offering praise. Well done. While he was capable of managing 2 zombies on his own, it would have been quite taxing. With the assistance of his German Shepherd, the task became remarkably effortless. The dog, panting with its tongue lolling out, relished the affectionate gesture, nudging its head against Chen Yi's hand. Keep watch outside for me, he instructed, patting the dog's head once more before entering the convenience store, spear in hand. This breed of dog is inherently intelligent, and especially so when trained as a police dog. They possess the ability to comprehend simple commands. True to form, upon hearing his directive, the German Shepherd did not follow him inside but instead took a position to sit and scan the surroundings with keen eyes. With the outbreak of zombies having occurred only a couple of hours prior, the power systems were still operational, and as Chen Yi stepped into the convenience store, a cool breeze from the air conditioning enveloped him. However, he was acutely aware that, in a matter of hours, the global power grid would likely succumb to failure. The convenience store was modestly sized, with 2 aisles lined with an assortment of beverages and snacks. Deeper within, there was a narrow restroom and a storage room. The storage room was cluttered with various items, and in the corner, there was a folding bed, presumably for employees on the night shift. Just then, a series of motorcycle engines roared in the distance, growing closer. Almost simultaneously, the German Shepherd's barking echoed in response. Chen Yi furrowed his brow, withdrew his firearm, disengaged the safety, and strode briskly out of the convenience store. When it comes to confrontations, the intimidation factor of a gun far surpasses that of a short spear. Upon exiting the store, he observed 3 motorcycles racing towards the gas station. In no time, the trio of bikes pulled into the station, aligning themselves in an orderly row before Chen Yi. The German Shepherd once again crouched low, baring its teeth and assuming a stance ready to attack, emitting a series of low growls from its throat. There were 5 individuals in total, 3 men and 2 women. 4 of them donned helmets, obscuring their identities. Among them, a man seated at the back of one motorcycle was unhelmeted. He was the injured man who had previously sought Chen Yi's assistance in the middle of the road. Although the injured man did not recognize Chen Yi, a flicker of indignation crossed his eyes upon seeing the black Range Rover. Chen Yi regarded them with a cold gaze, his tone indifferent as he stated, "This gas station is occupied. You must seek another location." Upon hearing this, the rider accompanying the injured man lifted his helmet visor, revealing a somewhat fierce countenance, and frowned, saying, "Come on, there's no need to be so domineering. You don't look like someone who works here. Why should we be forced to leave?" The woman seated behind the motorcycle in the center chimed in, "Exactly. These are special times. Resources should be shared. Moreover, there are plenty of supplies here, and you can't possibly consume them all by yourself." Chen Yi retorted coldly, "Once I depart, you may take whatever you wish from here. But for now, that is not permissible." In response, the previously vocal young man scoffed, "What if we choose not to leave? I do not wish to repeat myself," Chen Yi declared, drawing his gun and aiming it at the 5 individuals. Is that a toy gun you're using to intimidate us? Bang. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, the gunfire echoed in the ears of all present. In an instant, the gas station fell silent. The fierce-looking youth stared at the dark muzzle of the gun, swallowing hard, his expression immensely complicated. It was a real firearm. At this moment, Chen Yi felt somewhat disoriented. As dusk approached, she had finally located a suitable gas station for an overnight stay, initially feeling quite pleased. However, to her dismay, the station was already occupied, and they were being driven away. Before she could utter more than a few words, the other party had resorted to gunfire. Taking a deep breath, Chen Yi lifted her visor, revealing her delicate features. She slowly raised her hands, signaling her lack of hostility, and then inquired, "May I ask when you plan to leave?" "Early tomorrow morning," Chen Yi replied. Upon hearing this, Chen Yi continued, "As night is nearly upon us, it would be perilous to continue traveling now. Would it be permissible for us to camp across the street?" "As you wish. Just do not step foot into the gas station," he responded. Noting the impatience in Chen Yi's tone, Chen Yi nodded and prepared to leave on her motorcycle. At that moment, Chen Yi suddenly cautioned, "Be wary of that sick man." Previously, he had only suspected the man had been bitten by a zombie. But now that they had crossed paths again, he was almost certain. The man's complexion was ashen, with faint blood vessels visible beneath his skin, bloodshot eyes, and a frequent swallowing of saliva, clear signs of imminent transformation into a zombie. Chen Yi's inexplicable remark left everyone momentarily taken aback, and they subsequently turned their attention to the injured man. The man, appearing bewildered, noticed that Chen Yi showed no intention of elaborating, compelling them to suppress their curiosity as they mounted their motorcycles and departed from the gas station, heading toward the barren land across the way. Observing their retreating figures, Chen Yi commanded, "Dog, keep a close watch on them." Woof woof. The German shepherd barked twice, obediently squatting in place, fixating on the group. After extinguishing the engine, Chen Yi entered the convenience store's restroom, preparing to take a shower. In the apocalypse, maintaining personal hygiene is equally vital. Chapter 7. A spectacle unfolds. Across from the gas station lay a stretch of desolate land, relatively flat, with a small river nearby, serving as a makeshift campsite. After parking the motorcycle, Chen Yi immediately inquired, "Li Mao, do you know that person?" "Yes." Li Mao weakly nodded, embellishing the events that had transpired on the road. Upon hearing his account, a fierce-looking man expressed his indignation, exclaiming, "Damn, that's utterly outrageous. Indeed, how can such a person exist?" Not only did he refuse to stop and assist, but he even attempted to run someone over, another woman chimed in, removing her helmet to reveal a cascade of dark green hair. Her distinctive hair color, coupled with her delicate features, radiated youthful vibrancy. A young man with Korean-style curls scoffed, "Huh, in a vast world, there's a wide array of characters. No need to let such a person ruffle your feathers." Chen Yi, however, remained silent, instead casting a contemplative glance at Li Mao's injured right arm, asking, "How do you feel now?" Li Mao candidly replied, "I think I might have a bit of a fever. My chest feels tight." "A fever?" Chen Yi frowned slightly. It could be that the wound has become infected, leading to inflammation. With that, she turned to the fierce-looking man, instructing, "Xiao Ma, come with me to the gas station and see if that person has any anti-inflammatory medication." "I want to go." Ma Chaojie decisively shook his head in refusal. Having just been humiliated by the other party, he was naturally reluctant to comply. Observing this, Chen Yi reorganized the group, saying, "All right then, Xiao Ma and Xiao Lu will gather firewood, while Lin Lin and I will head to the gas station. Li Mao, you stay here and rest." Evidently, among their group of 5, only Li Mao was a recent addition, while the other 4 were already acquainted, with Ma Chaojie and Lu Changdong looking to Chen Yi for leadership. Neither Ma Chaojie nor Lu Changdong objected to this arrangement. On the contrary, Chen Lin appeared discontent, trailing behind Chen Yi and murmuring, "Sister Chen Yi, I think it's best not to go. That person surely has issues. He might even be a fugitive." A normal person, when faced with a plea for help, wouldn't react by trying to run someone over. Chen Yi paused, turning to regard her. "You've graduated for 2 years. Why do you still act like a naive fool, believing everything others say?" "But he just shot at us," Chen Lin retorted. "That was merely a form of self-preservation on his part. The method he employed might not be one we can easily accept. Just imagine. What if he hadn't had a gun? What would the outcome have been?" Zhang Ye's words momentarily stunned Chen Lin, who after a brief pause replied, Perhaps Ma Chaojie might give me a beating. After all, he is alone while we are 5. Gazing towards the gas station, Zhang Ye thoughtfully remarked, "You have seen the 2 corpses of zombies. The fact that he could single-handedly eliminate them indicates exceptional skills. With a firearm in hand and a German shepherd by his side, he is likely affiliated with the military or police." Chen Lin gasped, exclaiming, "Is Li Mao lying?" Zhang Ye nodded. "There is that possibility, and the cryptic warning he provided unsettles me. Therefore, I intend to seek clarity." "Sister Zhang Ye, you are truly remarkable." Chen Lin gazed at Zhang Ye with admiration in her eyes. Zhang Ye playfully tapped Chen Lin's fair forehead and smiled. You should watch fewer mindless romance dramas. One must not view issues from a singular perspective. It is essential to adopt different viewpoints. The cool water cascaded over him, washing away the heat of the day, prompting an involuntary sigh of relief. After a quick rinse, Chen Yi donned his attire and began preparing dinner for himself and his dog. The convenience store offered limited food options, instant noodles, snacks, and a selection of vacuum-sealed cooked dishes. Yet, regardless of the choices, they were certainly preferable to the taste of compressed biscuits. He first attended to his dog's meal, refraining from giving it instant noodles. Instead, he opened a pack of compressed biscuits, softened them with water, added 2 marinated eggs, and tore some dried beef into small pieces to mix in. Surprisingly, despite its unappealing appearance, it emitted a delightful aroma. Moreover, it contained adequate nutrition. The only downside might be that it was a tad salty for the dog, likely necessitating a good amount of water afterward. Carrying the food bowl outside, Chen Yi called out, "Dog, it's time to eat." Observing the bowl before him, the German shepherd snorted, nudging the bowl with his front paw, seemingly unimpressed. Noticing this, Chen Yi playfully swatted its head, retorting, "You're being picky? Just be grateful there's food available." It is said that police dogs enjoy a well-balanced diet, rich in both meat and vegetables. However, in this apocalyptic era, this meal was quite lavish. Other police dogs likely struggled to find even scraps. The shepherd whimpered a couple of times, ultimately conceding to reality. It devoured its meal voraciously, finishing within minutes. Once it was done, Chen Yi quickly twisted open a bottle of mineral water and poured it into the bowl. Indeed, the German shepherd immediately began to lap up the water in small gulps. Just as he prepared to turn back to the convenience store for his dinner, he noticed 2 figures approaching the gas station. The dog, which had been drinking, suddenly dashed out, racing towards the 2 women, adopting an aggressive stance, revealing its fierce nature. Should Chen Yi give the command, it would charge without hesitation. While Zhang Ye remained relatively composed in the face of the imposing German shepherd, Chen Lin faltered, stepping back with a flicker of panic in her eyes. Chen Yi slightly furrowed his brow and coldly stated, "It seems you have taken my words lightly." Zhang Ye hurriedly clarified, "That is not our intention. It's just that our companion has been injured and is now suffering from a fever due to an infection. We were wondering if you might have any extra anti-inflammatory medication." In response, Chen Yi impatiently remarked, "It doesn't matter what that patient eats, it will be futile." This statement deepened Zhang Ye's confusion, and with sincere expression, she replied, "I know you are a principled person, seemingly cold on the outside, yet warm within. Otherwise, you wouldn't have warned us earlier. Could you please tell me what exactly happened to him?" "I would be immensely grateful," Chen Yi said. "There's no need to flatter me. That fellow has been bitten by a zombie. It won't be long before he undergoes transformation." Zhang Ye countered, "But we have antibodies, don't we?" Although the zombie outbreak just occurred a few hours ago, some astute individuals have begun to piece together certain truths after the initial panic. With nearly 90% of humanity turning into zombies, such a vast scale indicates that the virus spreads through the air. The simultaneous outbreak among so many infected suggests that they had actually been carrying the virus for some time, merely in its incubation period. By this logic, it can be inferred that everyone in the world has contracted the virus. Meanwhile, we survivors who have not transformed clearly possess antibodies that confer immunity to the virus. Chen Yi regarded her with surprise, recognizing her intelligence. He patiently explained, "That's true, but what we possess is merely the primal antibody. Once the virus causes transformation within the human body, it undergoes a secondary evolution, becoming transmissible through blood. The primal antibodies are ineffective against the evolved virus." Zhang Ye's complexion paled at this revelation. She had always believed that the antibodies within them provided complete immunity against the zombie virus. Despite the terror that zombies instilled, she had clung to a sliver of hope. Now, upon learning that the virus could evolve and render their antibodies useless, a wave of despair washed over her. This meant that if she were to be scratched or bitten by a zombie, she too would become one. Zhang Ye's gaze flickered with uncertainty. Biting her lip, she spoke, "These are merely your conjectures, correct? Logically, since the zombie virus only erupted this afternoon, it would take at least a few days to conduct pathological and structural analyses to ascertain the results. Therefore, it stands to reason that your explanations are merely assumptions." However, Chen Yi's behavior led Zhang Ye to consider that perhaps he was indeed speaking the truth. Chen Yi looked at her with a significant expression and said, "You are an intelligent person. You should have an inkling of whether I am guessing. If you wish to survive, hurry back and eliminate that fellow. Remember, you must obliterate his brain." "Thank you," Zhang Ye responded, casting a deep gaze at him before turning to leave. As she and her companion departed, Chen Yi revealed a playful smile. He had said all that needed to be said. Their brief encounter had fulfilled his obligations. Whether they believed him or how they chose to handle the situation was no longer his concern. This woman was indeed a rare intellect. But whether others possessed the same level of understanding remained uncertain. He anticipated a captivating spectacle unfolding in the desolate land tonight. The nature of humanity is truly intriguing. Chapter 8. Pure Land. Chen Yi's dinner was quite sumptuous, consisting of a bowl of instant noodles, 2 marinated eggs, and a portion of braised pork knuckle. The flavor of vacuum-packed delicacies is indeed delightful, yet their preservation period is regrettably short. Once the power grid collapses, in sweltering temperatures of 40 degrees, they may spoil within merely 3 to 4 days. After dining, Chen Yi retrieved a bottle of Wanglaji from the refrigerator, relishing the rare chill it offered. With the electricity still available and the convenience store's resources plentiful, he commenced further preparations. His primary focus was on ammunition, maps, and those 3 books, whose significance far surpassed that of mere sustenance. Chen Yi procured a plastic bag and meticulously sealed these items to safeguard them from moisture. Next, he connected his phone to a charger, allowing it to replenish its energy. Although most of its functionalities had become obsolete, it could still serve as a flashlight, lending a flicker of utility. Having accomplished these tasks, he rummaged through the storage room and unearthed a water hose, attaching one end to the bathroom faucet while dragging the other outside to wash the Land Rover from top to bottom. The afternoon's endeavor left him quite satisfied with the vehicle's performance. Its off-road capabilities were formidable, effortlessly tackling inclines and fording streams. The spacious interior allowed for ample storage, even serving as a temporary shelter. Thus, he took particular care of this automobile. After washing the car, Chen Yi glanced at the panting dog, its tongue lolling out, and decided to give it a bath as well. The German Shepherd, a long-haired breed, was particularly susceptible to the heat. As the refreshing water cascaded over its body, the dog not only remained still but appeared to revel in the experience. By the end, it even engaged in playful antics with Chen Yi. Once the bath was complete, as he prepared to fetch a towel, the dog began to shake vigorously, splattering water everywhere. Well, that saved him some effort. Putting away the hose, Chen Yi resumed transporting supplies to the vehicle. While rummaging through the storage area earlier, he had unexpectedly discovered a substantial stock of rice, flour, and barrels of cooking oil. It seemed to be left over from a promotional event at the gas station, where they often offered rice and oil with card purchases, a common tactic across gas stations nationwide. He did not take much in the way of cooked food or snacks, considering their impracticality in high temperatures. After all, it was unfeasible to keep the air conditioning running continuously in the vehicle. Without it, the interior would quickly transform into a sauna in such weather. He transported 6 bags of rice, which, being vacuum sealed, would last a bit longer, likely 2 to 3 months. He also collected numerous bottles of mineral water and various beverages, essential for hydration, especially during the hot summer months. Additionally, he brought along several packs of cigarettes. Once a non-smoker, Chen Yi had become a chain smoker following the outbreak. In a world where survival was a daily struggle, entertainment options were scarce. Thus, lighting a cigarette and reminiscing about the past amidst swirling smoke became his solitary indulgence in this apocalyptic reality. As the clock struck 7, the sun dipped completely below the horizon, and darkness enveloped the land. The freshly bathed German Shepherd prowled like a lion surveying its domain, pacing back and forth at the gas station while occasionally glancing at the desolate expanse across the road. Within the confines of a convenience store, Chen Yi, momentarily free from the burdens of the world, unwrapped a pack of black Licoon cigarettes, lit one, and gradually unfolded a map. His gaze meandered across the map, ultimately resting upon a vast expanse of mountainous forest in the northeast, the Changbai Mountain Wilderness. This place was the sanctuary that Chen Yi had yearned for even in the final moments of his previous life. If one were to assert that a pure land still existed in the aftermath of the zombie outbreak within the country, he firmly believed that the Changbai Mountain Wilderness would undoubtedly qualify as such. The designation of the Changbai Mountain Wilderness as a sanctuary is not merely a whimsical notion. It is grounded in the accumulated experiences of 5 years of survival struggles from his former life. In a post-apocalyptic world, finding a suitable location for long-term habitation necessitates the fulfillment of 3 essential criteria: safety, resources, and development. Foremost among these is safety. The northeastern region is characterized by its vastness and sparse population, with the combined populace of the 3 provinces totaling nearly 29 million. One must not be deceived into thinking this figure indicates a large population. The expanse of these provinces stretches across 780,000 square kilometers, resulting in an astonishing per capita land allocation of 11,736 square meters. This figure only accounts for the total population. Considering the individuals who have migrated or sought work elsewhere, the actual number across the 3 provinces likely falls below 80 million. In stark contrast, the minuscule city of Jinling already boasts a resident population exceeding 10 million. Such comparisons vividly underscore the relative sparsity of the northeastern provinces. A smaller population signifies fewer zombies. From his past experiences, Chen Yi recognized that zombies are particularly averse to frigid climates. It is not that they perish from the cold, rather, in extreme cold, their mobility becomes significantly hampered. At this stage, Chen Yi perceived the zombies as remarkably feeble, capable of being dispatched with a mere short spear, allowing him to confront 2 or 3 simultaneously. However, in 6 months, the zombies would undergo a secondary evolution, particularly accelerating in areas near nuclear power stations, where radiation is potent. The zombies that emerge post-evolution would exhibit marked enhancements in strength and speed, presenting a far more formidable challenge. Thus, it is imperative to rely on the harsh cold to restrain them. Moreover, seeking refuge on a small island surrounded by water is also impractical. Evolved zombies do not fear water. While they may not swim, it is inevitable that some would be washed ashore. Of course, uninhabited islands in the sea present a different discussion. The primary concern with such islands, however, is the availability of fresh water. Should there be groundwater resources on the island, survival becomes manageable. Otherwise, the situation could swiftly deteriorate. Next, there is the matter of resources. In 3 months, the food stored in supermarkets, shopping malls, and homes will gradually spoil and become inedible. At that juncture, self-sufficiency will be the only viable option. The fertile black soil of the Changbai Mountain Wilderness holds immense promise for agriculture, and its abundant natural resources, diverse flora and fauna, and countless varieties of berries and wildlife can sustain one until the harvest. Whether through farming, hunting, or foraging, proficiency in any one of these skills ensures survival from starvation. If one were to lack competency in all 3, Chen Yi would rather advise remaining in the city and awaiting fate. Lastly, development is paramount. Humans are inherently social creatures, and in a world turned upside down, finding solace in community becomes the ultimate refuge. By that time, whether establishing one's own power or team, resources are indispensable. The Changbai Mountain Wilderness is rich in mineral resources, making it an ideal base for the revival of civilization in a post-apocalyptic world. Consequently, Chen Yi refers to the Changbai Mountain Wilderness as a sanctuary, the ultimate destination of his escape. However, he is currently faced with a dilemma: the route. The most favorable path would naturally lead eastward along the coastline, passing through Yinqing and entering Luban via Lianyun port. From there, one would travel through Rizhao and Jiaozhou to reach Yantai City, followed by a boat crossing the Bohai Strait to land directly on Dalian. Ultimately, this route would run along the national border to enter the Changbai Mountain Wilderness. This trajectory maximizes avoidance of densely populated cities while ensuring the shortest distance. However, this route presents a significant concern. It necessitates passing by 3 nuclear power plants. Furthermore, the nuclear power stations in Yantai and Dalian are nearly unavoidable. In the event of a zombie outbreak, issues at the nuclear plants are guaranteed. While an explosion may not be imminent, a nuclear leak is inevitable. Should such a leak occur, the zombies within 30 kilometers of the nuclear plants would likely undergo accelerated secondary evolution. By the time Chen Yi passes through, he would almost certainly confront these evolved zombies, thereby exponentially increasing the danger. An alternative route would forego the sea entirely, opting for a land route that cuts straight through Luban, then continues up the coastline through Liaoning province to reach the destination. Compared to the previous route, this path entirely circumvents all nuclear power plants, but nearly doubles the distance, necessitating passage through Tianjin. Tianjin, however, is a populous coastal city. One could choose to bypass Tianjin and Beiping, but this would add several hundred kilometers to the journey, introducing numerous uncertainties and risks. Both routes possess distinct advantages and risks. The decision rests on Chen Yi's choice. Chapter 9. A sudden change. The night sky sparkled with stars, accompanied by the croaking of frogs and the chirping of insects. In the desolate area near a small river, 3 motorcycles were arranged in a triangular formation, with a pile of firewood blazing brightly. If it weren't for the bothersome mosquitoes, this would have been a delightful camping experience. The 4 individuals sat around the campfire, munching on bread and biscuits while erupting into heated arguments. Sister Zhang, just because that kid said something uncertain, you tied up Li Mao? I disagree, declared Ma Chaojia, taking a bite of bread with resolute tone. Lu Changdong nodded in agreement, adding, indeed, Li Mao is already in such poor condition. Tying him up seems rather inhumane. Their voices were raised, showing no regard for Li Mao, who, in fact, did not need their consideration. At that moment, he had fallen into unconsciousness, his face pale, and his body occasionally convulsing uncontrollably. Chen Lin, who had been quietly nibbling on a biscuit, ventured softly, what if, and I mean what if, what that guy said is true? Uft, Ma Chaojia scoffed. Retorting in his local dialect, Chen Lin, you've lost your mind. You can't trust the words of that kind of person. Even a sow could climb a tree. Upon hearing this, Chen Lin immediately expressed her discontent, raising an eyebrow and exclaiming, Ma Chaojia, who are you arguing with? I mentioned it was just a possibility. In the current situation, it's prudent to be cautious, don't you think? Regardless, I refuse to allow Li Mao to be tied up. Ma Chaojia, with a defiant stance, retorted emphatically, then you can stay awake tonight and keep an eye on him. If I must, then so be it. Listening to their quarrel, Zhang Yi felt a wave of exhaustion wash over her. What should have been a simple task of binding Li Mao's hands and feet, so that even if he were to transform into a zombie in the night, he would pose no threat to them, had turned into an ongoing dispute. It wouldn't be fair to claim that Ma Chaojie and Lu Changdong were entirely in the wrong. Compassion and a willingness to help others are indeed virtues. However, the circumstances had changed. Moreover, she had already discerned that Ma Chaojie's steadfast opposition was not born from genuine sympathy for Li Mao, but rather from a disdain for Chen Yi, opposing merely for the sake of opposition. This was a classic case of youthful obstinacy, where one only perceives the surface of issues, easily swayed by emotions. On the other hand, Lu Changdong's stance was genuinely rooted in humanitarianism, as he was the first to propose escaping with Li Mao. In truth, when she first heard Lu Changdong suggest bringing a stranger along, Zhang Yi's immediate reaction was to reject the idea. They knew nothing of his character or background. Yet, upon seeing Lu Changdong's resolute gaze, coupled with the agreement from Ma Chaojie and Chen Lin, she felt compelled to suppress her discomfort for the sake of team harmony. After all, they had merely been members of the same club. While they were familiar with one another, their relationships were not particularly close. The reason the other three seemed to look to her as a leader was simply due to her charisma and wisdom, along with being slightly older, which had temporarily granted her authority within this makeshift group. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Yi spoke softly, "Xiaoma, let us not say things in anger. One should never harbor malicious intent, yet it's wise to remain vigilant. Linlin has made a valid point. Being cautious is never a mistake." This statement prompted an immediate cessation of hostilities between the two. However, Ma Chaojie's expression clearly indicated his dissatisfaction. Zhang Yi then continued to organize. "Tonight, we will take turns keeping watch. Each person will stand guard for 3 hours. Make sure to have your weapons ready, and if anything arises, shout for help immediately." This was a necessary compromise, but for the sake of the small team, it was the only feasible option. If she had insisted on binding Li Mao, the fragile cohesion of their temporary alliance would likely shatter instantly. Casting a glance at the brightly lit gas station across the way, Zhang Yi sighed inwardly. She now understood why Chen Yi, despite his capabilities, firearms, and vehicle, chose to go it alone. Accompanying a group of incompetent allies was far less desirable than fleeing solo. As the clock struck 9, fatigue settled over them. The day's harrowing escape had nearly drained their physical strength, leaving their minds equally weary. The three of them lay on waterproof mats, teetering on the brink of slumber. Chen Lin was assigned the first watch, a decision Zhang Yi made in consideration of her. The benefits of staying up late are numerous. After enduring 3 hours, barring any unforeseen circumstances, one can enjoy a restful slumber until dawn without interruption. Glancing at the convenience store across the road, a flicker of envy crossed Chen Lin's eyes. It boasted air conditioning, snacks, and cold beverages, all while being free from the torment of those wretched mosquitoes. With a swift motion, Chen Lin slapped her arm, revealing the corpse of a mosquito and a splash of crimson in her palm. Soon, a small red bump emerged on her fair arm, accompanied by an unbearable itch. The mosquitoes by the riverside were particularly abundant. Despite having sprayed mosquito repellent earlier, its efficacy was rather mediocre. At that moment, the lights of the gas station across the way suddenly extinguished, plunging it into darkness. Was there a power outage? Chen Lin paused, then chuckled with a sense of schadenfreude. Yet, in the next instant, her smile was replaced by irritation, for in those brief seconds, 2 more mosquito bites appeared on her legs. How itchy! After a few agitated scratches, she cast a wary glance at Li Mao, who remained in a stupor across the campfire. Seeing him still unconscious, she discarded the fruit knife she had wielded for protection and rummaged through her backpack for mosquito repellent. In the next moment, Li Mao, in his stupor, abruptly opened his eyes. His blood-red gaze gleamed with a predatory light as he nimbly rose, emitting a beast-like roar before lunging at Lu Changdong, the closest person to him. Ah! A piercing scream echoed under the night sky. This scream was startlingly abrupt, causing Zhang Yi and Ma Chaojie to awaken instantly. Chen Lin shuddered in fear and turned her head, her face paling in an instant. Li Mao, who had been unconscious, now resembled a wild beast, hunched over Lu Changdong. His mouth clamped down on Lu Changdong's nose. Crimson blood flowed incessantly, cascading down his cheek. Zhang Yi felt a chill wash over her limbs. The worst-case scenario had indeed occurred. Li Mao had truly transformed into a zombie and had bitten Lu Changdong. Among the three, Ma Chaojie was the first to react, rushing forward to deliver a powerful kick to Li Mao. His towering stature allowed this forceful kick to send Li Mao sprawling. However, at the moment Li Mao fell, Lu Changdong let out an even more agonizing scream. His nose was gone, brutally severed by Li Mao, leaving behind 2 gory holes. His once handsome visage now appeared grotesque and horrific. Ugh! Witnessing this scene, Chen Lin's stomach churned, and she could not suppress a dry heave. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Yi swiftly dashed over to drag Lu Changdong away. At this point, even if Ma Chaojie were oblivious, He realized that Li Mao had already turned into a zombie and hurriedly withdrew a 30-centimeter-long watermelon knife from his waist. His expression tense as he fixed his gaze on Li Mao. The sound of chewing echoed in the ears of the onlookers. With a few bites swallowed, Li Mao opened his mouth, filled with shredded flesh, and lunged at Ma Chaojie. Chapter 10. Welcome to the Apocalypse. Woof. Woof. Just as Chen Yi settled into the storage room for sleep, the bark of a German shepherd resonated from outside the convenience store. Activating the flashlight on his phone while gripping his firearm with the other hand, he swiftly exited the storage room. Standing at the entrance of the convenience store, Chen Yi observed the chaotic scene across the barren land with a wry smile. As the saying goes, good words cannot persuade a dead ghost. 3 individuals were more than sufficient to deal with an unevolved zombie. With the ability to conquer their inner fears and a modicum of skill, even a woman could manage. Yet, it was evident that this group lacked experience. As Chen Yi watched Ma Chaojie wielding a watermelon knife to strike fiercely at the zombie's neck, he foresaw the impending outcome. The turmoil continued on the desolate ground. Ma Chaojie, with a grimace on his face, swung the knife down with tremendous force upon the zombie's neck. However, in the next moment, his expression shifted dramatically, contrary to his expectations. The knife did not sever the zombie's head but became lodged in its neck. In the movies and games he had watched previously, it seemed effortlessly simple to decapitate. But the reality proved far more complex than he had anticipated. The watermelon knife struck the neck, and the zombie showed no sign of reaction. Instead, it unleashed its ferocity. Panic surged within Ma Chaojie as he gripped the knife's handle tightly and attempted to withdraw it. Before he could strike again, the zombie lunged at him, biting down hard on his shoulder. "Ah!" Ma Chaojie screamed in agony, terror flooding his eyes. In his frantic state, he discarded the watermelon knife and resorted to a flurry of punches aimed at the zombie's head. Yet, the zombie remained undeterred, viciously tearing away a large chunk of flesh. Overwhelmed by excruciating pain, Ma Chaojie tapped into his own ferocity, seizing the zombie's shoulders and flinging it aside. By sheer misfortune, it was directed towards Chen Lin. With a thud, the discarded zombie knocked Chen Lin to the ground, and heedless of her plight, it lunged for her delicate neck. Blood gushed forth as Chen Lin gasped in terror, only to be silenced by the torrent flooding her airway, resulting in a series of desperate wheezes. This entire upheaval unfolded in the blink of an eye, too swiftly for Zhang Yi to react. She had just settled Lu Changdong when she looked up to witness the gruesome sight of the zombie tearing into Chen Lin's neck. At that moment, Ma Chaojie made an unexpectedly shocking decision. He turned and sprinted towards the motorcycle, quickly starting it up and speeding away. How could he just abandon them? A laugh escaped Zhang Yi as she bent down to retrieve the watermelon knife from the ground, slowly approaching the zombie from behind. In the dim glow of the campfire, she saw Chen Lin's eyes gradually lose their luster. The zombie paid her no mind, indulging in its lavish feast. With the knife raised high, she brought it down forcefully upon the zombie's neck. 1 strike, 2 strikes. In that moment, Zhang Yi resembled a lumberjack, delivering blow after blow upon the zombie's neck. After a series of 3 strikes, the zombie's head finally rolled away, severed from its grotesque body. With a swift kick, she sent the zombie tumbling aside, her gaze lingering on the life that had completely faded from Chen Lin. A flicker of sorrow crossed Zhang Yi's eyes as she whispered, "Lin Lin, I am sorry for not taking better care of you." Among the 4, Zhang Yi and the other 2 were merely members of the same club. In contrast, Chen Lin and Zhang Yi were well acquainted, having been alumni of the same university. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Yi turned around, gripping a watermelon knife as she slowly approached Lu Changdong. Initially, Lu Changdong was softly moaning while pressing his wound, but upon witnessing her advance, he was instantly taken aback. He shifted backward, awkwardly forcing a smile. "Sister Zhang, this has nothing to do with me." Zhang Yi tucked a sweat-soaked strand of hair behind her ear, her delicate and intellectual visage illuminated by the flickering bonfire, exuding an enchanting allure. As she walked, she gently remarked, "Xiao Lu, your character is rather amiable, albeit a tad feeble. Having compassion is not inherently negative, yet regrettably, your intellect does not match it. Since we are acquainted, let us consider this a bond. I trust you do not wish to become a zombie, so allow me to assist you." Lu Changdong swallowed hard. No, Sister Zhang, there's no need for that." Zhang Yi smiled softly. "It's merely a trivial matter, really. Sister Zhang, there are exceptions to every rule. Perhaps I possess an immunity to the evolved zombie virus. Don't you think? I admit my fault in deciding to bring Li Mao along on our escape. However, Chen Lin's death is not my doing. It was Ma Chaojie who directed the zombies towards her." Zhang Yi continued to smile, yet her eyes were chillingly cold. Suddenly, Lu Changdong flung a handful of sand towards Zhang Yi. She paused, instinctively raising her hand to shield herself from the grains. Seizing the moment, Lu Changdong scrambled to his feet and fled. At this juncture, his most prudent course of action would have been to retaliate decisively. After all, Zhang Yi was merely a woman, her physical capabilities not matching his youthful vigor. Although she wielded a fruit knife, in a life-and-death struggle, the odds could have favored her. It can only be said that Zhang Ye had a keen understanding of the personalities of Ma Chaojie and Lu Changdong, one a simpleton, the other a coward. Zhang Ye hastily closed the distance, raising her hand to strike. The blade sliced through his thin t-shirt, landing on his back. Lu Changdong stumbled, initially feeling only a tingling sensation, warm and mild. However, it swiftly escalated into excruciating pain radiating from his back to his brain. Help! Help! Lu Changdong dared not pause, sprinting towards the gas station while loudly calling for aid. The gas station was not far from the desolate land, merely separated by a road. In no time, Lu Changdong dashed into the gas station, yet the price he paid was 2 additional knife wounds on his back. Chen Yi stood silently at the convenience store's entrance, ignoring Lu Changdong's pleas for help, instead relishing the unfolding drama with keen interest. Having lost a significant amount of blood from a prior bite to his nose, and now sustaining several knife wounds combined with intense exertion, his blood loss accelerated. As he entered the gas station, Lu Changdong's legs gave way, and he collapsed onto the ground. Before he could rise, a chilling glimmer flashed behind him, with a sickening sound of steel-piercing flesh echoing through the still night. Blood splattered. Moments later, tranquility returned. Zhang Ye, panting heavily, wiped the blood splattered on her cheek with the back of her hand and inquired, "Where are you heading?" "North." Chen Yi gazed intently at Zhang Ye, a glimmer of admiration flickering in his eyes. Intelligent, rational, decisive, and most crucially, ruthless. Such individuals, provided they are not beset by ill fortune, can endure for an extended period in a post-apocalyptic world. The events of the previous night were not a reflection of her capabilities, but rather a manifestation of her inexperience. After all, transitioning from civilization to a desolate wasteland necessitates an adjustment period. Upon hearing his thoughts, Zhang Ye breathed out, "May I accompany you?" Her phrasing implied a desire to join as a companion, rather than a mere request to be taken along, which subtly conveyed 2 contrasting intentions, one of partnership and the other of subservience. This distinction highlighted her cleverness. Chen Yi smiled faintly, his words laced with significance. "Let's see if you can keep up. Additionally, welcome to the end of the world." Zhang Ye nodded, evidently perceiving the underlying message, and silently turned towards the barren expanse. Chapter 11. The first encounter with the zombie horde. The following day, the morning sun cast its gentle rays. Chen Yi rubbed his face and slowly sat up. He had enjoyed a remarkably restful slumber, waking only once during the night, a stark contrast to his previous life where he would awaken 5 or 6 times. The primary contributor to his restful night was the German shepherd outside, diligently standing guard throughout the night. With the power cut, the water had naturally ceased as well. Exiting the storage room, Chen Yi twisted open a bottle of mineral water and splashed his face. The refreshing droplets invigorated him. Wiping his face with his t-shirt, he glanced at the desolate land across from him. He noticed Zhang Ye slumped against her motorcycle, dozing, while the 2 corpses from the previous night had vanished without a trace. Breakfast was a swift affair, shared between him and his dog. Afterward, Chen Yi started the car and departed from the gas station. Time was of the essence. He could not afford to waste a moment. He needed to reach the uninhabited region of Changbai Mountain before winter's arrival, find suitable shelter for the season, and gather as many supplies as possible to endure the first winter of the apocalypse. The winter in Changbai Mountain was no trivial matter, cold and protracted, with temperatures plunging to as low as -40 degrees Celsius. A delay would render their situation exceedingly dire. The Land Rover traversed the national highway. The German shepherd nestled comfortably in the passenger seat, relishing the cool air from the air conditioning. Suddenly, it lifted its head, alert and vigilant. A buzzing sound of a motorcycle approached from behind. A glance in the rearview mirror revealed a motorcycle drawing nearer. As it closed in on the Land Rover, it slowed down, closely tailing them. Observing this, Chen Yi's lips curled into a smile. Engaging with an astute individual was indeed a convenience. Last night, Zhang Ye had subtly expressed her desire to be his companion. Chen Yi's reply had been a challenge, indicating that her worthiness needed to be established first. Until he formally accepted her, he would not extend any assistance. Her ability to keep pace relied solely on her own merit. After all, he sought a companion, not a burden. As they continued their journey, they passed several villages. Fortunately, most of these settlements were situated at a considerable distance from the highway. By the time the zombies from these villages surged onto the road, they would have already vanished from sight, leaving only the glow of their taillights behind. As noon approached, a Land Rover Range Rover entered a quaint little town. The town, of moderate size, had most of its buildings flanking either side of the road, resulting in a considerable number of zombies wandering the streets. Chen Yi narrowed his eyes slightly, gripping the steering wheel tightly, and pressed the accelerator down forcefully. With a roar, the engine emitted a thunderous sound, and the black Range Rover surged forward like a roaring beast. In traversing such a township, hesitation was not an option. Any delay could lead to the vehicle being halted by the encroaching horde. The fate of being trapped amidst the zombie tide was all too clear. At this moment, The zombies on the road were irresistibly drawn to the cacophony of the vehicle. Upon seeing the approaching car, they howled and surged forward. Moreover, from the houses lining the road, including those further away, zombies began to pour out, converging upon the thoroughfare. Chen Yi, trailing behind, quickly assessed the situation ahead. After a brief moment of contemplation, she decisively chose to accelerate, maneuvering her motorcycle closely behind the Range Rover, the distance between them less than 5 meters. This was undoubtedly a perilous decision. With such proximity and speed, should the lead vehicle suddenly stop for any reason, the motorcycle would be unable to halt in time. And even with a helmet, death would likely be imminent. However, Chen Yi was confident that Chen Yi would not stop, for to do so would invite certain doom. Thus, she decided to take the gamble. Bang! As a zombie collided with the Range Rover, it was violently thrown aside, akin to a ragged sack, crashing into the distance. Following swiftly were the second and third, bang, bang, bang. A series of muffled impacts echoed as the car windows gradually became stained with blood. Initially, Chen Yi harbored some concern that the relentless collisions might cause the vehicle to halt. Yet, propelled by the immense torque of the V6 diesel engine, the Range Rover relentlessly forged ahead. The continuous impacts caused the vehicle to shudder, and Chen Yi gripped the steering wheel with all his might. Striving to maintain control over its trajectory, he paid no heed to Chen Yi behind him. This was merely the beginning, and the journey ahead would only grow more arduous. If they could not overcome this hurdle, it would indicate that she was unworthy of accompanying him. Bang! With the last zombie sent flying, Chen Yi finally broke free from the encirclement of the horde. Through the rearview mirror, he could see the zombies continuously spilling forth from either side of the road, gathering on the highway and howling in pursuit. After a considerable distance, once the vehicle was well away, the zombies gradually ceased their chase, their blood-red gazes reflecting a sense of bewilderment. Moments later, the horde dispersed, and the town returned to its eerie silence. Having escaped the town and driven roughly 3 kilometers, Chen Yi maneuvered the vehicle off the road, ultimately bringing it to a halt beside a small river. After a morning of driving, he felt quite fatigued. Even in civilized times, driving for several hours would induce weariness, let alone in the apocalypse. Furthermore, the windows were smeared with blood, severely impairing visibility. Most critically, this blood harbored a substantial amount of zombie virus, and if not cleaned promptly, it could easily infiltrate the vehicle's interior through the air conditioning system. Though the virus that has undergone secondary evolution is transmitted through blood, it is wise to exercise caution. Pushing open the car door, Chen Yi descended from the vehicle and turned to Chen Yi, who was perched upon her motorcycle, inquiring, "How do you feel?" Chen Yi removed her helmet, droplets of sweat glistening on her fair visage, her form accentuated by the snug riding attire. Riding a motorcycle in such weather is far from a pleasurable experience. The scorching sun overhead and the searing winds rushing towards her make it arduous. Retrieving a bottle of mineral water from her backpack, she raised an eyebrow and remarked, "It's quite exhilarating, much more thrilling than before with the dirt bike." Chen Yi offered a slight smile. "This is merely the beginning. The real excitement lies ahead. To be honest, I am rather looking forward to it." As Chen Yi twisted off the cap and took a generous gulp, some water spilled down her delicate neck, disappearing into her collar. "I hope you can maintain your optimism," Chen Yi said before opening the trunk to retrieve a small bucket to wash the car. Chen Yi pushed her motorcycle beneath a tree's shade, sitting sideways on the bike, quietly nibbling on biscuits while watching Chen Yi wash the vehicle. With each bucket of water poured, blood and bits of flesh oozed from the crevices of the car's front. The numerous zombies they had collided with had caused the front bumper to bend inward, revealing several cracks on the left side. Such incidents were not isolated. They would undoubtedly recur on their journey ahead. It seemed imperative to find an opportunity to modify the car's front, otherwise, continued collisions would eventually damage internal components like the radiator and condenser. Chapter 12. Heavy rain. After washing the car, Chen Yi prepared lunch for the German Shepherd. Once again, it was softening compressed biscuits paired with dried beef and marinated eggs. Unfortunately, although rice was available in the vehicle, cooking would consume too much time. In the shade of the tree, the trio, 2 humans and a dog, silently shared their meal. Leaning against the tree, Chen Yi munched on the biscuits while examining a map spread across his lap. Ideally, they would reach Rock City before nightfall. In pre-apocalyptic times, the drive from the outskirts of Jinling to Rock City would take only 3 hours. However, that was no longer feasible. The highways were impassable, forcing them to navigate national and county roads, which inevitably added considerable distance, compounded by the complex road conditions. With stranded vehicles every few hundred meters and occasionally overturned trucks blocking their path, maintaining a speed exceeding 60 km/h proved difficult. Despite driving for the entire morning, Chen Yi had barely covered 100 kilometers. Catching a glimpse of the map in Chen Yi's hands, Chen Yi felt a flicker of curiosity. His preparations surpassed her expectations, and it appeared his objectives were clearly defined from the outset. She yearned to discern their ultimate destination, Yet out of respect, she refrained from inquiring. As the heat intensified, appetite waned, particularly for the rather unpalatable compressed biscuits. Nevertheless, Chen Yi compelled himself to finish the biscuits, and after downing a bottle of mineral water, he rose, brushing off his trousers, and made his way towards the Land Rover. Observing this, Zhang Yi hastily packed her backpack and donned her helmet once more. Soon, the two individuals set off once more. Although the temperature had slightly decreased, it still soared to a sweltering 38 degrees. Compared to the morning, the afternoon sun blazed even more fiercely. After 2 continuous hours of riding, Zhang Yi felt a wave of dizziness wash over her, accompanied by a sharp throbbing at her temples. She recognized these sensations as early signs of heat stroke. Ahead of her, the Land Rover continued to speed along, showing no signs of slowing down. Gritting her teeth, Zhang Yi gradually halted her motorcycle and swiftly removed her helmet. Despite its commendable breathability and heat dissipation, the full-face helmet felt akin to having a steamer enveloping her head. Once it was off, she instantly felt a surge of vitality return to her. While she did not remove her snug riding suit, designed specifically for summer with exceptional ventilation and sweat-wicking properties, maximizing her body's ability to cool down, she quickly rummaged through her backpack to retrieve a bottle of mineral water. After unscrewing the cap, she poured its contents over her head. The slightly warm water cascaded over her scalp, revitalizing her senses. After downing the remaining half bottle of water in one go, Zhang Yi discarded the empty vessel, twisted the throttle, and pursued the Land Rover ahead. Riding without a helmet posed significant danger, yet at that moment, she had little choice. She was astute. At the onset of the zombie outbreak, she had keenly perceived, through both her immediate surroundings and information gleaned online, that the government and military had likely collapsed. Any notion of rescue was mere illusion. Thus, she had chosen not to remain in the city, swiftly rallying Chen Lin and a few others to escape the urban chaos. Zhang Yi understood that as a woman in this post-apocalyptic world, survival necessitated forming alliances for mutual support. The events of the previous night had underscored the paramount importance of reliable companions. However, her trust in Chen Yi was not without reservation. A flicker of caution lingered in her heart. After all, they had known each other for barely a day, exchanging little more than a dozen words. In truth, Chen Yi was scrutinizing her actions just as she was observing him. Companionship, after all, is a mutual endeavor. At 3 in the afternoon, the summer weather proved capricious. One moment the sun blazed overhead, the next, dark clouds gathered ominously. The clouds thickened and descended, the low pressure inducing a sense of unease, while the stifling humidity made breathing laborious. This was a portent of impending torrential rain. Soon, large droplets began to fall, steadily intensifying until a deluge enveloped the entire landscape. The rain battered down, obscuring visibility as the windows became a blur. Even with the windshield wipers set to maximum, they were ineffectual. Visibility dwindled to less than 5 meters. Frowning, Chen Yi activated the vehicle's hazard lights and pulled over to the roadside. The rain was too heavy to continue driving. They would have to wait for it to subside before proceeding. Summer storms arrive with sudden ferocity and depart just as swiftly. She believed it would soon cease. Meanwhile, the German shepherd in the passenger seat remained utterly unfazed, blissfully asleep. At that moment, Zhang Yi was struggling against the torrential rain, laboriously pushing her motorcycle toward a row of trees by the roadside for shelter. The torrential downpour brought her a rare sense of coolness. Yet prolonged exposure to the rain would incessantly siphon away her body heat, ultimately resulting in fever, chills, or even pneumonia. The rain fell with such intensity that the sparse branches of the roadside trees offered little shelter. As time passed, the deluge showed no signs of abating. Rather, it intensified. The sky stretched out before her in a vast, white expanse. Zhang Yi's riding attire, designed for moisture wicking, also meant it absorbed water readily. At that moment, she felt as though she were clad in a heavy, waterlogged garment, her body shivering with cold. Just then, a Land Rover in front of her honked twice, as if to alert her, then gradually moved forward. Without hesitation, Zhang Yi pushed her motorcycle back onto the road and followed suit. On the rain-soaked highway, a black car and a motorcycle crawled along like tortoises. Zhang Yi, helmet-clad, squinted through the haze, unable to discern anything clearly. Fortunately, Chen Yi had his hazard lights flashing, the intermittent red glow serving as a beacon guiding her onward. After traveling a short distance, a gravel path emerged ahead. A flicker of excitement crossed Chen Yi's face as he deftly turned the steering wheel, steering the vehicle onto the side road. After proceeding along the gravel path for approximately 200 meters, houses gradually came into view. He harbored little concern about being besieged by zombies. The village appeared quite small, and although visibility was compromised, he estimated there were at most a dozen households. Additionally, the torrential rain masked all sounds, effectively obscuring the zombies' line of sight. Chen Yi did not venture deeper into the village, but instead drove the vehicle into a courtyard. Grabbing a short spear, he exited the vehicle. In an instant, The torrential rain drenched him completely. Zhang Yi lowered her motorcycle's kickstand and hastened to his side, casting a glance at the watermelon knife in her hand. Chen Yi said nothing as he strode towards the house. The front door was tightly shut. Chen Yi grasped the handle and pushed, but the door did not budge. Such a door was remarkably sturdy, and attempting to force it open would likely prove quite challenging. Over here, Zhang Yi's voice pierced through the rain. Turning to look, Chen Yi saw her pull open a window. After a quick assessment, she agilely climbed inside. Observing this, Chen Yi quickly approached and followed her through the window. The room was a bedroom, simply furnished with only a wardrobe and a bed, accompanied by a solitary electric fan. An air conditioning unit hung on the wall, draped in a layer of dust. Clearly, this was the domain of an elderly person. In such sweltering heat, only an older individual would refrain from turning on the air conditioning for various reasons. In contrast, youth would relish the opportunity to remain in an air-conditioned environment around the clock. A low growl emanated from outside the bedroom. In the next moment, a trembling zombie appeared at the doorway. Noticing Chen Yi's lack of action, Zhang Yi brandished the watermelon knife, ready to advance. Use this, Chen Yi suddenly interjected. Zhang Yi paused momentarily, then relinquished the watermelon knife and accepted the crude short spear from him. Wiping the rain from his face, Chen Yi casually remarked, "The zombie's weakness lies in their brains. You have 30 seconds. Chapter 13. Acknowledgement. The strength of a zombie is closely tied to the physical condition of the infected prior to their transformation. The most vulnerable among them are infants and the elderly. Of course, this pertains to the zombies that were initially infected with the virus. The second evolution of zombies, however, is entirely different. Particularly troublesome are the second stage evolved infant zombies. They are small and remarkably swift, presenting a considerable challenge even for Chen Yi. The zombie before them was not difficult to handle, making it a perfect practice target for newcomers. Zhang Yi was acutely aware that Chen Yi would not intervene on her behalf. His only role would be to grant her a swift end should she falter. This was Zhang Yi's first encounter with a zombie alone, yet she felt no fear. Instead, a morbid excitement surged within her. She was astute. Upon hearing Chen Yi's hint and considering the slender fruit knife at the tip of her short spear, she quickly discerned her course of action. Her beautiful eyes fixated on the approaching zombie, radiating determination. As the zombie charged towards her, Zhang Yi took a deep breath, gripping her short spear tightly and standing her ground. When the zombie was less than 2 meters away, she thrust the spear towards its right eye. Clang! The blade struck the zombie's brow bone, producing a dull thud. She had missed. Reacting quickly, Zhang Yi retreated to create distance, raising her spear once more. The second attempt also went awry, the blade hitting the bone beneath the eyelid. The zombie roared and continued its advance, arms flailing. Zhang Yi leaned back just in time to evade the zombie's grasp, and again she thrust her spear forward. With a satisfying plunge, the sharp fruit knife found its mark, piercing the eye socket entirely. The zombie staggered, then fell heavily to the ground. Panting, Zhang Yi clutched her short spear. Those few seconds had nearly drained her of energy. A warm hand landed on her shoulder, and Chen Yi's voice sounded beside her. Well done. Watching Chen Yi's retreating figure, a smile crept onto Zhang Yi's face. It was evident that her performance had garnered his approval, and he was beginning to accept her. After dispatching the zombie, the two meticulously searched the house, confirming that no other zombies remained. Chen Yi then opened the living room door, allowing the German shepherd from their vehicle to enter. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi seized the opportunity to push her motorcycle inside the living room. The downpour was relentless, and with no indication of a reprieve. She feared that if the motorcycle remained exposed to the rain, the ignition switch might get waterlogged, or the spark plug could dampen. Closing the living room door behind them, they effectively shut out the torrential rain. The next moment, they instinctively began to shed their clothing. In this post-apocalyptic world, falling ill was the last thing they wished for, even if it were merely a slight cold. As her rider's outfit was removed, an expanse of delicate snow-white skin emerged in the dimly lit living room. The girl had previously concealed her figure beneath the attire, and it was surprising to discover she was rather voluptuous. Noticing Chen Yi's gaze, Zhang Yi elegantly wiped the droplets of water from her body, a playful smile gracing her lips as she remarked, "It's all right, isn't it?" Acknowledging her with a nod. Chen Yi's eyes briefly lingered on the defined lines of her abdomen. He twisted the rainwater from his t-shirt and shorts, casually draping them over a chair before striding towards the kitchen. Upon entering, his eyes were immediately drawn to the gas cylinder beneath the stove. Shaking it gently, he discerned that it was still half full. It seemed they could indulge in a warm and hearty meal tonight. Turning to the refrigerator, he opened the upper compartment, only to find a scant selection, a few pickles and noodles, alongside 2 plates of moldy leftovers. This was hardly surprising. An elderly person living alone in the countryside would not typically stockpile an abundance of ingredients. Whatever dish he desired could simply be gathered from the garden, rendering refrigeration unnecessary. However, in the lower compartment of the freezer, he discovered a plethora of salted delicacies, sausages, cured meats, salted duck, salted fish, and even salted pig trotters. Although the power had been cut off since last night, it would take time for the ice to melt, preventing a rapid rise in temperature. Moreover, the preserved items were inherently durable, capable of lasting 7 to 8 days without spoiling, even outside the fridge. "I'll handle it," came Zhang Ye's voice from behind him. Clad in an old-fashioned white shirt and military green trousers, her long hair cascaded down her back in a ponytail. "Ah, the quintessential elderly ensemble," he mused. Yet, there was an undeniable charm to her rustic attire. "Then I leave it to you," he responded, clapping his hands and vacating the kitchen to tend to the zombie corpses. Given that they were to spend the night here, it was imperative to dispose of the bodies. He hoisted the corpse and unceremoniously flung it out of the bedroom window. Subsequently, he began to scour the house for anything of use. After a brief search, he unearthed only a few candles and a plate of mosquito coils. The remainder of the items held no value for him at present. It was evident that Zhang Ye was an adept cook, her movements fluid and efficient. Soon, a delightful aroma wafted through the kitchen. When Chen Yi returned to the living room, he found the dining table adorned with 2 dishes, scrambled eggs with chives and stir-fried garlic leaves with cured meat. Eyeing the vibrant greens, he inquired, "Where did the chives and garlic come from?" "I noticed some vegetables growing in the corner of the yard when I came in," Zhang Ye explained, then added, "Just wait a moment, the rice will be ready shortly." As they spoke, a burnt smell began to permeate the air, causing Zhang Ye to appear slightly embarrassed. "This method of cooking is rather difficult to manage," she admitted. Without electricity, the rice cooker was rendered useless, prompting her to remove the inner pot and place it directly on the gas stove with water and rice. She had hoped to impress with her culinary skills, but it hadn't gone quite as planned. "Don't worry about it," Chen Yi reassured her with a wave of his hand, showing no concern. They were in a state of flight, not on a leisurely vacation. Having a hot meal was a blessing in itself. In a previous life, Chen Yi was willing to risk his life against 2 or 3 evolved zombies for a bag of instant noodles that had long since expired. Well, it was time to eat. When Zhang Ye brought the inner pot of the rice cooker to the table, Chen Yi filled a bowl to the brim and added a piece of scrambled eggs with chives, then set the bowl aside to cool. Observing this, Zhang Ye couldn't help but inquire, "Is that for the dog?" Upon his nod, she quickly interjected, Dogs can't eat chives." "Why not?" A flicker of confusion crossed Chen Yi's eyes. To be honest, he was unaware that dogs should not consume chives. He vaguely recalled that the dogs back in his rural hometown seemed to eat anything. Whatever humans consumed, they did too, frolicking about without a care in the world. Zhang Ye patiently explained, "Chives contain a component that can induce vomiting and acute enteritis in dogs, and in severe cases, it can even lead to blood in their urine." Stuffing the piece of chives scrambled egg into his mouth, Chen Yi asked with curiosity, "Are you a veterinarian?" "No, I just used to raise dogs." "So I have some experience," Zhang Ye replied, shaking her head as she stood up. "There are still plenty of eggs. I'll go fry another batch without chives." Within a couple of minutes, she returned to the living room with a plate of golden scrambled eggs. By this time, the food had cooled considerably. Chen Yi mixed the scrambled eggs into the rice and placed it before the dog. The enticing aroma of the scrambled eggs seemed appealing, and the German Shepherd, this time, did not hesitate, diving straight into the meal. Zhang Ye dished out a bowl of rice and handed it to Chen Yi, saying, "If possible, it would be better to give it some dog food." She was well aware of the significant assistance a police dog could provide. Without her suggestion, Chen Yi had already planned to get some dog food for the canine. This German Shepherd was his first companion, and he would not let it go without. However, since he had not seen any pet stores during their journey today, the dog would have to endure a little longer. Chapter 14. Those who divorce say this too. Zhang Ye's culinary skills could be described as average, yet Chen Yi savored the meal immensely. Aside from the duck blood vermicelli soup he had the previous afternoon, this was the best meal he had enjoyed in the past 2 years. The unique salty aroma of the cured meat combined with garlic leaves was incredibly appetizing. The scrambled eggs with chives were also delightful, complemented by a homemade pickled vegetable dish from the previous owner. Neither spoke, they simply focused on their meal. And soon the living room was filled only with the soft sounds of chewing. After setting down his chopsticks, Chen Yi wore an expression of utmost satisfaction. He had consumed 3 bowls of rice, while Zhang Ye managed 2, and the 2 platters of dishes were completely devoured. Reaching into his pants pocket, he retrieved a cigarette. Discovering it had remained dry despite the rain, he lit one up. Noticing this, Zhang Ye gently requested, "Could I have one too?" Chen Yi tossed her the cigarette pack. After clumsily lighting one and taking a puff, Zhang Ye couldn't help but cough. Observing her awkwardness, Chen Yi inquired, "Is this your first time smoking?" "Yes," Zhang Ye nodded, her beautiful eyes narrowing slightly from the smoke. The atmosphere grew somewhat silent. Once upon a time, Chen Yi was not a man of few words. But after the zombie outbreak in his previous life, he spent most of his time alone, devoid of anyone to converse with. As time passed, she gradually became less loquacious. Ultimately, one cannot stray too far from their kin. Otherwise, the inevitable outcome is a regression to a beastly state. After a brief moment, Zhang Yi took the initiative to shatter the silence and inquired, by the way, I still do not know your name. Chen Yi, and you? Zhang Yi. Discarding the stub of her cigarette, Zhang Yi rose to retrieve a towel and began to wipe down the motorcycle. Outside, the torrential rain continued to pour. And as dusk approached, the light within the room grew increasingly dim. Lighting a candle, Chen Yi extracted a map from his pocket. Thankfully, he had sealed the map in a plastic bag the previous night. Otherwise, it would have been completely ruined by the rain. Spreading the map across the table, he continued to contemplate the escape route. After a moment of deliberation, he ultimately resolved to pursue the first route, along the coastline to Shandong province, then taking the sea route directly to Dalian. Although this path would lead him past 2 nuclear power plants, it was still preferable to the alternative. The winter in the Changbai mountain wilderness arrived early. By late September, the chill began to set in, and snow would commence in October. Should he choose the other route? Based on his current pace, it was likely that by the time he reached the Changbai mountain wilderness, he would find himself beset by heavy snow. Moreover, a longer journey entailed greater uncertainties and risks. Furthermore, nuclear leaks require a process, even in the event of an external power failure. The internal diesel generators and UPS systems at the power plant could sustain operations for a time. Only when the diesel fuel and UPS power were exhausted would the coolant gradually begin to heat up, leading to a loss of cooling. Once the loss of cooling occurred, core meltdown would be unavoidable, ultimately resulting in a nuclear leak. This process would likely last around a month. As long as he maintained sufficient speed, it was not impossible for him to traverse the 2 nuclear power plants of Yintai and Dalian before a leak could occur. Of course, Chen Yi himself was not well versed in such matters. He had merely encountered a survivor who had worked at a nuclear power plant during his previous escapade, acquiring a rudimentary understanding from their conversation. After polishing the motorcycle, Zhang Yi cast a glance at the map, suppressing her curiosity. She understood that while today's downpour had fostered a closer bond between them, there remained a long journey ahead before Chen Yi could fully accept and trust her. Setting down the towel, Zhang Yi scoured the room and eventually found a mop and some steel nails, which she began to fashion into a short spear. After using Chen Yi's spear, she realized that the watermelon knife was utterly futile against zombies. Before long, the spear was complete. Zhang Yi simply cut the mop handle to a length of over a meter and affixed the steel nail to one end. It appeared remarkably rudimentary, yet its efficacy was impressive. In confronting zombies, the paramount objective was to deliver a fatal blow. Entanglement would only heighten the risk of injury. Wielding it in her hand, she practiced a few thrusts before sketching a circle the size of an eyeball on the wall, standing 2 meters away, and repeatedly lunging the short spear towards the small circle. At that moment, Chen Yi had finalized the route for the next day and looked up to behold the scene unfolding before him. After observing for a while, he could not help but remark, practicing this way, even a year of training would be futile. Upon hearing his words, Zhang Yi paused her actions, her gaze fixed on him with a hint of confusion. Chen Yi pointed to a small circle on the wall and remarked, the wall remains immobile, but the zombies do not. Gratefully, Zhang Yi expressed her thanks and proceeded to create a mobile target. She drove a nail into the wall and hung a rope from it, with a coin affixed to the lower end. A gentle tug would set the coin swaying back and forth. As she repeatedly swung her short spear, Chen Yi saw a reflection of his former self in her. Essentially, they were of the same ilk. Your posture is incorrect. Do not stand so upright, as it hinders your power. Lower your body slightly, and plant your feet firmly. He instructed, do not rely solely on the strength of your arms, or they will tire quickly. Learn to harness the power from your waist to propel your arms. He continued, pay attention to the frequency of the coin's oscillation. Zombies are merely mindless beasts, and their movement patterns are not overly complex. Listening to Chen Yi's guidance, Zhang Yi continually adjusted her stance, her heart brimming with gratitude. These techniques were essential for survival in this apocalyptic world. After practicing for over an hour, feeling the familiar ache in her arms, she ceased her training. She understood well the principle of moderation, recognizing that this was a gradual process that could not be mastered overnight. In front of Chen Yi, Zhang Yi removed her clothing to wipe the sweat from her body with a towel. Noticing his gaze upon her, she suddenly inquired, do you have a girlfriend? A girlfriend? A flicker of reminiscence passed through Chen Yi's eyes as he replied, I once had one, but I discovered she was stealing my bread, so I sent her away. Is that the sole reason? Zhang Yi was taken aback. Yes, Chen Yi nodded. I ended the relationship because she stole my bread. Frankly, Zhang Yi found this somewhat absurd. Yet, his expression and tone conveyed a profound sense of betrayal, as if stealing bread was an unforgivable act. She sensed a deeper story beneath the surface. But Chen Yi clearly did not wish to elaborate and countered, what about you? Zhang Yi replied candidly, I just divorced 6 months ago. Intrigued, Chen Yi asked, did you cheat, or did he? Our personalities clashed, Zhang Yi replied with a calm demeanor. Chen Yi chuckled softly, divorcees always say that. Zhang Yi shot him an exasperated glance and explained, it was an arranged marriage by my parents. There was no love involved. After the marriage, he deemed me too domineering, leading to frequent arguments, so I acquiesced and proposed the divorce. What about your parents? They tragically transformed into zombies. And yours? Likewise. A heavy silence enveloped the room once more. The candle was slender, burning slowly. As the last candle began to dwindle, Chen Yi slowly rose and declared, "It is getting late. Let us sleep." In this apocalyptic world, entertainment was scarce, and aside from retiring early, there was little else to occupy one's time. Chapter 15. A gamble. Sleeping together was out of the question. Neither Zhanya nor Chen Yi desired it. In his previous life, he had encountered numerous women of various kinds, and had shared beds with many. He yearned for a woman. But he knew that after the end of his flight, and once he had settled down, he could afford to be discerning in his choices. At present, however, a reliable companion was evidently a far greater temptation. Zhanya, sensing the situation, took a blanket and chose to sleep on the couch in the living room, leaving the bedroom to him. Although the body had been disposed of, a faint metallic scent of blood still lingered in the air. Chen Yi had grown accustomed to such circumstances. Casting a glance at the German shepherd that followed him into the bedroom, he finally allowed himself to close his eyes in relief. The following day, the torrential rain had ceased, and the early morning sun streamed through the window, gently warming Chen Yi's face. As he slowly opened his eyes, he caught a whiff of a subtle fragrance. Rising from his slumber, he made his way to the living room and discovered Zhanya already busy in the kitchen. Upon seeing him, she smiled lightly and said, "Go freshen up. Breakfast will be ready shortly." Chen Yi nodded and opened the front door. The morning air was remarkably fresh, imbued with a hint of earthy aroma. After greedily inhaling a few breaths of the crisp air, he approached the well in the yard and drew up a bucket of water. The rain from the previous day had rendered the water slightly murky. Disregarding the leaves floating on the surface, Chen Yi leaned down to wash his face. The icy water jolted him awake, banishing the remnants of sleep. Opening the trunk of his car, he rummaged through it and retrieved a brand new toothbrush and toothpaste. Once he had completed his morning routine and returned to the living room, he found that Zhanya had just finished preparing breakfast. The meal consisted of noodles, adorned with 2 poached eggs and garnished with green onions. The soy sauce broth exuded a delicate aroma. After tasting a bite, Chen Yi jested, "It seems your husband has a rather poor sense of taste." Zhanya chuckled softly and corrected him, "Ex-husband." Instead of immediately beginning his meal, Chen Yi glanced at the German shepherd. Before he could speak, Zhanya preemptively explained, "I made some for it as well, but it's still quite hot. It's cooling in the kitchen." Hearing this, Chen Yi picked up his chopsticks and began to eat breakfast with gusto. After quickly finishing the noodles, he rose and walked to the kitchen, taking the bowl to the German shepherd. Leaning down to sniff, the dog first devoured the boiled egg, and reluctantly nibbled on a few bites of noodles before stopping. There was little choice. The saltiness of the meat was too high, and Zhanya was hesitant to let it consume too much salt, knowing it could lead to skin issues. Observing this, Chen Yi contemplated that he would need to procure some dog food today. Otherwise, the dog's nutrition would surely suffer. After finishing breakfast and tidying up, Chen Yi started the car and slowly drove out of the yard. Returning to the road, their journey of escape recommenced. The weather was pleasant, although the sun remained fierce. The clouds drifting across the sky provided occasional shade. At 4:30 in the afternoon, a sleek black Range Rover came to a gentle halt by the roadside. Lowering the window, a hand emerged from the vehicle, waving a couple of times. Upon noticing this, Zhanya promptly approached on her motorcycle. Reaching the car window, she lifted her visor and inquired, "What's the matter?" "We're approaching Guangnan County. I intend to make a brief stop in the town. As you navigate this detour around the county town, await my arrival ahead. If I have not emerged by 6 o'clock, you may proceed on your own." Before Chen Yi could finish his sentence, Zhanya interjected, "I will accompany you." Hearing this, Chen Yi fixed his gaze upon her, asserting earnestly, "Have you considered this carefully? There are at least tens of thousands of zombies in the county town. Once surrounded by a horde, the outcome should be self-evident." Zhanya, unwavering in her stare, retorted, "What do you think my chances of survival are if I venture alone?" Intrigued, Chen Yi offered a faint smile, closing the car window before steering towards the county town. As she watched the Land Rover slowly recede, Zhanya inhaled deeply, pressing the accelerator to swiftly follow suit. From her observations over the past 2 days, she discerned that he was a remarkably cautious individual, one unlikely to act foolishly. Thus, she was wagering, betting that Chen Yi would not recklessly charge into the county town to meet his demise, but rather had devised a meticulous plan well in advance. Should she lose this gamble, the consequences were all too clear. However, if victorious, she would swiftly earn his trust. Despite her displays of strength and rationality before Chen Yi, she remained, at heart, a woman. No one could fathom the number of times she had awakened in terror over the past nights. Each awakening bore down upon her with an overwhelming sense of helplessness and despair, akin to a mountain stifling her breath. She yearned for companionship, a trustworthy ally. Thus, when the opportunity presented itself, she did not hesitate to risk her life in this gamble. Minutes later, Towering structures emerged within her view. The county town lay in eerie silence, with wisps of black smoke curling up from various points. In the hours following the zombie outbreak, natural gas leaks would inevitably precipitate widespread explosions and fires. Thankfully, yesterday's torrential rain had prevented what would otherwise be a city engulfed in flames. In the wake of the apocalypse, remaining in the city was the most foolish decision imaginable, without exception. Did one truly believe the threat was solely from zombies? The gas leaks were merely the tip of the iceberg. The absence of human oversight in chemical plants, fireworks factories, and steel mills would trigger a series of calamities. Even if one were extraordinarily fortunate to evade disaster after disaster, what would happen 3 months later when food began to spoil? With no maintenance, the urban drainage and sewage systems would falter, ultimately collapsing entirely. A few minor rain showers would suffice to unleash a tide of sewage upon the city streets. At that juncture, the entire city would transform into a breeding ground for pathogens. These were the blood-soaked lessons Chen Yi had learned in his previous life. The Land Rover showed no signs of deceleration. Rather, it accelerated boldly toward the county town. Chen Yi, trailing closely behind, felt a surge of trepidation coursing through her. She had anticipated that Chen Yi would choose to disembark as they neared the county town and stealthily approach on foot, though encountering zombies along the way was inevitable. As long as they remained quiet, they would not attract the horde's attention. To her astonishment, he brazenly drove straight into the county town. It was clear to anyone that the roar of a diesel Land Rover would undoubtedly draw a throng of zombies. Had he lost his senses? A flicker of fear crossed Chen Yi's eyes, yet at this moment, she could only grit her teeth and press on. The roar of the diesel Land Rover and the buzzing of motorcycles shattered the silence of the county town. The aimless zombies wandering the streets lifted their heads, turning toward the source of the sound. In the next instant, hundreds, if not thousands, of zombies surged toward the vehicle. Chen Yi's complexion turned pale. All around her were hordes of the undead. Moreover, with more zombies continuously pouring out of the county town, their numbers were ever increasing. A tide of corpses. Chapter 16. This is the thrill you anticipated during their recent days of fleeing. They had traversed several small towns and encountered a few zombie waves. However, the scale of those hordes was merely a few hundred at most, utterly incomparable to the current onslaught. Chen Yi had no clear concept of numbers. She could not discern whether the zombies before her numbered in the thousands or tens of thousands. All she knew was that wherever she looked, she was met with a dense mass of the undead. Confronted with this tide, despair filled her heart. As for resistance, what a joke. Even if armed with a heavy machine gun instead of just a flimsy spear, it would be of no avail. What did it mean to face thousands upon thousands of zombies? Even if they were merely pigs standing still, one would have to toil day and night to slay them all. Despite wearing a helmet, the cacophony of countless howls reached her ears. Chen Yi clenched her jaw, striving to steady her trembling hands as she maneuvered the motorcycle closely behind. The Land Rover continued to speed forward, seemingly oblivious to the zombies surging from all directions. As they neared the horde, Chen Yi sharply turned the steering wheel. The Land Rover crashed through the guardrail and onto the sidewalk, sending several zombies flying before coming to a halt in front of a rain gear shop with a screech. "Stay in the back, and don't make a sound." After issuing a stern warning to his dog, Chen Yi grabbed the spear and turned off the engine before exiting the vehicle. At that moment, the discipline of the police dog became evident. The German Shepherd promptly darted into the aisle of the back seat, lying down and remaining perfectly still. As Chen Yi closed the car door, a female zombie lunged at him with a terrifying shriek. Reacting swiftly, he delivered a powerful kick that caused the zombie to stumble. Quickly raising his spear to strike, the fruit knife pierced her eye socket, ending her life instantly. Retrieving his spear, Chen Yi seized the zombie by her hair and dragged her into the rain gear shop. From disembarking the vehicle to dispatching the zombie and hauling her inside, his movements were fluid and uninterrupted. Upon entering the shop, Chen Yi leaped up and grasped the overhead rolling shutter, yanking it down forcefully. Seeing him enter the rain gear shop, Chen Yi decisively hit the brakes, agilely dismounting the motorcycle and pushing it toward the approaching zombies before sprinting toward the shop. Just as the shutter was coming down, she executed a roll and narrowly slipped inside. With a thud, the rolling shutter descended, plunging the shop into darkness. Chen Yi's heavy breaths echoed within the confines of the store. At this moment, she could distinctly feel her heart racing wildly, the adrenaline coursing through her veins rendering her in a state of heightened exhilaration. She had ridden dirt bikes and parachuted from 10,000 feet. Yet those so-called extreme sports paled in comparison to the brief thrill she had just experienced. She had narrowly escaped being trapped outside the rolling shutter door. Had she failed to enter, she would have been instantly devoured by the tide of advancing corpses. However, she did not hold Chen Yi accountable in that situation. Had she been in his place, she too would have unhesitatingly pulled down the shutter. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of violent impacts erupted. The rolling shutter shuddered violently, emitting a series of excruciating wails. "What are you standing there for? Do you truly believe that a mere shutter can withstand such a horde of zombies? Chen Yi's voice pierced Zhang Ye's thoughts, pulling her back to reality. Regaining her composure, Zhang Ye turned to look. Illuminated by the light seeping through the gaps of the shutter, she saw Chen Yi swiftly donning a raincoat. At this moment, Zhang Ye's mind was overwhelmed with countless questions. She was well aware that a single rolling shutter could not deter such an onslaught of zombies. It would not be long before the frenzied horde would break through. The rain gear shop was small, devoid of any other escape routes, and not even a single window was present. It seemed like a dead end, a desperate situation. Even if the shop concealed heavy machine guns and countless rounds of ammunition, she did not believe she could survive. Despite her myriad of doubts, Zhang Ye's movements were swift. Mimicking Chen Yi, she picked up a raincoat and put it on, followed by a pair of rubber gloves. A faint sound of a blade piercing flesh echoed in the air. Chen Yi was gripping a short spear, using the sharp edge of a fruit knife to slice open the abdomen of a female zombie. Without hesitation, he crouched down, plunging his gloved hands into the gaping wound. Zhang Ye's eyes widened in disbelief as she watched Chen Yi extract the entrails and intestines from the zombie's body. In an instant, a strong metallic scent mingled with the stench of organs filled the shop. The next moment, Chen Yi triumphantly draped the intestines around his neck, the blood staining his raincoat. Ugh. In the past 2 days of this apocalypse, she had witnessed her share of gruesome scenes and believed her tolerance was strong. Yet at that moment, Zhang Ye felt a wave of nausea churn in her stomach, unable to suppress the urge to retch. Glancing at her, Chen Yi said coolly, "If you want to live, do as I do." Bang, bang, bang. The cacophony of impacts continued. The rolling shutter had become severely deformed, with gaps appearing where it met the walls. Furthermore, those gaps were steadily widening. Zhang Ye swallowed hard, forcibly suppressing the turmoil in her stomach. She crouched down and reached into the zombie's abdomen. The slick sensation sent shivers down her spine. Overcoming her body's discomfort, she grasped an intestine and pulled with all her might. Soon, the raincoats on both of them were transformed into garments soaked in blood, with intestines and entrails draped around their necks. Boom. The rolling shutter could no longer bear the strain, finally giving way. Hisses. One by one, the zombies roared as they surged into the shop. Chen Yi stood still, resembling a statue, her gaze calmly fixed on the approaching zombies. Zhang Ye fought to suppress the urge to flee, closing her eyes as she stood beside Chen Yi. In light of the dire circumstances, running would lead to certain death. Thus, she chose to place her trust in Chen Yi. The zombies flooding into the store were not numerous, only a dozen or so, yet outside, countless more shambled about. The grotesque creatures surged into the shop, rushing towards Chen Yi and Zhang Ye. They drew closer, ever closer. However, an eerie spectacle unfolded. Upon reaching the two, the zombies appeared oblivious to their presence, brushing past them as if they were mere shadows. As the undead continued to pour in, the two remained like rocks amidst a turbulent tide, feeling their shoulders incessantly jostled. Zhang Ye kept her eyes tightly shut, her expression impassive, yet the tremors of her lashes betrayed the tempest within her. In mere seconds, the cramped rain gear store was teeming with zombies, and in their frenzied search for prey, the once violent creatures gradually descended into confusion. Had it come to an end? Zhang Ye slowly opened her eyes, only to be met with the grotesque visage of a zombie, standing scarcely 10 centimeters away. Its crimson eyes roamed hungrily across her form. Zhang Ye bit down hard on her jaw, striving to suppress any sound. After a prolonged stare, the zombie seemingly lost interest and turned to shuffle out of the store. At this moment, a teasing voice reached Zhang Ye's ears, that of Chen Yi. "Is this the thrill you were anticipating? Not too shabby, is it?" Chapter 17, Gunshots. Zhang Ye recognized the jest, recalling her words from the previous day. She shot Chen Yi an exasperated glance, grasping his arm for support as her legs weakened. Without his support, she felt she might collapse. The sheer intensity of oscillating between life and death was overwhelming. After several deep breaths, she regained some strength in her legs. Observing the remaining zombies meandering aimlessly within the store, her gaze fell upon the blood and entrails smeared across her raincoat. A realization flickered within her. Do the zombies perceive us as comrades? A glimmer of admiration flickered in Chen Yi's eyes as he nodded. Zombies do not possess keen eyesight. They primarily rely on auditory and olfactory senses. Elated by this revelation, Zhang Ye felt a surge of joy, noticing the spark in her eyes. Chen Yi quickly surmised her thoughts and scoffed. "I would advise you to dismiss that notion. This tactic can only be employed in dire circumstances." "Why?" Zhang Ye inquired, perplexed. She had entertained various possibilities, including the notion that if they could effectively utilize this method, they could disregard the threat posed by zombies. Chen Yi raised his hand, delicately twisting the viscous blood on his rubber glove, and spoke softly. "The zombie virus is transmitted through blood, akin to snake venom. Theoretically, when a person's gastrointestinal tract and oral cavity are devoid of wounds, both hemotoxic and neurotoxic snake venoms can be ingested directly without consequence. Yet, Can you genuinely assure that you bear no wounds upon your entire body, not even the most minuscule of scratches? If you cannot provide such a guarantee, it would be wise to refrain from such actions, lest you inevitably fall victim to the zombie virus. Furthermore, unforeseen calamities often strike when least expected. What if you were to inadvertently blend in amongst zombies, only to be caught in a sudden downpour? Or perhaps, a zombie might tear away your raincoat? After hearing Chen Yi's explanation, Zhang Yi broke out in a cold sweat. Indeed, this method appears enticing at first glance, but upon deeper reflection, the dangers are profoundly significant. After all, the blood and entrails smeared upon one's skin are rife with the zombie virus. A mere inadvertent contact with even the slightest wound could lead to infection. There is, in fact, another reason that Chen Yi did not mention. Evolved zombies possess heightened senses of smell, unless one can completely mask their own scent. They are easily discerned. Once the majority of the zombies outside had dispersed, Chen Yi finally stepped out of the rain gear shop, with Zhang Yi closely following, never straying far. Although the zombies appeared uninterested in them at present, she felt an ever-present tension, fearing that one might see through their disguise and lunge at them with a shriek. As they navigated through the horde, a surreal haze enveloped her, mingling fear with a morbid thrill. In contrast, Chen Yi exhibited a calm demeanor, his gaze scanning the shops lining the streets. His purpose for venturing into the county town was clear: to procure dog food for his German shepherd. As for other supplies, they were deemed unnecessary at this time. After traversing 2 entire streets without encountering a pet store, the sun began its descent toward the horizon. Zhang Yi took the initiative to suggest, "This county town seems quite substantial. Perhaps we should split up and search?" Upon hearing her words, Chen Yi pondered briefly before nodding in agreement. "Very well. Let us reconvene at the rain gear shop in 1 hour, regardless of whether we find anything." "Agreed," Zhang Yi affirmed, turning to walk down the eastern street. The sunset cast a golden glow, draping the county town in a shimmering veil. Zombies roamed the streets, exuding a desolate atmosphere that weighed heavy on the heart. This was the county town of the apocalypse, a veritable paradise for the undead. The blood and entrails on the raincoat attracted swarms of flies, swirling incessantly around Chen Yi. At that moment, a faint sensation of being watched caused him to furrow his brow. Someone was observing him. Though Guannan County ranked low within the province, it was undeniably a significant county in comparison to those beyond its borders, with a resident population exceeding 600,000. And accounting for the inhabitants of surrounding villages and towns, the number residing within the county town alone likely exceeded 100,000. Based on this data, it is reasonable to deduce that there should be at least 1,000 survivors currently in the county town. Therefore, the feeling of being observed was hardly surprising. Throughout his journey, Chen Yi had sensed several instances of being watched. However, the previous occurrences had been fleeting. This time, however, the sensation lingered for an extended period. It seemed that the observer had discerned that he was unlike the other zombies. With a slight tilt of his head, he swiftly scanned his surroundings, his gaze suddenly sharpening. There, on the 4th-floor window of a commercial building across the street, a woman was peering down at him. The distance was considerable, and the reflection on the window glass obscured the appearance of the woman outside. In her hand, she held an A4 sheet, pressed against the window, inscribed with large black letters spelling out SOS. Observing this, Chen Yi chose to disregard it, diverting his gaze and continuing forward. The woman upstairs, witnessing this scene, momentarily vanished from view only to reappear shortly after, still brandishing the A4 paper. However, the message had changed. "Do not go to East Street. It is dangerous." To her disappointment, Chen Yi did not raise his head again, but instead quickened his pace. Suddenly, a loud sound shattered the silence of the street. Chen Yi paused, and his expression darkened profoundly. Gunfire. Moreover, the source of the shots was precisely the street Zhang Yi had chosen. Removing his rubber gloves, Chen Yi retrieved his handgun from his waist, disengaged the safety, and hastened toward the direction of the gunfire. The moment Zhang Yi decided to accompany him into the county town, Chen Yi had already embraced her presence in his heart. The zombies on East Street were sparse, likely drawn away by the commotion he had caused earlier. As he approached the street where the gunfire originated, Chen Yi slowed his pace, pressing against the wall as he reached the corner. Peering around, he immediately caught sight of Zhang Yi. At that moment, she appeared particularly disheveled, her short spear mysteriously absent. Approximately 50 meters behind her, 3 burly men relentlessly pursued her. The leader, a man with a crew cut, wielded an oddly shaped firearm, while his other hand was busy loading bullets. Once the bullets were loaded, the crew-cut man raised his weapon, aiming it at Zhang Yi and pulling the trigger. Bang! Accompanied by a deafening noise, smoke erupted from the muzzle. Simultaneously, a series of sharp cracks echoed ahead. Chen Yi quickly discerned that the weapon in the assailant's hand was a makeshift shotgun. He had encountered such a device in his former life. It was a modified nail gun and steel pipe, firing small steel balls. Due to its homemade nature, it produced an exceptionally loud report, often audible from hundreds of meters away. This type of gun had little accuracy, with an effective range rarely exceeding 20 meters. Beyond that distance, it relied solely on chance. Yet, it seemed Zhang Yi's fortune was lacking. With a muffled groan, her right leg buckled, nearly causing her to collapse. Chapter 18. Ambush stumbling against the wall for support. Zhang Yi scanned her surroundings before dragging her injured right leg, limping into a clothing store. The three men pursued her relentlessly. Although the zombies flooding the street temporarily hindered their advance. However, it was not long before the men dispatched the zombies and followed her into the shop. These three men were well equipped, wearing metal plates strapped to their chests and thick protective gear on their necks and exposed arms, effectively shielding them from zombie bites or scratches. Their weaponry consisted of dark, homemade iron spears. Despite appearing somewhat clumsy in their actions against the zombies, they exuded an undeniable ferocity. Chen Yi, his expression grave, refrained from firing immediately. After the three men stealthily entered the clothing store, having ensured there were no other pursuers, they cautiously made their way inside. The store was expansive, spanning 3 floors, indicating an abundance of zombies within, which was precisely why Zhang Yi chose to escape here. Upon entering, rows of clothing racks greeted their eyes. Chen Yi slightly bent down, concealing himself behind the racks as he slowly proceeded deeper into the store. Turning a corner, he spotted the 3 men being besieged by 7 or 8 zombies near the staircase. The commotion attracted more zombies from the 2nd and 3rd floors, who began rushing down. The trio fought valiantly but retreated until they found refuge behind the cash register, a sturdy, curved table that served as a barrier against the advancing zombies. They wielded their iron spears with ferocity, and in an instant, 2 zombies were pierced through the eyes, collapsing lifelessly. As the number of zombies surrounding the cash register dwindled, the pressure on the 3 men lessened considerably. The man with the pompadour, while fending off the zombies, coldly remarked, "Damn it, I will certainly kill that BTCH." The young man to his left, sporting a tattoo of a shrimp line on his neck, contemplatively responded, "Brother Chong, that woman seems peculiar. The zombies don't appear to be interested in her." At this, Brother Chong paused, recalling that it indeed seemed that way. Throughout their pursuit, the zombies on the street had completely ignored the woman, even as she passed by them. They instead lunged toward the trio. Realizing this, Brother Chong raised an eyebrow and inquired, "Are you suggesting that woman has a way to confuse the zombies?" The muscular man on the right scoffed, "Why speculate so much? Once we capture that woman, we can simply ask her." True enough. Brother Chong laughed heartily, thrusting his iron spear through another zombie's eye socket. Meanwhile, Chen Yi, hidden behind the racks, noticed that no more zombies were descending the staircase. He understood that waiting any longer was futile. He emerged from his concealment, lowering his head slightly, his right hand gripping his pistol concealed behind his back, and charged toward the bar with a fierce yell. The trio failed to notice Chen Yi's unusual behavior, as a few zombies still obstructed their view. Soon, with their combined efforts, all the zombies surrounding the cash register were dispatched. The pungent scent of blood permeated the air. Casting a glance at Chen Yi, who stood a few meters away, Brother Chong gestured towards the tattooed young man, saying, "There's one left. Xiao Yu, you take care of it. It's getting late. We need to act swiftly and capture that woman before returning." However, the tattooed youth remained motionless, his gaze fixed on Chen Yi with uncertainty. "Brother Chong, this zombie is wearing a raincoat just like that BTCH." At his reminder, the 2 men finally noticed that this particular zombie donned the same raincoat as the woman, both splattered with blood and adorned with entrails around the neck. Just then, Chen Yi suddenly raised his head. His handsome face bore a chilling gaze directed at the 3 men. In the next moment, he lifted his right hand and decisively pulled the trigger. As Chong Gu sensed something amiss during the reminder from the youth, it was regrettably already too late. Bang, bang, bang. The resounding gunfire echoed throughout the clothing store. In quick succession, 8 shots rang out, and Chong Gu and his companions fell. The powerful recoil sent a tingling sensation through Chen Yi's hands. Chen Yi, apprehensive about his shooting skills, had deliberately positioned himself within a mere 5 meters of the cash register. Yet even then, he misfired twice. One must not assume that hitting a target within 5 meters with a handgun is a trivial task. Target practice and real combat are entirely different realms. In practice, one has ample time to adjust their stance and aim with precision. However, in a real-life scenario, where crisis looms, one often draws their weapon and fires without the luxury of time to recalibrate or take careful aim. During this process, even the slightest tremor or tilt can cause the bullet to veer far off course. Chen Yi recalled a news story that remained vivid in his memory. A police officer, confronted by a robber, fired 7 shots, yet only 2 struck the assailant's arm and thigh, while the remaining 5 missed entirely. Astonishingly, the officer was less than 3 meters away from the robber. 3 meters and 7 shots, resulting in just 2 hits. The shooter was a trained police officer. It seems unbelievable, perhaps instilling a false sense of confidence in one's own abilities. Yet, this is the grim reality of gunfights. Although the 3 had already collapsed, Chen Yi remained vigilant, acutely aware that their adversary also wielded a firearm. Gripping his gun firmly, he cautiously advanced towards the cash register. Upon reaching it, he swiftly glanced inside. The leading figure, Changgu, had been shot in the neck and lay dead. The other two had been struck in the chest and abdomen, writhing on the floor in agony. Despite wearing metal plates on their chests, at such close range, they offered no protection against the bullets. Crimson blood pooled beneath the three, staining the floor a deep red. Upon seeing Chen Yi, the youth glared fiercely, struggling to sit up. He fumbled for a makeshift gun beside Chang Ji's lifeless body, trembling as he attempted to load bullets. Bang! The gun fired once more, and the youth's hand froze, collapsing onto the ground. The remaining individual, a shorn-headed man, evidently lacked the strength to resist, breathing heavily and laboring for air. Stowing away his handgun, Chen Yi strode confidently to the cash register. Bending down to retrieve an iron spear from the floor, he aimed it with intent towards the shorn-headed man's head. With a swift thrust, the spearhead pierced the eye socket, driving straight into the brain. After delivering the fatal blow, Chen Yi assessed the iron spear in his hand. It was over a meter long, with a sharply welded point at the end. This weapon was impressive, the spearhead firmly attached, a far superior quality compared to the short spear he had crafted himself. Indeed, no amount of wire and tape could match the strength of a proper weld. As for the makeshift firearm, Chen Yi regarded it with disdain. Such a contraption was utterly useless. No dog would deign to use it. It produced excessive noise and smoke. The gunfire was akin to a firecracker, practically a beacon for zombies. Moreover, it lacked accuracy, suitable only for scaring birds, with any chance of hitting a person left entirely to luck. Chapter 19. Are we companions? Zhanya. Chen Yi called out, brandishing an iron spear. When no one responded, he hastened towards the staircase, ascending to the second floor. The second floor was dedicated to a variety of shoes, with shelves adorned with an array of footwear. Zhanya. Chen Yi shouted again. I'm here, came Zhangya's feeble voice from a short distance away. Following the sound, he quickly approached to find Zhanya slumped in a corner, her complexion pale, with a strip of cloth wrapped around her right calf, blood seeping through and staining the fabric crimson. Let us go. This place isn't safe, Chen Yi urged, extending a hand to assist her. Just a glance at the three men's equipment indicated that they were likely backed by a formidable force. The gunfire from earlier had surely drawn their attention. Being in unfamiliar territory, remaining here would likely result in dire consequences. Moreover, Zhanya's wound required immediate attention. However, to his surprise, Zhanya shook her head and managed a bitter smile. You should go. I might have been infected by the zombie virus. Chen Yi furrowed his brow at her words, inquiring, were you bitten by a zombie? No. Zhanya pointed to the zombie blood smeared on her raincoat, her expression a mixture of emotions. The bullet passed through the raincoat and must have contaminated it with the zombie's blood. Chen Yi maintained a calm demeanor. Not necessarily. I think we should observe for a while. If you do show signs of infection, then I will accompany you. Zhanya was momentarily at a loss for words. Her heart a tumult of feelings. In response to Chen Yi's statement, she was uncertain whether to feel touched or angered. With his help, she stood up, and together they gradually made their way downstairs. Casting a glance at his profile, Zhanya suddenly asked, Am I now your companion? Sort of, he replied. This response surprised Zhanya, prompting her to curiously inquire, what does sort of mean? Either I am or I am not. Chen Yi replied earnestly. It means you are only a companion as long as you survive. If, unfortunately, you succumb to the infection and turn into a zombie, you would merely be a corpse. Zhanya shot him a look. Chen Yi, are you always this blunt when speaking to women? Would you believe me if I told you a lie? Chen Yi countered. I wouldn't. Upon saying this, Zhanya couldn't help but laugh. Chen Yi understood that she was masking her inner fear. Even the strongest individuals would feel trepidation upon learning of the possibility of infection and impending transformation into a zombie. The terror of life and death is profound. Humanity's fear of death is inscribed in our very genes. Outside the clothing store, a throng of zombies had gathered, lured by the earlier gunfire. The makeshift firearm had been louder than a firecracker, audible from 2 streets away. Unless the zombies were deaf, their arrival was inevitable. Upon exiting the clothing store, Chen Yi chose not to return directly to the rain gear shop along the same street, but instead opted to divert towards the route he had come from. Something feels off, Zhanya remarked. Without her prompt, Chen Yi had already sensed the anomaly. The surrounding zombies seemed to be intentionally encroaching upon them. After a moment's contemplation, he grasped the reason and spoke softly. It is the blood on your calf that has attracted their attention. Although their raincoats were smeared with copious amounts of zombie blood, masking the scent of Zhangya's injury, it still drew the notice of the nearby undead. It was akin to a creature sensing a hint of food from a fellow being. Fortunately, these zombies were merely curious and did not launch an attack. With a swift kick, Chen Yi toppled one of the approaching zombies and assisted Zhanya in hastening away from the street. The sun dipped low, casting shadows as twilight descended. Upon returning to the previous street and passing by the residential building, Chen Yi instinctively glanced up. Indeed, he spotted the woman once more, leaning against the window. Upon seeing Chen Yi, the woman appeared taken aback. Noticing the frail and limping Zhang Ye, she immediately bent down to pick up a piece of A4 paper and a pen, swiftly scribbling a line of text, which she then pressed against the window. I am a doctor. A doctor? Chen Yi hesitated in his stride. Sensing his unease, Zhang Ye followed his gaze. Let us go. She tugged at Chen Yi. Turning back to her determined face, he hesitated. Are you sure? What if she is indeed a doctor? Zhang Ye scoffed. I do not believe she is a doctor. Chen Yi nodded, choosing to remain silent. He understood that Zhang Ye wished to spare him from taking risks for her sake. Casting one last glance at the woman behind the window, he supported Zhang Ye and swiftly vanished from the street. By the time they returned to the rain gear shop, darkness had enveloped the sky. The nearby zombies had dispersed, leaving only a sparse few. Ignoring these remnants, Chen Yi guided Zhang Ye into the convenience store adjacent to the rain gear shop. The store was a scene of chaos. Shelves stripped bare, with only a meager supply of food and water remaining. After ensuring the store was devoid of zombies, he removed Zhang Ye's raincoat and tossed it into a corner. Once he had settled her, he hurriedly exited the convenience store. Approaching the Range Rover, he opened the back door, and a low growl instantly echoed from within. It's me, boy. Upon recognizing his familiar voice, the German Shepherd ceased its growling, stood up in the aisle, tongue lolling, looking at him with an expression of distress. I apologize for your discomfort. Ruffling the dog's head, Chen Yi beckoned it to exit the vehicle. Earlier, for the dog's safety, he had locked all doors and windows, causing the interior to become stifling like a sauna under the sweltering heat. Given that the German Shepherd was particularly sensitive to heat, it was likely parched by now. Opening the trunk, Chen Yi swiftly retrieved a first aid kit, locked the car again, and returned to the convenience store with his dog. As the shutter descended, darkness enveloped the convenience store. Chen Yi fished his phone from his pocket and activated the flashlight feature, turning it into a makeshift torch. How are you feeling? He inquired while removing his raincoat. Zhang Ye responded weakly. I'm all right, just a bit of pain from the wound. Otherwise, I'm fine. That is good to hear. Chen Yi replied, extracting a bottle of medical alcohol from the first aid kit and uncapping it. With meticulous care, he cleansed his hands with alcohol before crouching down to unravel the bandages encircling Zhang Ye's calf. The journey had left a considerable amount of blood, staining the fabric a deep crimson. The volume of blood loss was alarming, indicating that the steel ball had likely struck an arterial vessel. As he rolled up her pant leg, Chen Yi dipped a cotton swab in alcohol and gently cleansed the wound. The opposite side of the calf bore no injury, suggesting that the steel ball had not penetrated through, but rather remained lodged within. Under the current circumstances, one could only hope that the projectile had not impinged upon nerves or blood vessels. If it merely resided within the muscle, the repercussions would be less severe. Sprinkling Yunnan Baiyao over the wound, Chen Yi rewrapped it with medical gauze. Chapter 20. The words of the dying are kind, clapping his hands together. Chen Yi rose to his feet and inquired from a vantage point above. Now, enlighten me about the specifics of what transpired. I encountered a pet shop at the end of East Street, but I soon found myself targeted by an individual armed with a crossbow, intent on taking me to their encampment. Seizing an opportunity, I killed him, only for 3 others to appear thereafter. What followed was the scene you witnessed. Though Zhang Ye did not elaborate, the demeanor of her adversaries must have been exceedingly malevolent. Otherwise, given her rational disposition, she would not have instigated conflict, let alone resorted to murder. Observing the elaborate tattoos and their conduct, one could surmise their identities. Had Zhang Ye not resisted and been captured, her fate would have been grim. In a world ravaged by apocalypse, where civilization crumbled and moral and legal constraints vanished, many revealed their true natures. In the convenience store, a few remnants of food remained, allowing the trio, a pair of humans and a dog, to cobble together a meager dinner, perhaps due to having been confined within a vehicle prior. The German Shepherd displayed an unusual attachment, remaining close to Chen Yi, occasionally nuzzling against his leg. Find me, please. After finishing the bread in her hands, Zhang Ye made her request. Chen Yi nodded, procuring a length of rope to securely bind her hands and feet. He then dismantled some furniture to kindle a small fire within the store. Beneath the warm glow of the flickering flames, they sat in silence, exchanging no words as time slipped away unnoticed. After an indeterminate period, Zhang Ye broke the stillness. Chen Yi, yes? Could you tell me your ultimate destination? She had long harbored curiosity regarding his goal, and now, seizing the moment, she finally posed the question. Chen Yi answered candidly, the Changbai Mountain Wilderness. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ye pondered for a moment before responding with a tone of approval. That is indeed a wise decision. It is truly a splendid place. Indeed, Chen Yi echoed, his voice tinged with nostalgia. In his previous life, during the second year of the apocalypse, he had yearned to visit that very location. Yet he never managed to do so before meeting his demise. At the onset of the zombie outbreak, he had made the ill-fated choice to remain in the city and await rescue, thereby missing the optimal moment for escape. By the time he realized his folly, the zombies had undergone a second evolution. At that juncture, surviving had become an arduous challenge, let alone traversing 1,000 kilometers. Chen Yi gazed into the distance, her eyes filled with longing. The summers in Jinling are sweltering. I have long wished to witness the snow of Changbai Mountain. If I were to unfortunately undergo transformation, I might as well have my ashes scattered at Changbai Mountain. This is far too troublesome. When you leave tomorrow, simply burn my body along with the convenience store. Chen Yi ignored her, glancing at the time on his phone, 8:23. Nearly 3 hours had elapsed since her injury. According to the potency of the zombie virus, even individuals who transform at a slower pace should have shown signs by now. Activating the flashlight on his phone once more, Chen Yi approached Zhang Ya. He gently pried open her eyelids, directing the light towards her eyes. The scara displayed several blood vessels, yet this was markedly distinct from the signs of transformation. It resembled the congestion caused by poor sleep. In cases of transformation, the capillaries in the scara would rupture, akin to conjunctivitis. After examining her eyes, Chen Yi shifted his attention to her complexion. It appeared somewhat pale, yet there were no visible signs of vascular markings beneath the skin. However, to err on the side of caution, Chen Yi refrained from immediately unbinding her hands and feet, opting to observe a while longer. Unbeknownst to him, this action led to a misunderstanding on Zhang Ya's part. A bitter smile crept onto her lips as she took a deep breath and resolutely declared, Chen Yi, grant me a swift end. Chen Yi regarded her with a peculiar expression, raising an eyebrow. Are you certain? Do you not wish to wait a little longer? No need to wait. Zhang Ya shook her head. This girl, evidently clever, had been ensnared by her own intellect. Chen Yi found it rather amusing and inquired, do you have any final words or wishes? He was curious to discover what Zhang Ya might express in such a moment, as individuals often reveal their true selves when faced with impending mortality. None. Zhang Ya pondered briefly before shaking her head. Chen Yi, surprised, asked, do you not wish to say anything? Perhaps regret having entered the county with me? Zhang Ya replied in a somber tone, I do not regret it. I merely find it poignant how unpredictable life is. To have not perished in the tide of zombies, but rather by a steel bullet, is rather comical when one thinks about it. Her words echoed Chen Yi's earlier sentiment that surprises often arrive unannounced. With that, she slowly closed her eyes, quietly awaiting the end of her existence. Yet, after a prolonged silence, there was no response. Zhang Ya furrowed her brow slightly, unable to resist opening her eyes. What met her gaze was Chen Yi's teasing expression. Clever as she was, she immediately understood she had been tricked. However, rather than anger, a surge of exhilaration welled up within her. Exhaling deeply, Zhang Ya felt her entire body slacken, devoid of any strength. In just a few hours, she had traversed the precipice of life and death multiple times. Even she felt her heart struggling to cope. After some time, she regained her composure and hoarsely said, help me untie. For safety's sake, we must observe a while longer. Chen Yi shook his head. If even a corpse nearly devoured could transform, he could not afford to be reckless. I need to use the restroom, Zhang Ya said softly, her face slightly flushed. This presented a dilemma. Surely he could not allow her to soil herself? Rising, he untied the ropes binding her hands and feet, and Zhang Ya, trembling, stood up unsteadily, limping toward the corner. Observing the scene, the German shepherd curiously followed suit. Soon, an irate voice emanated from the corner. Chen Yi, could you please ask it not to stare at me? In response, Chen Yi retorted with a smirk, it's a female, just like you. What is there to be embarrassed about? I'm just not accustomed to it. You'll gradually acclimate. Soon, you will be companions. Take this opportunity to foster a bond. Zhang Ya fell silent thereafter. Before long, the sound of water trickling could be heard. When Zhang Ya returned from the corner, Chen Yi proceeded to rebind her hands and feet. Lighting a cigarette, he casually inquired, do you have children? No. Is your husband incapable? He is my ex-husband. After correcting him once more, she elaborated, I do not particularly desire children. Primarily because I believe that having a child irrevocably alters one's life, which is also a frequent cause of our quarrels. The two engaged in a casual conversation. And an hour later, Chen Yi conducted another examination. Noticing no signs of abnormality, he finally untied her. Subsequently, he rummaged through the convenience store and unearthed several cardboard boxes, which he spread out on the ground to serve as a makeshift bed. It's getting late. We should hurry and sleep, he urged, lying down first on the cardboard. As soon as he reclined, the German shepherd rushed over, curling up beside him. A pungent odor immediately assaulted his senses. The smell was secondary. The primary issue was that this creature radiated heat, making the already stifling environment of the convenience store even more unbearable. Sleep proved to be elusive as he disdainfully pushed the dog away, but it soon returned. Lying on her back beside Chen Yi, Zhang Ya slowly closed her eyes, a faint smile gracing her lips. Finally, she could rest peacefully. Chapter 21. The doctor? Uncertain of how long he had been asleep, Chen Yi gradually opened his eyes. Darkness enveloped him, with a sliver of morning light penetrating through the crack between the roller door and the floor. The dog was no longer in his arms. Perhaps it too found the heat unbearable and was now sleeping soundly on the floor nearby. Sitting up, Chen Yi turned to gaze at Zhang Ye, who was curled up with her back to him, seemingly still asleep. Given her excessive blood loss from the previous day's injury, he refrained from disturbing her. Rising, he rummaged through the shelves and retrieved a bottle of mineral water, using it to freshen up. He didn't waste the remaining half bottle, gulping it down entirely. Today, he needed to procure dog food. Lingering here was not an option. The sounds of his morning routine roused the German Shepherd. After a significant yawn, it trotted over to Chen Yi, seeking affection. Chen Yi affectionately patted its head, assuring, "Just hold on a little longer. There will be delicious food after today." The dog whimpered softly, resembling a petulant young girl. He found a bag of bread on the shelves, and together, they had a simple breakfast. After finishing his bread, Chen Yi tilted his head back and drained another bottle of mineral water. Then he called out, "Wake up. It's time to rise." However, Zhang Ye remained unresponsive. "Zhang Ye?" he called again. Noticing her continued silence, he couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly. Approaching Zhang Ye, Chen Yi crouched down and gently nudged her shoulder. The moment his palm made contact with her skin, he sensed something was amiss. She was burning with fever. Instinctively, he pressed his hand against her forehead. Even without a thermometer, he was certain her temperature exceeded 40 degrees Celsius. Such a high fever is perilous for an adult. Although the steel ball embedded in her calf did not carry the zombie virus from the raincoat, it was evident that it had incited a bacterial infection within her body. Activating the flashlight on his phone, Chen Yi rummaged through the medicine cabinet and retrieved several bottles of antipyretics, ultimately selecting a bottle of ibuprofen soft capsules. Compared to sustained-release capsules, the soft capsules offered a quicker fever-reducing effect. Gently patting her cheek, he called out, "Zhang Ye, wake up." With a faint, unconscious moan, Zhang Ye slowly opened her eyes. Squinting at Chen Yi, she weakly inquired, "Chen Yi, am I turning into a zombie?" Clearly, the fever had muddled her thoughts. Without further ado, Chen Yi instructed, "Open your mouth and take your medicine." In a daze, Zhang Ye complied, swallowing the capsule. After giving her a sip of mineral water, Chen Yi proceeded to remove her motorcycle jacket. He picked up a piece of gauze, dampened it, and wiped her forehead, armpits, palms, and the inner thighs. While tending to her soles, he took note of the wound, which was evidently swollen around the edges. This was the result of the bacteria from the steel ball, leading to an internal infection and thus, the high fever. Half an hour later, the combination of medication and physical cooling had considerably reduced Zhang Ye's temperature. However, before Chen Yi could exhale in relief, her fever surged once more. This was troublesome. Furrowing his brow, he glanced at the location of the wound. The persistent high fever was primarily due to that steel ball. Until the source of the infection was removed, even if the fever subsided today, it would likely return tomorrow. The longer this situation persisted, the greater the peril. Yet, the knowledge and skills he possessed concerning medicine were nearly exhausted. Even with the barefoot doctor's manual, he felt at a loss. After all, that book merely outlined symptomatic treatments and did not encompass surgical procedures. Even if it did, he wouldn't dare attempt such a thing. In films, it is often depicted that a side character can simply extract a bullet from the protagonist with a pair of tweezers after a gunshot wound. That is pure nonsense. Allowing an ordinary person to perform surgery is nothing short of a catastrophe for the patient. Suddenly, Chen Yi recalled the woman behind the window. Though she had the potential to be deceitful, he decided to take a chance. As he prepared to rise, a hand unexpectedly grasped his arm. Turning his head, he found Zhang Ye's beautiful eyes fixed on him. "Don't go." This woman was astute enough to discern his intentions. Gently patting her hand, Chen Yi jested, "As the leader of our team, I must treat everyone equally. I am willing to risk entering the county for dog food. So surely I can seek a doctor for you." Upon hearing this, Zhang Ye slowly released her grip, her eyes glimmering with an inscrutable light. "Dog, stay here and take good care of her," she instructed, gently patting the German Shepherd's head. After this, Chen Yi donned his raincoat once more. As he pulled up the roller shutter door, Zhang Ye's weak admonition reached his ears. "Chen Yi, return early." With a swift motion, he lowered the shutter, casting a vigilant glance around. Noticing nothing out of the ordinary, he hastened towards the street he had visited the previous day. Guided by his memory, he soon arrived at the woman's street. Glancing up, he found no sign of her at the window. After a brief search, he quickly located the entrance to the residential complex. Compared to other complexes in the county town, this one was undoubtedly of a higher caliber. The greenery and decor were exquisite, with electronic access controls at the main gate in each building. However, to Chen Yi, these controls were essentially meaningless. The electronic access would automatically open in the event of a power failure, a precautionary measure for emergencies such as earthquakes or fires, facilitating escape and rescue. Although the gates appeared locked, they could be easily pushed open. Inside the complex, numerous zombies wandered aimlessly. Upon Chen Yi's arrival, they merely glanced at him before turning their attention elsewhere. Finding the building where the woman resided, Chen Yi ascended the stairs to the 4th floor. Uncertain of her exact location, he knocked on each door in succession. However, after an exhaustive round of knocking, he received no response. Just as he was about to knock again, he faintly heard a cautious voice from behind the 3rd door. "Who is it?" Quickening his pace, Chen Yi replied, "You saw me yesterday." Silence fell from within, as if she were peering at him through the peephole. Moments later, a click echoed, and the door opened slightly. Chen Yi did not rush inside. Instead, he quickly surveyed the room through the narrow gap. Noticing only a single woman inside, he slipped into the room. Once inside, she promptly shut the door behind him. At that moment, both scrutinized one another. The woman appeared to be around 30, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, though her features were unremarkable. She exuded an air of intellectuality. Dressed in a bathrobe, it was evident that she had only recently awakened. Chen Yi got straight to the point. "Are you a doctor?" "Yes," she nodded. A glimmer of hope surged within Chen Yi as he continued. "Can you perform surgery?" In a feeble voice, she replied, I'm a dentist." "A dentist?" Chen Yi's brows furrowed. "From your demeanor yesterday, you seem quite astute. I won't beat around the bush. My companion is injured and requires surgery. In exchange, I can help you escape from this county." As he spoke, he slowly drew a handgun from his waist. Then, altering his tone to one of icy severity, he added, "However, should you be deceiving me, you will face the consequences of your actions." Seeing the dark firearm, the woman trembled slightly and hurriedly explained, "I'm not deceiving you. I truly am a dentist. If it's a minor procedure, I should be capable, but anything major is beyond my expertise." Chapter 22. The polarized survivor. The surgical procedure was not overly complex. It merely required the extraction of a steel ball lodged within the calf. Could it be accomplished? After a brief overview of the operation, Chen Yi maintained a focused gaze upon her. The woman retorted, inquiring whether the injured party had any pre-existing medical conditions, such as heart disease or renal insufficiency. Chen Yi shook his head, responding, "I am uncertain, but he currently suffers from a persistent high fever and localized swelling at the wound site." Upon hearing this, the woman fell into contemplation, evidently analyzing the medical ramifications. Although dentistry and surgery belong to distinct fields, addressing some fundamental ailments is certainly within her capabilities. After a moment of deliberation, she mused, "If the task is merely to extract the steel ball from the calf, I should be able to manage it. However, I lack knowledge regarding the specifics of the patient's condition, thus I cannot guarantee the surgery's absolute success or the safety of the patient." Such is the caution of a physician. Even the most minor of procedures never allows for an unequivocal assurance. The most pressing concern was the fact that the man before her was armed. Should any unforeseen complications arise, the situation would transcend mere medical disputes. The likelihood of facing gunfire was considerable. Therefore, her prudence was entirely warranted. Chen Yi recognized that asking a dentist to perform a surgical operation was an unreasonable expectation. And thus he stated, "Do your utmost." The woman replied earnestly, "Of course." Chen Yi nodded, "Very well. Prepare yourself. I shall escort you." The woman remained still. Her curiosity piqued. "May I inquire, is that the blood of a zombie upon you?" "Indeed," he confirmed. A knowing expression crossed her face. As a doctor, she likely had made the connection upon witnessing Chen Yi at the window yesterday. Upon receiving his affirmation, a glimmer of astonishment flickered in her eyes as she exclaimed, "They can differentiate between their kind through the scent of blood. This indicates that the virus has altered their olfactory cells. It is truly remarkable." To date, the only known viruses capable of modifying human genes are retroviruses, which require an exceedingly long duration, and their effects are minimal at best. Chen Yi replied coldly, "What? Do you aspire to claim this year's Nobel Prize in medicine?" The woman faltered momentarily, her expression turning awkward. "I apologize, it was merely a professional curiosity." "You must have a raincoat at home?" "Yes." She hastily nodded. Chen Yi said nothing further and turned to exit the room. Soon, he returned, this time with the lifeless body of a zombie in tow. "Mommy, who is this uncle?" A small, innocent voice rang out within the room. Chen Yi followed the sound, spotting a timid little boy, approximately 4 or 5 years old, standing in the living room with curious eyes fixed upon him. The woman hurriedly emerged from the storage area, her expression tense. After a quick glance at Chen Yi, she gently explained, "This uncle is a friend of your father, here to take us to find him. Little one must behave, otherwise, the uncle will not take us to find daddy." Upon hearing that they were to search for his father, the little boy promptly replied, "Uncle, I will be very good." Disregarding the young boy, Chen Yi turned his gaze towards the woman, gesturing towards the lifeless body on the ground, and commanded, "You have 5 minutes. I will wait for you outside." With that, he turned and exited the room, closing the door behind him. Standing in the corridor, Chen Yi lit a cigarette. The presence or absence of children made little difference to him. He had merely promised to help the woman escape the county, without committing to accompany her during the flight. Having a child would, in fact, make it easier for Chen Yi to control her, alleviating concerns about her potentially tampering during the procedure. Before he had finished his smoke, the door swung open. As it did, a pungent smell of blood wafted out. The doctor's tolerance for the sight of blood far exceeded that of an ordinary person, which was precisely why Chen Yi had allowed her to handle it herself. The woman emerged from the room, leading the young boy, both appearing fully equipped. Their faces were thoroughly concealed by masks. Raincoats adorned their bodies. Thick rubber gloves covered their hands, and even the areas where the raincoat could not reach were wrapped in cling film. It must be acknowledged that, as a doctor, she exhibited remarkable attention to detail and caution. To shield her son from the gruesome scene, the woman had even placed a blindfold over the boy's eyes. "Let us go." Chen Yi tossed aside his cigarette and strode towards the corridor. The woman followed closely behind, cradling the child. As they descended the stairs, the woman suddenly spoke. "By the way, do you have surgical instruments?" "No," Chen Yi replied, shaking his head. The woman explained softly, "There is a dental clinic not far from the community, run by a friend of mine. They have surgical instruments, and the environment is more suitable for a procedure. If it's convenient, you could take the injured there. Of course, if it's not, then forget it." After a moment of contemplation, Chen Yi nodded in agreement. "That works." The corridor was populated with numerous zombies. Despite being mentally prepared, the woman felt her heart race as they walked among them. Conversely, the young boy in her arms, unable to see due to his blindfold, appeared quite cheerful. To mask her own anxiety, the woman initiated conversation. "My name is Lian, and you?" However, Chen Yi ahead did not respond. Seeing this, Lian fell silent, trailing behind him in quietude. They soon exited the community, and under Lian's guidance, quickly located the dental clinic. Peering through the glass doors at the zombies wandering inside, Chen Yi instructed, "Wait for me outside for 2 minutes." "All right," Lian nodded, armed with an iron spear. Chen Yi pushed open the door to the clinic. With the raincoat serving as a disguise, slaying zombies became exceedingly easy. Before long, he had dispatched all 5 zombies within the clinic. Waving to Lian, she hurriedly entered, cradling the child. Once inside, she promptly removed the raincoat from herself and the boy, tossing it into a corner. Then she rummaged through her pocket and produced a small bottle of alcohol gel. Applying it to her hands, the young boy, having removed his blindfold, stood there rubbing his hands together, and with a look of discontent, he lamented, "Mom, I'm so hungry, when can we eat?" Hearing her son's words, Lian felt a pang of sorrow in her heart. Since noon yesterday, all the food in their home had been consumed. This was the reason she had risked everything to plead for help from a stranger at the window. With no other options, they would face starvation if she did not seek assistance. She had attempted to venture outside in search of food, but had almost been scratched by a zombie in the hallway upon stepping out. Turning to Chen Yi, Lian implored, "Could you spare me a morsel of food? Just a little will suffice. The child has gone nearly a day without eating." "Wait here," Chen Yi replied curtly before exiting the clinic, pulling the rolling shutter door down behind him. In the early days of the apocalypse, food was not scarce. The crucial factor was one's courage and capability. For Chen Yi, food was abundantly available, easily found at any moment. However, for survivors like Lian, procuring sustenance was an arduous and perilous endeavor. Chapter 23. Surgery in the Apocalypse. When Chen Yi re-entered the clinic, he carried a bag in his hand. Casually tossing it onto the sofa in the lobby, he instructed, "I'm going to fetch the injured. You all wait here." "Understood." Lian nodded eagerly. After casting a deep glance at her, Chen Yi turned and left. Ensuring the shutter door was securely closed behind him, he was not the least concerned that she might take the opportunity to flee with her son. If she possessed that kind of audacity, she would not be sitting at home, starving. There were no unexpected occurrences at the convenience store. Everything was as usual. The German shepherd dutifully stayed by Zhang Ye's side, only approaching Chen Yi as he returned. The only pressing issue was Zhang Ye's condition, which was alarmingly poor. The persistent high fever left her disoriented, her lips cracked and pale. "Stay put, good dog," Chen Yi instructed, not daring to delay further. After wrapping her wound in a plastic bag and draping her with a raincoat, he lifted her and dashed towards the clinic. As he ran, Chen Yi attracted the attention of numerous zombies. Fortunately, the blood of the undead on his raincoat continued to serve its purpose. To the zombies, he appeared merely as an oddly behaving fellow creature. If he were confronted by second-stage evolved zombies, he certainly would not have acted so recklessly. "Open the door," he gasped upon reaching the clinic entrance. Instantly, footsteps echoed within, and moments later, the rolling shutter door was pulled open. "Come in," Lian called out, swiftly lowering the door behind him once he entered. "Quickly, take off the raincoat." At that moment, Lian had assumed command, directing Chen Yi to remove both their raincoats before grabbing disinfectant spray to douse them thoroughly. After spraying from head to toe, she instructed Chen Yi to carry Zhang Ye into the examination room. In a dental clinic of this size, there was no surgical room. However, the dental chair, when adjusted flat, could be utilized as a makeshift operating table. The examination room was devoid of windows, shrouded in darkness, relying solely on the light from their mobile phones. Li Yin felt utterly helpless, realizing she was pushing a dentist into the realm of surgery under such dire conditions. Although it was merely a minor operation, she was acutely aware that the woman's survival hinged significantly on fortune. Suppressing her thoughts, Li Yin meticulously assessed Zhang Ye's condition and stated gravely, "She cannot undergo surgery in her current state. We must first reduce her fever." Chen Yi explained, "I have administered medication and attempted physical cooling, yet there was little effect, and the fever quickly returned." "What medication did you give her?" "Ibuprofen soft capsules," Chen Yi replied candidly. Upon hearing this, Li Yin elucidated, "While this medication does lower fevers swiftly, it lacks persistence and often leads to recurrence. You stay here and keep watch. I will fetch some additional medicine." With that, Li Yin hurriedly exited the examination room. Upon her return, she carried a substantial bag of pharmaceuticals. Meeting Chen Yi's gaze, she smiled lightly. "Fortune has favored us. My friend has a comprehensive array of antibiotics." Mixing the antibiotics in saline solution, Li Yin, somewhat clumsily, inserted the intravenous needle into Zhang Ye's arm. "Mom, what's wrong with this auntie?" At that moment, a young boy appeared at the examination room door, clutching a bag of teddy bear cookies and blinking his curious eyes. Li Yin gently replied, "The auntie is unwell, and mommy is helping her get better. Be a good boy, play quietly for a while, and don't disturb the auntie." Okay. The little boy nodded earnestly. After comforting her son, Li Yin turned her attention back to preparing for the impending surgery. As the saline solution and antibiotics gradually infused into the vein, Zhang Ye's breathing began to stabilize, and her furrowed brow slowly relaxed. After several minutes, the fever subsided. Both Li Yin and Chen Yi silently exhaled in relief, particularly for Li Yin. She had been alarmed several times by Chen Yi's hand moving toward the gun at his waist. In truth, Chen Yi had indeed contemplated such a drastic measure. If Zhang Ye's fever had persisted, he would have had no choice but to spare her further suffering. In his previous life, he had succumbed to pain, fully understanding the depths of that agony, despair, and helplessness. Fortunately, the antibiotics proved remarkably effective, successfully suppressing the bacteria within her body. By the time the saline bag was emptied, it was evident that Zhang Ye's complexion had improved significantly. Observing this, Chen Yi inquired, "Can we proceed with the surgery now?" Li Yin hesitated briefly and replied, Perhaps." She initially intended to suggest waiting a bit longer, as typically surgery would not be performed until a week after a fever subsided. However, she quickly reconsidered. Given the current circumstances, they could hardly afford to wait a week. Chen Yi continued, "What do you need me to do?" "Hold the lamp for me and pass me the instruments." "Understood." Thus, the surgery commenced with a few exchanged words. Lacking a sterile operating room, surgical lights, pharmacists, and even the lead surgeon being merely a dentist, this was, nonetheless, the utmost Chen Yi could achieve in this apocalyptic world. Whether Zhang Yi would survive rested partly with Li Yin and partly with fate. Before the outbreak of the apocalypse, such a minor procedure might have taken less than 10 minutes. Yet, at this moment, the two were intensely preoccupied for over half an hour. "Found it." Li Yin let out a soft exclamation, carefully grasping the steel ball with surgical forceps. Clang! The steel ball landed in the tray, producing a crisp metallic sound. Li Yin's anxious heart also descended with the steel ball. The surgery had successfully completed half its course. It only required suturing the wound and continuing the intravenous infusion. The latter part, however, would be left to fate. Alas, without a sterile room, and with the wound exposed to the air for an extended period, no one could ascertain whether it would become infected by other bacteria or viruses, despite having thoroughly sprayed the entire clinic with disinfectant and alcohol beforehand. It was still far from a sterile environment. Once the wound was sutured, Li Yin, mustering her remaining strength, hung the pre-prepared intravenous drip. Observing Zhang Ye on the operating table, Chen Yi inquired, "When will she awaken?" "She should regain consciousness once the effects of the anesthetic wear off," replied Li Yin, though she too was uncertain of Zhang Ye's awakening time. The dosage of anesthetic used during the operation was a meticulous calculation made by the pharmacist based on the duration of the surgery and the patient's specific condition. In this instance, Li Yin had relied solely on her intuition for the dosage. Hence, the phrase "the latter half depends on fate" was indeed applicable. Casting a glance at Chen Yi, Li Yin's lips moved slightly, yet she refrained from voicing her thoughts. At that moment, Chen Yi spoke, "You should rest for now." "All right. Call me if anything arises." Li Yin nodded, turning to exit the clinic. The recent surgery had almost drained her of all mental energy. Just imagine using the light of a mobile phone to locate a steel ball the size of a grain of rice within the muscle of a calf. One could easily understand the mental toll it took. Chapter 24. The Way of Heaven Alliance. "Chen Yi, are you there?" Zhang Ye's weak voice broke the silence in the dim clinic. "Here." Chen Yi nodded, gently touching her forehead. "Good. Temperature is normal." Zhang Ye expressed her concern. "I seem to have lost sensation in my leg." Chen Yi found this somewhat amusing and explained, The anesthetic hasn't completely worn off. It will be fine shortly. Oh, Zhang Yi finally felt reassured. After a moment, she spoke again. Chen Yi, what is it? Thank you. Gazing into her eyes, Chen Yi replied coolly. What I desire is not mere gratitude. After expending such effort and taking considerable risks, what he sought was not a simple expression of thanks, but a loyal companion. Zhang Yi discerned the underlying meaning in his words and managed to muster a faint smile. I understand, but I still want to thank you. As you wish. Chen Yi said, leaving those words behind as he stood to summon Li Yan. After inquiring about Zhang Yi's condition, Li Yan nodded. Her condition is temporarily stable. If there are no setbacks before tomorrow, she should be fine. Make sure to rest well. Chen Yi instructed Zhang Yi before he and Li Yan exited the clinic. Upon returning to the clinic's main hall, Chen Yi sank into the sofa, twisting open a bottle of mineral water and taking a large gulp. Observing the somewhat reserved Li Yan before him, he asked, are there any pet shops in the county? Pet shops? Li Yan lowered her head slightly, pondering. It seems there aren't any. None. At her response, a cold glimmer flickered in Chen Yi's eyes, a smile that was neither warm nor inviting gracing his lips. Are you certain? Yesterday, Zhang Yi explicitly stated that she had found a pet shop on the street to the east. Now, surprisingly, Li Yan claims that there is none. As a true local, she should be intimately familiar with the county town, even if she has never owned a pet. She would undoubtedly know the general location of the pet shop. Li Yan appeared somewhat flustered, hesitantly uttering, well, there seems to be one, but I don't know where. Chen Yi's mind raced, quickly deducing the reasons behind Li Yan's deceit. Li Yan, do you believe I am too easily persuaded? The chilling tone in his voice startled her, causing an involuntary shiver. Especially the way he looked at her made her feel as though she were being targeted by a fierce predator. Adjusting her gold-rimmed glasses to mask her inner turmoil, she finally replied, the pet shop is on East Street. Please elaborate on the situation in East Street. Chen Yi leaned back comfortably on the sofa and lit a cigarette. Li Yan gathered her thoughts and began. East Street is an old street in the county, filled with numerous pawn shops and debt collection agencies. Before the zombie outbreak, East Street was rather chaotic. Aside from a few legitimate pawn shops, most of the smaller establishments were run by unsavory characters. In essence, they were merely a group of thugs banding together to make a living. After the outbreak, the surviving ruffians on East Street united to form a heavenly alliance, seizing control of the county hospital. Chen Yi inquired, haven't you always stayed indoors? How do you know all this? My upstairs neighbor told me. He is quite bold and ventured out in search of his wife the day after the outbreak. For the past few days, the thugs on East Street have been capturing people indiscriminately, regardless of age or gender. Just yesterday morning, I witnessed them abducting 2 individuals from my window. Quite intriguing. Chen Yi said, narrowing his eyes as he exhaled a puff of smoke. The act of capturing people indicated that they had recognized the significance of population in the apocalypse. It seemed there was a clever individual among those ruffians. However, regrettably, they had made a grievous error from the outset. Even if all subsequent decisions were correct, it would be of no consequence. Much like constructing a house, if the foundation is not solid, no matter how splendid the structure, it will ultimately prove futile. The key remains escaping the urban area. Nearly 90% of the population in the country is concentrated in towns, and following the outbreak, these towns have transformed into a paradise for zombies. Even if the Heavenly Alliance manages to solve the food crisis in 3 months, what will they do when the next wave of corpses arrives? Zombies are not perpetual motion machines. They require sustenance to maintain their energy. Once all nearby consumable humans and animals have been devoured, driven by instinct, the zombies will gradually converge, creating a massive horde. This horde will scour the entire urban area in search of any edible resources, until there is a complete absence of food in the urban zone. The horde will sweep further afield, much like locusts moving in swarms from one area to another. In my previous life, I witnessed the largest-scale horde, formed by zombies from 3 cities, totaling over 20 million. It was an unforgettable scene for him, boundless and stretching endlessly into the horizon. Even if the Celestial Alliance were to miraculously withstand the first wave of the undead, the impending second evolution of the zombies in 6 months would irrevocably seal their doom. This was precisely why Chen Yi felt compelled to venture into the uninhabited regions of Changbai Mountain. Without the frigid environment to curtail the zombies' movements, there was no way to withstand the oncoming tide of corpses. Bringing his thoughts back, Chen Yi chuckled softly. Are you afraid I'll venture to East Street in search of a pet shop? In the unfortunate event that the Celestial Alliance captures me, who would then assist you in escaping the county? Upon realizing her secret concern had been unveiled, Li Yan awkwardly explained, I merely wish to look out for you. After all, they are numerous, and you are but one. You need not worry about that. Once I say I will help you escape the county, I shall certainly follow through. His relationship with Li Yan was merely a fair exchange. As for the pet shop, he had to go, and he intended to deliver a token to the Celestial Alliance. After all, without their interference, Zhang Yi would not have been injured, and he would not have squandered so much time in the county. With this in mind, Chen Yi commanded, Fetch me paper and a pen. And sketch the layout of East Street. Understood. Li Yan nodded and briskly made her way to the cash register. Soon, she returned with a rudimentary map of East Street, prominently marking the county hospital and the pet shop. Gazing at the rudimentary map in his hands, Chen Yi suddenly inquired, "Do you know where I might find a store specializing in fireworks?" Fireworks? Li Yan paused, then replied, "There used to be one on Southgate Street. But I haven't been there in ages. I'm unsure if it still exists." Chen Yi pressed on, "Is it far from here?" "Not too far. Just walk 50 meters along this street, then turn right and walk about 300 meters, she responded. Nodding in acknowledgement, Chen Yi fell silent. By noon, after 2 bottles of water, Zhang Yo appeared significantly revitalized, her appetite returning. However, her right leg, having just undergone surgery, still prevented her from standing. At 6 in the evening, the sun began its descent towards the horizon. The roll-up door of the dental clinic was pulled open from within, and a figure emerged. After securing the door once more, Chen Yi surveyed his surroundings and hastened towards Southgate Street. Chapter 25. A small gift following Li Yan's directions. Chen Yi arrived at Southgate Street without incident. Throughout his journey, he remained exceedingly cautious. He did not fear encountering the Celestial Alliance. Rather, he was concerned that an early encounter might provoke an alarm. If discovered prematurely, the small gift intended for tonight would most likely be forfeited. However, he did not encounter any members of the Celestial Alliance along the way. Perhaps the encroaching darkness deterred them. Or perhaps their recent loss of 4 members had rendered them more vigilant. As he traversed Southgate Street, he soon located the fireworks store. Initially, he had harbored some anxiety about the visit. After all, fireworks are inherently flammable and explosive, and the chaos triggered by the zombie outbreak could easily ignite the store's stock. It seemed fortune favored him, as the storefront remained intact, indicating that no mishaps had occurred. Upon entering the store, Chen Yi disregarded the ostentatious fireworks and directly selected a large bundle of firecrackers alongside a square-shaped box of salute rockets. These 2 types of pyrotechnics shared a common trait. They produced an exceptionally loud and prolonged sound when ignited. Initially, Chen Yi intended to find a larger bag to accommodate more fireworks, but unexpectedly stumbled upon a handcart in a small storage area. This was indeed a valuable find. With this contraption, he could transport a greater quantity of dog food back home. Once he had finished loading the fireworks, the sky outside had begun to darken. Chen Yi sat quietly in the store, awaiting the arrival of nightfall. At 7:30, the darkness completely enveloped the horizon. At this moment, the entire county town was plunged into utter darkness, with only the starry sky faintly illuminating the indistinct outlines of buildings. Recognizing that the time had come, Chen Yi pushed the handcart out of the fireworks shop. The streets were still prowled by zombies, desperately seeking any edible morsel. The zombies had a rather eclectic diet. They spared no flesh, even that of severely decayed corpses. However, they did not engage in cannibalism, adhering to the instinctual behaviors observed in most animals. Due to the pervasive darkness, the handcart inevitably collided with several zombies during its journey. By the time he reached East Street, Chen Yi estimated he had bumped into dozens of them, leaving his palms tingling from the impacts. Upon arriving at East Street, he became increasingly cautious. The pet store was situated diagonally across from the county hospital, approximately 50 meters away. Stationed at the corner with the cart, he scrutinized the county hospital ahead. Despite the surrounding darkness, certain rooms within the hospital emanated a bright light, which was understandable as hospitals are equipped with backup generators to prevent sudden power outages. The hospital's main entrance was securely shut, and the perimeter parking lot's walls had been reinforced, particularly the main gate, which was obstructed by a tall delivery truck. After observing for nearly half an hour, Chen Yi retracted his gaze. He had overestimated the vigilance of these ruffians. There were no hidden sentries, no nighttime patrols, and not even a solitary guard at the entrance. How absurd. Pushing the cart into the pet store, Chen Yi unloaded the firecrackers and salutes, subsequently transporting them in batches to the front of the county hospital's outer gate. Once meticulously arranged and the fuses intertwined, he produced a lighter and ignited the fuses. Having completed this task, Chen Yi took off running. In the next moment, flames erupted in a dazzling display. Crackle, bang. The deafening sound of firecrackers resonated through the still night, reverberating throughout the county town. The cacophony of firecracker explosions and salute blasts intertwined with the starry sky, creating an absurdly surreal atmosphere. Chen Yi had initially estimated that this round of firecrackers would attract zombies from several hundred meters away. However, the effect exceeded his expectations. A chorus of guttural roars emerged from all directions. The sound of countless zombies rushing together created a unified rhythm, causing the ground to tremble slightly beneath their feet. Illuminated by the glow of the fireworks, an ominous tide of darkness surged forth, relentlessly advancing towards the county hospital. Upon witnessing the scene, Chen Yi could not help but gasp in astonishment. Goodness, could it be that the entire county's horde of zombies has been attracted here? Such a massive tide of the undead would be exceedingly difficult for a small hospital to withstand. He had no desire to learn the fate of the Heavenly Tao Alliance. After all, the gift had already been delivered. In the pet shop, Chen Yi activated the flashlight on his phone and began to rummage for dog food. Having never owned a dog before, he was unsure of which brands were preferable, so he collected 2 bags from each brand available. He also did not neglect various canned foods and nutritional pastes. Once his shopping cart was piled nearly as high as himself, he paused his efforts. With such an abundance of dog food, it would suffice for a German Shepherd for 2 to 3 months. As he prepared to push the cart out of the pet store, an unexpected sight caught him off guard. The zombie horde had already breached the county hospital, filling the courtyard of the parking lot with a throng of agitated undead. In the most densely packed area, a human pyramid had even formed several meters high. Most alarming was that the entire street was thoroughly blocked by zombies, with more continuously pouring in. There was no way out. Should he dare to step outside now, he would be instantly engulfed by the surging tide of corpses and trampled into a pulp. Lowering the roll-up door, Chen Yi sat cross-legged on the ground and silently lit a cigarette. With no alternative, he could only wait for the horde to dissipate. The most vexing aspect of summer was not the searing sun that could scorch one dry, but the incessant mosquitoes. They were omnipresent, an unrelenting annoyance. Before he had finished a single cigarette, Chen Yi had already been bitten several times. Reluctantly, he rose to search for mosquito coils within the pet shop. As the coils were ignited, the maddening buzzing finally ceased. Leaning back in a recliner, he unknowingly drifted into slumber. When he awoke again, the outside world had returned to an eerie silence. He pulled out his phone and glanced at the screen, noting the time, 12:32. 5 hours had passed since the zombie horde had attacked the hospital. Rubbing his face, he donned rubber gloves and slowly pulled up the roll-up door. There were still numerous zombies in the hospital and on the streets, but compared to the earlier overwhelming tide, they had nearly dispersed by half. Pushing the shopping cart, Chen Yi chose not to return to the clinic but instead made his way to a convenience store. Opening the trunk of his Land Rover, he neatly arranged the bags of dog food inside. Thankfully, the trunk was spacious enough. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to fit so many items. Once he finished packing, Chen Yi took a box of deep-sea fish canned food and a bag of dog food, and pulled open the roll-up door of the convenience store. The interior was shrouded in darkness, devoid of any sound. "Doggo," Chen Yi called softly. In the next moment, a shadow darted out from within. With a whimper, the German Shepherd approached Chen Yi, expressing its grievances. Having been locked up all day, thirsty and hungry, it immediately began to nuzzle him affectionately upon seeing Chen Yi. "All right, enough of the dramatics. Let us see what delectable treats I have procured for you." Ruffling the dog's fluffy head, Chen Yi opened the can. Instantly, a rich aroma wafted through the air. Not only the dog, but even Chen Yi could not resist swallowing a mouthful of saliva. Indeed, this delicacy is truly enticing. Merely inhaling its aroma stirs one's appetite. It appears that dog food, particularly canned varieties, may also be palatable to humans. However, as this thought crossed his mind, Chen Yi promptly suppressed it. Food was not scarce at present. There was no need to compete with the canine for sustenance. Upon catching a whiff of the familiar scent, the German Shepherd became exceedingly animated, bounding about with exuberance. "Sit," Chen Yi commanded firmly. At his words, the dog obediently settled down, its eyes brimming with anticipation. After opening the dog food and pouring it into a bowl, he mixed in a can of deep-sea fish. When he presented the bowl to the German Shepherd, it immediately devoured the meal with fervor. Chapter 26 Departure. A generous bowl of dog food, complemented by a can of fish, was consumed in an instant. Fearing it might choke, Chen Yi hastily uncapped a bottle of mineral water and poured it into the bowl. Once the dog had finished its food, it licked the water delicately. Gently patting its head, Chen Yi instructed, "Stay here and behave. I will come to fetch you first thing in the morning." The German Shepherd let out a few whimpers, clearly displeased. This particular dog was a female, making her more affectionate compared to her male counterparts. Nevertheless, as a police dog, her obedience was commendable. Having expressed her discontent, she remained dutifully in the convenience store. The county was rife with zombies, and he could not risk bringing the German Shepherd along. Should she dare to step outside, she would be besieged by countless undead. Not only humans, but also cats and dogs constituted a primary food source for the zombies. After soothing the German Shepherd, Chen Yi made his way to the dental clinic. He knocked on the rolling shutter door, and moments later, a cautious inquiry emerged from within. "Who is it?" "It's me." Recognizing Chen Yi's voice, the door was drawn open from the inside. Since Chen Yi had left, Li Yin had been on edge, not out of concern for his safety, but rather due to the fear that if he were to be captured by the Heavenly Path Alliance, no one would be left to lead her and her son to safety. In her eyes, her relationship with Chen Yi was merely transactional. Selfishness is a fundamental aspect of human nature. After pulling down the shutter door, Chen Yi inquired, "How is she?" Li Yin replied truthfully, "She is recovering quite well. The high fever has not returned." Chen Yi nodded and instructed, "You should rest. We shall depart early tomorrow morning." "Understood," Lian responded, settling down on the sofa with her young son. Having previously slept for a few hours in the pet shop, he was not particularly tired. Furthermore, the presence of a stranger in the same dwelling, coupled with the absence of the German shepherd to guard him, made him hesitant to sleep. Throughout, Chen Yi remained vigilant towards Li Yan, who could tell what this seemingly timid woman might do, especially since she had already lied that day. Seated comfortably in a chair behind the cash register, Chen Yi propped his legs up on the counter and lit a cigarette. With access to the internet and a computer, staying awake was a simple yet pleasurable endeavor. However, at that moment, it transformed into a form of torment. After finishing a cigarette, he retrieved a map from his pocket, illuminating it with his phone as he meticulously planned the route for their journey the following day. They are currently situated in Guangnan County, less than 80 kilometers from the urban area of Lianyun Port. The first nuclear power station along their route is located in Lianyun Port. If time is of the essence, the quickest path would be to head diagonally towards the coast, traversing Lianyun Port along the shoreline directly to Shandong Province. With a stroke of luck, they might reach Shandong Province by tomorrow evening. However, Chen Yi is hesitant to take such a gamble. Although it has only been a few days since the outbreak of the zombie apocalypse, logic dictates that even in the event of a nuclear leak, it would typically take at least a month to manifest. Yet, what if unforeseen circumstances precipitate an early leak? The post-apocalyptic world is rife with unexpected events. Therefore, Chen Yi has resolved to continue inland tomorrow, circumventing Lianyun Port. The threat posed by the nuclear power station is merely one aspect. Another complication is that they must navigate a stretch of sea. Securing a boat is one challenge, and finding a skilled mariner is another. Operating a vessel is entirely different from driving a car, especially now that the internet and satellite signals are unavailable. Without an experienced captain well-versed in maritime routes at the helm, they might end up not just missing their destination, but potentially drifting into neighboring countries. For now, they can only take things one step at a time. Fueled by cigarettes, Chen Yi managed to endure until dawn. As the faint morning light seeped through the cracks of the roller shutter door into the clinic, he rose to rouse Li Yan and Zhang Ye. Zhang Ye was fortunate. Her surgery had been a success, and she had not been infected by airborne viruses or bacteria during the procedure. After resting for a full day and night, she appeared revitalized, though she still moved with some difficulty. As Chen Yi assisted Zhang Ye out of the examination room, Li Yan and her son were already fully equipped and prepared for departure. "Let us go," Chen Yi called out, pulling open the roller shutter door. The fireworks and firecrackers from the previous night had been so effective that they had drawn all the nearby zombies to the streets. Along the way, they encountered almost no zombies. "Get in," Chen Yi said as he released the German shepherd from the convenience store. The dog immediately hopped into the passenger seat, barking twice at him as if urging him to start the car. Glancing at the fallen motorcycle, Zhang Ye lamented, "What a pity, that was my favorite bike." With that, she limped into the vehicle. The Range Rover's spacious interior, especially in its extended version, comfortably accommodated 3 people in the back seat. Igniting the engine, the diesel motor roared to life. Gripping the steering wheel, Chen Yi steered the car swiftly out of the county town. Li Yan cast a complex glance back at the county. Once they had completely departed, Chen Yi inquired, "Where are you heading?" "Dazhuang," Li Yan replied promptly. It was clear that this woman had long desired to escape the county and had already found her destination. Chen Yi continued, "Where is it located?" "Just follow this road for about 5 kilometers, and you'll arrive." Noting that their destinations aligned, he nodded and silently drove. A few minutes later, the Range Rover gradually came to a stop by the roadside. The car door swung open, and Li Yan stepped out, cradling a young boy in her arms. After expressing her gratitude to Chen Yi with a solemn thank you, she took her son's hand and walked toward the fork leading to the village. Through the car window, as she and her child gradually receded from view, Zhang Ye hesitated, her words caught in her throat, ultimately choosing silence. Noticing her unusual demeanor, Chen Yi chuckled lightly. "Were you wondering why I didn't bring them along?" Zhang Ye replied softly. After all, she is a doctor, although merely a dentist. Her presence would be more beneficial than detrimental. In this apocalyptic world, the significance of a physician is nearly equivalent to that of sustenance. Both of us are acutely aware of this reality. Chen Yi elaborated. I offered her a chance, but she failed to appreciate it. The moment Li Yan chose to lie for her own selfish reasons, my resolve to take her along on this perilous journey dissipated. A dentist is not worth the risk. In contrast, Zhang Ye was different. She was intelligent, rational, decisive, and possessed a certain ruthlessness. Her previous injury in the county was not her fault. It was merely a consequence of inadequate weaponry. Had she been armed at the time, the outcome might have been entirely different. A person like Zhang Ye was not only suitable as a companion during their flight, but could also be cultivated as a core member of the team once stability was achieved. If survival in this desolate world were the sole objective, then embracing the solitary life of a wolf would suffice. However, to thrive gracefully and enhance one's quality of life, solitary endeavors would prove insufficient. Establishing a foundation and nurturing one's own influence was the true path forward. As their power expanded and the number of rescued survivors grew, the necessity for a trusted individual to share the burden of management would become paramount. It was this multifaceted reasoning that led Chen Yi to tacitly permit Chen Yi to accompany him. Her performance along the journey had not disappointed him. She had exhibited remarkable growth in just a few days. Chapter 27. Money doesn't count as theft. Once there was a yearning to traverse the world, to behold its splendor. The youthful heart often brims with audacity. Now, you roam the four corners of the earth. While the girl who once tugged at your heartstrings has quietly vanished, the setting sun cast a golden hue across the land, enveloping it in an air of desolation. A sleek black Range Rover sped along the rural path. The rear window was ajar, allowing the melodious strains of Su Wei's song to mingle with the head of a dog poking through the opening. The German Shepherd had few interests, and the thrill of a ride was its sole enjoyment. Despite the searing sunlight outside, it remained undeterred in its enthusiasm. The front passenger seat was reclined, and Chen Yi lay comfortably, her long, elegant legs draped over the dashboard. However, the bandage wrapped around her right calf marred the overall aesthetic. Turning her head, Chen Yi couldn't help but remark, "Chen Yi, could you possibly change the song? It's the same few tracks on repeat. Don't you ever tire of them? Having something to listen to is better than nothing." Chen Yi shot back with a smirk. "You think I wouldn't want to change it? The car stereo only has these few songs. Where else could I possibly find new ones?" Upon hearing this, Chen Yi merely smiled, unperturbed. 3 days had elapsed since their departure from Guananshan, and they now found themselves within the confines of Shandong province, less than 100 kilometers from Rizhao city. Chen Yi had been recovering well from her surgery. The wound had formed a scab, and she was now able to stand and walk short distances. Suddenly, the Land Rover Range Rover screeched to a halt, the tires grinding against the asphalt with a disconcerting, grating sound. Chen Yi's expression shifted, her eyes narrowing in alertness as she inquired, "What is the matter?" Chen Yi replied earnestly, "I believe I just spotted a watermelon field by the roadside." "Watermelons?" Chen Yi's eyes brightened, and she unconsciously swallowed. Since the outbreak of the zombie apocalypse, they had not had the pleasure of fresh fruit. In such weather, the thought of indulging in a sweet, juicy watermelon was utterly delightful. "Stay in the car. I'll go take a look," he instructed before stepping out. The stretch of road was desolate, devoid of any zombies, flanked by vast fields of rice and vegetables. Chen Yi had merely caught a fleeting glimpse earlier, leaving him uncertain about the presence of the watermelon field. As he approached, a smile broke upon his face. The field was dotted with thick layers of dry straw, with a few large watermelons peeking through, their rounded forms breaking the surface. Watermelons. Chen Yi licked his dry lips and hurried into the field. After surveying the area, he squatted before the largest watermelon, brushing aside the straw and lightly tapping on its surface with his fingers. The sound that emanated was disappointing, despite its size. It was still unripe. Rising, he made his way to another sizable watermelon. This time, a dull thud resonated upon striking it, indicating it was perfectly ripe. Not wanting to be greedy, he selected 3 large watermelons and carried them back to the car. Gazing at the hefty watermelons, each weighing over 10 pounds, Chen Yi's eyes sparkled with delight as she asked, "Why didn't you pick a few more?" "Just enough to satisfy a craving," Chen Yi replied, shutting the car door and restarting the engine. Chen Yi regarded him thoughtfully, recognizing the truth in the adage that excess often leads to downfall, a restraint rarely mastered by many. This was one of the qualities she admired most about Chen Yi. As the sun began its descent, casting long shadows, Chen Yi slowed the vehicle, searching for a suitable place to spend the night. Soon, a small village by the roadside caught his attention. It was perched atop a reservoir dam, with a handful of simple houses scattered about. He estimated that no more than 30 zombies inhabited the area. While 30 zombies might seem daunting, they would not confront such a number directly. A swift takeover of one of the houses, coupled with some makeshift barricades at the door, would easily neutralize the threat. Moreover, the rural population consisted mainly of elderly individuals and children, with the young and able-bodied largely absent. The elderly, once transformed into zombies, posed little threat due to their diminished combat capabilities. The primary danger remained solely in the virus they carried. As Chen Yi maneuvered the vehicle towards the village, Chen Yi had already entered a state of readiness without needing his prompt. As they drew nearer to the village, the roar of the engine caught the attention of several zombies. With a swift press of the accelerator, they crashed through a few zombies that rushed at them and brought the car to a halt in front of a house with its door wide open. Chen Yi quickly disembarked, gripping a short spear while standing guard. Meanwhile, Chen Yi released the German Shepherd from the back seat and hurried into the house alongside the dog. Observing the relentless stream of zombies pouring in from various directions, Chen Yi remained calm, thrusting his spear with precision into the eye socket of one zombie. He then raised his foot and delivered a powerful kick to another zombie that lunged at him. Seizing the moment when the creature faltered, He withdrew his spear and drove it through the zombie's eye. However, this delay allowed more zombies to approach from a distance. Inside the house, Chen Yi's voice called out from behind him. Responding immediately, Chen Yi retreated within. As he entered, Chen Yi promptly pushed a dining table against the door, barricading it. After days of collaboration, their coordination had become increasingly seamless, and they maximized the German Shepherdess role. With its keen sense of smell, the dog could quickly assess whether any zombies lurked within the house. With the dog's assistance, Chen Yi was also able to dispatch zombies more swiftly. Bang! The leading zombie slammed into the table, and before it could climb over, an iron spear pierced its eye, driving straight into its brain. The doorway was narrow, allowing only 2 individuals to enter at once. Thus, although the number of zombies outside appeared daunting, only 2 could pose a real threat at any given moment. The pair braced against the table, continuously thrusting their spears in a mechanical rhythm. Not far away, in a 2-story villa, a man and a woman crouched by the window, observing the battle unfold. Upon witnessing Chen Yi effortlessly dispatch 2 zombies, the young man couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, this guy is incredibly formidable." The girl beside him hesitated and asked, "Young Chen, should we go help them?" With an unusual expression, the young man replied, "Have you lost your mind? With so many zombies, how can we assist? Besides, how do you know they are good people? What if they turn on us? Are we just going to watch?" She pressed. "Of course not." Yang Chen chuckled, a glimmer of cleverness in his eyes. "There must be a considerable amount of food in that vehicle. While those zombies are distracted by these 2, we can quietly sneak over and take some food back." Gao Yi hesitated. "Isn't it wrong to steal from them?" Yang Chen scoffed. "We're on the brink of starvation. Who cares about that? If those 2 die, won't the food in the car go to waste?" Hearing her boyfriend's flawed reasoning, Gao Yi stubbornly shook her head. Observing her reluctance, Yang Chen suddenly had a brilliant idea. Pulling out his wallet, he proposed, "How about this? We'll leave some money in the car, so it won't be considered stealing. Buying food with money is reasonable, right?" After a moment's hesitation, feeling the gnawing hunger in her stomach, Gao Yi finally nodded in agreement. Chapter 28. A game. As the number of zombies surrounding the house diminished, the pile of corpses on the ground grew ever higher. Yet, the remaining zombies showed no signs of trepidation, charging towards the house like frenzied beasts, treading upon the bodies of their fallen kin. At that moment, Chen Yi and Chen Yi remained oblivious to the 2 rotund figures stealthily making their way towards the Land Rover. Quickly, Yang Chen, feeling a surge of anxiety as the zombies thinned out, turned and softly urged. Gao Yi gritted her teeth, striving to suppress her fear as she closely followed her boyfriend. Stray strands of hair clung to her sweat-drenched face, and the perspiration had soaked her entirely. For safety's sake, both had donned heavy down jackets and cotton coats, layering a sweater beneath. This arrangement, while protective against zombie bites, rendered their movements somewhat cumbersome and unbearably hot. The engine of the Land Rover roared to life, and a flicker of hope ignited within Yang Chen. He lowered his voice and inquired, "Gao Yi, don't you have a driver's license? Let us drive the car away." "No way." Gao Yi immediately shook her head in refusal. The mere thought of stealing already weighed heavily on her conscience. To drive away someone else's vehicle was beyond her capacity. Moreover, she had only recently acquired her license and was still grappling with the anxiety of being a novice. Driving a training vehicle was manageable, but the thought of operating such a large off-road vehicle intimidated her greatly. Seeing his girlfriend's resolute expression, Yang Chen could only pout in disappointment and abandon the idea. Carefully opening the trunk, he was overjoyed to find it brimming with supplies. Most importantly, there were 3 large watermelons. "Quick, grab more." As he lifted a bag of rice, he suddenly noticed a number of canned goods nestled within the trunk. He picked up several cans and handed them to his girlfriend without looking back, saying, "These are valuable. We'll have meat for dinner tonight." Gao Yi glanced at the can in her hand and gently cautioned, "Yang Chen, this seems to be dog food. Damn, even dogs eat so well." Yang Chen muttered under his breath, tossing aside the can as he eagerly rummaged for chocolate and jerky. Soon, both of them were laden with provisions. Casting a glance at the 3 watermelons, Yang Chen hesitated momentarily. Just then, a startled cry from Gao Yi pierced the air. Yang Chen jumped, turning around to see a shadow lunging towards him. Bam! A tremendous force knocked him to the ground, the back of his head striking the earth with a painful thud. As he regained his senses, he realized the assailant was a German shepherd. The dog pinned his shoulders down with its front legs, its gaping maw revealing a jagged array of teeth that seemed poised to sever his throat. Yang Chen swallowed hard, paralyzed with fear. As he struggled to comprehend the situation, Chen Yi stepped over the towering pile of corpses and approached the 2, a bemused smile gracing his lips. "You lack the courage to slay zombies. Yet you dare to pilfer my belongings? We did not steal anything, we paid for it." Upon hearing this, Gao Yi, who stood nearby, retorted sharply. Casting a glance at the few banknotes lying on the edge of the trunk, Chen Yi countered, "Did I agree to sell it to you?" Gao Yi's face flushed. Her eyes filled with shame. Zhang Yi limped over to Chen Yi's side and inquired, "What is going on?" "Two thieves have been caught by Go Zi," Chen Yi succinctly explained, retrieving the handgun from his waist and handing it to Zhang Yi. He instructed, "You handle this. I'm going to take a shower." With that, he picked up a watermelon and turned towards the neighboring courtyard. Observing the dark handgun in Zhang Yi's hand, Gao Yi's complexion turned pale, slowly unlocking the gun's safety. Zhang Yi smirked, "Sister, don't be afraid. Let's play a game. The winner gets a treat of watermelon, while the loser only gets a bullet." One advantage of rural life is that nearly every household with a courtyard possesses a well. Drawing up a bucket of cool well water, Chen Yi enjoyed a refreshing shower. Afterward, he procured a plastic bag, placing the watermelon and a stone inside, securely tying the bag and lowering it into the well. In his childhood, when rural life was poorer and refrigerators were scarce, this was a common method for preserving watermelons. Watermelons chilled in well water are far more delectable than those stored in a fridge. As Chen Yi exited the courtyard, he noticed the young man laboriously dragging a corpse, transporting it to a distant clearing. The German shepherd squatted nearby, its eyes fixated on him, resembling a watchful overseer. Meanwhile, the young woman remained where she was, casting a glance at Chen Yi before calling out to the young man, "Yang Chen, stop moving it. Murder is a crime. I don't believe they would dare to shoot." At her words, Yang Chen cast a complex look at his girlfriend, silently bowed his head, and continued dragging the corpse. Witnessing this scene, Gao Yi's eyes flickered with disappointment. Biting her lip, she turned to Zhang Yi, arguing, "I admit we should not have stolen your belongings, but I have already apologized and am willing to make amends. Your actions are excessive." Zhang Yi, seemingly uninterested in her words, replied with intrigue, "Your little boyfriend has already moved half of it. Do you think he is eager for watermelon or wishes for your demise?" This couple was indeed intriguing, one a pure flower, the other a sly trickster. As a punishment for their theft, Zhang Yi intended to have them temporarily serve as free laborers, while imparting an unforgettable lesson. Of course, she could simply kill them, but then who would dispose of the accumulating corpses at the door? Who would wash the car? Gao Yi's gaze flickered, her expression shifting continuously. When she noticed the pile of corpses at the doorway dwindling, she gritted her teeth, picked up a plastic bucket from the ground, and ran towards the courtyard not far away. When she reappeared, she carried a full bucket of water. Zhang Yi's smile remained unyielding as she cautioned, "Sister, make sure to clean thoroughly. If any dirt is found during the inspection, you will be deemed the loser." Seeing Gao Yi begin to wash the car, Yang Chen felt a surge of urgency. Damn it, that witch. Cursing inwardly, he quickened his pace as he dragged the corpse, under the looming threat of death. The two individuals raced against time, engaged in a silent contest. However, washing a car proved to be far less arduous than dragging a corpse. After all, a lifeless body weighs at least several hundred pounds and must be transported to a desolate spot several dozen meters away. As Yang Chen, drenched in sweat, pulled the last corpse, a jubilant cheer erupted. "I'm done," Gao Yi exclaimed, her face alight with excitement. Upon hearing this, Yang Chen shot her a resentful glance, his hands slackening as he collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Long before, he had exhausted his strength, relying solely on a primal will to survive to keep him going. Now, upon realizing his defeat, he lay down like a puddle of mud. The venomous gaze from his boyfriend left Gao Yi momentarily speechless. Yet, recalling how Yang Chen had rushed to drag the corpse without hesitation, her sense of shame swiftly dissipated. Zhang Yi slowly approached Yang Chen, her tone icy as she remarked, "I'm sorry, but you have lost. As the vanquished, only bullets are left for you." Chapter 29. It is all a lie. Please, don't kill me. I beg you. It was all Gao Yi's idea. She urged me to steal. I intended to help you. Yang Chen was not deceived by Gao Yi. He understood all too well that these two were far from benevolent. Their ease in dispatching 20 or 30 zombies, along with the abundant supplies in their trunk, spoke volumes about their ruthless nature. In this apocalyptic world, those bold enough to drive recklessly are undeniably fierce. Thus, when Zhang Yi mentioned feeding him bullets, she was not jesting. She would indeed take his life. Gao Yi, hearing her boyfriend's words, was filled with disbelief, the last remnants of her guilt evaporating entirely. Trembling with rage, she retorted, "Yang Chen, you were the one who said you wanted to steal, who insisted on taking the car. Now you're casting blame on me. I must have been blind to have ever chosen you. Gao Yi, do not slander me. You dare to act, but not take responsibility. Is that what defines a man?" Just then, Zhang Yi suddenly smiled, her voice softening. "I was merely joking. We are law-abiding citizens. How could we commit murder?" This statement left Yang Chen momentarily stunned. Upon regaining his senses, a wave of elation surged within him, and he asked in a trembling voice, "Is that true?" "Of course it is a lie." Bang! The gunshot rang out abruptly. With the safety engaged, Zhang Yi did not even glance at Yang Chen's body as she turned to walk toward the house. If they had merely intended to steal some food, she would have inflicted a minor punishment to teach them a lesson. However, Upon discovering that they planned to seize their vehicle amidst the chaos, a murderous intent ignited within her. As she passed the Range Rover, noticing Gao Yi standing in a daze, Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow and asked, "Aren't you leaving? Surely you don't wish to partake in watermelon, do you?" Although Yang Chun's earlier words had incited intense anger in Gao Yi, it was merely anger. Now, witnessing the death before her eyes, the profound shock rendered her mind blank. Ugh, Gao Yi retched, quickly covering her mouth, her eyes wide with terror, struggling to suppress the turmoil in her stomach. She shook her head at Zhang Yi and hastily departed. Watching her retreating figure, Zhang Yi shook her head and smiled. Such a woman would not survive long in this world. There was no need to waste bullets on her. Limping over to Chen Yi, Zhang Yi handed him the gun. Chen Yi did not take the gun, instructing, "You keep it. I have another one." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yi playfully toyed with the firearm, jesting, "Aren't you afraid that I might shoot you while you sleep?" Chen Yi scoffed, "Stop the nonsense and hurry up with the cooking." At the mention of preparing a meal, Zhang Yi instantly perked up, directing, "I just spotted a vegetable patch to the east. Go check what vegetables are available and bring back plenty." "All right," Chen Yi nodded, grabbing a small bucket and heading towards the garden. There was no other option. It had been an entire week since the zombie outbreak, and without a refrigerator, even the cured meats had begun to spoil. The only edible produce left was from the rural garden. Before long, he returned with the bucket brimming with vegetables. The household they had chosen to scavenge from lacked a gas stove, relying instead on a traditional earthen stove. With Zhang Yi's calf injury still not entirely healed, she could not manage alone, so Chen Yi had to assist in tending the fire. The flames from the stove quickly made him perspire profusely. Well, there goes my chance for a clean bath. However, this earthen stove had its merits. It produced a robust heat that cooked the food swiftly. In no time, Zhang Yi had prepared 2 dishes and a soup, while another pot simmered rice. By now, night had fully descended. Chen Yi activated his phone's flashlight feature, leaning it against the table to serve as a temporary lantern. They were fortunate to have a vehicle, allowing them to charge the phone while driving. Otherwise, they would have had to rely on a campfire for illumination. Tonight's fare consisted solely of vegetarian dishes: braised eggplant, stir-fried water spinach, and a loofah egg soup. Though devoid of meat, Chen Yi and Zhang Yi savored their bowls with remarkable delight. In the sweltering summer heat, these lightly stir-fried vegetables were far more appetizing than lavish meats. After devouring 2 bowls of rice and a hearty serving of loofah egg soup, Chen Yi let out a satisfied sigh. Wiping the beads of sweat from his brow, he pulled out a cigarette and lit one. A post-meal smoke was one of the few pleasures he still indulged in during the apocalypse. Noticing the sweat streaming down his face, Zhang Yi chuckled. "What is the point of washing up so early? You'll just have to do it again later. This dreadful weather." Chen Yi exhaled a puff of smoke, grumbling. He vaguely recalled that in his previous life, the sweltering heat in the southern regions persisted until late October. He wondered if the northeast would also be affected by the high temperatures. If winter in Changbai Mountain could be delayed, it would be advantageous for him, providing more time to gather supplies for the cold season. Once Chen Yi finished his cigarette, Zhang Yi rose, extending a hand, and teasingly said, "Come, help me bathe and change." A sharp slap was her only reply. Feeling the slight sting on her peach-like rear, Zhang Yi shot him a glare, raising an eyebrow. "What is this? Can't resist taking action against me now?" Chen Yi retorted with a cold laugh. "You might want to take a whiff of yourself." Even a dog would shake its head in disapproval. "So what if I smell?" There are men who specifically purchase the worn socks of high school girls online. Chen Yi was rendered speechless. Amid their banter, the two made their way to the neighboring courtyard. Chen Yi first pulled the chilled watermelon up from the well, nearly an hour having passed, ensuring it was thoroughly cooled. He then fetched a bucket of water and took a refreshing shower. Although Zhang Yi's wound had scabbed over, she still dared not touch water, fearful of inflammation and infection. She moved a bamboo chair over, disrobed, and sat upon it, gently dabbing a towel soaked in the cool well water over her body, meticulously cleansing herself from top to bottom. As she undressed, Chen Yi sensibly switched off his phone's light, allowing only the faint starlight to outline her silhouette. While he often jested with Zhang Yi, he understood the necessity of respect. After all, she was a companion, not a subordinate, and certainly not a mere servant. After rinsing off the sweat, Chen Yi turned his attention to washing the German Shepherd. He had previously teased Zhang Yi about her odor, but in truth, the dog was the one with the most pronounced scent. Those who have owned dogs know that in the summer, they often carry a strong, fishy aroma. Dogs lack sweat glands and do not perspire. Instead, they secrete an oily substance that ferments in the heat, intensifying the smell. Moreover, this particular dog had a habit of snuggling into his embrace while sleeping, making it impossible to rest without a bath. The German Shepherd stood there, relishing the experience, and once the washing was done, it shook vigorously, sending droplets flying in all directions. "Dog, you'll drown." Zhang Yi, freshly dried off, was splashed with water again and, in exasperation, gave the dog a playful swat on the head. "Woof!" It barked, as if in protest. Chapter 30. How infuriating. The Milky Way adorned the night sky with its resplendent beauty. A gentle evening breeze, infused with the essence of midsummer, swept across the lake and rustled through the treetops. Tousling their hair, Chen Yi and Zhang Yi comfortably sat on the hood of the Range Rover, each holding half a watermelon. The watermelon, chilled in well water, was refreshingly sweet, perfectly temperate for the sultry weather. Taking a bite felt like the ultimate indulgence. As a member of the team, the German Shepherd was naturally included in the feast. The watermelon, cut into chunks and placed in a bowl, was savored by the dog, who lay contentedly on the ground, occasionally munching on a piece with sheer delight. If it weren't for the pervasive stench of blood in the air and the gruesome piles of corpses nearby, Zhang Yi might have thought she had returned to a time of civilization. As she relished the sweet watermelon, Zhang Yi suddenly inquired, "Chen Yi, have you contemplated our future lives?" "Not really," Chen Yi replied, shaking his head gently. "Let us focus on surviving for now." The path of escape had only just begun, and the true dangers lay ahead. Even with his rebirth, Chen Yi could not guarantee that he would reach the uninhabited region of Changbai Mountain alive. "I have thought about our future," Zhang Yi said, slightly lifting her chin and gazing at the stars, softly murmuring, "We could retreat to the uninhabited area of Changbai Mountain, cultivate the land, chop wood for fuel, and in our leisure, venture out to hunt. When winter arrives, we could cozy up in a warm little cabin, brew a pot of steaming coffee, chat, and read." Indeed, women often indulge in dreams, and even someone as pragmatic as Zhang Yi was no exception. However, her cleverness lay in the fact that she only occasionally revealed her emotional side in front of Chen Yi, while maintaining a resolute and ruthless demeanor when engaging with others. Chen Yi shook his head and remarked, "It is too idealistic. Surviving in Changbai Mountain is not an issue for us. But living as comfortably as you describe is beyond just the two of us." "I am aware," Zhang Yi nodded, her expression tinged with melancholy. After finishing the watermelon, the trio of 2 people and a dog returned to the house. The smoke from the mosquito coil wafted through the air, exterminating all the mosquitoes within. After assigning the German Shepherd to keep watch, the 2 settled into bed and gradually drifted into slumber. The following day, as dawn broke, Chen Yi and Zhang Yi rose early, having gone to bed at a reasonable hour. After freshening up, they enjoyed a delightful meal of vegetable porridge before setting off once more. In the small villa, Gao Yi leaned against the second-floor window, her expression a complex mix as she watched the black car gradually leave the village. Yang Chun was dead, yet the zombies in the village had also been largely eradicated. At least she no longer needed to worry about hunger, for the food from the 10 or so households in the village would sustain her for quite a while. Gao Yi mused that perhaps this was a form of compensation from fate. In the passenger seat, Zhang Yi kept her head slightly bowed, her beautiful eyes intently focused on the map in her hands. After a moment, she lifted her head and asked, "Are you planning to bypass the downtown area of Rizhao, taking the route through Jiaozhou to Yantai?" "Of course," Chen Yi nodded in affirmation. Zhang Yi's tone grew serious as she stated, "Chen Yi, I believe you have fallen into a misconception." Intrigued by her words, Chen Yi inquired, "What misconception?" "We do not necessarily have to take a boat from Yantai to Dalian. While the sea route from Yantai to Dalian is indeed the shortest, what if we cannot find anyone to operate a boat in Yantai?" Chen Yi instantly grasped her implication and retorted, "Have you considered that taking a boat from Rizhao would require us to navigate a considerable detour around Shandong province? The maritime route is not necessarily safer than the land route. In the event of an accident at sea, we would have no escape." Zhang Yi pondered for a moment before suggesting, "Perhaps we could find a middle ground, proceeding along the coastline and searching for someone capable of sailing before reaching Qingdao. An experienced captain is a challenge we cannot overlook at this juncture." Zhang Yi's reasoning was indeed sound. What if they continued to find no one skilled in sailing in Yantai? Glancing at her injured leg, Chen Yi explained, "These considerations were ones I had contemplated previously, but ultimately chose to abandon. If you were not injured, we might have attempted it, but you are still not fully recovered and your mobility is limited. Recklessly entering downtown Rizhao is not a wise decision." A flicker of self-reproach crossed Zhang Yi's eyes. Noticing her unease, Chen Yi chuckled gently. "Do not dwell too much on it. The post-apocalyptic world is rife with unforeseen events. Plans will always fall short of reality. We can only take it one step at a time." Zhang Yi sighed. "When a friend urged me to buy a yacht back then, I found it uninteresting and declined. Now, I truly regret it. Otherwise, we wouldn't be embroiled in the dilemma of finding a captain." "A yacht?" Chen Yi raised an eyebrow in surprise. "I had no idea you were a bona fide wealthy woman." From Zhang Yi's previous demeanor, Chen Yi could deduce that her family background must be quite affluent. After all, indulging in motorcycles and various extreme sports requires a substantial financial foundation, which ordinary individuals cannot afford. However, he did not anticipate Zhang Yi's wealth to be so considerable. Yachts, for instance, are not something one dares to approach without a fortune exceeding 100 million. Indeed, certain inexpensive small yachts are not particularly costly, priced merely in the hundreds of thousands, and many people can manage to purchase one with some financial strain. Nevertheless, the expenses associated with docking fees, maintenance, management, and myriad other costs can easily accumulate to a minimum of 200,000 annually, even if one were to leave the yacht unused. Merely mooring it at the harbor incurs significant fixed costs each year. It is a classic case of being able to afford it but not being able to utilize it. Noticing his peculiar expression, Chen Yi smiled coyly and teased, "It's all right. I wouldn't say I'm exceptionally wealthy, but I certainly have ample means to support you." Chen Yi shook his head in amusement, poised to retort, when suddenly a deafening explosion erupted nearby. Bang! Accompanied by the resounding blast. The Range Rover trembled like a wild beast, tossing its occupants, a man, a woman, and a dog, about within. Regaining his composure, Chen Yi gripped the steering wheel firmly, gently applying the brakes. Under his deft maneuvering, the Range Rover eventually came to a steady halt by the roadside. "Did we have a tire blowout?" Chen Yi asked, her voice tinged with apprehension. "Yes," Chen Yi replied, somewhat dejectedly nodding. Although he had long been prepared for the possibility of a flat tire, the reality of it was still somewhat disheartening. "Is there a spare tire in the vehicle?" He pondered aloud. There should be, though he was not entirely certain. Nevertheless, given that this Range Rover was a luxury vehicle worth over $1 million, it ought to be equipped with a spare tire. Exiting the car, he cautiously surveyed the surrounding area. This stretch of road was quite remote, with a village to the left. But it was far from the road, at least 700 or 800 meters away by estimation. Releasing his German Shepherd to assist with vigilance, Chen Yi first examined the condition of the tires. The blown tire was located on the right side at the front, completely deflated with a sizable crack approximately 10 centimeters long. If it had merely sustained a puncture, it might have been possible to drive a short distance. However, in its current state, the tire was utterly ruined and required replacement. Opening the trunk, Chen Yi began to remove the rice and food items from the vehicle. Typically, the spare tire is located beneath the trunk's base. Damn! Upon lifting the trunk base, he could not help but exclaim in frustration. It was not that there was no spare tire, but rather that the manufacturer had shockingly failed to include one at all. The base contained only 2 small compartments holding a manual air pump and tire repair liquid. A vehicle priced over $1 million lacks even a spare tire worth a few hundred? Capitalists truly deserve disdain. What's wrong? Hearing his expletive, Chen Yi exited the vehicle. Chen Yi replied with a tone of discontent. "This car doesn't come with a spare tire." Upon hearing this, an expression of wry amusement crossed Chen Yi's face. "In this desolate stretch, where on earth are we to procure a spare tire?" After a moment's contemplation, Chen Yi instructed, "I'll go ahead and see if there's a tire repair shop. You and the dog wait for me here." Chen Yi nodded. "It seems we have no other choice." Just then, the roar of an engine echoed from behind. Chen Yi and Chen Yi turned their heads in unison, spotting a jeep approaching from a distance along the highway. Chen Yi swiftly drew her handgun from her waist and disengaged the safety. As the jeep neared, she furrowed her brow and asked, "Should we take action first?" "Not yet." Chen Yi gently shook his head, signaling her to conceal the firearm. Acknowledging his cue, Chen Yi retreated beside the vehicle, peeking out just enough to keep her right hand firmly clutching the gun hidden behind the car. Should the situation escalate unfavorably, she would be ready to fire. The jeep continued to close the distance, slowing down as it approached their Land Rover, ultimately coming to a halt beside them. The passenger window rolled down, revealing a dark-skinned face. "Hey, what's the problem?" he inquired. "A flat tire," Chen Yi replied nonchalantly, his eyes scanning the interior of the jeep. Inside were 5 individuals, a woman at the wheel, 2 elderly people in the back seat, and a young girl of about 7 or 8. It appeared to be a family of 5. Noticing Chen Yi's gaze, the elderly couple smiled at him, albeit with a hint of caution in their eyes. "That is quite unfortunate. Do you have a spare tire?" the man asked, chuckling. "No." Chen Yi shook his head and added, "We can manage on our own." Sensing the coldness in his tone, the man remained unfazed, chuckling lightly. "How about this? I'll drive ahead and see if there's a tire repair shop nearby. If I find one, I'll swing back to assist you." With that, the jeep slowly pulled away, quickly vanishing from sight. Chen Yi inquired, "What do you think?" "Something feels off. We must stay vigilant," Chen Yi replied. "Anyone capable of traversing the apocalypse with a family is certainly not harmless. Yet, their excessive friendliness strikes me as peculiar, leaving me uncertain." His 5 years of experience in the apocalypse had instilled in him a habit of initially perceiving strangers as potentially malicious. He would then gradually refine his understanding of their character through careful observation. Originally intending to approach the strangers alone, he opted to wait a moment longer for prudence's sake. Minutes passed before the rumble of an engine echoed once more. To his surprise, the jeep had turned back. Chen Yi frowned slightly and exchanged a glance with Chen Yi, who quickly understood and retrieved her gun, resuming her previous stance. Soon enough, the jeep halted before them, and the man alighted, grinning. "You won't believe it, but you're in luck. I drove less than 3 kilometers before stumbling upon a tire repair shop." As he spoke, he opened the trunk and pulled out a tire. "Here's a 275/45 R21 tire. Will this fit your vehicle?" Taken aback by the pristine tire, Chen Yi was momentarily speechless. This man had indeed brought him a tire. A flurry of thoughts raced through his mind as he analyzed the stranger's intentions. Observing his reaction, the man chuckled lightly. Being cautious is wise. The world has changed. And you never know if you're dealing with a friend or a foe. Chen Yi countered. Then why do you still choose to help us? Huh. The man grinned slyly. Do you really think I'm just a good Samaritan willing to help anyone? That German shepherd of yours looks like a police dog, doesn't it? Chen Yi inquired with keen interest. How did you discern that? The man, a former reconnaissance soldier, had spent several days with military dogs in his unit. While an ordinary person might struggle to distinguish between them, he could effortlessly recognize the unique aura that trained military and police dogs possess. Their gait, posture, and even their gaze are entirely different from that of common pet dogs. The man continued, why do I deduce that your dog is a police dog? Because military dogs undergo more rigorous training, and to maintain their aggressiveness, only the most resilient and vigorous male dogs are selected, with female dogs rarely chosen. Furthermore, since your companion has been hiding half her body behind the vehicle since she spotted us, she must be holding a gun, right? Thus, I surmise that you both belong to the military or police system. This revelation took Chen Yi and Zhang Yi by surprise. What keen insight! Feeling exposed, Zhang Yi stepped out from behind the car. Upon glancing at the gun in her hand, the man's eyes flickered with disdain as he remarked. The Type 92 police version. It might intimidate some, but it's hardly effective against zombies, plus it often jams. Chen Yi chuckled. Having any weapon at all is a blessing. Who has the luxury to be choosy? Indeed, the man agreed, nodding in affirmation, then added with a grin, so, do you believe me now? Of course, Zhang Yi replied with a tight-lipped smile, yet she still clutched the gun. The man, unfazed, raised an eyebrow and asked, do you have tools in the car? I can lend a hand. We actually don't, she replied. Well, fortunately, I do, he said, retrieving a jack and wrench from the trunk. With assistance, Chen Yi swiftly changed the tire. After brushing off the dust from his hands, he produced a cigarette and offered one to the man. Care for a smoke? Absolutely, the man replied, taking the cigarette and lighting it with practiced ease. As he exhaled a puff of smoke, Chen Yi glanced at the elderly and children in the car and remarked, brother, you're quite fortunate. The man, sensing the implication behind his words, smiled wryly and explained, these are my comrades' family members. My parents didn't survive and turned into zombies. By the way, I haven't asked your name, he continued. Wang Chenghu, and you? Chen Yi. After introducing himself, Wang Chenghu queried, did you hear the broadcast about the shelter at Bohai Bay? Chen Yi paused. Broadcast? Bohai Bay shelter? You don't know? Wang Chenghu appeared somewhat surprised and elaborated. The radio has been announcing for the past few days that our government has established a shelter at Bohai Bay, urging capable survivors to make their way there as soon as possible. I thought you had heard the broadcast and were heading there. Chen Yi shook his head. We're not going there. In that instant, his first thought was that this was a fishing radio station. In his previous life, during the apocalypse, he had never heard of the government establishing any shelters. In fact, at the onset of the apocalypse, both the government and military had utterly collapsed. Instead, numerous factions, under the guise of the government, used the radio to lure survivors. These fishing stations employed similar tactics, depicting the shelter as a paradise. When survivors eventually arrived, their fate would be tragically grim. Chapter 32. The eerie office building. With a stroke of good fortune, one might find themselves laboring in those shelters. Although it may be exhausting, at least there is a meal to sustain oneself, barely scraping by, with a modicum of safety assured. However, should luck be unfavorably cast, the outcome is dire. Men become mere fodder for death, while the fate of women remains uncertain. In his past life, Chen Yi had traversed several shelters. Fully aware of the conditions therein, Wang Chenghu, not a fool, furrowed his brow upon noticing Chen Yi's silence and queried, is there an issue with that radio station? Chen Yi shook his head, replying, I cannot say for certain, but I believe caution is prudent. Having not heard the station's broadcasts, he could not ascertain their authenticity and could only advise his companion to remain vigilant. After all, this was merely the dawn of the apocalypse. There remained a possibility that it was indeed a shelter established by surviving government officials in collaboration with military districts. However, truth be told, even if it were a government-sanctioned refuge, Chen Yi would not partake. The horde of the undead, facing a tide of millions, particularly those evolved beyond their initial forms. No shelter could withstand such an onslaught unless fortified by natural barriers. I have harbored doubts myself, yet I find myself with no alternative, Wang Chenghu lamented, glancing at the jeep. Initially, I intended to keep them hidden in the village, but after a few days of contemplation, I realized that was not a sustainable solution. The children are still young and will eventually need to attend school, right? Even if not, they require companionship. Otherwise, they risk becoming dull-witted. Moreover, the elderly among us are frail. What if one were to fall ill? Thus, upon hearing the radio broadcast, he resolved to investigate. It was an unavoidable decision. One may choose to be a solitary wolf, and with Wang Chenghu's capabilities, Chen Yi believed he could survive for quite some time alone. Yet, with a family in tow, particularly children, that was an entirely different matter. Humans are inherently social creatures. A child isolated from their community for an extended period may indeed become, in some sense, a fool. Taking a deep drag from his cigarette, Wang Chenghu inquired, "What are your plans?" Chen Yi responded, "We intend to head northeast." Upon hearing this, Wang Chenghu contemplated. The northeast is vast and sparsely populated. It is indeed a commendable choice. At this juncture, the outbreak of zombies had only persisted for a little over a week, and many had yet to grasp the nature of the undead or the terror of the horde. Thus, when he learned of Chen Yi's intention to journey northeast, Wang Chenghu did not react with great concern. Chen Yi merely smiled faintly, offering no further explanation. Once he finished his cigarette, he retrieved a large watermelon from the trunk and handed it over, stating, "Had it not been for your assistance, I would have struggled greatly to find a spare tire. There isn't much of value in the vehicle, so I thought a watermelon might delight the children." Wang Chenghu was about to decline, but upon witnessing the eager glimmer in the little girl's eyes, he accepted the watermelon, nodding, "Well, I shall not be overly formal then. By the way, we plan to make a stop in Jiaozhou. If it's on the way, we could accompany each other for mutual support." "Very well." Chen Yi agreed with a nod. The two returned to their respective vehicles, and the two off-road cars proceeded down the road, one following the other. Zhangya, seated in the passenger seat, glanced at the jeep ahead and chuckled softly. "Are you smitten?" Chen Yi replied nonchalantly, "Let us observe a while longer. A professional scout is a valuable asset." Beyond personal abilities, Chen Yi is particularly interested in his identity. Should they encounter other soldiers in the future, it would facilitate conversation and camaraderie. "Which unit are you from?" "Buddy, the 2nd Artillery Corps." "Wow, impressive. And you?" "I'm from the Tank Battalion." Friendships among soldiers are forged with remarkable speed, even among those from different units, creating a sense of closeness in just a few exchanges. In the long run, Wang Chenghu could even serve as an instructor, assisting in the training of soldiers. However, Chen Yi remains skeptical of Wang Chenghu's words, always harboring a sense of caution. Thus, he agrees to embark on the journey, intending to observe carefully. Meanwhile, upon returning to the jeep, Ding Chui eagerly inquires, "So, are those two military police?" "It's hard to say," Wang Chenghu replies, shaking his head. "These two individuals are quite wary. I tried to engage them in conversation, but they consistently evaded direct answers. However, their calm demeanor upon hearing me mention the radio broadcast indicates they have a clear objective. That sudden radio transmission and the Bohai Bay shelter feel off to me. The guy earlier also warned me to be cautious." At the mention of the radio, a flicker of concern crosses Ding Chui's eyes as she hesitates. "Brother Wang, should we still go?" Wang Chenghu gestures dismissively, "No need to rush. We still have some distance to travel to Jiaozhou. Over the next few days, I'll continue to probe them. If their destination seems promising, we can follow their lead." At this moment, Wang Guodong, sitting in the back seat, speaks up, "Huzi, don't feel burdened. Whatever decision you make, we will support you. Over the years while Yangzi has been away, you have been the one handling matters for us. To us, you are no different from a son." Sun Hongxiao beside him nods in agreement. "Yes, Huzi, if it weren't for you, we might not have survived. Go ahead and do what you need to. We won't utter a word of complaint, even if it leads to our demise." Hearing this, Wang Chenghu quickly responds, "Aunt, please don't say that. Yangzi is my brother. No matter what, I will take good care of you both." At this moment, a little girl glances at the watermelon, licking her lips, and asks, "Godfather, when will we eat watermelon?" Wang Chenghu laughs heartily, turns around, affectionately ruffles the girl's nose, and says, "Our little princess is craving a treat. Godfather will cut the watermelon for you right away." Ding Chui shoots a disapproving look at the girl, intervening, "Brother Wang, don't spoil her. She already sneaked a bottle of soda while you were away, and her little belly is all swollen. We'll wait until evening for watermelon." At 3 in the afternoon, the lead jeep suddenly slows down. Chen Yi presses the brake, gradually bringing the vehicle to a halt. Lowering the window, he leans out and inquires, "What's the matter?" Wang Chenghu opens the door, his expression grim. The bridge is blocked. Upon hearing this, Chen Yi pushes the door open and strides forward a few steps. About 200 meters ahead, a bridge is completely obstructed by a dozen stranded vehicles, including several semi-trucks and cargo vans. Beneath the bridge, the surging river flows with great vigor, its tumultuous waters crashing against one another, even from a distance. The sound of the current is faintly audible. One can only imagine the immense volume of this river. It appears that a detour is the only option. Chen Yi tossed a cigarette to Wang Chenghu and lit one for himself, extracting a map from his pocket and unfurling it on the hood of the car. Wang Chenghu, with a cigarette clenched between his lips, leaned in for a glance at the map, exclaiming in surprise, "This map is remarkably detailed. It is a guarantee for our survival. It must be precise." According to the map, this river is named Fudong River, with its source originating from the Rizhao Reservoir. Aside from this bridge, there are 4 other crossings, yet 2 are expressways, which Chen Yi promptly dismissed. The remaining 2 bridges, however, lie at a considerable distance from their current position. Close to the Rizhao Reservoir, approximately 50 kilometers away, Chen Yi remarked, "It seems we shall have to spend the night at Rizhao Reservoir. Let us hurry and reach there before nightfall." With that, Wang Chenghu discarded the stub of his cigarette and quickly returned to the jeep. Upon re-entering the vehicle, Zhang Yi inquired, "Is there a blockage ahead?" "Completely impassable. We must take a detour," Chen Yi replied, gently pressing the accelerator towards the direction of the Rizhao Reservoir. By 7 in the evening, both vehicles arrived at the Rizhao Reservoir. The Land Rover led the way, traversing the dam and entering the courtyard of an office building. This structure serves as the management center for the Rizhao Reservoir. Observing the eerie silence of the courtyard, Chen Yi extended his hand from the window, signaling to the jeep behind them. It was too quiet. Zhang Yi, sensing something amiss, pulled out her pistol with a grave expression. Logically, the noise from their vehicles should have attracted any lurking zombies within the office building, yet not a single one was in sight. This left 2 possibilities. Either the zombies inside had consumed all available food and dispersed to seek sustenance elsewhere, or the building had already been claimed by others. "Stay in the car for now," he instructed briefly before disengaging the safety on his handgun and stepping out. Wang Chenghu, wielding a crowbar, swiftly approached his side. His demeanor alert. "Is anyone there?" Chen Yi called towards the office building, receiving no response. Sensing the stillness, he released the German Shepherd from the back seat. Upon landing, the dog sniffed the air, appearing puzzled and on the verge of alerting, yet uncertain. Chen Yi shouted once more, "Is there anyone inside?" Silence was his only answer. "Let us go in and take a look," Wang Chenghu suggested, leading the way towards the building, with Chen Yi and the dog closely following. The lobby on the first floor was in disarray, the polished marble floor marred by extensive patches of dried, dark blood. Upon entering the lobby, the dog's demeanor shifted dramatically. It assumed an aggressive stance, baring its teeth and barking ferociously. Woof, woof. The fierce barks of the German Shepherd echoed throughout the lobby. Chen Yi furrowed his brow. This was the first time he had witnessed the dog react in such a manner. Previously, when encountering zombies or survivors, the dog would merely give a couple of soft barks to alert Chen Yi. However, at this moment, its cry was particularly sharp and piercing. Chen Yi could even discern a hint of fear in its voice. What could possibly terrify a German Shepherd to such an extent? Wang Chenghu lowered his voice and said, "This building is strange. Should we find another place to spend the night?" Glancing at the darkening sky, Chen Yi replied without hesitation, "Let's retreat." Although this office building was the only structure within several kilometers, he decided it was wise to seek refuge elsewhere. The eerie atmosphere of the building and the German Shepherd's frantic reaction left him uneasy. "All right," Wang Chenghu nodded, just as the trio was about to turn and leave. A sudden gust of wind swept from behind them. Chen Yi's pupils constricted sharply as he swiftly turned around and decisively pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. The deafening gunfire echoed through the hall. 5 shots rang out, yet none struck their intended target. All he caught was a fleeting glimpse of a shadow. What was that? Wang Chenghu reacted swiftly, spinning around but still failing to discern the nature of their assailant. Swallowing hard, he gripped the crowbar tightly, his vigilant gaze sweeping across the hall. "We need to move." Chen Yi had a vague idea of what they were dealing with and immediately urged Wang Chenghu to exit the hall. However, their pursuer clearly had no intention of letting them escape. In the next moment, another shadow darted across the dimly lit hall, this time targeting Wang Chenghu. Having been a reconnaissance soldier, despite having retired several years ago, his instincts remained sharp. He reacted quickly, swinging the crowbar with all his might at the shadow. Crack! A sharp sound of flesh tearing filled the air as the shadow was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. At this moment, the 2 men finally discerned what had attacked them. It was an infant, to be precise, an infant zombie. After being struck by the crowbar, the zombie's cheek was a gruesome mess of flesh, its left eye completely ruptured, with thick, dark blood mingling with an unknown viscous fluid, slowly oozing from its eye socket. Yet, this injury seemed to have no effect on the infant zombie. It lay on the ground, baring its tiny, sharp teeth, emitting a series of juvenile growls. Its remaining crimson eye fixated on them. Wang Chenghu frowned and exclaimed, "Is this a zombie? Why does it seem different from the ones we encountered before?" In a vast forest, one can find all sorts of birds. Chen Yi took a deep breath, his expression grave. A second stage evolved infant zombie. This is troublesome. Based on his previous experiences, zombies typically began to evolve for the second time after 6 months. Yet, for reasons unknown, this infant zombie had evolved prematurely. Chen Yi's gaze remained locked on the infant zombie as he murmured, "Its speed is too fast. We must eliminate it here. If it escapes the hall, those in the vehicle will be in grave danger." At this point, retreating was no longer an option. Wang Chenghu nodded, saying, "I'll try to distract it. You take the shot." With that, he cautiously moved a step to the left. Indeed, The zombie's single remaining eye followed his movement. Chen Yi steadied his grip on the gun, aligning his aim, and pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet went astray, striking the floor just a meter away from the infant zombie. Wang Chenghu was momentarily taken aback and could not help but scoff. My friend, your marksmanship is rather abysmal. Chen Yi, however, found himself unable to retort. The dim lighting of the hall rendered the target exceedingly small. Why don't you give it a try? He suggested. Here. Wang Chenghu extended a hand. Just then, the infant zombie sprang into action. It skittered across the smooth floor like a gecko, rapidly advancing towards Wang Chenghu. The speed was astonishing. He bent slightly, raising the crowbar to strike downwards. The crowbar struck the floor, sending a shower of sparks into the air. The infant zombie nimbly evaded the blow and lunged at his thigh, its toothy maw wide open, ready to bite down fiercely. Alarmed, Wang Chenghu felt a rush of panic. But there was no time to react. Just as the zombie was about to sink its teeth into his leg, a gust of wind swept by. Crack! Chen Yi executed a swift kick, sending the infant zombie flying several meters away as though it were a mere ball. Thanks! Wang Chenghu exclaimed, drenched in cold sweat. His heart still racing with fear. The gun is yours. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Yi passed the firearm to him while taking the crowbar for himself. He could no longer afford to hesitate. If they did not eliminate this infant zombie, their lives would be at stake. At that moment, the German shepherd anxiously barked from the side. Observing this, Chen Yi commanded, Dog, go outside. The dog could offer no assistance. Rushing in could result in it being inadvertently harmed. Hearing Chen Yi's order, the dog whined softly, clearly reluctant, but ultimately complied and exited the hall. Chapter 33. Evolved Zombies. The infant zombie possessed the advantage of incredible speed. Although its strength had significantly increased, it still paled in comparison to that of an adult man. If Chen Yi were fully equipped, a single infant zombie would pose no challenge at all. However, at this moment, neither of them wore protective gear. Should the infant zombie manage to bite or scratch them, even the slightest wound could prove fatal. Moreover, the infant zombie had the benefit of its surroundings. The sun was nearly setting, plunging the hall into deeper darkness. Compared to the spacious courtyard outside, the hall seemed constricted, with desks and various obstacles obstructing their view, providing ample cover for the infant zombie. The critical issue was that they could not lure the infant zombie outside into the open courtyard. Should it escape, Zhang Yi and the elderly and children in the jeep would be in grave danger. Evolved zombies, while still lacking intellect, exhibited considerably more cunning than their non-evolved counterparts. It appeared that sensing Wang Chenghu as the greater threat, the infant zombie as solitary, I remained fixated on him. Hey, little one, Chen Yi called out, taking a step forward. As anticipated, his movement immediately captured the infant zombie's attention. Seizing this moment, Wang Chenghu gripped the gun tightly, narrowing his eyes slightly. Whoosh! The infant zombie surged forward, using both hands and feet to crawl rapidly along the ground. Bang! 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 Wang Chenghu fired 3 shots in quick succession, but all missed their mark. There was simply no way to counter the infant zombie's extraordinary speed. However, those 3 shots altered the trajectory of the infant zombie's movements. It was originally lunging towards Chen Yi but was compelled to change direction mid-course, rapidly vanishing behind the office desk. Old Wang, your marksmanship leaves much to be desired. Chen Yi jested, though his gaze remained fixed intently on the direction of the desk. In response, Wang Chenghu could not help but scoff. You're shooting at a stationary target, while I'm aiming at a rapidly moving one. Can you even compare the two? The speed of the infant zombie was such that not only he, but even a shooting instructor from his unit would likely fail to hit it. While he silently grumbled, Wang Chenghu was also astonished by Chen Yi's mental fortitude. In such a perilous situation, he, an experienced scout, felt immense tension. Yet his companion still found the humor to joke. As the light in the hall dimmed further, Wang Chenghu declared solemnly, we need a strategy to deal with this creature quickly. Otherwise, once night falls completely, we shall be in grave danger. Weighing the crowbar in his hand, Chen Yi replied with an even tone, this time, you shall be the bait. Agreed. Wang Chenghu nodded in assent, stepping forward to take a shot at the desk. As the gunfire echoed, a shadow leapt from behind the desk, hurtling towards Chen Yi. Wang Chenghu quickly lowered his weapon to avoid inadvertently harming Chen Yi. Chen Yi's expression grew serious as he slightly bent forward, poised to seize the opportunity for a decisive strike. Yet, just as the infant zombie approached within 2 meters, it suddenly changed course and leapt into the air, targeting Wang Chenghu instead. This fellow had executed a clever diversion. The infant zombie surged forth like a cannonball, its speed akin to lightning. In that moment, Wang Chenghu demonstrated the combat prowess of a seasoned scout. He stood his ground, unwavering, as he raised his weapon with swift determination. At that instant, the infant zombie was suspended mid-air, devoid of any means to evade. It was the perfect chance to eliminate the threat. Just as the creature was about to pounce upon him, he decisively pulled the trigger. Click! The anticipated gunshot to the head did not materialize. Instead, a jarring sound of a jammed chamber filled the air. Damn! Wang Chenghu's pupils constricted, the specter of death surging from deep within his core. At this juncture, it was too late to evade. He could only watch helplessly as the infant zombie lunged towards him. Closer, ever closer, its grotesque visage becoming increasingly vivid. Suddenly, the infant zombie's form faltered. As if paused midair, a dark crowbar pierced through its skull from behind. The immense force punctured through its forehead, revealing the sharp tip of the crowbar. Blood mingled with brain matter dripped slowly from the pointed end. Gasping, Wang Chenghu stared blankly at the infant zombie before him, his body drenched in cold sweat from shock. After a moment, he turned his gaze to Chen Yi, who held the crowbar, wiped the sweat from his brow, and with a hoarse voice remarked, "I told you this gun was unreliable. It jams all the time." Indeed. Chen Yi smiled faintly, casually waving the crowbar in her hand and discarding the corpse of the infant zombie onto the ground as if it were mere refuse. "Here you go." Wang Chenghu grimaced as he shoved the handgun into Chen Yi's embrace, silently resolving never to use the 92 model again. After securing the safety, Chen Yi grinned and tucked the handgun back into her waistband. Wang Chenghu glanced down at the infant zombie, his face filled with astonishment. What on earth is this? It's completely different from the zombies we encountered before, swift as a specter. And have you noticed? This creature seems far more intelligent. Chen Yi casually explained. It is said that zombies can evolve. This one must have undergone some transformation. Evolve? Wang Chenghu paused, then inquired, "Where did you hear that?" "I once spoke with a doctor who speculated that the zombie virus alters human genes. For instance, their sense of smell is likely more acute than ours, enabling them to identify their kind through scent. Over time, zombies become increasingly formidable due to the virus's modifications." Chen Yi's words were a blend of truth and fabrication, successfully deceiving Wang Chenghu. "What is happening inside?" At that moment, Zhang Ye's worried voice echoed from outside the hall. Having heard the gunshots earlier, she had realized that Chen Yi and the others were in peril. To avoid distracting them, she had refrained from speaking until calm returned to the hall. "Rest assured, we are unharmed," Chen Yi reassured her, adding, "But please wait outside. I need to conduct another inspection." Upon hearing this, Zhang Ye's anxious heart finally found solace. The few individuals in the jeep breathed a sigh of relief, shaken by the sudden gunfire. "Dog, come inside." Chen Yi called the German shepherd back in, leading it alongside Wang Chenghu as they meticulously searched the entire office building. Only after confirming that no other zombies were present did they allow Zhang Ye and the others to enter. The office building was modest, comprising only 3 stories and 7 or 8 offices in total. Once their inspection was complete, the time had advanced to 8 in the evening. They had prepared themselves to nibble on some compressed biscuits, only to discover a small kitchen in the yard. It made sense. The location was so remote that no buildings were visible for miles, and food delivery was out of the question, necessitating home-cooked meals. Though the gas canister in the kitchen was nearly depleted, it sufficed for a single meal. After unloading rice and oil from the vehicle, Ding Shui and her mother-in-law busied themselves in the kitchen. Meanwhile, Chen Yi and Wang Chenghu dismantled some tables and chairs to use as firewood, igniting a bonfire in the hall. As the flames gradually flickered, the warm orange glow dispelled the darkness, bringing light and a sense of comfort to the group. Humanity's affinity for fire is etched into our very genes. Chapter 34. A tongue full of rhymes before long. Ding Shui entered the hall bearing a large basin of food. The dish, a delightful stew of cabbage and vermicelli with some cured meat, wafted an enticing aroma. Though it consisted of a single dish, the portion was generous and embodied the essence of northeastern cuisine. Setting the basin on the desk, Ding Shui called out, "The rice will take a little longer. You may start eating." "All right." Chen Yi was not one to feign sentimentality, and at this moment, he indeed felt a pang of hunger. The group settled around the office desk, and Chen Yi picked up a pair of chopsticks, sampling a mouthful of vermicelli. To his surprise, the flavor was quite delightful. The sweetness of the cabbage complemented the savory richness of the cured meat, rendering it particularly appetizing. After swallowing the noodles, Chen Yi inquired curiously, where did this cured meat come from? Previously, he had brought along some preserved goods, but within a couple of days, the high temperatures had caused them to deteriorate. Reluctantly, Chen Yi had to discard them all. Wang Chenghu, slurping up the vermicelli, mumbled an explanation, "I have a car refrigerator in my Jeep, stocked with a good amount of preserved goods." Chen Yi gave a thumbs up, acknowledging the utility of such an appliance. Had he not been pressed for time since his rebirth, he too would have considered acquiring one. At that moment, Wang Chenghu proposed, "Hey, should we indulge a bit?" "Sure. Let's do it." Chen Yi responded with a smile, discreetly signaling Zhang Ye with a glance. Zhang Ye immediately reciprocated with an understanding look. Upon receiving his agreement, Wang Chenghu hastily set aside his bowl and chopsticks, striding out of the hall. Soon, he returned, carrying a bottle of matai. He then rummaged beneath the water dispenser for several disposable cups. As he poured the liquor, he quipped, "This drink used to be beyond my reach. Who would have thought it would become so commonplace now? Wang Guodong, a seasoned drinker, couldn't help but swallow hard at the enticing aroma of the liquor. Wang Chenghu judiciously poured 2 ounces into each cup, simultaneously stating, "Under these special circumstances, let's enjoy a little tonight, and we can celebrate properly when the opportunity arises." Once reseated, Wang Chenghu raised his cup, declaring, "My friend, I toast to you. If it weren't for your help earlier, I might have met my demise." Acknowledging this sentiment, Chen Yi lifted his cup, gently clinking it against Wang Chenghu's before taking a small sip. The liquor was remarkably smooth. As it slid down his throat, it transformed into a fiery sensation, spreading warmth throughout his body. Indeed, one must admit that liquor is a fine companion. With the first sip, Chen Yi felt a considerable alleviation of the invisible pressure that had weighed upon him. As the drinking continued, Wang Chenghu opened up, regaling tales of his past experiences in the military. "It's not mere boasting. I was quite a figure in my unit. Had it not been for my academic shortcomings, I would have long since been promoted to officer." Upon hearing this, Chen Yi raised an eyebrow. "I recall that one can now take exams for officer training in the military, right? It seems you simply didn't pass." Mentioning this caused Wang Chenghu's face to flush slightly. Fortunately, his naturally dark complexion masked any visible embarrassment. Taking a sip from his cup to conceal his awkwardness, he shifted the conversation, asking, "So, what exactly did you do before?" This question had troubled him all day. If he were to assume Chen Yi was from a military or police background, he found no trace of that unique demeanor. Yet, to consider him an ordinary person was equally implausible. Setting aside Chen Yi's remarkable skills, his formidable psychological resilience was not something an average person could possess. Chen Yi replied truthfully, "I was just a laborer before." "Come on, man, that's rather uninteresting." Wang Chenghu smacked his lips, evidently incredulous. "A mere laborer, you say?" Chen Yi produced a pack of cigarettes, distributing them among the two, before lighting one for himself. He elucidated, "However, I tend to be rather eccentric. I enjoy watching zombie movies and often engage in discussions with some rather silly internet friends about how to survive an apocalypse. Perhaps from watching too many films, I find that I am less afraid when I encounter actual zombies." Upon hearing his explanation, Wang Chenghu suddenly understood. "Ah, I see now. A survival enthusiast." Chen Yi expressed mild surprise. "Oh, so you know about survival enthusiasts?" Wang Chenghu grinned proudly. "Of course. What do I not know?" Meanwhile, Zhang Yi cast a sidelong glance at Chen Yi, a smirk playing on her lips. Survival enthusiast? What a farce. She harbored no belief in Chen Yi's explanation, even dismissing it without a single punctuation mark. She vividly recalled their first meeting when he had opened fire over a trivial disagreement, his eyes reflecting a chilling disregard for life, reminiscent of a defiant lone wolf. Initially, Zhang Yi had speculated about Chen Yi's true identity, special police, murderer, or perhaps mentally unstable. However, after their harrowing experience in Guanan County, she ceased to dwell on his past. Regardless of his former identity, he was now a trustworthy companion. The meal stretched on for a full half-hour. 2 liang of liquor was hardly excessive, at least for robust men like Wang Chenghu and Wang Guodong from Shandong province. It was merely a light sip. "Let us eat some watermelon." With a cigarette between his lips, Wang Chenghu, under the eager gaze of little Nguyen, sliced open the hefty watermelon. Weighing a dozen or so pounds, it was ample for their group. Cradling a large slice, Wang Chenghu settled beside Chen Yi and proposed, "Shall we take turns keeping watch tonight?" "No need. He will suffice." Chen Yi gestured toward the German shepherd gnawing on a piece of watermelon nearby. "Oh, I almost forgot about him." Wang Chenghu slapped his forehead, laughing heartily. "Then tonight, we can finally enjoy a good night's sleep." After finishing the watermelon, they were oblivious to the passage of time, and soon it was 9:30. By this hour, everyone felt drowsy. In a world devoid of entertainment, early to bed and early to rise had become their routine, and they had unwittingly developed a biological clock that made them sleepy after 9. Chen Yi secured the iron gate of the courtyard, but Wang Chenghu, feeling uneasy, fetched a length of chain to firmly secure the glass door of the hall from the inside. After extinguishing the bonfire in the hall, they all returned to the office. Though the office lacked beds, there were plenty of sofas. Chen Yi and Wang Chenghu worked together to move sofas down from the 2nd and 3rd floors. By combining 2 sofas and laying a soft mat atop, they fashioned a makeshift bed. As Zhang Yi lay down next to Chen Yi, she whispered, "While we were cooking earlier, I tried to glean some information. From their tone and the casual topics of conversation, it's clear they are not family with Wang Chenghu. Yet their relationship is quite close. Therefore, Wang Chenghu must not be lying." Chen Yi nodded, the alcohol rendering him pleasantly tipsy and delightfully lightheaded. In the adjacent office, a makeshift bed formed by sofas was offered to 2 elderly individuals, while Ding Chui and her child settled down on another sofa. As for Wang Chenghu, he intended to make do with a night at the desk. In the darkness, Ding Chui curiously inquired, "Brother Wang, what kind of survival maniac is Chen Yi?" What a farce of a survivalist, Wang Chenghu scoffed. His words are nothing but empty platitudes. Really? Ding Chui was taken aback, hastily lowering her voice. Should we still align ourselves with them? Of course, why not? Wang Chenghu chuckled reassuringly. Rest assured, though that fellow may speak untruths, he harbors no malice towards us. Chapter 35. The official sanctuary. Ding Chui speculated. Could he possibly be a fugitive? Upon hearing this, Wang Chenghu, emboldened by the drink, could not resist teasing. What? Do you expect him to turn himself in? I'm discussing serious matters here, Ding Chui replied, both exasperated and amused. Her daughter's godfather was indeed amiable, yet his tongue was incessantly wagging, akin to someone afflicted with social anxiety. Suppressing a smile, Wang Chenghu remarked earnestly, he is unlikely to be a fugitive. He seems rather knowledgeable about zombies. I suspect he may belong to a confidential department. Brother Wang, your theory seems rather far-fetched, she countered. In truth, fretting over identities is futile. The world has changed. Throughout our journey, we have seen no signs of government or military presence, indicating that the state may have collapsed. Wang Chenghu sighed softly and continued, all I desire now is to ensure your survival. Surviving is our foremost priority. Everything else is mere folly. The office fell into a contemplative silence. After a long while, just as Ding Chui was about to speak, she heard the steady sounds of snoring emanating from the desk. Seeing this, she swallowed her words, holding her daughter tightly, and gradually closed her eyes. The following day, the faint morning light filtered through the window, casting a soft glow upon Chen Yi's face. Slowly opening his eyes, he experienced a moment of bewilderment before tossing aside the arm that lay across his chest in irritation. No wonder I had nightmares all night. It felt as though a stone was weighing me down. Ugh, Zhang Ye emitted an unconscious murmur, wiping the drool from the corner of her mouth as she opened her eyes. This girl was quite amusing, resembling a child. She even drooled in her sleep. Meeting Chen Yi's gaze, Zhang Ye's cheeks flushed slightly as she explained, I prefer sleeping on my stomach, so I tend to drool. Casting a glance at her plush toy rabbit, Chen Yi asked curiously, don't you find it uncomfortable to sleep that way? Yawning, Zhang Ye flicked her hair back. It wasn't a problem before. My bed at home was custom-made. However, I've been waking up with some discomfort lately. Wow, it must be nice to be wealthy. Even your bed is tailor-made for sleep. Exiting the office, they found the entire hall eerily quiet. Evidently, Wang Chenghu and his group had yet to awaken. At this moment, dawn was just breaking. Unlocking the iron chain, Chen Yi and Zhang Ye pushed open the glass door. They initially intended to take a shower, but discovered there was no well in the yard, and the running water had long ceased. The two could only use bottled water from the car for a quick wash. The only solace at present is that drinking water is temporarily abundant. Once it runs out, one can simply scour a nearby convenience store. Under high temperatures, the shelf life of bottled water and beverages far exceeds that of food. If stored in a cool, dark place, they can remain consumable even after a year. As long as the seal remains intact, they can endure even in the steamy confines of a trunk for a month or so. Returning to the main hall, Chen Yi and Zhang Ye sat at the desk, extracting a handgun and meticulously disassembling it into a multitude of parts, carefully wiping each piece with a soft cloth. The previous day's encounter with Wang Chenghu had served as a wake-up call. Firearms require regular maintenance, especially handguns like the Type 92, which are prone to jamming. Lacking gun oil, Chen Yi could only conduct a cursory cleaning. Vegetable and lard oils were not suitable, as they solidify in low temperatures, exacerbating the risk of jamming. Even in summer, they are inadvisable. The impurities in these oils can accumulate in the chamber due to the high temperatures generated when firing, leading to various malfunctions. Do not inquire how Chen Yi came by this knowledge. It is a lesson learned through the tribulations of his past life. With a creak, the office door swung open, and Wang Chenghu stepped out. Noticing Chen Yi and Zhang Ye already seated, he raised an eyebrow and remarked, "Oh, you're up early. How did you sleep last night?" Chen Yi greeted him with a smile. In response, Wang Chenghu expressed, "Thanks to my brother, I finally had a good night's sleep. A few nights ago, I was too anxious to sleep at all. Any slight sound would rouse me, forcing me to catch up on sleep during the day in the car." As he spoke, he cast an envious glance at the German shepherd, who was indulging in its kibble. In these dire times, the assistance provided by a police dog is invaluable. Just then, Ding Chui and others emerged in succession. After freshening up, the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law instinctively entered the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Today's meal consisted of rice porridge accompanied by pickled vegetables. However, halfway through cooking, the gas ran out. Consequently, everyone gathered around the desk to share a somewhat undercooked bowl of rice porridge. After tidying up, the two vehicles slowly exited the courtyard. Fortune smiled upon them today, as they encountered no further issues along the way and successfully crossed the Fudong River. In the passenger seat, Zhang Ye activated the car radio, tuning to AM 1239 as per Wang Chenghu's earlier suggestion. Moments later, intermittent broadcasts crackled through the car's sound system. "Attention all citizens, please promptly proceed to the shelter. Survivors unable to venture outside are advised to stay home, ensure safety precautions, and await rescue. The nation promises never to abandon any individual. The distance seemed to impair the broadcast signal, interspersed with an irritating static. This announcement appeared to be pre-recorded, playing continuously for 24 hours. After listening to it several times, the two finally grasped the entirety of the broadcast content. Turning off the radio, Zhang Yu inquired, "What are your thoughts?" Chen Yi replied with keen interest. "This is not a fishing radio. It seems that the Bohai Bay shelter is indeed established by the government. The phrasing and the quality of the announcer are exceedingly professional, exuding a strong official tone throughout. Moreover, the establishment of an extensive sanctuary within just a little over a week is a feat that only the authorities seem capable of achieving. After all, the apocalypse has only just unfolded, and various factions are still in their nascent stages, each with no more than 100 personnel. Upon reflection, one recalls that in the last life, those fishing broadcasts sprouted like mushrooms only 6 months after the zombie outbreak. This is why he is so resolute." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yu felt a flicker of intrigue and inquired, "Should we go investigate? Do you trust me?" Chen Yi countered with a question rather than answering. "Of course not." "All right." Zhang Yu nodded, refraining from asking for an explanation. Casting a glance at her, Chen Yi's lips curled into a subtle smile. Engaging in conversation with an astute individual is indeed a convenience. Had it been someone less perceptive, they would likely be asking for reasons at this juncture. However, if they were truly foolish, Chen Yi would not have considered bringing them along. The rationale for not proceeding is quite straightforward. In his previous life, Chen Yi had never heard of any sanctuary in the Bohai Bay. As one of the first shelters constructed by the official government, it could not have remained obscure. Thus, there is only one conclusion. The Bohai Bay sanctuary must have perished within a remarkably short span of time. Chapter 36, Economic Development Zone. As noon approached, Chen Yi gradually brought the vehicle to a halt by the roadside for a brief respite. Exiting the car, he stretched his aching back. After days of continuous driving, his body was beginning to protest. The primary reason for this discomfort was Zhang Yu's injuries, which had yet to fully heal. Otherwise, they could have taken turns driving, easing the burden significantly. Accepting the cigarette from Wang Chenghu, Chen Yi was about to speak when a timid little girl approached, her innocent voice asking, "Uncle, may I play with the dog?" "No, it still needs to help us keep watch," Chen Yi replied firmly. Hearing this, the little girl pouted in disappointment. Observing this scene, Ding Chui hurried over, scolding her daughter with an apologetic expression, "I'm sorry, children can be so thoughtless." Chen Yi couldn't help but nod in approval at Wang Chenghu's demeanor. He was discerning and understood the gravity of the situation. Sensing Chen Yi's gaze, Wang Chenghu smiled wryly. "Though I am fond of my daughter, I can still distinguish between what is important and what is not." Chen Yi smiled slightly and shifted the topic. "About that radio broadcast you mentioned, I listened to it." "Well?" Wang Chenghu inquired eagerly. Chen Yi replied candidly, "In my assessment, the Bohai Bay sanctuary is indeed established by the official government." Wang Chenghu was momentarily taken aback. He had harbored doubts about this sudden broadcast, especially since Chen Yi had previously urged caution. Thus, he had almost lost hope regarding the Bohai Bay sanctuary. Now, with Chen Yi asserting its authenticity, he furrowed his brow and asked, "Are you sure?" "At least in my judgment, it is genuinely a government-built sanctuary." A surge of elation swelled within Wang Chenghu, and he hastily suggested, "If that's the case, why wait?" Mid-sentence, he suddenly noticed Chen Yi looking at him with a bemused expression. Realizing something was amiss, Wang Chenghu inquired, "What's wrong?" "We are not going." Chen Yi exhaled slowly, releasing a ring of smoke. Amidst the swirling haze, there was an unmistakable air of nonchalance. He had no intention of deceiving Wang Chenghu. It was what it was, and if it wasn't, then so be it. Rather than allowing the other party to discover the truth later and harbor resentment, it was better to speak candidly now. The refuge in the Bohai Bay was indeed real. Yet he had no intention of going there. The decision was yours to make. Wang Chenghu was no fool. His seemingly naive exterior was merely a facade. At that moment, his mind raced with a multitude of questions, as if countless threads were entangled together. Observing this, Chen Yi patted his shoulder and chuckled softly, "Do not rush your decision. There is still some distance to Jiaozhou." With that, he turned and returned to the vehicle. Zhang Yu handed him a bottle of mineral water, her curiosity piqued. "Aren't you worried he might bring his entire family to the Bohai Bay refuge? After all, the government's reputation still carries significant weight among the public. When it rains, a mother must marry. Can you really stop that?" Chen Yi, with an indifferent expression, twisted the cap off and took a hearty gulp. Wang Chenghu was merely a minor episode on their escape. While Chen Yi recognized his capabilities, he was not indispensable. To be frank, a retired scout did not warrant much of his consideration. If he was willing to join, then let him. If not, so be it. Had it not been for the assistance in acquiring tires that alleviated their immediate crisis, Chen Yi might not have even entertained the thought of enlisting him. Zhang Yu stretched languidly, her graceful form evident at that moment. Gazing into the distant sky, she murmured, "I wish we could reach Changbai Mountain sooner. This sweltering summer heat is suffocating." Lunch consisted of compressed biscuits. The hard, dry texture, coupled with the oppressive heat, left them with little appetite. Nonetheless, both Chen Yi and Zhang Ye forced themselves to consume a piece. After downing another bottle of mineral water, Chen Yi could distinctly feel his abdomen swelling slightly. Suddenly, the urgent barking of a German shepherd pierced the air from outside the vehicle. Chen Yi paused mid-drink, and through the window, he saw a horde of zombies emerging from both sides of the road. A quick estimation suggested there were at least 1,000 of them. At that moment, these zombies charged towards them like ravenous beasts. "Dog, get in the car," Chen Yi called out, as the German shepherd jumped into the back seat. He quickly exited to shut the rear door. Wang Chonghu and the others hastily scrambled into the vehicle as well. With no time to fasten their seatbelts, Chen Yi started the engine and pressed down on the accelerator. The diesel engine roared to life. The two vehicles sped down the highway, one in front of the other. Where did all these zombies come from? Chen Yi furrowed his brow, a flicker of confusion crossing his gaze. They had deliberately avoided cities and towns, even opting for rural paths to bypass larger villages. As for the zombie tide, logically, it should not be this small. In his previous life, he had witnessed hordes beginning with at least several 100,000. Moreover, the formation of such hordes did not occur so rapidly. They would first sweep through cities, only expanding outward once the urban areas were completely devoid of food. In the passenger seat, Zhang Ye pointed out, "Look at the clothes those zombies are wearing." Clothes? Upon hearing those words, Chen Yi swiftly cast a glance at the rearview mirror. There, he beheld a horde of zombies amassed on either side of the road, a dark, oppressive mass that completely obstructed their retreat. These zombies were clad in various factory uniforms. Factories, and not merely one. In that fleeting glance, Chen Yi discerned 5 or 6 distinct styles and colors of work attire. This indicated the presence of an economic development zone nearby. Most crucially, deducing from the positions and directions of these zombies, it was highly likely that this economic development area lay just ahead. A single factory could employ hundreds, if not thousands, of workers. Even the smallest economic development zones in rural areas typically host at least 7 or 8 factories, suggesting that this particular zone was likely teeming with over 10,000 zombies. However, it was too late to turn back now. Chen Yi took a deep breath, pressed the accelerator firmly, and commanded, "Keep an eye on the situation on both sides of the road." Zhang Ye nodded, stowing away the map, her gaze fixed intently on the road ahead. Creak. As they rounded a bend, Chen Yi suddenly slammed on the brakes. Zombies. A dense, overwhelming swarm of them. Initially, Chen Yi had intended to accelerate through the economic development area before the zombies could fully converge, just as he had done when passing through smaller towns. But he had misjudged the scale of this zone. The mass of zombies ahead numbered at least several tens of thousands, crowding not only the highway but also the fields flanking it. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Yi sharply turned the steering wheel and pressed the gas pedal hard. Boom. The Range Rover roared, breaking free from the road. Behind them, the Jeep followed closely. Both vehicles, equipped with 4-wheel drive and powerful diesel engines, surged forward even through the muddy terrain. Chapter 37, The Horde Bang. The Range Rover effortlessly knocked aside 5 or 6 zombies, soaring over the ridge of the field and continuing its wild dash across the farmland. Hordes of zombies surged from all directions, akin to a vast net closing in. At this moment, should the vehicle be forced to a halt, death would surely follow. Chen Yi was acutely aware of this. He pressed the accelerator to the floor, gripping the steering wheel tightly. The diesel engine roared continuously, transforming the Range Rover into a ferocious beast, rampaging through the throng of the undead. Zhang Ye held onto the handrail above the door, striving to maintain her balance, her eyes scanning the surroundings for the optimal escape route. This was the tacit understanding they had cultivated over the days. Often, Chen Yi needn't utter a word. Zhang Ye instinctively knew what to do. Mud mixed with the blood of zombies splattered against the windows, obstructing their view. At that moment, looking out through the glass, they were surrounded by zombies. Suddenly, Zhang Ye exclaimed, "Chen Yi, 9 o'clock." Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Yi immediately turned the vehicle towards the southwest, racing forward. It was uncertain how many zombies they had struck, but suddenly the view ahead opened up. They had finally burst through the encirclement of the horde. "Well done," Chen Yi exclaimed with a smile of appreciation. This illustrates the crucial role of a reliable teammate in times of crisis. Zhang Ye released a sigh, a glimmer of mirth dancing in her beautiful eyes. However, before they could revel in their relief for long, a jarring sound emanated from beneath the vehicle, sending a shudder through the Land Rover. Under Chen Yi's grim expression, the fuel gauge plummeted rapidly, and after traveling a few more meters, it finally rested at 0. Moments later, the engine emitted a series of strange noises, accompanied by wisps of white smoke. It was evident that the fuel tank had been ruptured, causing the engine to seize. Indeed, just seconds later, the Land Rover came to a complete halt. "Damn!" Chen Yi cursed inwardly and decisively commanded, abandoned the vehicle. Without hesitation, Chen Yi pushed open the door and exited the car. Behind them, a relentless horde of corpses continued their pursuit, with the nearest group less than 100 meters away. Hurry, gather the supplies. Grasping a short spear, Chen Yi first released the German shepherd from the back seat, then opened the trunk. Meanwhile, Chen Yi swiftly stuffed the medical kit into her backpack, followed by several packs of compressed biscuits and bottles of mineral water before securing her backpack. Glancing at the 2 barrels of diesel in the trunk, Chen Yi felt a surge of relief. He had purposely purchased extra diesel, and now it proved useful. He seized one of the barrels and shook it vigorously. Then, he opened the other barrel and poured all the diesel into the trunk. Instantly, the pungent aroma of diesel filled the air. Although Chen Yi was puzzled, she wisely refrained from questioning him. Knowing Chen Yi, she understood he would not engage in futile endeavors. The growls of the zombies grew increasingly distinct in her ears. At that moment, Chen Yi urged, "How much longer? The zombies are catching up." "All right." Chen Yi tossed the diesel barrel aside, retrieved a lighter, and ignited the fuel. Boom. In an instant, fierce flames erupted from the trunk. Thud. The sound of a blade piercing flesh echoed behind them. Turning around, Chen Yi saw herself thrusting her spear into the eye socket of a zombie. "Let us go." Chen Yi kicked aside an advancing zombie and grasped Chen Yi's arm, pulling her to run. Although Chen Yi's leg injury was not fully healed, she disregarded the pain, gritted her teeth, and pushed herself to keep pace with Chen Yi. At this moment, they were at the edge of a field, with a dense forest not far ahead. Behind them, a thick plume of smoke ascended. The horde paid no mind to the blazing vehicle. As if fueled by inexhaustible energy, they surged toward the 2. Running through the fields, Chen Yi could not resist glancing back. That fleeting glance filled her with icy dread, her scalp prickling. A dark wave of zombies surged toward them like a tide, the foremost barely 2 meters away. In this life-and-death crisis, an adrenaline surge ignited within Chen Yi, propelling her to run even faster. However, as time wore on, her breaths became increasingly labored and difficult, as if a fire were raging within her lungs. Particularly the wounds on her calves, a relentless wave of tearing pain surged through her nerves. Glancing at Chen Yi beside her, she could not help but inquire, "Chen Yi, why hasn't it exploded yet?" "Diesel isn't gasoline. It won't ignite that swiftly. Hold on a little longer," Chen Yi replied, equally distressed. His survival instinct sustaining him. Once they left the vehicle, humans could not outrun the undead. Transformed by the virus, the zombies possessed remarkable endurance, even capable of temporarily unleashing bursts of energy by exhausting their physical capabilities. Stimulated by the scent of food, they moved like tireless machines. At that moment, Chen Yi let out a soft gasp, her right leg giving way, causing her to collapse to the ground. Hiss. The zombie trailing closely behind emitted an excited roar and lunged forward fiercely. A dark spear glimmered ominously in the sunlight as it pierced through the zombie's eye socket and plunged into its brain. After dispatching the creature, Chen Yi swiftly withdrew the spear and roughly yanked Chen Yi from the ground. The force was tremendous, causing her arms to ache painfully. Yet, at that moment, gratitude filled her heart. However, that brief delay allowed the pursuing zombies to close in. Crack! A grayish-white hand extended from behind, seizing her backpack. Without hesitation, Chen Yi shook his shoulder, the spear deftly alternating between his hands as he decisively abandoned the pack. The 2 of them staggered onward for over 100 meters. But Chen Yi's legs faltered, and she collapsed onto the ground. "I can't go on, you must leave." A faint smile of resignation appeared on her pale face. Just as he hesitated, a thunderous explosion erupted. The fire soared into the sky, as if a sun had suddenly appeared on the ground. Within a 20-meter radius of the Range Rover, the zombies were instantly engulfed by flames, transforming into a sea of fire. Flying debris from the vehicle scattered like bullets. The shockwave from the explosion swept through the horde, creating a 300-meter vacuum. Even Chen Yi found himself stumbling backward under the force. The ground shook violently, and Chen Yi, who had been seated, was momentarily lifted off the ground. The horde momentarily halted, as if a pause button had been pressed. In the next second, all the zombies turned their heads in unison, racing toward the direction of the explosion. "Run," Chen Yi urged, helping Chen Yi to her feet as they hurried into the dense forest. Casting a glance back at the inferno, Chen Yi swallowed hard and could not resist asking, "Did you plant explosives in the car?" She understood that diesel could explode, but the magnitude of the blast exceeded her expectations. "No, this is how diesel explodes," Chen Yi explained, shaking his head. "Compared to gasoline, diesel is actually quite safe. Under normal circumstances, even if you toss a cigarette into a diesel barrel, it won't ignite. It only ignites when the temperature reaches 60 degrees Celsius. Just moments ago, Chen Yi had taken over 10 seconds to ignite the diesel with a lighter. Despite the inherent safety of diesel, once an explosion occurs, its force is akin to that of 10 times the weight of TNT. A 50-liter barrel, when violently shaken and subsequently exposed to intense heat, can unleash such destructive power upon detonation which is entirely within the realm of normality. Should gasoline be mixed in, the resulting effect becomes even more pronounced. In Chapter 38, A Devotion of the Body, within the heart of the dense forest, two individuals and a dog traverse swiftly. Although the deafening explosion temporarily diverts the attention of the zombies, it is but a fleeting distraction. They will soon return to their usual state. Thus, it is imperative for them to vacate the area expeditiously. As they journey onward, Chen Yi suddenly inquires about Wang Chonghu and the others. Zhang Yi shakes her head, explaining, "It was too chaotic earlier. I lost track of when they disappeared." At this, a silence falls over Chen Yi. The vast forest connects several undulating peaks. After nearly an hour of walking, they finally pause to rest against a tree. Zhang Yi sits on the ground, opens her backpack, and retrieves 2 bottles of mineral water. After twisting off the cap, Chen Yi takes several hearty gulps before asking with concern, "How is your wound?" Zhang Yi frowns. "It seems to have reopened." "Let me take a look," he replies. Finishing the last of the water, Chen Yi crouches down and rolls up Zhang Yi's pant leg. He notices fresh blood seeping through the bandages that encircle her wound. With deft movements, he unwraps the bandage, revealing a previously scabbed-over injury that has now split open, crimson blood flowing forth. Fortunately, the bleeding is not severe. As he speaks, Chen Yi retrieves a first aid kit from his bag, cleans the wound with iodine, applies Yunnan Baiyao, and rewraps it with clean gauze. Watching him diligently, a warm feeling rises in Zhang Yi's heart as she softly says, "Thank you. You've saved me once again." Chen Yi looks up, teasing, "What? Are you thinking of devoting yourself to me?" Zhang Yi smiles and replies, "Sure, as long as you don't mind the odor." "Perhaps not," Chen Yi decisively counters. In a post-apocalyptic world, especially during the sweltering summer, one should not idealize a beautiful woman too highly. A fragrant and exquisite beauty does not exist in such times. The notion of delightful perspiration is mere fantasy. Even the most beautiful woman will emit an unpleasant odor after a day of perspiration in the heat. If she happens to suffer from gynecological issues, it could very well induce nausea. Let us not inquire how Chen Yi knows this. Zhang Yi, however, is relatively fortunate, as she is able to bathe occasionally and change her undergarments while accompanying Chen Yi. In contrast, those women who have chosen to hide within the city are not so lucky. Once the water supply ceases, bathing becomes a distant luxury, and even drinking water must be rationed. In such oppressive heat, one can only imagine the odor after a week. If one can still eat under such circumstances, Chen Yi can only offer a thumbs up in admiration. A true warrior. After sharing a light moment, Zhang Yi gazes longingly towards the direction of their escape, lamenting, "That Range Rover was quite impressive. What a pity." Chen Yi had grown accustomed to the situation, smiling nonchalantly as he remarked, "There's nothing to lament. The fact that that vehicle has lasted this long is quite commendable, having successfully fulfilled its purpose." With that, he retrieved a bottle of mineral water from his backpack, unscrewed the cap, and poured some into his palm. Observing this, the German shepherd eagerly approached, lapping up the water from his hand. On such a scorching day, after running for so long, the dog was thoroughly parched, drinking nearly half the bottle before pausing. After gently ruffling the dog's head, Chen Yi began to assess their supplies. Aside from the first aid kit, his backpack contained merely a bottle of mineral water and 3 packets of compressed biscuits. This was all their worldly possessions at the moment. Under the pressing circumstances, Zhang Yi had only managed to pack these essentials. Although Chen Yi had previously stocked his backpack with ample water and food, it had regrettably been abandoned during their escape. Fortunately, the map, ammunition, and 3 books had been kept close, remaining intact in his pocket. After resting for a few minutes, Chen Yi stood and declared, "Let us move. It's getting late, and we must find a place to spend the night before darkness falls." Zhang Yi replied, struggling to rise, using her spear as a makeshift cane, limping along behind Chen Yi. He had no intention of climbing the mountain, so the pair simply navigated along the forested base. The underbrush was dense and challenging to traverse, with weeds and shrubs thriving abundantly. Chen Yi led the way, his spear striking the foliage ahead. Summer was the season of heightened snake activity, and a bite from a venomous serpent could result in a dire fate. Zhang Yi followed closely, while the German shepherd remained vigilant by their side. The abandonment of the vehicle and entry into the forest brought immense joy to the dog, who had been cooped up for too long. It now reveled in its freedom, darting about with exuberance. Witnessing this, Chen Yi couldn't help but smirk. That foolish dog. With no dog food or canned goods left, it might as well prepare for a feast of its own excrement. As dusk approached, they finally emerged from the thicket. Before them lay a vast expanse of lake, the golden twilight casting a shimmering light upon its surface, resembling a dazzling gemstone nestled among the mountains. Yet, at that moment, both were too preoccupied to appreciate the picturesque scene. Zhang Yi's beautiful eyes scanned the surroundings, and she pointed, saying, "Chen Yi, there's a house over there." Following her gesture, he noticed a building situated to the northeast, adjacent to the lake. At the entrance of its yard stood a wooden board resembling an advertisement. However, it was too far to discern the text, though he surmised it might be a farmhouse offering hospitality. Let us go take a look. Having a roof over our heads is infinitely preferable to sleeping in the wilderness. After traversing through countless thickets, they finally reached a dirt road. The path wound and twisted, disappearing into the dense forest on one end, while the other led directly to the building. After walking approximately 500 meters, the house drew nearer, and the wooden sign in front of the yard became clearly visible. Songya Lake Farmhouse. In the yard, he could faintly see 2 vehicles parked, prompting him to draw his pistol from his waist, disengage the safety, and chamber around. At that moment, the farmhouse was eerily silent. Woof! As they approached the courtyard, the German shepherd barked a warning. Accompanied by a series of growls, 7 or 8 zombies charged out from the yard. Upon spotting the 2 individuals and the dog, the zombies' crimson eyes gleamed with excitement as they sprinted forward. Sheathing his pistol, Chen Yi gripped his short spear and stood resolutely in place. The sound of blades piercing flesh echoed repeatedly. Soon, 8 lifeless zombie bodies lay sprawled across the ground. Shaking the blood from his spear, Chen Yi stepped into the courtyard first. The courtyard was expansive, with a grove of bamboo flourishing on the left side. The lush bamboo, combined with the ancient architectural style and the surrounding mountains and lakes, evoked a sense of tranquil elegance reminiscent of the idyllic line plucking chrysanthemums beneath the eastern fence. I leisurely gaze at the southern mountains. Are you from the rescue team? A timid female voice emerged from above. Looking up, they saw a cautious face peering from a third-floor window, brimming with vigilance. Indeed, Zhang Yi responded with a slight smile, her delicate and graceful features causing the girl to momentarily pause in surprise. However, a hint of mockery lingered in her smile. Why are there only the 2 of you in the rescue team? The girl furrowed her brow, her suspicion unabated. Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow and replied, how many more did you expect? The girl was momentarily taken aback, then continued, what about those creatures outside? They have all been dealt with, Zhang Yi replied nonchalantly. Striding over to the well featured an old-fashioned hand pump, and after a few presses, cool water flowed from the spout. Gently cupping her hands, Zhang Yi washed her face, the refreshing water instantly revitalizing her, dispelling the heat and eliciting a pleasant sigh of relief. The girl upstairs observed with a flicker of yearning. It had been nearly a week since she had washed her face. Not one to be foolish, the girl noted that while she had never seen the so-called rescue team, they should at least be in uniform, yet these 2 were dressed in a tight motorcycle suit and casual attire, looking more like vagabonds. The only respectable figure among them was the German shepherd, which seemed to be a search and rescue dog. At that moment, Chen Yi had thoroughly examined the courtyard, confirming that no other zombies or survivors remained. Casting a glance at the girl upstairs, he coldly declared, you have 30 seconds to come down. His icy gaze and tone caused the girl to shudder involuntarily, though he did not specify the consequences. She understood all too well that the fresh blood still glistening on his spear spoke volumes. In the next instant, her head vanished from the window. Shortly after, 2 anxious women emerged from the hall. Apart from the girl who had previously peered out, the other woman, with short hair, appeared slightly older, resembling Zhang Yi. Chen Yi scrutinized them and inquired, is it just the 2 of you? The girl replied honestly, there's also an older man, but he is injured and currently unconscious. How was he injured? A couple of days ago, our hunger became unbearable, and the uncle suggested we seek something to eat. Unfortunately, we were ambushed and scratched by those creatures, and soon after, I began to run a fever. A couple of days? It has been quite a while since I was bitten, yet I have not transformed? Upon hearing this, Chen Yi cast a deep glance at the 2 individuals, gripping his spear tightly as he led the German shepherd into the building. Witnessing his entrance, the short-haired woman displayed a flicker of panic in her eyes. The pressure emanating from this man was overwhelming. Under his penetrating gaze, even breathing seemed to become a challenge. In contrast, Zhang Yi exuded a far more comforting presence. Her graceful and refined features, combined with an intellectual aura and the faintest hint of a smile, felt like a gentle spring breeze. Observing Zhang Yi, the girl could not help but inquire, sister, judging by your accent, you must not be from Shandong, are you? Where do you think I am from? Zhang Yi replied with keen interest, her lips curling into a meaningful smile. The other's attempt at conversation was too naive, and she had noted the earlier panic in the short-haired woman's eyes. The girl tilted her head slightly, her delicate features complemented by the baby fat on her cheeks, rendering her irresistibly adorable. At that moment, the short-haired woman interjected, can we leave now? Casting a glance at her, Zhang Yi nodded, of course. You may leave at any time. A sigh of relief escaped the short-haired woman, who then hurried towards a white BMW X3. Sister, we will take our leave now. The girl cheerfully waved as she followed suit. Just then, Zhang Yi's voice resonated behind them. I merely said you could leave. I did not say you could drive. This is my car. Why can't I drive it? The short-haired woman retorted, furrowing her brow. Zhang Yi responded coolly, at present, this vehicle belongs to me. You. The short-haired woman struggled to suppress her anger, arguing, "The owner of the other car is deceased. You may use his vehicle." Zhang Ye's smile gradually faded, her warm gaze turning icy. "I have stated that both vehicles are mine now. What if I insist on driving away?" The short-haired woman glared at her, a more profound panic evident in her eyes. Zhang Ye slowly drew a pistol from her waist, methodically disengaging the safety, and spoke in a flat tone. "You may certainly try." The gun, as the dark muzzle was aimed at them, both women froze, standing in stunned silence. Woof! Accompanied by the barking of the German shepherd, Chen Yi emerged from the hall, dragging a putrid, decaying corpse behind him. The body belonged to a middle-aged man, his flesh mangled, with dozens of knife wounds on his cheeks, neck, and abdomen. It was evident he had met his demise by a flurry of knives. Quite intriguing. Upon seeing the corpse, Zhang Ye immediately understood. With a sudden motion, Chen Yi hurled the body to the ground. The next instant, the short-haired woman's legs buckled, and she collapsed to the ground, frantically explaining, "I didn't mean to. He was trying to assault us, and I killed him in self-defense. Yes, it was legitimate self-defense. You must believe me. I truly did not intend to kill him." Huh. The young girl stared blankly at the corpse, suddenly bursting into a peal of laughter reminiscent of silver bells. As she giggled, she stepped closer to the lifeless body, crouching down and extending her delicate fingers to point at the abdomen. "This was the first stab I made. I lacked the strength to push it all the way in, and the knife got stuck." Her fingers then wandered to the bridge of the nose. "This was the second stab. I intended to sever his throat, but he unexpectedly bowed his head. Nevertheless, it turned out well, as it allowed me to stab him multiple times. This is the third stab. Blood splattered all over my face, and I tasted it. It was not as sweet as I had imagined. This is the fourth stab," she continued, lost in her reverie, her eyes brimming with ecstasy, her complexion gradually turning flushed, her body trembling slightly. The short-haired woman had long been rendered speechless, her eyes wide with disbelief as she gazed at the girl. This is a psychopath, she thought, realizing she had cohabited with this murderous lunatic for so long. Chen Yi maintained a stoic demeanor, looking down at the girl with an air of authority, asking, "Are you finished?" The girl lifted her head, her innocent, large eyes meeting Chen Yi's, regaining her previous adorable and naive demeanor, and timidly replied, "I'm done." Chen Yi waved his hand dismissively, saying, "If you're done, drag the corpse outside." The body was already decaying and emitting a foul odor, its abdomen grotesquely distended, likely to burst in a couple of days, with maggots visibly wriggling through the flesh. The stench nearly overwhelmed him when he opened the door. In this weather, to commit murder and leave the corpse in the room was sheer lunacy. The girl, with a pitiful expression, protested, "But I can't lift it by myself." A resounding slap echoed through the courtyard. Chen Yi's strike was powerful, knocking the girl to the ground. When she lifted her head once more, her fair and delicate cheek bore a clear imprint of a red hand, with a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. Chen Yi's expression remained indifferent as he stated, "I do not wish to repeat myself." "Oh." The girl obediently nodded, grasping the corpse's feet and struggling to drag it toward the yard. Chapter 40. An unexpected delight for the girl's petite frame. The weight of the corpse was indeed overwhelming. She gritted her teeth, laboriously inching the body forward. The short-haired woman remained seated, her gaze vacant. In just a few minutes, she had endured too much, leaving her mind somewhat overwhelmed. First, her act of murder was exposed. Next, the adorably naive girl she had been living with for over a week turned out to be a psychopathic killer. The man and woman before her, though their identities remained unclear, exuded a terror surpassing that of the deranged girl. After an extended silence, the short-haired woman finally regained her senses. She looked towards Chen Yi, her lips trembling as she stammered, "Are you police?" "You can leave." Chen Yi waved his hand dismissively, as if swatting away a fly. Taken aback, the short-haired woman quickly inquired, "Aren't you going to call the police?" "Call the police?" It appeared these two women were still oblivious to the chaos unfolding outside. However, upon reflection, the secluded location of this farmhouse, devoid of internet and signal, indeed renders one ignorant of the outside world. Chen Yi, disinterested in offering explanations, coldly commanded, "Leave before I change my mind." Thank you, thank you." A surge of elation welled up within the short-haired woman as she repeatedly expressed her gratitude. Chen Yi gestured towards her and instructed, "Leave the car keys." The woman promptly retrieved the keys from her jeans pocket, reverently placed them on the ground, and hurriedly crawled out of the courtyard, fearful that any delay might provoke a change of heart on the part of her rescuer. As she watched the silhouette of the short-haired woman vanish at the end of the road, a glimmer of mockery flickered in Chen Yi's eyes. She believed she had escaped from hell, oblivious to the fact that a far more sinister inferno awaited her. Surveying her surroundings, Chen Yi felt a sense of satisfaction. This place is rather pleasant and could serve as a temporary refuge for a few days. The farmhouse boasted an abundance of food. Although the poultry in the yard had been devoured by the zombies, the vegetable garden still harbored a plethora of fresh produce. Should she desire meat, She could venture to the lake in hopes of catching some fish or shrimp. Most importantly, the remoteness of this location alleviated concerns regarding zombie attacks. Truth be told, if not for the impending tide of corpses, this would be an excellent survival base. Alas, in a few months, the zombie onslaught would render any place devoid of true safety across the nation. Zhang Yi, being astute, recognized that Chen Yi's decision to rest here for a few days was primarily due to her injury. Reflecting on this, she shook her head and asserted, "You needn't worry about me. My leg injury isn't severe. A night's rest will suffice." Chen Yi smiled gently, reassuring her, "Do not overthink it. Take this time to recuperate well. A sharpened blade does not hinder the woodcutter." During this period, Zhang Yi had displayed remarkable growth, increasingly beneficial to him. For instance, had it not been for her quick thinking in identifying the optimal escape route when they were surrounded by zombies, he would not have been able to break free. A few days spent nurturing a healthier Zhang Yi seemed a worthy exchange to Chen Yi. Furthermore, he indeed required rest to prepare for the journey ahead. The corpses had already been disposed of. At that moment, a soft voice emerged from behind him. Turning, Chen Yi frowned slightly, about to speak when Zhang Yi gently interjected. "Allow me to handle this." "Very well." Chen Yi nodded and led the German shepherd to the well to begin bathing it. Zhang Yi waved at the girl, smiling softly. "What is your name, dear?" "Yang Iran." The girl replied truthfully, her demeanor as docile as that of a pet cat. "How old are you?" 19. "How many people have you killed?" "Just one." Their exchange continued, with Zhang Yi smiling warmly, her gaze gentle, reminiscent of a kindly elder. The girl resembled a student called upon in class, her unease tinged with a hint of nervousness. Yang Iran was acutely aware of the formidable nature of the woman before her, while she merely relished the morbid thrill of taking a life. The other person exhibited a complete indifference to existence itself. She held no doubts that should her performance fail to meet expectations, the woman would not hesitate to draw her weapon and eliminate her. Zhang Yi continued, "Why didn't you leave with your companions?" "Because my sister wouldn't let me leave." Zhang Yi's smile deepened at the corners of her mouth as she softly remarked, "I do not appreciate children who resort to clever tricks. Do you understand?" Upon hearing this, Yang Iran felt a sudden jolt in her heart and candidly expressed her deduction. "Since you all fled here in such disarray, the outside must be perilous, am I right? It's not just monsters lurking here. The entire nation has succumbed, hasn't it?" A flicker of satisfaction crossed Zhang Yi's eyes. "May I accompany you?" Yang Iran licked the blood from the corner of her mouth, subconsciously glancing towards the well. At that moment, Chen Yi was busy scrubbing the German shepherd with soap. As his hands worked tirelessly, a layer of foam emerged from the dog's fur. The golden afterglow cast upon his profile seemed to envelop him in a soft filter. The searing pain on her cheek continuously stimulated Yang Iran's nerves, simultaneously evoking a peculiar sensation. She felt that accompanying these two would likely be safer and far more entertaining. "That depends on your performance," Zhang Yi replied, standing up and beckoning. "Come, lead me to the kitchen." "Oh," Yang Iran nodded, obediently guiding Zhang Yi towards the kitchen in the courtyard. After finishing the bath for the German shepherd, he himself was drenched. After all, expecting a dog to remain calm during a bath is quite a tall order, especially when, after the bath, it shakes off the water, the dog dries. While you remain soaked, Chen Yi decided to strip off his wet clothes and enjoy a refreshing shower. Afterward, he strode into the hall shirtless, rummaging through the main bedroom on the first floor for a short-sleeved shirt and slipping into a pair of casual sandals. The German shepherd followed him, trotting contentedly behind. The layout of the building resembled that of a guest house. The first floor was the owner's residence, while the second and third floors had been transformed into guest rooms. In a storage room on the first floor, Chen Yi stumbled upon a small diesel generator and a large barrel of diesel. This was indeed a pleasant surprise. Yet, upon reflection, it made perfect sense for a farmstay to be equipped with a generator, given the remote location. Any issues with nearby power lines that led to outages would require a considerable amount of time to resolve. If such an incident occurred at night, one would have to wait until the next day. For guests, lacking a backup generator could significantly diminish their experience. Furthermore, these small diesel generators are quite affordable. One can be purchased for just a few thousand yuan. Laboriously hauling the generator into the courtyard, he noticed, bathed in the last rays of the setting sun, that it appeared to be brand new, bearing no signs of prior use. After bringing out the oil and diesel, Chen Yi crouched down to tinker with it. This type of household diesel generator is designed for simple operation, as overly complicated designs can hinder usability. The first step is to add oil. The second step is to add diesel. Then connect the wires to the battery, power it up, and voila, it's done. It is that straightforward. The only slightly more complicated aspect lies in connecting the generator to the household circuit. However, this posed no challenge for Chen Yi, who had experience operating even more complex generators in his previous life. He retrieved the converter, connected it to the generator, and subsequently switched off the main power supply in the house. Finally, he plugged the converter into the household socket. At this moment, the sun had completely dipped below the horizon, and the night began to envelop the earth, brushing off the dust from his hands. Chen Yi stepped into the living room and pressed the light switch on the wall. With a crisp sound, the bright light instantly pierced through the darkness. Chapter 41. Is it contagious? Chen Yi had just taken a glance at the diesel generator, which had a continuous power output of only 5 kW. Thus, the refrigerator and air conditioner were out of the question. Overloading them could potentially damage the generator. However, the lights and fan were perfectly fine. Where's the power coming from? Zhang Ye's surprised voice emerged from the doorway. Chen Yi gestured toward the generator in the corner of the yard, explaining, I just found a new generator in the storage room and decided to put it to use. Fantastic. Finally, I can have a good night's sleep. Zhang Ye exclaimed as she placed a plate of smashed cucumbers on the dining table. A night without air conditioning or fans was truly unbearable. Each night, she would wake up several times due to the heat, drenched in sticky sweat. Popping a piece of cucumber into his mouth, Chen Yi inquired, Are you planning to keep her? The cucumber was crisp and flavorful, enhanced by minced garlic and fragrant vinegar, making it particularly appetizing. Having already expended considerable energy that day and only consuming a packet of compressed biscuits for lunch, his stomach protested at the stimulating taste of the cucumbers. Zhang Ye nodded. She's quite an interesting little girl. I'll observe her for a while. Be careful not to get scratched by the kitten, Chen Yi remarked with a slight smile, his words carrying an implied meaning. Don't worry. I have experience in keeping pets. Zhang Ye reassured him with a confident glance before limping out of the living room. Taking advantage of the time before dinner, Chen Yi rummaged through the various rooms and successfully found several fans. He brought one into the living room, plugged it in, and switched it on. The blades slowly began to rotate, gaining speed, as a refreshing breeze washed over him. What a relief. Before long, Zhang Ye and Yang Yiran returned with several plates of dishes. As expected, the dishes were primarily stir-fried vegetables, but there was an additional plate of salted duck eggs. Assisting Chen Yi in serving the rice, Zhang Ye noticed Yang Yiran standing awkwardly and raised an eyebrow. Why are you just standing there? Come and eat. Oh. Yang Yiran quickly sat down. The three of them held their bowls and ate in silence. The only sound in the living room being the gentle clinking of chopsticks against bowls. Yang Yiran, having been hungry for days, consumed bowl after bowl, her slightly chubby cheeks reminiscent of a gluttonous hamster. After finishing her third bowl and wanting more rice, Zhang Ye tapped her hand with her chopsticks, saying, If you want to die, just keep eating. At her words, Yang Yiran obediently set her bowl down. Gazing at the food before her, she couldn't help but swallow. Despite having eaten 3 bowls of rice, she still felt hungry. However, Yang Yiran understood that Zhang Ye meant well. After such a long period without food, suddenly gorging herself could harm her stomach. In severe cases, it could even lead to sudden death. Finishing the soup in his bowl, Chen Yi set it down and inquired, How much food and gas do we have left in the kitchen? Zhang Ye replied honestly, We have plenty of rice and oil, but the gas is running low. However, it is of little concern, as there is still the earth oven for cooking with firewood. Chen Yi nodded thoughtfully, lighting a cigarette. Relishing the rare moments of leisure in his day, I shall take a shower first, Zhang Ye announced, rising to head towards the master bedroom. She rummaged through the wardrobe and emerged with a dress, her long, graceful legs taking her to the water well. With her departure, the living room was left with only Yang Yiran and Chen Yi, both exchanging silent glances. After a brief moment, Chen Yi furrowed his brow and remarked, What? Do you expect the dishes to leap into the water and clean themselves? Oh right, I'll wash them now, Yang Yiran responded, suddenly recalling her task, and quickly gathered the dishes before exiting the living room. Despite her seemingly innocent demeanor, she was far from naive when it came to wielding a knife. Upon Zhang Ye's return from her shower, she found Chen Yi comfortably reclined on the sofa. A laptop, of uncertain provenance, resting on his lap as his fingers danced across the keyboard. What are you looking at? Zhang Ye inquired, tilting her head slightly while drying her damp hair with a towel. Without lifting his gaze, Chen Yi replied, I am trying to find a movie. Have you found anything yet? Not yet. It's still locked. At this, Zhang Ye smiled, seating herself next to Chen Yi. Let me give it a try. Here you go. Chen Yi handed over the laptop. Taking the device, Zhang Ye scrutinized it with her beautiful eyes, and then her delicate fingers swiftly began to tap the keyboard. After 3 unsuccessful attempts, she astonishingly unlocked it on her 4th try. Surprised, Chen Yi asked, How did you manage that? It's quite simple. The wear on this piano finish keyboard is quite poor. By observing the most worn keys, one can deduce the probable password. Then, it's merely a matter of trying combinations of those letters and numbers. Impressed by her explanation, Chen Yi gave her a thumbs up and urged, See if there are any movies or perhaps some anime. I advise you not to hold out too much hope. Nowadays, very few people download movies onto their computers. Most use software instead. Well, it appears there are actually some. As she spoke, Zhang Ye clicked on an application represented by a small blue bird icon, discovering a surprising number of movies had indeed been downloaded. She casually selected a film titled The King of Comedy, and the two settled in to watch with great interest. It must be said, Even after all these years and countless viewings, Stephen Chow's films remain utterly delightful, something other comedies fail to achieve. Before long, Yang Yiran returned to the living room after finishing the dishes. Noticing Zhang Ye and Chen Yi cozily engrossed in the film, she chose not to interrupt. Instead, quietly retrieving her phone from her jeans and connecting it with a data cable. A few minutes later, the crisp and cheerful sound of the device powering on filled the air. As anticipated, it displayed no signal and no network. It seemed that the outside world had indeed succumbed to chaos. Yang Yiran let out a sigh, her emotions tangled, with civilization crumbling. The silver lining was that no one would care whether she was guilty of unintentional manslaughter. She bore no responsibility for it. However, there are also drawbacks. It is highly likely that her family perished, leaving her to ponder her own survival. She is neither insane nor mentally ill, but rather possesses a morbid enjoyment of slaughter. Aside from this aberration, she is no different from any other normal young woman. No one desires death. Even the lowliest creature clings to existence, let alone a human being. Contemplating this, Yang Yiran slightly raised her head to gaze at the sofa across from her, where her eyes fortuitously met Chen Yi's. Startled, Yang Yiran quickly lowered her head and resumed fiddling with her phone. Vaguely, she felt a familiar pang of pain in her cheeks, and her body began to warm slightly. I need to take a shower, she stammered, sensing something amiss within her. After uttering this, she hurriedly exited the living room. Observing this, Chen Yi furrowed his brow and remarked, "Is she inherently dim-witted, or has my slap rendered her senseless?" Zhang Ye casually speculated, perhaps she is experiencing Stockholm Syndrome. After all, enduring such upheaval would inevitably affect her psyche. Stockholm Syndrome? Chen Yi teased earnestly. Is it contagious? Zhang Ye couldn't help but chuckle at his jest. Chapter 42. A time for rest. The following day, Chen Yi indulged in a rare lie-in. Besides the comfort of a fan, it was primarily due to the late-night movie marathon. In this post-apocalyptic world, such entertainment is a rarity. When they would embark once more on their journey of escape, such luxuries would be a distant memory. Zhang Ye and Yang Yiran were still asleep. The two girls had unearthed a plethora of face masks and skincare products, chattering away until the midnight hour. Ah, women. Stepping out of the living room, Chen Yi was greeted by the bright sunshine and the chorus of cicadas. Armed with a disposable toothbrush and toothpaste unearthed from the storage room, he approached the well to wash up. The German shepherd trailed closely behind, looking up at him with eyes that conveyed a sense of grievance, as if to say, "Where's my dog food, my canned treats, my nutritional paste?" Seeing this, Chen Yi sighed, releasing a mouthful of foam. "All the dog food and canned goods are gone. You'll have to make do for a few days." The German shepherd whimpered in response. After finishing his ablutions, Chen Yi grabbed his handgun and spear, called for the German shepherd, and stepped out of the courtyard. After more than half an hour of wandering around the agritourism site, he discovered a plethora of attractions. Notably, behind the buildings lay a vast peach orchard, and nearby, 2 to 3 acres of strawberries and watermelons had been planted, presumably for guests to enjoy the experience of picking their own produce. Additionally, a small boat was tethered at the lake's edge, flanked by tall poplar trees, each providing a fishing platform beneath their shade. Honestly, this place is quite splendid, both in location and environment. Nestled against the mountains and near the lake, coupled with agricultural endeavors, one would not need to worry about sustenance. Absent the threat of hordes of the undead, this would be an exceptional survival base. Upon returning to the courtyard, he found Zhang Ye and Yang Yiran already awake and bustling about in the kitchen. Upon seeing him, Zhang Ye smiled gently. "Just a moment, breakfast will be ready shortly." Breakfast consisted of egg noodles. Perhaps it is due to her recent dedication to cooking that her culinary skills have flourished. A simple bowl of egg noodles, bursting with flavor, was served. From the moment the noodles were placed before her, Yang Yiran did not lift her gaze, even as the heat compelled her to draw in a sharp breath. She could not bear to release the noodles from her mouth. Within a mere 2 to 3 minutes, she had entirely consumed the freshly prepared noodles. At this moment, still relishing the meal, Yang Yiran deftly used her chopsticks to gather the remaining bits of broken noodles from the bottom of the bowl, savoring every morsel, ultimately finishing the broth as well. Chen Yi found this behavior quite normal. Had he been famished for several days, he would have devoured his meal even more rapidly. After finishing his noodles at a leisurely pace, Chen Yi lit a cigarette and spoke. "In the coming days, I need you to put in some effort to craft arm guards and neck protectors. If possible, also create a few chest plates." Of course, along their journey, Zhang Ye had transformed from a novice into a capable individual. The number of zombies she had dispatched exceeded 80. Thus, upon hearing about the arm guards and chest plates, she immediately grasped Chen Yi's intent. Previously, Chen Yi had fashioned rudimentary arm guards by fastening thick towels to his forearms with tape, which provided temporary protection against zombie attacks. However, these makeshift guards were neither secure nor convenient to don or remove. Now, with electricity, materials, and ample time at their disposal, he intended for Zhang Ye to create several sturdy and reliable pieces of armor. Having finished his cigarette, Chen Yi took the car keys and exited the living room. In the yard, two vehicles were parked, a BMW X3 and a Cadillac XT6. Both were standard SUVs, possessing slightly better off-road capabilities than sedans. However, having a vehicle was a blessing in itself. Upon opening the door of the BMW X3, a wave of warm air rushed out. After waiting patiently for a moment until the interior air had cooled, he stepped inside. Starting the engine, the dashboard indicated that all components were functioning normally. A glance at the fuel gauge revealed that the tank was still half full, sufficient for a journey of 200 to 300 kilometers. After turning off the engine, Chen Yi searched the vehicle but found nothing of use. The Cadillac was in a similar condition. Yet he managed to uncover half a cigarette and a fishing kit in the trunk. With electricity available, he pondered whether it might be wise to take this opportunity to modify the two vehicles. At the very least, the front of the vehicles should be reinforced, ideally with some steel rebar welded on. Additionally, it was crucial to install wire mesh over the windows. This was of utmost importance. If the vehicles were ever surrounded by a horde of zombies, the flimsy tempered glass would offer no protection against their onslaught. Fortunately, materials were readily available. The current challenge lay in the absence of welding and cutting tools. Turning around, he noticed Yang Iran crouched by the well, scrubbing pots and pans. "Come here." Chen Yi beckoned. Without hesitation, Yang Iran set down the pot she was washing and hurried over. "How far is the nearest town from here?" Chen Yi inquired. "About 5 or 6 kilometers, she replied honestly. Chen Yi pressed further. "Is it large?" Yang Iran shook her head. "Not really, it's just a short street. Unless it's market day, there aren't many people around." After inquiring about the location and some details, Chen Yi waved his hand dismissively. Observing this, Yang Iran returned to the well, continuing to wash the dishes. Chen Yi remained cautious toward strangers, thus he did not fully trust Yang Iran's words. Opting instead to consult his map. The map he held was a satellite map of the province downloaded online after his rebirth. Comprising 12 sheets, 2 for each province. These maps detailed all routes leading to the uninhabited area of Changbai Mountain. Upon completing his comparison, a flicker of satisfaction crossed Chen Yi's eyes. Aside from a slight discrepancy in distance, the other information aligned closely. The town was small enough to warrant a risk. With this thought, he swiftly made his way into the living room. In the living room, Zhang Yi sat on the sofa, fiddling with a pile of fabric and thread. With several design sketches laid out on the coffee table, it appeared quite professional. Chen Yi got straight to the point. "I plan to visit a nearby town." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yi looked up. "Do you need me to accompany you?" "No need, I'll go alone. If all goes well, I should be back by noon." "All right, be careful." Just as Chen Yi was about to turn to leave, he noticed Zhang Yi hesitating. "What's wrong?" Zhang Yi's cheeks flushed slightly as she said, "If it's not too much trouble, could you bring me back a bottle of Fuyinjia?" "Fuyinjia?" Chen Yi raised an eyebrow, his gaze subtly shifting downward. Sensing his scrutiny, Zhang Yi hurriedly clarified, "I'm fine, just being cautious." "I understand," Chen Yi nodded. Due to physiological differences, women are significantly more prone to gynecological issues, especially in a post-apocalyptic world, where days could pass without bathing or changing undergarments. Illness was almost inevitable. In his previous life, many women he encountered had dealt with some form of gynecological ailment. "I want to bring the German Shepherd. You can keep an eye on that little kitten." After relaying his instructions, Chen Yi gathered his gear and drove the BMW X3 out of the courtyard. Chapter 43. Survivors in the supermarket. The white BMW X3 sped along the dirt road, kicking up a cloud of dust. After about a kilometer, the dirt road merged into a rural path. Upon entering the rural path, scattered zombies began to appear along the sides of the road. These zombies, attracted by the sound of the vehicle, roared and rushed toward it. However, by the time they reached the road, the car had long since vanished from sight. Minutes later, the BMW X3 approached the small town. Chen Yi gently pressed the brake, gradually bringing the car to a stop at the roadside. Although the town was small, it still housed a few thousand people. Charging in would be akin to courting death. He had to revert to his old methods. Stepping out of the car, 2 wandering zombies at the edge of the road immediately lunged at him. Gripping his short spear, Chen Yi advanced rather than retreating, meeting them head-on. Moments later, he emerged, clad in a raincoat splattered with blood and entrails, slowly making his way toward the town. As he entered the town, Chen Yi couldn't help but furrow his brow. It was too desolate. The streets and the shops lining them were almost devoid of zombies. Even if a few were present, they were merely scattered. Either the zombies had wandered off in search of food, or they had been deliberately lured away. Chen Yi leaned towards the latter theory, for the movements of zombies followed a discernible pattern. If food were truly scarce, they would have vacated en masse, driven by their primal instincts to seek nourishment elsewhere. As he traversed the street, Chen Yi's gaze swept across the shops, searching for a target. Upon rounding a corner, he halted abruptly. Ahead lay a throng of zombies, congregated before a supermarket. This establishment was of moderate size, spanning 2 stories, its glass windows barricaded from the inside with wooden planks. The entrance was firmly blocked, impervious to the relentless assaults of the zombies. Clearly, survivors were holed up inside, and in significant numbers. For such an extensive fortification could not have been accomplished by a mere handful. A faint crack echoed, barely audible amidst the cacophony of the undead's moans. Yet Chen Yi's keen senses detected it, the sound of an air gun. He glanced upward, his attention drawn to the upper floor. Sure enough, from the gap in the left window, a slender barrel protruded. In the next moment, it quivered slightly. A soft pop resonated, and a zombie collapsed backward. However, it was not long before the creature clambered back to its feet. Such was the nature of air guns. Their power was modest, typically firing steel balls or lead pellets. Effective for birds and rabbits, but utterly futile against the formidable skull of a zombie, unless one could strike through a vulnerable point, like the eye. Using an air gun to eliminate zombies was less effective than simply tossing a stone from the window. Nevertheless, it appeared that the shooter was not genuinely intent on exterminating zombies, but rather indulging in a moment of amusement. After a few more shots, the barrel withdrew from view. Chen Yi redirected his focus, continuing his search for a target. Suddenly, he noticed a custom window and door shop across from the supermarket. Such establishments were typically run by owners who crafted their own products, undoubtedly equipped with welding and cutting tools. However, the problem lay in the horde of zombies that obstructed any approach to the supermarket. After observing for a moment, he turned away, returning to the previous street. He soon stumbled upon a small shop selling fireworks. Grabbing 3 boxes of firecrackers, Chen Yi hastened to a bun shop at the end of the town. After retrieving a lighter, he ignited the fuses one by one and swiftly fled the area. With a loud bang, the firecrackers erupted in a cacophony that resonated over the small town. Almost immediately, the ground trembled with the sound of countless footsteps, accompanied by a chorus of growls. Thousands of zombies surged forward. Seizing the opportunity presented by the distraction, Chen Yi sprinted towards the street housing the supermarket. Time was of the essence. It would not be long before the zombies returned, and he needed to act swiftly. Yet, he remained vigilant, his eyes fixed on the upper floor of the supermarket, wary of any survivors mistaking him for a zombie and taking a shot at him. At that moment, the survivors within the supermarket were also drawn to the sound of the firecrackers, hastily opening the windows on the second floor. The abrupt silhouette of Chen Yi naturally captured the attention of the survivors. How is there still a zombie lingering? Are you foolish? This is obviously a person. Did he set off the firecracker? Quite possibly. Hey, buddy, what are you up to? The chatter of the survivors reached Chen Yi's ears, yet he remained oblivious. Resolutely entering the window shop across from the supermarket. The shop was modest in size, with several pre-made windows displayed at the entrance, and a considerable stockpile of steel and PVC boards within. As he ventured deeper, he soon spotted a cutting machine and a welding machine. Approaching, he examined the power of the welding machine. Fortunately, it was rated at 230A, and the 5 kW generator from the farmhouse should suffice. After locating a hand truck in the store, Chen Yi laboriously loaded the welding and cutting machines onto it, along with welding pliers, a mask, and welding rods, which he placed in a bag atop the cart. After a thorough check to ensure nothing was left behind, he dusted off his hands and slowly pushed the cart out of the shop. As he emerged, the survivors on the second floor of the supermarket resumed their incessant inquiries. This group comprised individuals of all ages, crowded together at the windows, numbering over 20. Little brother, where did you come from? What is it like outside? When will the army arrive? Hey, handsome, I'm talking to you. If you don't stop, I'll shoot. Chen Yi filtered out the earlier remarks. But when he heard the last statement, a glint of coldness flashed in his eyes. He halted abruptly, swiftly turned around, and drew his pistol from his waist. Disengaging the safety and chambering around, he executed the entire motion seamlessly. The dark muzzle of the gun was aimed at a young man with yellow hair wielding an air gun, as Chen Yi spoke in a chilling tone. Stay put in the supermarket and don't bother me. I can lure the zombies away, but I can also lead them right into the supermarket. His icy demeanor and gaze, coupled with the weapon in his hand, rendered the survivors on the second floor speechless. After a brief silence, the young man with yellow hair retorted angrily, "Who the hell are you trying to scare?" Bang! The gunshot rang out abruptly, interrupting his words. That shot effectively intimidated everyone present. Many times, a single shot speaks far louder than a torrent of words. With his gaze averted, Chen Yi prepared to turn away when a familiar voice suddenly reached his ears. Chen Yi? Startled, he momentarily paused, swiftly scanning the figures before the window until his gaze settled upon a man. Wang Chenghu. This fellow was still alive. At that moment, Wang Chenghu appeared considerably haggard, a stark contrast to his former self, which explained why he had initially gone unrecognized. Moreover, Chen Yi did not see Ding Shui and the others among the crowd. It seemed that after becoming separated from them yesterday, Wang Chenghu's escape had not gone smoothly, and it was highly likely that Ding Shui and the other elderly and children had perished. However, this was clearly not the time for reminiscing. I'll be waiting for you at the town entrance. In 5 minutes, whether you come or not, I will leave. With that, Chen Yi hastily pushed the cart away. As they watched his figure disappear at the end of the street, the other survivors turned their gazes towards Wang Chenghu. Chapter 44. The fools remained passing by a large pharmacy. Chen Yi set down his cart and strode inside. Shortly thereafter, he emerged clutching a bag of feminine hygiene products. In a year or two, this item would become a form of currency among survivors, much like cigarettes. Cigarettes fulfill a man's basic needs, while feminine hygiene products cater to women. In the aftermath of civilization's collapse, traditional currency has inevitably devolved into mere scraps of paper. Transactions between individuals have reverted to the ancient practice of barter. Though some factions have attempted to issue currency, without robust institutional oversight or sufficient credit endorsement, no survivor is willing to use it. After all, under the looming threat of the undead, any faction risks annihilation at any moment. In such dire circumstances, who among the survivors would dare exchange valuable resources for currency that could become worthless at any instant? Ultimately, bartering proves to be the most reliable means of trade. Upon reaching the edge of town, Chen Yi discarded his raincoat and lit a cigarette, waiting in silence. He had given Wang Chenghu only 5 minutes. Once the time was up, he would depart without hesitation. Halfway through his cigarette, 4 bulky figures appeared down the street. Despite their attempts to tread lightly, their presence was quickly detected by the keen senses of the zombies. A cacophony of moans erupted as countless undead surged forward. In response, the 4 figures immediately sprinted away. Faced with the specter of death, each individual seemed to transform into a sprinter, their heavy winter coats not hindering their speed. Leading the charge was none other than Wang Chenghu. "Let us go," Chen Yi called out, discarding his cigarette and pushing his cart toward the nearby BMW X3. After Wang Chenghu and the others helped load the welding machine into the trunk, they swiftly climbed into the vehicle. Seated in the driver's seat, Chen Yi had no time to fasten his seatbelt, flooring the accelerator. The BMW X3 roared to life, swiftly distancing itself from the encroaching horde of zombies. Inside the car, a chorus of heavy breathing filled the air. It was only after they had completely left the town that Chen Yi stole a glance in the rearview mirror. Accompanying Wang Chenghu from the supermarket were 3 individuals, including the earlier mentioned young man with the air gun. The other 2 were a middle-aged couple. Retracting his gaze, Chen Yi remained silent, awaiting an explanation from Wang Chenghu. Sure enough, after a moment, Wang Chenghu began to remove his winter coat and spoke up. "These 3 friends are astute individuals. Upon learning of my departure, they voluntarily offered to accompany me." This assertion held true. They were indeed wise. Fools, however, had remained in the supermarket. Did they genuinely believe the resources within were boundless? With over 20 individuals, it wouldn't be long before the supermarket stockpile of food was exhausted. And then what? Among those survivors, some might have grasped this reality. Yet they lacked the courage and resolve to step out of their comfort zones. At least for the present, they enjoyed a secure refuge and an ample supply of food. After all, the goods in the supermarket had not yet been consumed, so they chose to wait until they were depleted before considering their next move. This exemplifies the quintessential ostrich mentality. Subsequently, Wang Chenghu provided a brief introduction to the trio. The youth with yellow hair was named Chen Yi, reputed to be both an enthusiast of the anime culture and a military aficionado. The married couple were introduced as Yu Tairan and Hu Yun. Chen Yi's lips curled into a subtle smile, laden with meaning as he remarked, "Are we not to wait a little longer? What if the military and government come to our rescue soon?" In response, Yu Tairan let out a wry smile and said, "If there were to be any rescue, it would have arrived by now. It has been 10 days, and with the network still down, where would the rescue come from?" At that moment, Chen Yi, seated beside him, inquired with curiosity, "Brother Yu, I've always wanted to ask, what connection is there between rescue efforts and network signals?" Yu Tairan explained, "The connection is significant. Network signals are directly tied to electricity. Our nation possesses standby power capable of a black start, primarily to respond to widespread disasters and sudden outbreaks of war. To put it simply, even if all our power plants ceased operations, the hidden standby power devices across the country can initiate a black start and interconnect with one another. While this cannot restore nationwide electricity, it can ensure the operational integrity of communication systems such as satellite bases and networks." His words not only left Chen Yi in a state of astonishment, but also puzzled Wang Chenghu, prompting him to ask, "Then why has the network not been restored?" The issue lay precisely there. Yu Tairan shrugged, sighing. "The black start equipment can restore a small portion of electricity, but the various communication bases require maintenance and repairs by personnel. The lack of restored network signals indicates that the scale of this disaster is greater than we had imagined, so immense that the government collapsed instantaneously, leaving no time or manpower to maintain the bases." Wang Chenghu inhaled deeply, exclaiming in astonishment, "Wow, Lao Zhang, what did you do before? You seem to know quite a bit." Yu Tairan humbly replied, "I'm just an electrician, holding a position at the Municipal Power Supply Bureau. while discreetly glancing at Chen Yi. His extensive discourse aimed to demonstrate his worth. After years of navigating the system, his ability to read the room surpassed that of an inexperienced youth like Qin Hao. Chen Yi's dominance was evident from his earlier interaction with Wang Chenghu, which was further confirmed by Wang's willingness to explain. Thus, the decision regarding the trio's fate rested not with Wang Chenghu, but with Chen Yi. Yu Tairan's subtle intentions were well understood by Chen Yi. With a slight smile, he glanced at Qin Hao and asked, "And what about you, yellow hair? Brother." "My name is Qin Hao," he cautiously corrected, and then added, "Brother, your swift movement to turn and fire earlier was incredibly impressive." "Get to the point," Chen Yi urged. "Well, escaping is one thing, but I primarily think that being with you all means I can play with real guns." At the mention of this, Qin Hao became animated, his eyes sparkling as he exclaimed, "Brother, you were using the old Type 92, right? The recoil is evident from the backfire. The design flaw in the recoil spring of the old Type 92 often leads to jamming during chambering, and the muzzle rise is quite severe. The improved model, the Type 92G, is far superior. It features a double-stack magazine and employs a triple spring design, significantly reducing recoil. However, in comparison to the 92G, my utmost favorite remains the M1911. As Wang Chenghu listened to Chen Yi's incessant chatter, he feared that Chen might kick him off the vehicle and hastily interrupted. "All right. You may cease your rambling now." Wang Chenghu was well aware of this individual's propensity for conversation. Last night, upon learning of his past as a scout, he had engaged him in discourse for the better part of the night. Qin Hao smacked his lips, feeling somewhat unsatisfied. Yet, he was not foolish. Noticing Yu Tairan casting furtive glances, he promptly recognized the cue and fell silent. Chapter 45. The good-natured blonde Chen Yi's silence rendered the others hesitant to speak. The atmosphere within the vehicle grew heavy with silence. Moments later, the dirt path leading to the farmhouse emerged ahead. Creak. A disconcerting sound of friction filled the air. As Chen Yi abruptly halted the car, the three passengers in the back seat exchanged glances, their hearts fluttering with unease. Turning to assess them, Chen Yi began. "We are all intelligent individuals here, so I shall not beat around the bush. I am rather domineering. My rules are absolute. On this journey of escape, I am the arbiter of all matters, great and small. If you cannot accept this, you are welcome to disembark now." Upon hearing this, Yu Tairan and the others exchanged silent glances, remaining reticent. Observing their reaction, Chen Yi chuckled lightly. "Excellent. Since you have chosen to stay, it implies your acquiescence to my rules. Should any transgressions occur, do not expect leniency from me. My name is Chen Yi, and I shall be your captain henceforth." With that, he pressed the accelerator once more, maneuvering the steering wheel to guide them onto the dirt road. The BMW X3 wound its way along the serpentine path, traversing the dense mountain forest until it finally arrived at the farmhouse's courtyard. "Step out," he beckoned, as he was the first to open the door and exit. Zhang Ye and Yang Yiran had already heard the sound of the vehicle and emerged from the living room. Upon seeing Chen Yi, the wariness in Zhang Ye's eyes dissipated. As she disengaged the safety on her firearm, prepared to speak, she was taken aback by the sight of four unfamiliar individuals emerging from the front and back seats. "Wang Chenghu," Zhang Ye exclaimed, momentarily stunned, instinctively inquiring, "What of Ding Chui and the others?" Wang Chenghu offered a bitter smile, his tone heavy with sorrow. "After we became separated yesterday, it was not long before our vehicle collided with a power pole and became immobilized. Ding Chui and the others did not escape. Please accept my condolences," Zhang Ye sighed. In such dire circumstances, it was a stroke of luck that Wang Chenghu had managed to survive. Even she and Chen Yi had faced perilous moments. Had it not been for the 2 barrels of diesel they had on board, they might not have made it out at all. Such is the nature of the apocalypse. None can predict whether they will see the dawn of another day. At that moment, Qin Hao surveyed the surroundings and could not help but exclaim, "Brother, this place is truly remarkable, with mountains and water. It's like a paradise." Chen Yi retorted with a cold smirk, "If you wish to reside here, you may do so for eternity." Qin Hao immediately recoiled, closing his mouth. Casting a glance at the trio, Zhang Ye inquired, "Chen Yi, who are they?" Without hesitation, Chen Yi replied, "They are newcomers currently in their probationary period." This statement startled Yu Tairan and the others, for the implications of a probationary period were clear. The consequences of failing such an evaluation were all too evident. Chen Yi paid no heed to the reactions of the 3 individuals. After introducing each of them, he succinctly recounted the recent events in the small town. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ye nodded and chuckled lightly, saying, "Fortunately, the rice hasn't been cooked yet. I will go stir-fry a few more dishes." Hu Yun, displaying her keen sense of initiative, quickly stepped forward and offered, "Let me handle it." With Hu Jie eager to showcase her culinary skills, Zhang Ye led her towards the kitchen. At that moment, Yu Tairan was captivated by the diesel generator. After observing it for a while, he approached Chen Yi and remarked, "Captain Chen, the wiring on this generator is rather unsafe and it wastes a lot of electricity." With a smirk that was both amused and contemplative, Chen Yi inquired, Do you have a solution? It's a minor issue, Yu Tai ran assured confidently. Very well, I'll leave it to you. Find the tools you need, Chen Yi replied. Sure thing. Yu Tai ran nodded enthusiastically and entered the living room to begin his task. The proactive behavior of this couple greatly pleased Chen Yi. In contrast, Chen Hao stood awkwardly to the side, seemingly at a loss. Approaching him, Chen Yi raised an eyebrow and remarked, Huang Mao, are you quite idle? Bro. My name isn't Huang Mao. It's Chen Hao, he corrected again. Alright, Huang Mao, go fetch the items from the trunk, Chen Yi instructed. Oh. Chen Hao nodded helplessly. Retracting his gaze, Chen Yi pulled out a cigarette and offered one to Wang Chonghu, then asked, so, you're not going to the Bohai Bay shelter? I'm not going. Wang Chonghu stated firmly, lighting the cigarette and taking a deep puff. His previous hesitation stemmed from having to consider Ding Chui and the others. Now, being alone, those concerns dissipated. Chen Yi chuckled, do you trust me so readily? That shelter is officially established. In response, Wang Chonghu fixed his gaze on him and replied seriously, I possess a certain self-awareness. You are more intelligent than I am and possess greater insight into zombies. Since you are not going to the Bohai Bay shelter, there must be a compelling reason. Now, that is true wisdom, Chen Yi remarked, patting his shoulder and speaking in a mysterious tone. Trust me. You will be grateful for this choice in the days to come. Keep a close watch on the 3 newcomers, especially that Huang Mao. We would rather have fewer people than be hindered by fools. Understood, Wang Chonghu responded. Not far off, Chen Hao, who was diligently moving the welding machine, bore a perplexed expression. Wait, bro, when you say such things, shouldn't you do it behind my back? Is it really appropriate to say it so loudly in front of me? Moreover, why focus specifically on me? Do I appear to be foolish? Yu Tai ran, demonstrating his competence, quickly rewired the circuit using only a voltage tester. Once he and Huang Mao finished their tasks, Hu Yun emerged with lunch prepared. The meal was no different from yesterday. Several plates of stir-fried vegetables accompanied by steamed salted duck eggs. Despite this, the 3 of them devoured their food ravenously. Observing this, Zhanya inquired curiously, there should be plenty of food at the supermarket, shouldn't he there? Swallowing the food in his mouth, Chen Hao explained, sister. There are indeed plenty of rice and oil in the supermarket, but we have no electricity. There are very few things we can cook. And after preparing 2 or 3 meals, we've exhausted our supplies. I've been gnawing on bread and instant noodles for a week now. I'm on the verge of throwing up. Years of dietary habits cannot be altered in just a few days. Even after just 2 or 3 days without white rice, one begins to feel quite uncomfortable. After finishing lunch and resting for a brief moment, everyone once again busied themselves. Hu Yun followed Zhanya and Yang ran to assemble protective gear, while Chen Yi led Wang Chonghu and Yu Tai ran in the yard to study vehicle modifications. Chen Hao glanced around and noticed that only he and the German shepherd were idle, staring at each other in silence. After a while, he realized that if he continued this way, he would inevitably face elimination. Thus, he hurried over to Chen Yi and asked, Brother, what can I do? Chen Yi glanced at the air gun on his back and instructed, how about this? Take the dog and wander around the nearby mountains. Try to bring back some game. We've been subsisting on plain broth for days. It would be nice to improve our meals with some fresh meat. Without meat, one lacks the strength to work. Hunting? Chen Hao's eyes lit up, and with excitement, he saluted and exclaimed, I promise to complete the task. This assignment was precisely to his liking. Go ahead. Chen Yi waved his hand and turned to the German shepherd, saying, keep an eye on him. Woof. The German shepherd barked twice to indicate its understanding. Chapter 46. A banquet in the apocalypse. Surveying the vehicles in the yard, Wang Chonghu lamented, what a pity. If only we had a diesel off-road vehicle. In the apocalypse, diesel vehicles are far more advantageous than gasoline ones. Beyond the superior off-road performance provided by the high torque of diesel engines, the more significant factor is the ease of obtaining diesel compared to gasoline. Currently, due to the power outage, gas stations are no longer an option. To find fuel, one must extract it from the tanks of other vehicles. The advantage of diesel is that one can easily find a large truck by the roadside, open the external fuel tank, and quickly collect a substantial amount, enough for a vehicle to travel 1,000 kilometers. However, collecting gasoline is much more challenging, as gasoline vehicles are typically sedans and SUVs, whose fuel tanks contain filters and check valves, making it impossible to siphon gasoline directly. The only method is to crawl under the car and puncture the fuel tank, which is time-consuming, labor-intensive, and perilous. Gasoline is less stable than diesel. Violent movements, high temperatures, and sparks can ignite gasoline, potentially leading to explosions. Having a vehicle is already a stroke of luck. Chen Yi shook his head with a chuckle. If we were to be serious, armored vehicles and tanks would be the best choice. Indeed, Wang Chonghu conceded with a sigh of relief. Chen Yi waved his hand decisively. Let us get to work. Let us aim to finish this BMW X3 by this afternoon. The 3 of them were not professionals, but fortunately, this modification did not involve engine components, only simple reinforcements to the chassis, with no concern for aesthetics. Hence, they could let their creativity flow. The issue of materials was also easily resolved. Anything they needed could be dismantled from the nearby buildings. In an instant, the yard was filled with the cacophony of cutting machines. On the path of escape, the lone wolf has its advantages, just as a team has its merits. With the assistance of Wang Chenghu and Yu Tairan, the progress of the modifications accelerated significantly. By 4 in the afternoon, the transformation of the BMW X3 was complete. Had it been left to Chen Yi alone, it would have taken at least 2 days. At this moment, the BMW X3 was utterly unrecognizable. The front of the vehicle had been reinforced with a steel frame, resembling a beast clad in iron jaws. A layer of wire mesh had been added to the windshield and windows. Even the sunroof was sealed with metal plates, achieving comprehensive fortification without a single vulnerability. Although it no longer possessed its former aesthetic appeal, its safety had been elevated to a whole new level. Furthermore, after a prolonged gaze, it ceased to appear unattractive, instead exuding a robust post-apocalyptic punk vibe. Captain, the mission has been successfully accomplished. Just then, Qin Hao's voice emerged from behind. Turning around, Chen Yi beheld the disheveled figure of Qin Hao, whose exposed skin was sunburned but whose spirit remained buoyant. At that moment, he was proudly brandishing his catch. A glance revealed a bountiful harvest, a dozen large mountain sparrows, a nearly 2-meter-long cauliflower snake, and a large rooster. Upon seeing the rooster, Yu Tairan exclaimed in astonishment. There are roosters on the mountain? I don't know. This rooster doesn't seem afraid of humans and approached me on its own. Qin Hao scratched his head, looking bewildered. It must have been raised at a farm and fled up the mountain due to the zombies, Chen Yi explained, encouragingly adding, Huang Mao, well done. With the praise, Qin Hao stood there grinning foolishly. Wang Chenghu chuckled. Finally, we can enjoy some meat. After instructing Qin Hao to deliver the items to the kitchen, Chen Yi led them to the lakeshore for a refreshing bath. Observing the well-defined muscles on Chen Yi's frame, Qin Hao enviously inquired, Brother, did you train specifically for this? In due time, you will be the same, Chen Yi responded with profound meaning. In this post-apocalyptic world, anyone can attain a sculpted physique. Zhang Yi is a prime example. Initially, she had only a faint outline of abs, but now the contours of her abdominal muscles are distinctly visible. The apocalypse serves as the ultimate gym. Chen Yi, already possessing a solid foundation, stood tall at 1.8 meters, and with reduced body fat, his muscles were readily apparent. While bathing, the group took the opportunity to wash their clothes. After wringing them out, they donned them directly. In this weather, damp clothing dried quickly against their skin. On the way back, Chen Yi casually picked a few watermelons and some strawberries. These treats were too good to pass up, and once they departed, they would simply become fodder for the mountain's wildlife. Upon returning to the yard, Hu Yin had already begun bustling about in the kitchen, with Yang assisting her. Soon, tantalizing aromas wafted from the kitchen, permeating the air of the yard. By 6 in the evening, an array of dishes was presented on the dining table. Although the mountain sparrows had a large appearance, they were merely slightly larger than ordinary sparrows. After plucking and gutting them, there was hardly any meat to be found. After marinating with spices, the ingredients are fried in oil, making them perfect for pairing with liquor. The snake, known for its cauliflower-like appearance, is transformed into a rich soup. The skin is peeled, cleaned, and cut into segments, tossed into the pot with a few slices of ginger and 2 spoonfuls of salt. Without the need for any additional seasonings, the inherent flavor of the snake meat is exquisitely fragrant. These 2 dishes primarily serve to tantalize the palate, while the true indulgence lies in the large rooster. The red braised chicken, simmered in a cast-iron pot over an open flame, elicits salivation from Chen Yi and the others as soon as it is presented, paired with several plates of sautéed seasonal vegetables. This feast undoubtedly reaches a banquet-level standard even in the apocalypse. Qin Hao, swallowing hard, remarked, I am truly grateful to have followed Brother Wang out of the supermarket. This meal alone is worth it. Chen Yi chuckled, Old Wang, last time we didn't drink to our heart's content. Today, let us remedy that. With these dishes, we must raise a glass. Wang Chenghu readily concurred. The farmhouse is not lacking in liquor, with numerous boxes stored in the pantry. Choosing 2 bottles of Wuliangya, Chen Yi invited everyone to take a seat. Yang Iran, displaying commendable initiative, volunteered to pour the drinks. Not only Qin Hao and Yu Tairan, but even Hu Yin received half a glass. When it was Zhang Ye's turn, she smiled and shook her head, saying, I can't drink yet. My injury hasn't healed. The unhealed wound was one reason, but more importantly, she felt it necessary for at least one person among them to remain sober. Until she fully understood these individuals, they would not lower their guard. Moreover, this served as an opportunity to observe the newcomers. It must be said that Hu Yun's culinary skills far surpassed those of Zhang Ye. After all, prior to the apocalypse, Zhang Ye had lived a life of luxury. Expecting her to cook daily was unrealistic, and her current skills were commendable. As the drinking continued, the atmosphere at the table became significantly more lively. Qin Hao, clearly not adept at handling alcohol, turned red after just 2 tails and suggested, "Brother, when shall we seize the opportunity to raid the armed police forces in the city? They surely possess many valuable items, and with a stroke of luck, we might even acquire an armored vehicle." Chen Yi shot him a sidelong glance. "Are you itching to play with real guns?" Realizing his intentions had been uncovered, Chen Hao chuckled awkwardly. "Heh, brother, you have a keen insight." However, there was merit to Chen Hao's suggestion, prompting Chen Yi to reflect. Previously, just he and Zhang Ye had sufficient firepower with their 292-style pistols, but now, with an increase in personnel, it was indeed necessary to procure more weapons. While short spears are the most practical for dealing with zombies, firearms remain essential. Nearly half a month has passed since the outbreak, and many factions have begun to take shape. The impending journey of escape is bound to be tumultuous. Chapter 47. A set of coordinates, however, before acquiring firearms, it is imperative to first tame this group. In Chen Yi's view, the 5 individuals, including Wang Chenghu, are not particularly difficult to manage. A targeted approach will suffice. First and foremost is Wang Chenghu. Typically, those who have served in the military exhibit strong discipline and a sense of obedience. Although he has been out of service for several years, the habits formed during his time in the army will accompany him for a lifetime. Gaining his recognition will yield a reliable companion. Next is Chen Hao. This lively character may seem somewhat foolish and boisterous. Indeed, the youth are often the most easily swayed, particularly susceptible to the allure of charisma. As for the couple, Yu Tairan and Hu Yun, they exude a sense of sophistication and worldly wisdom, embodying the archetype of the cunning bureaucrat. In dealing with such individuals, notions of admiration and personal charm lose their efficacy. They are pragmatic, acutely aware of their desires. In an apocalyptic world, what do they seek? Simply the means to survive. As long as they perceive that aligning with Chen Yi will enable them to endure in this hellish existence and thrive, no amount of coercion would drive them away. Then there is Yang Yiran, who presents a bit of a challenge, grappling with psychological issues. However, since Zhang Ye is confident in her ability to manage the situation, Chen Yi is content to refrain from intervening. Tonight's dinner marks a promising beginning, lasting from 6 to 8 in the evening. Even Hu Yun and Yang Yiran succumbed to intoxication, while Chen Hao dozed off on the sofa midway through. In this oppressive world, opportunities for such indulgence are rare, making the gathering all the more cherished. Yu Tairan, unsteady on his feet, announced, "Captain Chen, I can't go on any longer. I must retire for the night." Chen Yi chuckled lightly. "Go ahead, rest well." Hearing this, Yu Tairan assisted Hu Yun, and together they staggered towards the second floor. As for Yang Yiran, she had already been escorted to her room by Zhang Ye. At this moment, only Chen Yi and Wang Chenghu remained at the dining table. Though both were flushed from drink, their gazes remained lucid. Lighting a cigarette, Chen Yi casually inquired, "Did you mention a trip to Jiaozhou?" "Indeed," Wang Chenghu nodded, taking a bite of food before elaborating. In the initial hours of the zombie outbreak, the network and signals were still operational. I received a call from an old squad leader from my days in the military. Chen Yi raised an eyebrow. "A recall of veterans?" Wang Chenghu shook his head. "That was my initial thought, but it turned out otherwise." The old squad leader provided me with a set of coordinates before abruptly ending the call. "Are those coordinates located in Jiaozhou?" Chen Yi asked. "Precisely." He exhaled a plume of smoke and inquired with curiosity, "What significance do those coordinates hold?" "I don't know," Wang Chenghu replied, seeing the scrutinizing look in Chen Yi's eyes. He offered a rueful smile. "I'm not concealing anything intentionally. I genuinely have no idea." After the call ended, I pondered for quite some time. I suspect the coordinates likely point to a clandestine underground base. And the implication from the old squad leader was that I should take my family there for refuge. An underground secret base? Chen Yi pressed further. "Are such facilities common in our country?" "Not particularly," Wang Chenghu detailed. "To my knowledge, there are generally 2 types of secret bases. One category pertains to national defense research, encompassing underground Air Force bases, nuclear strike capabilities, and various research laboratories. These constitute the majority, while a smaller fraction serves as shelters, primarily designed to accommodate local civilians." At this, Chen Yi found himself lost in contemplation. If there were such a base in the uninhabited area of Changbai Mountain, he would promptly banish the fantasies from his mind. This underground secret base possesses a remarkably high degree of concealment, without precise coordinates. Locating it would be akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Regaining his composure, he could not help but inquire, "If that were the case, why did you not directly head to the secret base instead of entangling yourself with the Bohai Bay shelter? Should that location be a refuge-type base, it would have been thoroughly sealed off by the 3rd day of the zombie outbreak. Such shelters adhere to stringent procedural regulations, making frequent openings impossible. Once closed, they cannot be reopened unless the surface catastrophe has concluded or the supplies within the shelter have been exhausted." Wang Chenghu paused momentarily before continuing. "Thus, at that time, I devised a dual plan, intending to first explore Jiaozhou. If the underground base was indeed completely sealed, I would then divert to the Bohai Bay shelter. Indeed, a wise decision. Were I in your shoes, I would have made the same choice. After all, one must not place all their eggs in a single basket. Discarding the cigarette, but, Chen Yi instructed, make sure to remember the coordinates of that base. We may find it useful in the future. Very well. Wang Chenghu nodded and then, with a serious demeanor, stated, Chen Yi, my friend, I have decided to follow you. Now, can you reveal your ultimate destination? Casting a glance at Qin Hao, who was sprawled on the sofa, Chen Yi unfurled a map on the table, his finger resting on a mountain range in the northeast. Observing the location of his finger, Wang Chenghu initially appeared taken aback, his brow slightly furrowing. Hiss. Moments later, he took a deep breath, his expression gradually relaxing. Chen Yi, with a semblance of a smile, remarked, have you figured it out? Wang Chenghu raised his thumb in admiration, saying, I pondered for a while and could not conceive of a better place in the country than this. Chen Yi asked with a grin, are you at ease now? Haha, I feel much more secure. Wang Chenghu laughed heartily. Still drinking? At that moment, Zhang Ye's voice chimed in. I've finished. I recall there is watermelon chilling in the barrel, perfect for sobering up. As Chen Yi spoke, he prepared to rise, but Wang Chenghu swiftly moved ahead. Soon, he returned to the living room, cradling a large watermelon. After slicing it open, the three of them indulged in the fruit while engaging in casual conversation. Before they realized it, the clock struck 9. I'm heading to bed first. Tossing aside the watermelon rind, Wang Chenghu stood up. Chen Yi nodded in acknowledgement. As he watched Wang Chenghu ascend to the second floor, Zhang Ye, while clearing the dining table, asked, how did it go? Chen Yi replied softly, I found an opportunity to clarify things with him. Can we trust him now? We can. Once Zhang Ye finished tidying the table and washing the dishes, the two returned to the master bedroom together. Although there were several vacant rooms on the second floor, neither Chen Yi nor Zhang Ye broached the subject of sleeping separately. Being adults, many matters need not be explicitly addressed. The reason for not advancing further was simply that both were awaiting the moment when circumstances would naturally align. Lying in bed, relishing the cool breeze from the fan, Chen Yi could not help but emit a contented sigh. Good night. Zhang Ye's gentle voice floated in his ear. Good night, Chen Yi replied, slowly closing his eyes. Chapter 48. Slaying zombies is surprisingly simple. A gentle drizzle enveloped the mountains and lakes, accompanied by inky clouds, creating a scene as exquisite as a painted scroll. The light rain dispelled the summer heat, and with a soft breeze, it imparted an invigorating freshness. Chen Yi slowly opened his eyes and instinctively turned his head, only to discover that he was alone in bed. Zhang Ye had risen at some point unbeknownst to him. Pushing open the door to the living room, he found Zhang Ye and Huyan seated on the sofa, each cradling a cup of tea, engaged in light-hearted conversation. After greeting them, Chen Yi braved the drizzle and made his way to the well. A quick wash left him feeling remarkably refreshed. Soon, Wang Chenghu and the others emerged from their rooms in succession. After a simple breakfast, the group split into two factions. Chen Yi and his companions gathered to discuss modifications to their vehicle, while Zhang Ye led the two women in the production of protective gear. The protective gear was crucial to their future safety, a fact both Yang Aran and Hu Yun understood well, hence they approached their sewing with utmost diligence, occasionally offering their insights. The light rain did not linger for long. By 9 in the morning, it ceased, and sunlight broke through the clouds, casting radiant beams of light. Chen Yi and his team promptly brought the welding machine outside to commence modifications on the Cadillac. As for Qin Hao, he was dispatched once more for a hunting expedition. Hunting not only improved their rations, but also served a dual purpose of patrolling and maintaining vigilance. Naturally, Qin Hao accepted this task with enthusiasm, shouldering his air gun and eagerly stepping out. However, less than half an hour later, Qin Hao raced back into the courtyard, his expression tense, breath coming in heavy gasps as he anxiously exclaimed, there are zombies. At this, Chen Yi and the others immediately halted their activities, especially Yutai Ran, whose eyes betrayed a flicker of alarm. Chen Yi inquired, how many? About several dozen, came the reply. In which direction? Over there on the mountain. They'll likely be upon us soon. The direction Qin Hao indicated was precisely the dense forest from which Chen Yi and the others had fled a couple of days prior. It was likely a small portion of the horde that had wandered over from the industrial area. Noticing the anxious expressions on Qin Hao and the others, Chen Yi, maintaining a relaxed demeanor, playfully asked, Huang Mao, have you ever killed a zombie? No, I haven't. Qin Hao admitted, somewhat embarrassed. In truth, he had swung a knife and fired his air gun, but he had never actually slain a zombie. To him, these creatures were unyielding monsters. Even if stabbed numerous times, they could still spring to life and sever a person's throat. Take this, Chen Yi said, bending down to pick up a steel pipe from the ground and handing it to him. The pipe was over a meter long, 1 inch sharpened by a cutting machine. Though not as effective as his short spear, it was adequate for dispatching zombies. Receiving the steel pipe, Qin Hao wore a puzzled expression. Observing this, Yu Tai ran hastily picked up another steel pipe without waiting for Chen Yi to speak. The weakness of zombies lies in their brains. The best way to eliminate them is to pierce directly through their eyes into their skulls, Chen Yi explained, demonstrating the stabbing motion. As they spoke, the barking of the German shepherd pierced the air, soon followed by the unmistakable growl of zombies echoing faintly from the distance. Without waiting for further instructions, Wang Chenghu swiftly closed the iron gate of the courtyard. Bang, bang, bang. In the next moment, a series of violent impacts erupted. The two iron doors, under the relentless assault of the zombies, began to yield inward, revealing a 10-centimeter gap. Yu Taiyin trembled at the commotion, but fortunately, though the gate was forced open slightly, it remained sturdy enough to withstand the onslaught for the time being. At that moment, Zhang Ye and the others in the living room were also drawn out by the noise. Ha ha ha. A zombie pressed tightly against the gap, its blood-red eyes gleaming with a ferocious hunger. Upon seeing the few individuals in the courtyard, the zombie became even more agitated, pounding madly against the iron gate, heedless of the fact that its face was becoming a gruesome mess. With a swift thrust, an iron spear pierced through the gap, striking the zombie's eye with precision. A slight twist, and Chen Yi withdrew the spear. As the weapon was pulled out, the zombie collapsed lifelessly. Yet, almost immediately, another zombie filled the void. Did you see that? It's that simple. After effortlessly dispatching one zombie, Chen Yi gestured to Yu Taiyin and Qin Hao, saying, "You too, come here. These zombies are now your responsibility." This was a splendid opportunity for the newcomers to hone their skills, and he would not let it slip by. Only by personally slaying zombies could one truly be deemed a competent survivor in this apocalyptic world. Upon hearing this, though fear gripped Yu Taiyan's heart, he clenched his teeth and hesitantly stepped forward. Conversely, Qin Hao, witnessing Chen Yi's casual and graceful takedown of a zombie, found his fear dissipating, replaced instead by a burgeoning eagerness. Approaching the gate, as he raised his short spear, a sudden commotion from the zombie at the gap startled him. After weeks of exposure to the elements, these zombies had grown even more grotesque. Their skin was withered and purplish, crawling with various insects. And those crimson eyes were both repulsive and terrifying. Chen Yi and Wang Chenghu stood silently beside him, offering no words. Hiss. Qin Hao took a deep breath and thrust the steel pipe forcefully at the zombie's eye. However, in his nervousness, the strike missed the eye and instead plunged into the zombie's mouth. Thick, viscous blood splattered from the zombie's maw, with several droplets landing on Qin Hao's face. Struggling to suppress his urge to vomit, he wrested the steel pipe free and, after steadying himself, aimed once more at the eye socket. With a decisive thrust, the razor-sharp steel pipe pierced through the eye, driving deep into the brain. The zombie at the gap seemed to be put on pause, standing motionless, mimicking Chen Yi. Qin Hao gave the steel pipe a slight twist, his face alight with excitement as he exclaimed, "Wow, so it really is this easy." In truth, the combat prowess of a single zombie was not particularly formidable. The crux lay in overcoming one's own fear. Even a second-generation evolved zombie stood no chance against a fully armed adult, destined only for slaughter. What truly instilled dread was merely the zombie virus they harbored. After his initial experience, Qin Hao's movements became significantly more adept, although his precision was still lacking, often requiring multiple attempts to pierce the eye socket. These were trivial matters. Practice makes perfect. After dispatching over 10 zombies, Yu Taiyin could no longer remain idle and suggested, "Xiao Qin, take a break. Let me give it a try." "All right." Qin Hao, feeling somewhat unfulfilled, relinquished his position. Surprisingly, despite the simplicity of the stabbing motion, it proved to be quite physically demanding. Within just a few minutes, he felt a subtle ache in his arms. Yu Taiyin, having observed their ease, soon discovered that successfully thrusting a steel pipe into a zombie's eye socket was far from straightforward, especially considering the zombies were mobile. After several futile attempts, 7 or 8, he only succeeded in mangling the zombie's face further, rendering it even more grotesque and horrifying. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he cast a furtive glance at Chen Yi, anxious that his lackluster performance might provoke displeasure. To his surprise, Chen Yi patted his shoulder, offering reassurance. "Old Yu, take your time, there's no need to rush. Everyone has a first time." Gratefully nodding, Yu Taiyin persisted and ultimately felled his first zombie after several attempts. After eliminating 5 or 6 more, his confidence soared. Just as he was poised to continue, he noticed Chen Yi's expression shift abruptly. He suddenly grabbed Yu Taiyan's arm and yanked him back. Chapter 49. Do you call her a young girl? Creak. The iron doors emitted a mournful groan under relentless assault from the zombies. Finally, they succumbed, crashing to the ground. With a resounding thud, the remaining dozen or so zombies surged into the courtyard. This unexpected turn of events startled Yu Taiyin and the others, leaving them momentarily frozen in confusion. In stark contrast, Chen Yi maintained his composure, advancing rather than retreating, brandishing his spear to confront the zombies head-on. Thrust. The dark spear gleamed ominously in the sunlight as it swiftly penetrated a zombie's eye socket. Simultaneously, he lifted his right foot, delivering a powerful kick to another zombie lunging at him. With a swift withdrawal of the spear, Chen Yi struck again, dispatching a second zombie. The entire sequence was fluid and infused with an aesthetic of brutal elegance. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. By the time Qin Hao and the others regained their wits, 4 or 5 zombies had already fallen to Chen Yi's prowess. Wang Chenghu, though not as effortless as Chen Yi, displayed his agility and fierce demeanor, embodying the foundational skills of a combat reconnaissance soldier. Once they collected themselves, Qin Hao and Yu Tairan joined the fray. Soon, only 2 or 3 zombies remained in the courtyard. Chen Yi, leave one, he instructed. At that moment, Zhang Ye suddenly spoke up. Although Wang Chenghu was puzzled, he complied with her directive, sending the last zombie crashing to the ground. As it struggled to rise, he delivered another kick. Observing this, Zhang Ye extended her spear toward Yang Iran and commanded, since you enjoy killing, go take care of that zombie. But it's not human, Yang Iran weakly retorted. A sharp slap resounded through the air. In the next moment, the previously bruised cheek of Yang Iran bore a fresh crimson imprint. Zhang Ye reached out her hand, gently caressing Yang Iran's face, and spoke each word with chilling clarity. You have 30 seconds. Exceed this time, and I shall end your life. Nearby, Hu Yun's pupils dilated in shock, her heart racing with terror. Zhang Ye had always left her with the impression of a gentle woman, her lips perpetually adorned with a warm smile, engaging in conversation with amiable grace. Yet, in this instant, the icy demeanor and tone of Zhang Ye utterly shattered the image Hu Yun held of her. Oh, Yang Iran obediently nodded, accepting the short spear and slowly advancing towards the zombie. The stinging pain in her cheek incessantly provoked her nerves, urging her to tremble and moan. Observing the petite Yang Iran as she approached the zombie, Qin Hao felt a pang of compassion and was about to speak, when he suddenly sensed someone tugging at his clothing. Turning his head, he saw Yu Tairan casting him significant glances. Startled, Qin Hao abruptly swallowed his words back. Seizing the opportunity while the zombie was rising, Wang Chenghu delivered a fierce kick to its knee. Crack! Accompanied by a sharp sound, the zombie's calf twisted grotesquely. The creature emitted a primal roar, undeterred, dragging its broken left leg as it lurched toward Yang Iran. Be careful, don't get scratched, Wang Chenghu cautioned. Retreating to the side, uncertain of the relationship between Yang Iran and Zhang Ye, he offered only this meager assistance. Yang Iran lifted her gaze to him, silent. That glance made Wang Chenghu furrow his brow slightly. Her eyes displayed no fear or panic. Instead, they brimmed with a thirst for slaughter and exhilaration. Ha ha ha. The zombie inched closer, its rancid maw agape. Yang Iran took a slight step back to evade the flailing arms of the zombie, and, raising her foot, delivered a powerful kick to its shattered left leg. Crack! This strike completely severed the zombie's left limb, causing it to lose balance and tumble to the ground. Seizing the moment, Yang Iran stepped forward, raising the short spear to deliver a fierce thrust downward. Thud! 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 The blade punctured flesh with a relentless rhythm. Rather than aiming for a swift kill, she repeatedly plunged the spear into the zombie's chest, abdomen, and neck, her laughter ringing like silver bells as she did so. After a flurry of thrusts, the zombie was riddled with gaping wounds. As the countdown reached its final second, Yang Iran thrust the spear into the zombie's eye socket. With a satisfied moan, she licked her lips and cast a lingering glance at Qin Hao and Yu Tairan. Gulp! Qin Hao swallowed hard, a shiver running down his spine. Previously, he had felt a fondness for Yang Iran, finding her petite and adorable, particularly the baby fat on her cheeks that made one want to pinch them. Now, all such thoughts dissipated. She was a madwoman, a psychopath. Forget it. The world of reality is far too perilous. My preference lies with the reliability of virtual companions. Retracting her gaze, Yang Iran reverted to her previous demeanor and stepped forward to Zhang Ye. Say, Sister Zhang Ye, it has been resolved. Hu Yun discreetly shifted her feet, instinctively distancing herself from the others. Yang Iran's earlier demeanor had genuinely frightened her. Observing the bloodstains on Yang Iran, Zhang Ye commanded, go change your clothes. All right, Yang Iran replied, entering the living room. At that moment, Chen Yi spoke up. Huang Mao, I entrust you with a task. Drag the body outside and pile it up. Then set it ablaze. Okay, got it. Qin Hao nodded vigorously before energetically hauling the corpse out of the yard. They would need to remain there for another 2 or 3 days. Thus the bodies must be incinerated. Otherwise, in this weather, they could easily foster a plague. At this moment, Yu Tairan was still somewhat dazed when he suddenly heard Wang Chenghu's call. Old Yu, why are you just standing there? Come lend a hand. Turning his head, he noticed Chen Yi and Wang Chenghu had already resumed their work on the modified vehicle, as if the earlier events were merely a trivial interlude. In truth, for them, it indeed was. As he suppressed the tumultuous thoughts in his mind, Yu Tairan hastened to join them. At noon, the group sat together in the living room, silently partaking of their lunch. The meal was rather sparse, yet yet thanks to Hu Yun's culinary skills. A few plates of sautéed vegetables were delectable, accompanied by a particularly appetizing dish of spicy, minced meat with steamed salted duck eggs. Chen Hao and the others appeared to lack appetite, barely touching their chopsticks. Noticing this, Chen Yi couldn't help but chuckle. Feeling nauseous? Can't eat? Heh. Chen Hao chuckled awkwardly, tacitly acknowledging the sentiment. I've gradually gotten used to it. Now that we have the means, we should eat a bit more. Once we hit the road, we'll likely be reduced to gnawing on compressed biscuits. Wang Chonghu remarked, gesturing towards Yang Iran. Take a cue from her. You, a grown man, should possess better mental fortitude than that little girl. Yang Iran paid no heed to their conversation, swiftly finishing the rice in her bowl and rising to refill it. Hearing this, Chen Hao privately scoffed. You dare call her a little girl? Seriously. Chapter 50. The cockroach effect in Zhang Ye's perspective. Yang Iran's dilemma was hardly an issue. In the context of the previous civilized society, it might have been severe, but now, in the apocalypse, it was a different matter altogether. Do you not revel in the thrill of killing? Very well. With billions of zombies to slay, indulge to your heart's content until you become numb and weary of it. The reason Yang Iran experienced a morbid pleasure in killing stemmed primarily from the challenge of transgressing a taboo. In civilized times, murder was an act condemned by both morality and law, but when such a taboo transforms into the norm, it swiftly loses its allure. It is akin to a gaming addict being thrust into professional competition. When a passion becomes a job, its essence alters entirely. The sudden emergence of zombies that morning was akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake, creating ripples across its surface. Indeed, by afternoon, 2 more waves of zombies were discovered. The second wave of adversaries numbered in the hundreds, compelling even Hu Yun, who was universally regarded as the logistical support, to grasp a steel pipe and join the fray. The relentless onslaught of zombies elicited a subtle transformation in Yang Iran. Although her gaze still brimmed with a thirst for bloodshed, the morbid laughter that once escaped her lips had ceased. As Zhang Yi had anticipated, when slaughter becomes a norm, even a necessary means of survival, its nature shifts irrevocably. With a swift thrust, the short spear glimmered ominously as it pierced the eye socket of the final zombie. Chen Yi, panting lightly, withdrew the spear and flicked off the viscous blood clinging to its tip. Despite having successfully repelled the undead, the expressions on the faces of the group were devoid of joy. It was clear to everyone, including the inexperienced Chen Hao, that this rural retreat had become perilous. The movement patterns of zombies resembled the cockroach effect. Discovering one in your abode suggests that countless others lurk unseen in the shadows. Similarly, the emergence of zombies in a secluded location indicated that a vast horde was likely accumulating nearby, perhaps even a tide of the undead. At that moment, the once picturesque courtyard had transformed into a hellish scene, with crimson blood staining the ground and corpses strewn haphazardly. The bodies and blood attracted swarms of flies and mosquitoes. Swatting away the buzzing insects, Chen Yi suddenly inquired, how is the protective gear coming along? 3 sets remaining, Zhang Yi replied candidly. Can it be completed tonight? With some effort, it should be doable. Nodding in agreement, Chen Yi resolved. Then I urge you all to work diligently tonight to finish the remaining protective gear. We shall depart tomorrow. Understood. The past few days of rest had allowed Zhang Yi's leg injury to heal considerably, enabling her to walk normally, though she still could not engage in prolonged vigorous activity. Initially, Chen Yi had intended to linger a few more days until her recovery was complete, but it had become clear that such aspirations were overly optimistic. Time was of the essence. Zhang Yi and her companions returned to the living room to expedite the creation of the protective gear, while Chen Yi, alongside Wang Chonghu and others, began to drag the corpses out of the yard. With so many bodies, it would take until morning to incinerate them all. Therefore, they resolved to simply deposit them in a desolate area since they planned to leave early the next day. The bodies had been removed, and the yard had been washed down, yet the pungent scent of blood still lingered in the air. Buzzing sounds interrupted their brief respite as the cutting machine roared to life. Just before nightfall, Chen Yi and his companions managed to modify the Cadillac. After a simple dinner, Chen Yi lit a cigarette and unfurled a map on the table, collaborating with Wang Chonghu to strategize their escape route. Currently, they were less than 300 kilometers from Yantai. Even with a detour through obscure rural roads and county routes, they could reach it within 3 days at most. However, this was the ideal scenario. In reality, arriving within 7 days would be considered exceptionally fortunate. Before they could undertake their journey, they needed to fortify their equipment. Chen Yi asked, Old Wang, are you familiar with the armed police forces? Do you have a plan? Wang Chonghu's eyes sparkled with interest. Indeed. Chen Yi nodded and explained, after all, we must not only guard against zombies, but also against people. Wang Chonghu expressed his agreement, and then inquired quietly, which location are you considering for the operation? This county. Chen Yi said, lightly tapping the map with his finger. He certainly would not venture into the urban area due to the high risks. A smaller county town might still present an opportunity for a daring attempt. following the direction of his finger. A glimmer of admiration flickered in Wang Chenghu's eyes as he remarked, "Typically, a medium-sized county town has only one mobile detachment beneath the armed police brigade, while the remainder are stationed at the detention center. The mobile detachment comprises merely 1 or 2 understrength platoons, amounting to a maximum of 60 personnel when fully staffed. Excluding those on leave or assigned to duty elsewhere, the number of zombies should not exceed 40. Currently, we have 7 people, which is sufficient for the time being. One will distract the nearby zombies, another will provide transportation, one will stand guard, and the remaining 4 will infiltrate the unit. For individuals should be able to handle 40 zombies, especially when fully equipped and positioned advantageously. As for why they would not divert the zombies from the armed police unit, the reason was straightforward. All firearms were stored in the armory, and without the key, it would be impossible to forcibly access them. After discussing some additional details, Chen Yi beckoned to Qin Hao, "Huang Mao, come here." At that moment, Qin Hao was assisting several women but promptly made his way over upon hearing Chen Yi's voice. Chen Yi got straight to the point, asking, "Are you familiar with William County?" "Fairly well," Qin Hao replied cautiously, unsure of Chen Yi's intentions. "Do you know the exact location of the armed police detachment in William County?" Typically, sensitive places like armed police units and military districts would not be marked on civilian maps. Even satellite imagery would yield no information, as it had long been obscured. Upon hearing this inquiry, Qin Hao's excitement surged. "Brother, are we finally going to acquire some firearms?" Chen Yi frowned. "Stop rambling. Do you know where it is?" "Of course. I do. It's right next to the detention center." Without needing further prompting, Qin Hao provided the detailed address along with the surrounding circumstances. After listening, Chen Yi and Wang Chenghu exchanged glances, both recognizing the gleam of satisfaction in each other's eyes. The location was even better than anticipated. Situated on the outskirts of the county town beside the detention center, with no residential areas nearby and only a handful of shops. In a state of exhilaration, Qin Hao eagerly asked, "Brother, can you get me a Type 10 sniper rifle when the time comes? Are you out of your mind?" Wang Chenghu shot him a sidelong glance and retorted, "In a small county town, having an 88 sniper rifle would be the pinnacle. A Type 10 sniper is beyond reach." Taken aback, Qin Hao exclaimed, "Wasn't it said that they had already been upgraded? Why are they still using such antiquated 88 rifles?" Wang Chenghu scoffed, "You military enthusiasts are so gullible. Even if there are upgrades, they prioritize the frontline units in major cities. This is merely a second-tier city. Who knows when it will be this small county's turn?" Disappointment flickered across Qin Hao's face, but it swiftly transformed into excitement as he chuckled. An 88 sniper is still better than a BB gun. Chapter 51, Departure. At 11 p.m., with the assistance of Chen Yi and his companions, the final 3 sets of protective gear were meticulously completed. Each set comprised 4 components: a neck guard, arm guards, a chest plate, and leg protection. As for helmets, there was no urgency. They planned to acquire some tactical riot helmets from the armed police unit the following day. These helmets offered far superior protection compared to motorcycle helmets, capable of withstanding not only zombie bites, but also shots from a .58 caliber handgun at close range. However, they would be helpless against larger caliber firearms. Chen Yi picked up a set of protective gear and attempted to don it. The gear was secured with Velcro, providing a more reliable and convenient fit than tape. Velcro also allowed for adjustable tightness, accommodating various body types. The neck guard and arm guards were robust, likely impervious even to the powerful jaws of a German Shepherd. The chest plate, embedded with a lightweight metal shield, was not only thin but also sufficient to deflect zombie attacks, even if it could not stop bullets. Once fully equipped, Chen Yi tested his mobility, running, jumping, and kicking. After his trials, he smiled and praised, "The craftsmanship is commendable, exceeding my expectations. The only drawback was the heat. But that was a small price to pay for survival." This night was unlike any other, prompting Chen Yi to arrange for shifts of night watch. The 7 of them were divided into 3 groups: Chen Yi with Qin Hao, Wang Chenghu with Yutairan, and Zhang Ye with the 2 women. To accommodate Zhang Ye, they assigned her group to the first watch. In a state between slumber and wakefulness, a gentle creaking of the door sounded. Chen Yi jolted awake, instinctively reaching under his pillow for his handgun. Upon recognizing Zhang Ye in the dim light of the living room, his tension eased, and he sat up, inquiring, "Is everything all right?" "All is well," Zhang Ye replied, her face weary as she shook her head. "Make sure to rest well," he advised before slipping on a t-shirt and stepping out of the room. Approaching the well, he splashed his face with cool water, the refreshing sensation swiftly banishing his lingering drowsiness. In the courtyard, the 2 iron gates, previously toppled by zombies, had been reinstalled, supplemented by their modified BMW X3 blocking the entrance. After patrolling the yard to ensure everything was secure, he returned to the living room. At that moment, Qin Hao was yawning as he descended from the 2nd floor. Settling onto the sofa, Chen Yi retrieved a cigarette and lit it, asking, "Care for a smoke?" "I don't smoke." Qin Hao waved his hand dismissively. Not smoking is quite commendable, Chen Yi replied. Brother, were you a special forces soldier? Chen Hao inquired. What do you think? Chen Yi retorted. I think you were. You looked incredibly cool while dispatching zombies. I wish I could be as suave as you one day. One advantage of keeping watch with Chen Hao was his incessant chatter, ensuring that boredom was never a concern. Their conversation flowed effortlessly and without much effort. Chen Yi learned all about him. At 3 a.m., Wang Chonghu and Yu Tairan arrived punctually to relieve their shift. With a brief exchange, Chen Yi re-entered the room. Just as he lay down, Zhang Yi coiled around him like a serpent, her arm draping across his chest. With a disdainful twist of his lips, Chen Yi pushed her arm away and slowly closed his eyes. When he awoke again, it was already 7 a.m. In the living room, Hu Yun had prepared breakfast. After a silent meal of egg noodles around the dining table, everyone donned their protective gear. Last night, Chen Yi had already briefed them on the plans for the following day. Having endured the trials of the previous day, while still feeling a tinge of apprehension, Yu Tairan and the others were less tense. Those who have faced zombies experience a profound shift in mindset. After loading the rice oil and other supplies into the trunk, Chen Hao glanced at the diesel generator in the corner of the yard and inquired, Bro, why aren't we taking the generator? Chen Yi retorted coldly, We're escaping. Not going on a picnic. The noise from the diesel generator would attract unnecessary trouble. It was manageable in the remote countryside, but in the city, it could draw zombies from several streets away. Realizing the foolishness of his question, Chen Hao felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. After a quick check, Chen Yi asked, Is everything loaded? Almost. We have everything we need, Wang Chonghu replied. Let's go? Chen Yi waved his hand and opened the door of the BMW X3. Yang Yi ran, seeing this, attempted to open the passenger door, only to find Zhang Yi looking at her with a smile, pouting in mild frustration. She relinquished her spot and chose to squeeze into the back seat with the German Shepherd. Meanwhile, Wang Chonghu and the others settled into the Cadillac. As the engine roared to life, the two SUVs, one white and one black, slowly emerged from the yard, racing along the earthen road through the dense forest. Upon entering the country road, scattered zombies could be seen wandering aimlessly. Chen Yi pressed the accelerator, colliding with two approaching zombies as they sped toward the county town. An hour later, the two vehicles arrived at the outskirts of the county. Get out, Chen Yi called, parking the car by the roadside. Gripping his spear, he was the first to push open the door. After swiftly dispatching the nearby wandering zombies, Chen Yi's expression turned grave. Let me reiterate everyone's tasks. Lao Yu is responsible for luring the zombies. Hu Yun will drive for support, and upon hearing gunfire, she will immediately bring the car to the team entrance. Huang Mao will keep watch at the entrance, while the rest of you follow me inside. Is there any confusion? I have a question, Yu Tairan stammered, raising his hand hesitantly. Chen Yi asked, What is it? What if I get discovered by zombies after I light the firecrackers? Patting his shoulder, Chen Yi shared his wisdom. You have about half a minute to escape. If you wish to survive, it's best to run quickly and find a place to hide. Once the nearby zombies are drawn away by the sound of the firecrackers, you can quietly return to the car. Hearing this, Yu Tairan's complexion changed. Noticing his reaction, Chen Yi chuckled. How about this? Wang Chonghu can set off the firecrackers while you come in with us. Yu Tairan awkwardly laughed. Never mind. I think setting off the firecrackers is a good idea. What a jest it would be to confront dozens of mutated armed police zombies. The physical prowess of the armed police far exceeds that of an ordinary individual, and once transformed into zombies, their combat capabilities are at least 2 to 3 times that of a standard zombie. In contrast, the firecrackers seem comparatively safe. These firecrackers were discovered in a small shop by the roadside, and Yu Tai ran with a large bag of them, taking a deep breath as he headed towards the distance. After a few minutes of quiet anticipation in the car, the thunderous sound of firecrackers erupted. Bang! In the next moment, countless figures of zombies appeared, racing towards the source of the noise. Action! Chen Yi exclaimed as he flung open the car door and sprinted towards the team base, followed closely by Wang Chonghu and the others. The firecrackers would not attract the zombies for long, so they needed to act swiftly. Once these zombies returned, departing would not be as straightforward. Chapter 52. The Armory. As they ran, Chen Yi glanced at Zhang Yi's calves, concern etched on his face. Are you alright? Don't worry. Zhang Yi replied with a smile. Initially, Chen Yi had intended for Zhang Yi to handle the backup. But considering the imminent threat of encountering 4 to 5 dozen mutated armed police zombies upon entering the base, he ultimately decided to have her join in. He still held a modicum of wariness towards Yu Tai and his companions, but he trusted Zhang Yi not to create trouble in a crisis, allowing him to safeguard his back with confidence. Furthermore, their synergy would enhance their efficiency against the zombies. As they approached the team base, the 5 of them and a dog arrived at the front. The iron gates were firmly shut, and the guard post stood deserted. Peering through the gaps in the iron gates, no zombies were visible, and the courtyard was enveloped in an eerie silence. An intangible sense of oppression weighing heavily in the air. Wang Chonghu, with a serious expression, declared, I'll go in first. Be careful, Chen Yi cautioned. Wang Chonghu nodded, took a couple of steps back, and dashed towards the courtyard wall. With a burst of momentum, he leaped high, skillfully using his hands and feet to scale the 3-meter-high wall. Moments later, the iron gate creaked open from the inside. Chen Yi patted Qin Hao's shoulder and instructed, Huang Mao, keep a close watch here. If you notice anything unusual, alert us immediately. Mission accomplished. Qin Hao saluted, adding, Brother, don't forget my 88 sniper rifle. Understood. Chen Yi affirmed. As he watched the 4 individuals and the dog enter the courtyard, Qin Hao removed the air gun from his back, loaded it with steel balls, and cocked it. While this weapon was merely a tickle against zombies, it bore some intimidation against other survivors. Standing alone on an empty street felt rather eerie. Yet the thought of the impending 88 sniper rifle ignited a fervor within him. Inside the courtyard, Chen Yi led the charge like a blade, with Yang Iran and Zhang Ye closely behind him, while Wang Chonghu and the German shepherd flanked the sides, maintaining vigilance. Surveying the desolate courtyard, Wang Chonghu questioned, Are there still survivors within the base? There should be, Chen Yi whispered. The grounds of the detachment are expansive, as 4 individuals tread along a shaded path, eventually coming upon an office building. To the right of the building lies a vast expanse of verdant grass, where dozens of zombies, clad in training uniforms, meander aimlessly. Upon noticing this, the 4 quickly crouched down, concealing themselves behind a flower bed. Zhang Ye whispers, It seems that survivors must be inside that office building. Or perhaps not. Wang Chonghu counters, overturning the earlier conjecture. Zhang Ye regards him with a puzzled expression. Wang Chonghu softly elucidates, The armed police are not quite as you envision. Apart from training, their predominant tasks involve cleaning and weeding. Weeding? Indeed, weeding, he affirms with utmost seriousness. In truth, it's not solely the armed police. Many military units also include weeding as part of their internal duties. Chen Yi interjects, regardless of the presence of survivors, these zombies must be dealt with. And we ought to locate the armory swiftly. In response, Wang Chonghu gestures toward a row of buildings to the left and proposes, The cafeteria is likely over there. If we block the entrance, we can easily eliminate these zombies. Let us go. Chen Yi signals, lowering his body as he advances toward the cafeteria. Just a few steps in, a gentle breeze sweeps through, the downwind direction leading straight to the grass where the zombies linger. Chen Yi's expression shifts, disregarding stealth. He rises and sprints toward the cafeteria. Observing this, Zhang Ye and Yang Iran hastily follow suit. In the next moment, the zombies, previously aimlessly wandering the grass, twitch their noses and their blood-red eyes suddenly gleam with a ravenous light. They have caught the scent of prey. In an instant, dozens of zombies charge forth. The armed police, accustomed to daily physical training, exhibit remarkable speed, nearly akin to that of second-stage evolved zombies. Fortunately, the cafeteria is not far. Chen Yi and Wang Chonghu are the first to burst through the doors. By the time Zhang Ye and Yang Iran enter, the two immediately push a heavy dining table against the entrance. Bang! The foremost zombie collides with the table, its upper body crashing against it due to the force of inertia. As it raises its head, it is met with a sharp spear. Thud! The spear plunges into the zombie's eye socket, embedding itself deeply. Before Wang Chonghu can withdraw the spear, a second zombie lunges forward. The table is insufficiently high, barely reaching waist level. It provides some obstruction against ordinary zombies, but it merely hinders the more formidable creatures before them. The second zombie disregards the table entirely, leaping toward Wang Chonghu. Quick to react, Chen Yi thrusts his spear accurately into the eye socket of the airborne zombie. However, the zombie's momentum forces him to stumble back a couple of steps. Zhang Ye, who has been poised nearby, steps forward to fill the gap. Thud! Thud! The sounds of blades piercing flesh resonate throughout the cafeteria. Even with the cafeteria secured and the entrance blocked, the battle remains exceedingly arduous, fraught with peril. Several times, they narrowly avert being overwhelmed by zombies surging into the cafeteria. Fortunately, fully armed and clad in protective gear, they manage to hold their ground, having vanquished the final zombie. Zhang Ye and Yang Iran, 2 women, languished on the ground, gasping for breath. Chen Yi and Wang Chonghu were no better off, their bodies feeling utterly drained. In this apocalyptic world, acquiring firearms was no simple task. Indeed, while many weapons, including tanks and artillery, were available within the armed police and military districts, the question remained, who would dare venture forth? Even a small county detachment faced immense difficulty. One could only imagine the challenges within military districts housing thousands, if not tens of thousands, of personnel. Particularly concerning was the prospect of these zombies undergoing a secondary evolution, significantly enhancing their combat capabilities. Surveying the group, Chen Yi inquired, Is anyone injured? This question bore great importance, as it pertained to the safety of all. Wang Chonghu and the others promptly began to examine themselves, shaking their heads in unison. Observing this, Chen Yi exhaled in relief. After a brief respite, he commanded, Time is of the essence. We must locate the armory without delay. At his words, Zhang Yi extended her hand from her seated position. Chen Yi helped her to her feet, and noticing Yang Yi ran gazing at him expectantly. He offered his hand to her as well, smiling. Well done. During the recent skirmish, Yang Yiran had demonstrated remarkable prowess, her fierce spirit earning Wang Chenghu's admiration. Grasping Chen Yi's broad palm, Yang Yiran rose effortlessly, equipping herself with a short spear and checking her protective gear. The group navigated over tables and corpses to exit the cafeteria. The armory was not difficult to locate. Its position was intentionally accessible for convenience. Soon, the group fixed their gaze upon a nearby structure resembling a warehouse. Upon entering, they were greeted first by a duty room. Venturing further inside, they encountered a robust metal door barring their path. Zhang Yi approached to inspect it, her expression darkening. What is it? Chen Yi asked, noting her troubled demeanor. Zhang Yi explained, this door employs a fingerprint lock. With the power out, it is effectively sealed shut. Unlike the access control of a residential complex, the armory would not open during a power outage. Instead, it would become even more secure. This fundamental principle was understood by them all. Wang Chenghu furrowed his brow, pondering aloud. Typically, such armories are equipped with emergency backup keys. That was the case with my previous unit. His reasoning held merit. Without a backup key, what would happen if an urgent mission arose during a power failure? With this in mind, he proposed, I will accompany Wang Chenghu to the office building to search for the keys. You two can wait here, or try to find something in the duty room. Drawing on their previous experience in searching for weapons at the precinct, Chen Yi surmised that the backup keys would likely be with the duty officer. Agreed. Zhang Yi nodded in affirmation. Exiting the armory, the two men hurried towards the office building, unsure of whose possession the keys might be. They could only search room by room, temporarily discounting the soldiers in the cafeteria. Their movements were swift as they scoured the first floor before ascending to the second. Upon arriving at the second office, they found the door locked. Exchanging a glance, they raised their feet and kicked the door. Bang! Under the combined strength of the two, the door held out for merely a few seconds before it was forcefully kicked open. With a swift glance, Wang Chenghu took the lead and stepped inside. Whoosh! In the next moment, a gust of wind whistled past his ear. Wang Chenghu seemed to have anticipated this, thrusting his short spear sideways like a venomous snake. However, this seemingly decisive strike met only empty air. Alarmed, Wang Chenghu's pupils constricted as he realized his adversary was not a zombie. Indeed, one hand seized his wrist, while the other ascended his arm, gripping it with a vice-like hold, the thumb pressing against his armpit before executing a twist. In an instant, Wang Chenghu felt an unbearable pain surge through his mind. Gritting his teeth against the agony, he abruptly twisted his torso and raised his left arm to deliver an elbow strike. His opponent, evidently anticipating this move, swiftly released his arm and crossed both hands to block the blow. This was a formidable opponent. A jolt of fear surged through Wang Chenghu as he understood the gravity of his situation. Before he could react, the adversary transitioned from defense to offense, delivering a powerful kick to the back of his right knee. The force was tremendous and struck precisely at the joint, causing Wang Chenghu to buckle, sinking to one knee instinctively, a reflex beyond his control. Simultaneously, the hands that had blocked his elbow strike coiled around his neck like a constrictor, forming a chokehold from behind. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. By the time Chen Yi sensed something amiss, Wang Chenghu was already captured. Drawing his gun and chambering around, he finally discerned that the assailant was a woman. Clad in tactical attire, she was tall and robust, standing at about 1.75 meters, her sun-kissed face accentuating the bulging muscles in her arms that ensnared Wang Chenghu's neck. An aura of ferocity was unmistakable. Lower your weapon, or I will kill him. The woman coldly fixed her gaze upon Chen Yi while subtly lowering herself, attempting to conceal her head behind Wang Chenghu's. Chen Yi, maintaining a calm demeanor, retorted, whether he lives or dies is uncertain, but you are undoubtedly doomed. Are you threatening me? The woman inquired, tightening her grip. Wang Chenghu's complexion rapidly turned crimson as he struggled for breath. Unfazed, Chen Yi aimed his gun with a smirk, saying, You may test that. I doubt your movements are swifter than a bullet. Just as the two were locked in a standoff, Wang Chenghu managed to cough and said, Cough, cough. Joint techniques. Are you from the Special Operations Unit? The joint technique employed by his opponent struck a chord with him, as he had suffered from such tactics during previous military competitions. Oh, the woman's eyes flickered with intrigue, her grip loosening slightly as she asked, Which unit? Wang Chenghu, defiantly arching his neck, declared, I am from the reconnaissance company of the 78th Army. Internally, he lamented his misfortune at encountering a member of the Special Operations Unit in a small county's brigade. The woman scoffed, So you're just a little rat from the reconnaissance company. No wonder you're so pathetic. It was evident that the two military factions held a deep-seated animosity. Wang Chenghu, indignant, shouted, What are you pretending for? Had I not just vanquished dozens of zombies and exhausted my strength, would you dare to be so brazen? If you possess courage, Release me, and let us engage in a fair duel. Do you take me for a fool? The woman let out a cold chuckle, casting a glance at the armed Chen Yi, and suddenly exerted her strength with her arms. Cough, cough. Wang Chenghu immediately emitted a series of suppressed coughs. However, Chen Yi's gaze remained unchanged throughout, seemingly indifferent to Wang Chenghu's life. This realization weighed heavily on the woman's heart. Taking a deep breath, she spoke. I know what you seek. Let us negotiate. What do you propose? Chen Yi replied with feigned interest, while secretly adjusting the angle of his firearm, seeking an opportunity for a decisive strike. Yet, the opponent, seasoned and experienced, kept their vital areas shielded behind Wang Chenghu. The woman spoke earnestly. I will reveal the location of the armory key, but upon obtaining the weapons, you must provide me with an armored vehicle and a Type 95 assault rifle. At that moment, Chen Yi noticed Wang Chenghu signaling him with his eyes. Acknowledging this, he pretended to ponder for a few seconds before nodding. It's a deal. No sooner had he spoken than Wang Chenghu's left leg, in a half-crouch, suddenly exerted force, propelling him backward. His intention was to catch the woman off guard and use his weight to knock her down. This would allow Chen Yi to swiftly advance and gain control with his firearm. However, the collision yielded no movement. How embarrassing. Goodness, how strong is this woman? With a cold sneer, she tightened her grip once more and commanded, no tricks. Realizing that prolonging this standoff was futile, Chen Yi interjected, I can provide the vehicle, but the weapon is non-negotiable, or you may retrieve it from the armory after we depart. A special forces soldier capable of easily subduing Wang Chenghu would be foolish to agree to arm her. As for what she might acquire post-departure, it was of little concern. Even if she managed to obtain an 88 sniper rifle, so be it. Moreover, it remained uncertain whether any weapons would still be in the armory by that time. Sensing the sincerity in Chen Yi's words, the woman pondered for a moment before nodding. Very well. With that, she gradually released her grip. Once freed, Wang Chenghu immediately gasped for fresh air. The sensation of being choked was indeed uncomfortable. Now speak, where's the key? Chen Yi did not lower his weapon but continued to aim at her. Unfazed, the woman, under Chen Yi's astonished gaze, retrieved a set of keys from her pocket. The key was indeed on her person. Not only was Chen Yi perplexed, but even Wang Chenghu was taken aback. Unable to restrain himself from asking, were you not a specially appointed instructor from the task force? How could you possess the armory key? The presence of special operations personnel in the small county's task force indicated only one possibility. They were contracted as temporary instructors, as he had experienced himself in the past. The woman shot him a sidelong glance. That is none of your concern. The disdain in her eyes ignited a spark of anger in Wang Chenghu. Chapter 54, Saber-Toothed Tiger. Accepting the keys, Chen Yi commanded, Old Wang, bind her. You. The woman's expression changed abruptly. Wang Chenghu, with a smug grin, retorted, what do you mean, you? This is merely a tactic in warfare. Do you think everyone is like the brutes in your special forces, consumed solely by muscle? As he spoke, he retrieved a belt from the office. The woman glared at him in fury, attempting to retaliate several times, but the ominous barrel of the gun remained fixed upon her, ultimately forcing her into a state of humiliation as her hands were bound. Once secured, Wang Chenghu grimaced slightly, rubbing his arm that had just been seized. Observing this, Chen Yi inquired with concern, are you all right? It's nothing trivial. It will be fine shortly, Wang Chenghu replied nonchalantly. In truth, he was acutely aware of the peril he had just encountered. The terrifying efficacy of joint locks was not lost on him. Had he not reacted swiftly, opting for an elbow strike the moment he was captured, his arm would have surely been rendered useless once his opponent fully exerted their strength. The woman coldly remarked, I should have broken your arm just now. Humph. Wang Chenghu let out a self-satisfied scoff, choosing not to elaborate further as he pushed her out of the office. They made their way to the armory, where Zhang Yi merely cast a glance at the captured woman before averting her gaze, asking, did you find the keys? Yes. Chen Yi nodded, producing the keys to unlock the metal door. As the heavy door swung open, a pungent scent of gun oil wafted forth. The aroma was peculiar. Those unaccustomed to it might find it unbearable, yet seasoned individuals, like Wang Chenghu, reveled in it. He inhaled deeply, a look of pleasure crossing his face as he mused. It has been years since I last savored the scent of gun oil. Keep an eye on her outside and be cautious. This woman is quite dangerous. He cautioned Zhang Yi before stepping inside. Before him lay rows of gun racks along the walls, each shelf meticulously arranged with various firearms. To those with obsessive-compulsive tendencies, this sight was nothing short of a blessing. Picking up a Type 95 assault rifle, Wang Chenghu skillfully inspected it, commenting, though it has seen better days, it has been well maintained. Chen Yi conducted a careful count. There were only 5 Type 95 rifles, while the older Type 81 assault rifle was far more abundant, totaling 20. The coveted Type 88 sniper rifle was present in a solitary count, alongside 2 Type 79 micro submachine guns and 5 Type 97 riot guns, truly splendid items. The riot gun, colloquially known as a shotgun, was the weapon of choice for transport personnel, capable of turning an adversary into a sieve at close range. In close-quarter combat, aiming was often unnecessary. A barrage of steel pellets covered a vast area, rendering opponents' combat ineffective with just a few hits. Moreover, this weapon could not only fire buckshot, but was also equipped to launch tear gas, rubber bullets, and breaching rounds, making it exceedingly versatile. Based on Chen Yi's experience, during an apocalyptic scenario, the Type 95 rifle paled in comparison to the utility of a riot gun. The remainder included the standard issue 92 pistol, riot helmets, bulletproof vests, and police walkie-talkies, conventional gear. A bountiful harvest indeed. These armaments would significantly enhance the combat capability of their team, especially for Wang Chenghu. For a scout armed with a gun was an entirely different entity from one without. Withdrawing his gaze, Chen Yi commanded, "Old Wang, go fetch an armored vehicle." Not only did he covet these firearms, but he had long desired the armored vehicle as well. In comparison to their own modified vehicles, the armored car was significantly more robust, equipped with a police radio system that boasted impressive transmission capabilities and stable signal output, capable of covering a range of up to 2 kilometers even without a relay. Of course, in the labyrinthine streets of the city, surrounded by numerous buildings, the communication range would be limited to about 300 to 500 meters at best. All right, Wang Chenghu nodded and turned to exit the armory. Seizing the moment, Chen Yi removed his chest plate, donned a bulletproof vest, and fastened a riot helmet. This particular vest was a soft, all-encompassing model, allowing him to perform various movements without restriction. Subsequently, he secured a tactical belt, finally alleviating the discomfort of his handgun chafing against his skin. Previously, for convenience, he had kept the handgun at his waist, but while it was indeed handy, it caused incessant friction during vigorous activity, leading to painful abrasions against his hip bones. Before long, the roar of an engine echoed from outside. Moments later, Wang Chenghu's excited voice called out, "Wow, this unit is really loaded. Not only do they hire instructors, but they also have a saber-tooth." A saber-tooth? A wave of elation surged within Chen Yi. Initially, he had thought that even a modified Jiangling van as an armored vehicle would be quite impressive, considering it was merely a small county's contingent. To his astonishment, there was an unexpected delight in store. The saber-tooth, although designated as a police armored vehicle, barely met the standards of a military-grade armored truck. Suppressing his joy, Chen Yi urged, "Time is of the essence. Let us hurry and load the guns and ammunition onto the vehicle. Yang Alan, stop dawdling and come help." Soon, with the combined efforts of the three, numerous rifles and boxes of ammunition were loaded onto the vehicle. Chen Yi did not take all the firearms, primarily because their 7-member team would not require such an abundance, especially the Type 81 assault rifles. With the Type 95 already at their disposal, there was little need for such antiquities, so only 5 of the Type 81 rifles were taken symbolically. Conversely, all the micro-submachine guns and riot guns were loaded, along with a dozen Type 92 pistols. As for the ammunition, they took as much as they could carry. After completing the loading, Chen Yi approached the woman and said, "As agreed, I've left you a Type 95 rifle and 100 rounds of ammunition. I want to help you with the belt. I trust you can manage." The woman gazed at him silently before asking, "How is it outside?" Chen Yi replied, "Worse than you can imagine. Are you coming with us?" Upon hearing this, the woman shook her head, her tone resolute as she stated, "I'm returning to my unit." Chen Yi was not surprised by her refusal. She was a true soldier. Good luck, he wished her before turning to leave the armory and board the saber-tooth. As he watched the armored vehicle depart slowly, he noticed the woman's hands moving deftly, easily freeing herself from the restraints of her belt. Rubbing her wrists, she turned and re-entered the armory. Indeed, this was a case of trading a bird's gun for a cannon. In the armored vehicle, Wang Chenghu had donned a bulletproof vest, gleefully loading bullets into a magazine for his Type 95 rifle. In the back seat, Zhang Ye and Yang Ilian mirrored his actions, also donning their gear. At last, they were truly equipped for battle. Driving the saber-toothed tiger, Chen Yi soon spotted the wary expression on Chen Hao's face as he approached. "Get in," Chen Yi called, lowering the window. "Wow, the saber-toothed tiger. This is absolutely magnificent," Chen Hao exclaimed, excitement bubbling over as he rushed to the car. Once the door was shut, Chen Yi pressed the accelerator, steering back in the direction they had come. Chapter 55. The Oil Tiger. The zombies, initially captivated by the firecrackers, gradually returned to the streets. As the sound of the vehicle approached, they began to swarm towards the saber-toothed tiger. Yet, before this behemoth, weighing 9 tons and powered by a 68-liter V10 engine, a mere 100 zombies were insignificant. The armored vehicle bulldozed through, sending countless zombies flying, breaking through the horde with sheer force. It was exhilarating. At that moment, Chen Yi felt an unparalleled sense of exhilaration. In comparison, his previous Land Rover was akin to a mere kitten. Inside the vehicle, Chen Hao cradled his coveted 88 sniper rifle, treating it like a prized possession. The weight of a real gun was incomparable. It felt 100 times more gratifying to touch than an air gun. He caressed the rifle's body, his eyes alight with joy. Hearing this, Wang Chenghu could not help but scoff. Quit with the melodrama. Hurry up and put on your gear. We're changing vehicles soon. Changing vehicles? Qin Hao asked, puzzled. Isn't the saber-toothed tiger good enough? Why switch? Wang Chenghu explained. We're switching between ourselves. Although they had the saber-toothed tiger, they could not simply abandon the other two vehicles, having invested considerable effort in their modifications and stocked with supplies. Chen Yi planned for Wang Chenghu to drive the BMW X3 with Qin Hao, while the couple Yu Tai and Hu Yun would take the Cadillac, forming a small convoy. The supplies would be stored in those two vehicles, while the saber-toothed tiger would serve as an armory. This was also Chen Yi's way of maintaining control. He could provide them with firearms, but he would retain control over the ammunition, at least until he completely trusted and accepted Yu Tai and his companions. He would impose limitations in this regard. The BMW X3 and Cadillac rested quietly by the roadside, with Hu Yun and Yu Tai obediently remaining inside the vehicles. Even as zombies began to appear on the streets ahead, they understood that this was not only a collective mission but also a test. However, as time passed without any gunfire and the number of zombies increased, Hu Yun's anxiety began to mount. Old Yu, do you think they will? Don't think about it. Yu Tai interrupted her, his tone serious. Didn't Wang Chenghu say that there are only about 40 to 50 zombies at most in the squad? Yesterday, they managed to fend off hundreds of zombies, not to mention that today they were equipped with full protective gear. Hu Yun still harbored some concerns. What if? Yu Tai let out a sigh, expressing his helplessness. What else can we do? In this world, can the two of us truly survive? He was a pragmatic individual, and such people often possess keen insight. Even that remote farmhouse had encountered zombies. Where else could they possibly hide? Moreover, without Chen Yi and the others, Yu Tai felt he might not last 3 days. Indeed, Hu Yun forced a bitter smile and then prayed, we can only hope they return safely. Buzz. At that moment, the roar of an engine pierced the air. The two of them were startled, and through the windshield, they beheld a black armored vehicle brazenly charging through the horde of corpses, hurtling towards them. This appeared to be the squad's armored car. Recognizing the imposing vehicle, Hu Yun spoke nervously. Old Yu, could it be that they have been captured, and now the squad is here to apprehend us? Upon hearing this, Yu Tai found himself in a mix of amusement and exasperation. Given the current circumstances, were there even any squad members left? If it were truly the squad's armed police coming to apprehend them, he would be overjoyed, as it would signify that civilization had not completely collapsed, that there was still hope for this world. What troubled him now was whether the approaching party might be another group of ruthless survivors. Although Chen Yi initially struck one as unapproachable and cold, after spending 2 days together, Yu Tai discovered that he was, in fact, a principled individual. As long as one adhered to his rules, everything could be negotiated. However, other survivors might not share the same ethos. The armored vehicle drew closer, ultimately coming to a halt beside their car. Just as the couple felt their anxiety mounting, the door of the armored vehicle swung open, and fully armed Wang Chenghu and Qin Hao emerged. They were clad in bulletproof vests and wore riot helmets, tactical belts adorned with 92-style handguns, and rifles slung across their backs. Their appearance was a stark contrast to how they had looked before. Old Yu, why are you standing there in a daze? Let us go. Wang Chenghu gestured to them and swiftly hopped into the BMW X3. Once he regained his composure, Yu Tai breathed a sigh of relief. Thank heavens. They have finally returned. Hu Yun also exhaled, quickly starting the Cadillac, deftly maneuvering the steering wheel to turn around, following behind the two vehicles as they sped away into the distance. As the sun dipped low in the sky, casting golden rays, the three vehicles raced along the secluded country road. Chen Yi did not drive quickly. Throughout the entire day, they had covered less than 200 kilometers. This was partly due to the poor road conditions, necessitating frequent slowdowns to avoid stranded vehicles, and occasionally having to navigate through the adjacent farmland. Additionally, he was engrossed in familiarizing himself with the armored vehicle's equipment. The saber-tooth wasn't just robust and durable, it was also equipped with an electric winch, searchlights, adjustable lighting, sonic dispersers, an infrared recording system, and a 38mm, 9-barrel tear gas launcher. With so many auxiliary devices, the control panel of this vehicle was exceedingly complex. It took an entire day for Chen Yi to thoroughly master the operation of these sophisticated instruments. It must be said that he was exceedingly pleased with this vehicle. The sole drawback, however, was its insatiable thirst for fuel, particularly gasoline. With a consumption rate of 26 liters per 100 kilometers. This figure was achieved without employing any auxiliary devices. Should those be frequently utilized, the fuel consumption would likely soar to an astonishing 30 or 40 liters per 100 kilometers. What is an oil guzzler? This indeed is it. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, Chen Yi picked up the onboard intercom and declared, approaching the village ahead. Prepare for combat. Received. Came the prompt response from Wang Chonghu and Yu Tairan, maneuvering the steering wheel. Chen Yi guided the saber-toothed tiger along a side road into the village. Dozens of zombies, drawn by the commotion of the vehicle, shrieked and lunged forward. After colliding with several of the undead, Chen Yi parked the car in front of a courtyard, retrieved his spear, and exited the vehicle. The sound of blades piercing flesh echoed repeatedly. Within mere minutes, the ground was strewn with the lifeless bodies of dozens. At this point, 100 or so zombies posed no threat to them. Once the zombies were dealt with, Wang Chonghu, at Chen Yi's signal, drew his pistol and swiftly entered the house with his German shepherd. Soon after, Wang Chonghu's voice crackled through the intercom. All clear. At this, the group proceeded into the dwelling. Upon entering, Hu Yun, the logistics personnel, immediately darted into the kitchen to begin preparing dinner. After a brief respite, Chen Yi set out with Qin how to gather gasoline. There was no alternative. This armored vehicle was excessively fuel-hungry, with both primary and auxiliary fuel tanks filled to capacity. It could only cover 500 to 600 kilometers, an indication of its outrageous consumption. Furthermore, when this vehicle had departed from the battalion, its fuel tank had not been full. After a day of travel, it was now nearly empty. Walking along the rural path, Qin Hao's youthful exuberance began to manifest. Gripping his Type 92 pistol, he struck a pose reminiscent of a special forces operative. Surprisingly, adorned in his professional gear, he did appear somewhat credible. In contrast, Chen Yi, though carrying a Type 79 submachine gun, still held onto his spear. Observing Qin Hao's antics as he jumped around, striking various dramatic poses, Chen Yi inquired, "Given your fondness for firearms, why didn't you enlist in the military? I registered a couple of years ago, but I was disqualified during the medical examination and advised to withdraw." Qin Hao sheepishly explained, then curiously asked, "Brother, don't you already have a submachine gun? Why are you still using a spear?" Instead of answering directly, Chen Yi posed a question in return. "What do you think of Wang Chonghu's marksmanship? It's absolutely remarkable." Qin Hao replied with admiration. Earlier that day, while the group was taking a break during lunch, Wang Chonghu had taken the time to instruct Yu Tairan and the others on the proper use of firearms, showcasing his skills in the process. From 30 meters away, he fired 10 shots, each one striking a running zombie, with 3 of those shots hitting the head. This was the caliber of skill possessed by an elite reconnaissance soldier who had participated in numerous military competitions. Chen Yi chuckled lightly. "Then did you see him use his weapon just now?" "No." Qin Hao pondered, shaking his head in contemplation. He patted him on the shoulder and said earnestly, "If one cannot achieve precise headshots, then when dealing with zombies, firearms may not be as effective as a spear. Of course, heavy machine guns with large calibers are an exception." He added, "The true power of this weapon far exceeds its portrayal in films. A standard pistol or rifle may merely create a small bullet hole when striking limbs, but a heavy machine gun can sever them entirely, even cleaving a person in half." Suddenly, Qin Hao inquired, "Brother, how many zombies do you think exist in our country?" "At least 1.3 billion, right?" The number of zombies is hard to quantify, but by understanding the survival rate in each city and county, one can make a rough estimate. "Are there even 10 million survivors?" "More than that, currently. There are at least 30 to 40 million, Chen Yi replied. He noted that this figure would dwindle over time. After some murmuring, Qin Hao said seriously, "Brother, I've realized something. Excluding the weak and elderly, there must be at least 10 million adult male survivors. If that is the case, each person only needs to kill 130 zombies. And wouldn't that mean there would be no more zombies in our country?" Chen Yi paused, momentarily taken aback by this logic. Once he regained his composure, he regarded Qin Hao with a peculiar expression and raised an eyebrow. "You truly are quite the clever one." At first glance, this reasoning seemed plausible. Indeed, if each person were to eliminate just 1 zombie a day, within 4 or 5 months, the nation would be free of them. However, upon deeper reflection, the absurdity of the notion became evident. It was akin to suggesting that if every individual contributed a single dollar, I could instantly amass over 1.4 billion in assets. A dollar is not a significant amount. Everyone could spare it. The logic stands, yet it falters upon further scrutiny. Not everyone possesses the fortitude to conquer their fears, nor are they inclined to actively hunt zombies. In truth, if the zombies maintain their current state, this calamity would eventually subside. Although the government and military have collapsed, the spark of hope remains. For instance, the Bohai Bay shelter is one such bastion. By continually accepting survivors and selecting promising candidates, a cohort of soldiers can be cultivated over a year or 2, subsequently reclaiming equipment from several military districts. All challenges would then be surmountable. Before a well-organized mechanized armored force, a horde of zombies is merely a flock of sheep, albeit a larger one. With the deployment of tactical nuclear weapons, cluster missiles, high-explosive shells, and white phosphorus munitions, this catastrophe could be extinguished in less than 6 months. Regrettably, zombies are not static. They undergo secondary and even tertiary evolution. Chen Yi had never encountered a 4th-stage evolved zombie in his past life, but given the current trend, It is certain that such creatures will emerge in the future. As they conversed, the two stumbled upon a car parked in the yard. Chen Yi bent down, located the fuel tank, drew his handgun, and aimed it at the tank, ready to fire. Observing this, Chen Yi quickly intervened, exclaiming, "Brother, that could cause an explosion. Have you watched too many movies?" Chen Yi replied curtly, decisively pulling the trigger. Bang! With the sound of a gunshot, a small hole appeared in the fuel tank, and clear gasoline began to flow out. Grabbing the prepared fuel canister, Chen Yi caught the gasoline, dusted off his hands, and stood up. What was happening? At that moment, the walkie-talkie at his waist crackled with the alert voice of Wang Chenghu, who must have heard the gunshot and was inquiring. Chen Yi felt a sense of satisfaction at Wang Chenghu's vigilance and pressed the talk button on the walkie-talkie, responding, "It's nothing." Oddly, there was no explosion. This defied logic. Chen Yi tilted his head, examining the fuel tank with curiosity. "Let's go." Chen Yi, uninterested in further explanation, called out and continued searching for cars. The village was not large, and after meandering about, they found only 4 vehicles. They managed to collect 80 liters of gasoline, barely enough for the saber-toothed tiger's needs the following day. As dusk approached, the two returned to the small courtyard carrying 3 canisters of gasoline. In the yard, Wang Chenghu was playing the role of instructor, guiding Yu Tairan and Zhang You on proper gun-holding posture. Chen Yi did not disturb them. After filling the saber-toothed tiger's fuel tank, he went to the well to wash up. "Dinner's ready." Hu Yun's voice rang out from the living room. Upon hearing this, everyone eagerly headed toward the dining area. In a post-apocalyptic world, being able to enjoy a warm meal was undoubtedly a blessing. The 7 of them sat around the table, eating in silence. After devouring 2 bowls of rice, Wang Chenghu took a large piece of crispy rice, spread some fermented bean curd on it, and savored a big bite. Chewing the crispy rice, he remarked, "Nothing beats rice cooked over a wood fire." Yang Aran, who had already eaten her fill, couldn't help but salivate at the sight of him munching on the crispy rice. After a moment's hesitation, she succumbed to temptation, rose to the kitchen, and retrieved a small piece of crispy rice, imitating Wang Chenghu as she spread the fermented bean curd and nibbled at it. Clearly, after days of hunger at the farmhouse, she had developed an almost pathological obsession with food. Lighting a cigarette, Chen Yi announced, "Tomorrow, we will enter the city of Yantai." This statement left everyone momentarily stunned. Throughout their journey, they had avoided cities and towns as much as possible, traversing remote rural roads. Thus, despite the occasional setbacks, they had not faced genuine danger. Tomorrow, they would be entering Yantai, a coastal city with a permanent population of 7 million. "Brother, I have a question." Chen Hao raised his hand, his tone filled with confusion. "Why are we going to Yantai?" "To go to sea, to the northeast." Chen Yi did not elaborate further. Wang Chenghu, still chewing on the crispy rice, added, "You just need to know that our ultimate goal is to survive." To survive. Just 3 words successfully dispelled any doubts in Yu Tairan and the others' minds. Chapter 57. Caught a big fish. Night enveloped the earth. The group gathered around the campfire, silently tending to their firearms. After meticulously oiling the last component of the Type 92 pistol, Chen Yi skillfully reassembled it. He tested the feel of the bolt and spoke up. "Who among you is familiar with Yantai?" "I am." Yang Aran raised her hand. Replacing the gun back into his tactical belt, Chen Yi said solemnly, "How many ports along the Dalian route are specifically designated for Yantai?" "This applies to both cargo and passenger transport. Any port that does not serve the Dalian route can be disregarded. The reason is simple. Without satellite navigation, one must rely on the captain's extensive experience, supplemented by sextants, nautical charts, and other navigational aids. If a captain unfamiliar with the Dalian route is at the helm, the risk of accidents is significantly heightened. After all, the sea is vastly different from land. It offers few reference points. A slight deviation from the course could lead to drastically different outcomes, such as ending up in Tianjin or drifting into neighboring countries, or even running aground and sinking." Yang Aran candidly replied, "I'm not sure about cargo, but there are 5 passenger terminals along the Dalian route." Producing a map, Chen Yi handed it over, instructing, "Mark these terminals according to their distance from the city center." Taking the map, Yang Aran glanced around before picking up a small piece of charcoal from beside the bonfire and marking the terminals as directed. Just then, Yu Tairan interjected, "If the goal is merely to reach Dalian, it is not necessary to take Yantai. Penglai also has a dedicated passenger line to Dalian. Albeit the Penglai passenger port is quite distant from the city center, over 10 kilometers away." Hu Yun countered, "But the Penglai terminal only has 2 departures each day. If there is no ship, wouldn't that be a wasted trip? Times have changed. Previously, if you missed a departure, you could simply wait for the next ship. Now, if there are no ships at the port, they simply do not arrive. Let us not argue. We'll go through Yantai." With Chen Yi's decisive statement, the debate ceased. Retrieving the map, Chen Yi and Wang Chenghu huddled together to outline the route for the next day. Ultimately, they resolved to first head to the Salvage Bureau terminal. Although this terminal is also within the city, It is somewhat isolated and the furthest from the city center. Consequently, they would encounter the fewest zombies along the way. If there are no ships at the Salvage Bureau terminal, they would proceed directly to the next terminal. The remaining 3, being the closest to the city center, would serve as their final contingency, as Chen Yi wished to avoid the city center unless absolutely necessary. After finalizing the route for the next day, the group conducted a thorough check of their equipment. Unbeknownst to them, time had swiftly passed to 9 p.m. After organizing the night shift, Chen Yi instructed everyone, rest early. Whether you'll sleep well after tomorrow depends on luck. A night of silence ensued. The following day, the group rose early. However, upon observing Yu Tairan and the others, it was evident that they had not slept well the previous night. After a simple breakfast, Chen Yi donned his protective gear, fully loaded his 92 Type pistol, and secured it in his tactical belt, while his 79 Type submachine gun was similarly equipped. Sharpening the spearhead, he surveyed the group and declared, "Let us set off." Yantai stood as the first obstacle on their path to survival. To endure, this hurdle must be overcome. Boom. As the engines roared, 3 vehicles slowly departed from the village, navigating along the road towards the urban district of Yantai. Before long, they transitioned from the rural path to National Highway 206. The closer they approached the city, the more vehicles lay abandoned on the road, and the greater the presence of the undead. Fortunately, the saber-tooth armored vehicle led the way, having dispatched countless zombies along the route. Had it been any other vehicle, the front bumper would have surely been shattered by now. At 11 a.m., Chen Yi and his companions officially entered the city of Yantai. Upon entering the urban area, they adhered to their plan, keeping to the coastline and diligently avoiding residential and commercial zones. On the top floor of a hospital in Jifu district, a young man with a buzz cut scanned the surroundings with binoculars. Suddenly, 3 approaching vehicles on the distant road captured his attention. After a careful observation, the young man immediately seized the walkie-talkie at his waist and spoke. "Boss, 3 cars are heading our way on the highway. It appears the lead vehicle is an armored police vehicle. Keep watching." Soon, a raspy voice crackled through the walkie-talkie. On the 5th floor of the hospital, in a VIP room, 2 men stood by the window. On the bed lay a young girl dressed in a nurse's uniform. She was sprawled out, her hands and feet bound, and her attire in disarray. At that moment, she stared blankly at the ceiling, resembling a mere shell of a person. Before the window, one of the men, a muscular figure adorned with a thick gold chain, expressed his concern. "Brother, could that police armored vehicle belong to the SWAT team?" "And what of it?" retorted a slender man, known as the boss, who wore gold-rimmed glasses and appeared quite refined, yet his eyes betrayed a ruthless glint. With a smirk, the bespectacled man exclaimed, "This time, we've caught a big fish. If luck is on our side, we not only acquire an armored vehicle, but perhaps a few firearms as well." The man with the gold chain frowned. "If they have firearms, are we not walking into our own demise? Let the zombies test the waters first. Those 3 vehicles likely carry no more than 10 people. The best outcome would be for them to be devoured by the undead, allowing us to claim their gear without effort." After saying this, the bespectacled man inquired, "Have we scattered the tire spikes?" The muscular man nodded. "The sickly one has already done so." "Excellent. Then let us enjoy the show from above." The bespectacled man smiled faintly, glancing at the woman on the bed, and frowned. "How many times has this happened? You'll eventually perish because of your indulgence in women." The muscular man chuckled awkwardly. "Isn't this excessively dull? With nothing else to occupy our time, we must find some amusement." Inside the saber-tooth, Zhanya could not help but ask, "How much further until we reach the Salvage Bureau's port?" "Not far, roughly 10 kilometers, Chen Yi replied, spotting a hospital ahead. He immediately pressed the accelerator, intending to speed past. Bang! At that moment, a loud bang echoed from behind. Immediately after, Wang Chenghu's voice came through the walkie-talkie. "Old Yu's vehicle has a flat tire. Yu Taiyan and Hu Yun rushed to repair the tire while the others stood guard." Chen Yi slammed on the brakes, quickly seizing the walkie-talkie to issue instructions. After parking, the 3 of them swiftly exited the vehicle. Upon disembarking, they were instantly met with the unmistakable low growl of zombies. In an instant, dozens of zombies surged forth from the hospital, with scattered figures appearing within the shops lining the streets. Chen Yi couldn't help but lament his unfortunate timing. Of all moments, the outbreak occurred near the hospital. After closing the car door, the group quickly formed a defensive perimeter around the Cadillac. In the next moment, the zombies were upon them. With a swift motion, Chen Yi plunged his short spear into the eye socket of one zombie, and without time to withdraw it, he kicked down a second one that lunged at him. Chapter 58. Action. The number of zombies continued to swell, with hordes advancing from all directions. "Old Yu, are you ready?" Qin Hao shouted. "Stop rushing me." Yu Tai ran a hand across his sweat-drenched forehead, but the more anxious he became, the more prone to mistakes he was. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed his impatience and tightened the bolts on the tire. Suddenly, the sharp crack of a gunshot rang out, startling everyone. It was Wang Chenghu who fired, not because he could no longer hold his ground, but because the 2 women, Yang Iran and Zhang Yi were struggling. Despite their fierce demeanor, they were at a physical disadvantage, particularly for Yang Iran, whose petite frame made her feel like a fragile boat amidst a tempest. On the verge of being overwhelmed by the relentless horde, Wang Chenghu, with impeccable posture, wielded his Type 95 automatic rifle, skillfully pulling the trigger at just the right moments. He did not fire indiscriminately. Rather, he aimed to provide cover for Yang Iran and Zhang Yi when they were most vulnerable, using precise bursts to alleviate their peril. At such close range, he seemed like a deity of firearms, each shot resulting in a zombie collapsing lifelessly. Yet, this could only temporarily stem the tide. It was not a definitive solution. Casting a sidelong glance at the encroaching mass of zombies, Chen Yi inquired, "Old you, can you finish in a minute?" "A minute is hardly sufficient." Yu Tai thought to curse, realizing that manually changing a tire would take longer than that. Upon hearing this, Chen Yi quickly resolved to abandon the Cadillac. Any further delay would risk being surrounded by the hundreds, if not thousands, of approaching zombies, rendering escape impossible. "Retreat." Before he could voice the command, a deafening explosion erupted in the distance. Boom! A massive cloud of fire billowed upwards, the blast resonating painfully in their ears as Chen Yi felt the ground tremble beneath him. The windows of nearby buildings shattered in a cascade of glass. In that fleeting moment, the fierce battle seemed to be abruptly paused. Regaining his composure, Chen Yi swiftly unslung his submachine gun, disengaged the safety, and unleashed a torrent of fire at the zombies before him. In that moment of confusion, the zombies stood like living targets, and the accuracy of the Type 79 submachine gun surpassed that of the Type 92 pistol significantly. With nearly point-blank shots, he dispatched 5 or 6 zombies in quick succession. The gunfire jolted the others from their stupor, prompting them to seize their weapons and swiftly eliminate the zombies in front of them. In the next instant, the distant zombies redirected their attention, charging toward the sound of the explosion. The nearby zombies, unable to resist the allure of food so close at hand, howled as they lunged toward the group. However, the number of remaining zombies was scant, greatly alleviating the pressure on Chen Yi and his companions. Moments later, the battle concluded. Gasping for breath as he surveyed the scattered bodies on the ground, Chen Yi noticed Yang Iran, utterly exhausted, slumped on the ground in a rather ungraceful manner. After taking a moment to adjust his breathing, Chen Hao could not restrain his curiosity and inquired, "What was that explosion about?" Wang Chenghu speculated, "Based on the plume of fire, I estimate the explosion occurred approximately a kilometer away from us. At such a distance, it could either be a gas station explosion or a powerful high-explosive bomb. Otherwise, such force would be impossible." As a scout, he was acutely aware of distances, and upon witnessing the fire, he instinctively deduced the separation. Regardless of the cause, it had fortuitously aided them. Chen Yi smiled faintly and asked, "Lao Yu, are you ready?" "It's done." Yu Tai Ran nodded, his expression grave. "However, something seems amiss." Chen Yi furrowed his brows slightly. "What is it?" "Look," Yu Tai exclaimed, pulling a peculiar steel nail from the replaced tire. A puncture nail. Both Chen Yi and Wang Chenghu instantly recognized the object. This type of nail was rudimentary to create. Anyone with the materials could produce them. Some unscrupulous repair shops would scatter these nails on nearby roads to profit from unsuspecting drivers. There's another puncture nail here. Chen Hao scanned the road and quickly spotted another. The group, not lacking in intelligence, immediately understood that this tire failure was not a mere coincidence, but rather a deliberate act by survivors. Yu Tai exclaimed angrily, "What purpose does this serve? It only harms others without benefiting themselves. Who says it's not self-serving?" Chen Yi retorted with a cold laugh, his gaze drifting toward the nearby hospital. "Once we are dead, won't this equipment and weaponry be theirs for the taking? Since the adversary could scatter puncture nails on the road amidst the zombie horde, they undoubtedly possessed a means to reclaim weapons and gear. In this apocalyptic world, there exists neither unmotivated love nor unprovoked hatred. Such effort could not be expended merely for the sake of harming others. As guests in this land, if the host has entertained us, we must return the favor." Chen Yi's tone was frosty, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. "In the hospital?" Wang Chenghu inquired, maintaining his composure. "Most likely, as the hospital is the only suitable base in the vicinity." After a brief explanation, Chen Yi commanded, "Let us not alert the enemy. We will reorganize our gear and pretend to leave. Lao Wang, take the opportunity to ascertain their location." "Understood." Wang Chenghu nodded. Within the VIP room, the bespectacled man's face was ashen as he slammed his fist against the tempered glass. Initially, their group was on the brink of collapse under the zombie siege, but the sudden explosion had drawn away a substantial number of the undead. Now, they could only watch helplessly as their prize slipped away. Beside him, a burly man advised, "Calm down, boss. There's no need to be angry. Once we have more manpower, we can directly assault the armed police corps. By then, not just guns, but rocket launchers will be ours." Indeed, the bespectacled man nodded subtly, discreetly shifting his feet 2 steps away from the burly figure, repulsed by the unpleasant odor emanating from him. Observing this, the burly man could not help but curl his lip. His leader possessed many admirable qualities, yet was somewhat fastidious. In the aftermath of their previous skirmish, Chen Yi and his companions had completely exhausted their ammunition. At this moment, they were diligently reloading their magazines. Suddenly, Wang Chenghu's voice rang out with excitement. "I found it." Chen Yi inquired where. Wang Chenghu responded, "In the inpatient department. I saw someone on the top floor peering through binoculars." "Very well, let us return the favor," Chen Yi retorted with a cold smirk. Finishing the reloading process before donning a gas mask. This mask was a comprehensive unit, complete with goggles, and featured a valve at the jawline that could connect to a positive pressure air respirator. Upon seeing him don the gas mask, Wang Chenghu surmised his intentions. Although Zhang Ya and the others were puzzled, they obediently followed suit and equipped themselves with gas masks. Seated in the driver's seat, Chen Yi activated the control panel. In the next moment, the 9-barreled tear gas cannon atop the vehicle slowly pivoted, ultimately aiming at the inpatient building. Adjusting the cannon's angle, Chen Yi decisively pressed the launch button. Boom, boom, boom. 9 successive reports echoed as tear gas projectiles soared toward the inpatient department, shattering windows in their wake. Soon, thick clouds of smoke billowed from the openings. Observing this, Chen Yi waved his hand emphatically. Action. Chapter 59. A divine revelation. At this moment, chaos erupted within the inpatient building. The white smoke released by the tear gas swiftly permeated the corridors and various patient rooms. Despite 2 tear gas canisters being hastily thrown out of the windows by alert survivors, it proved futile. In the sealed indoor environment, the effects of the tear gas were maximized. Within mere seconds, the 3rd to 5th floors of the inpatient department became enveloped in smoke. Crucially, tear gas not only obstructed visibility, but also contained irritating substances that inflicted a burning sensation on the skin, eyes, and respiratory tract. This led to involuntary tears and coughing. It was exceedingly difficult to even open one's eyes, let alone mount a counterattack. It was over. The bespectacled man had sensed impending disaster upon witnessing the tear gas cannon rotate atop the saber-toothed tiger vehicle. He realized he had bitten off more than he could chew. The counterattack from the other side had commenced. Damn it, they really think we are pushovers. Let us fight back. The bespectacled man's expression contorted with rage as he drew a handgun from his waist, commanding, "Third, you and the others hold the line. I'll take a few men and circle around from the underground parking lot to hit them from behind." This was a 54 type pistol, long discarded by military and police systems, colloquially known as the 54 Black Star. The black paint on the grip and bolt was worn away, revealing the metallic surface beneath. Out of 10 shots, it was likely that 5 would jam. Such an antiquated relic would undoubtedly be scorned by Chen Yi and Wang Chenghu. However, at this moment, the burly man adorned with a large gold chain gazed at the handgun with an expression filled with envy. Upon hearing the command from the leader, the burly man's expression turned troubled. "Brother, you witnessed how fierce their firepower was, even armed with submachine guns. We have only over 30 brothers and merely 5 or 6 composite crossbows. We cannot withstand them," he protested. "Who the hell told you to confront them head-on? Use your brain." The bespectacled man pointed to his head, exasperated. "Block those useless fellows on the 2nd and 3rd floors in the corridor, while you hide behind. They are not special forces. I refuse to believe they would dare to slaughter innocents." Indeed, the burly man's eyes suddenly lit up. He patted the bespectacled man's shoulder, who painted an enticing picture. "This is an opportunity. If we can take them down, we can completely upgrade our arsenal. Rest assured, brother." The burly man grinned sinisterly and swiftly exited the room. Once the others left, the bespectacled man's expression shifted dramatically. Losing the calm and ruthless demeanor he previously held, a flicker of panic flashing in his eyes. Special forces? Not slaughtering the innocent? Huh. Such words could only deceive his intellectually challenged subordinates. In this chaotic end of the world, one must never gamble on the adversary's moral boundaries and humanity. Concealing a firearm in his pocket, the bespectacled man quickly donned a white lab coat, masked his face, and cast a glance at the woman on the bed, hesitating momentarily. Ultimately, after putting on a pair of medical rubber gloves, he approached her with a face of disdain, untying her hands and feet, and lifting her as he exited the room. Upon leaving the ward, a wave of tear gas immediately assaulted him. At this moment, the entire corridor was engulfed in a white haze, visibility reduced to less than 2 meters. Cough, cough. Despite wearing a mask, he could not suppress a couple of coughs. His eyes burned intensely, tears streaming uncontrollably. Squinting, he carried the woman down the fire escape. After leaving Hu Yun on guard in the car, Chen Yi and the others hastened to the ground floor of the inpatient department. The tempered glass door was locked, and an array of desks barricaded the entrance. Chen Yi raised his micro-submachine gun and pulled the trigger at the glass door. Bang! The tempered glass shattered into countless fragments. He then kicked over the barricading desks. During this time, Wang Chenghu and the others maintained vigilance, ready to pull the trigger at the first sign of survivors in the lobby. The group streamed into the hall. And Chen Yi commanded, "Zhang Ye, take Yang Yaran and secure the back door. The rest follow me in. Any survivors who resist, eliminate without mercy." Understood. Zhang Ye nodded and headed straight for the back door with Yang Yaran. At this moment, Qin Hao felt a surge of adrenaline, his blood racing, placing him in an exhilarating state. It was impossible not to feel thrilled. This was infinitely more exhilarating than any game. Chen Yi waved his hand lightly, leading the charge with his 79-style micro-submachine gun. The hall was in disarray. Everything movable had been taken, and the tear gas had not affected the first and second floors. Aside from the dim lighting, visibility remained largely unaffected. After swiftly searching the first floor and finding no survivors, they rushed to the second floor. Just as they arrived, a group of over 10 survivors came running towards them. The survivors appeared utterly disheveled, each squinting through tear-streaked, swollen eyes. Some wore masks, while others resorted to covering their mouths and noses with the corners of their garments. Upon seeing them, the survivors initially froze in disbelief, but as they discerned the gear worn by the newcomers, expressions of exhilaration swiftly emerged. "Special police. Is this a government rescue? Oh, how wonderful. The rescue team has finally arrived. Thank the heavens, we are saved at last." At that moment, the survivors rushed towards them as if they were reuniting with long-lost kin. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out, causing the survivors to halt in their tracks. Terror etched on their faces. After firing a shot into the ceiling, Chen Yi gradually lowered his weapon, directing it towards them as he commanded loudly, "Everyone, crouch down with your hands on your heads." At his words, the survivors exchanged glances, hesitated briefly, but ultimately complied, crouching down with their hands clasped atop their heads. "Are you truly a government rescue team?" A cautious middle-aged man in the crowd inquired. The peculiar attire of the four individuals suggested they were special police. Yet their demeanor exuded a sense of menace, leaving him perplexed. Chen Yi disregarded the inquiry, his tone icy. "Now, I will ask, and you will answer. How many of you are there?" "It's none of my business. I was deceived into coming here. I am a victim," came the retort. "Indeed. All the misdeeds are the work of Li Long and Lei Lao San." As the murmurs swirled around him, Chen Yi snapped, "Silence." Instantly, the crowd fell into a hushed stillness. Scanning the crouched survivors, he pointed to a plump young man with a simple demeanor and asked, "You, what are you staring at?" "I'm talking to you, get up." The young man trembled as he stood. "How many of you are there?" Chen Yi pressed. I haven't counted closely, but there should be around 80 to 90, the young man replied cautiously, fearful that any dissatisfaction might lead to dire consequences. Chen Yi continued, "Who is your leader?" "Li Long and Lei Lao San," he answered. Through this exchange, Chen Yi began to piece together the situation. While questioning them, he keenly observed the expressions and glances of the others, arriving at the conclusion that the young man spoke the truth. After all, it is far easier for a single individual to lie than for a group to maintain a collective deceit. The power structure consisted of Li Long as the leader, Lei Lao San as the second in command, with over 30 followers. However, fewer than 10 could truly be considered loyal confidants. They possessed no firearms, only 5 or 6 composite crossbows, along with makeshift spears and knives. The remaining 50 or so individuals included some who were survivors from the hospital, while others had been deceived or captured from nearby areas. These individuals formed the lowest tier of the hierarchy, tasked with the dirtiest and most arduous jobs, often serving as expendable pawns. Chapter 60. Assault. Chen Yi continued his inquiry. "What is the situation above?" The young man shook his head. "I don't know. The smoke is too dense to see clearly. I could endure it no longer and took the risk to come down." "I know." At that moment, the earlier speaking middle-aged man raised his hand. "Speak," Chen Yi urged, shaking the muzzle of his weapon, as the dark muzzle of the gun pointed towards him. The middle-aged man swallowed hard and responded honestly. "Old Lei is up there capturing people, claiming he will use us as human shields to absorb the bullets." "A human shield?" A flicker of intrigue crossed Chen Yi's eyes. Quite clever indeed. In a scenario where their equipment was utterly disadvantaged, this tactic could prove somewhat effective. If it were an official rescue team, they might truly be deceived by such a ploy. Chen Yi surveyed the group and spoke. "One last question. Who can operate a boat?" "Operating a boat." This seemingly perplexing inquiry left the survivors bewildered, exchanging glances with one another. The decision to assault the hospital was not solely for retaliation. On the other hand, Chen Yi hoped to chance upon a survivor with nautical skills. After all, they were near the coast, and just 10 kilometers away lay the salvage bureau's dock. What if fortune favored them? He was no reckless fool, easily swayed by emotions. After years of navigating through the apocalypse, Chen Yi had distilled several golden rules, one being the law of equivalence. Before undertaking any task, one must consider whether the potential gains outweigh the expenditures. After a moment of silence, seeing no one speak, a hint of disappointment flickered in Chen Yi's eyes. Suddenly, the middle-aged man hesitantly remarked, "I remember Old Li seems to know how to operate a boat." Chen Yi's eyes brightened as he inquired. Is old Li one of Li Long's subordinates? No, he was originally a patient in the hospital, the middle-aged man explained. After appraising him, Chen Yi, intrigued, asked, "What is your name and what was your profession before?" In contrast to the other survivors, this middle-aged man exhibited greater composure and appeared to be quite familiar with the hospital. My name is Liu Yongqiang, and I am an outpatient doctor in the hospital's traditional Chinese medicine department. A doctor, furthermore, a practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine. Not only Chen Yi, but even Wang Chonghu and others could not help but cast sidelong glances. What an unexpected delight. In the apocalypse, doctors are of paramount importance. However, there are various tiers among them. For instance, pathology and dentistry are considered the lowest, while traditional Chinese medicine is highly sought after. This is because Western medicine is heavily reliant on medical equipment. Many Western doctors cannot diagnose the cause of ailments without examination reports. In contrast, traditional Chinese medicine can ascertain health conditions merely by feeling the pulse with 2 fingers. Additionally, regarding pharmaceuticals, the shelf life of Chinese herbal medicine far exceeds that of Western drugs. Even when conventional medications are unavailable, practitioners of traditional Chinese medicine can improvise and concoct remedies on site. Of course, traditional Chinese medicine has its drawbacks, at least in the face of acute trauma, such as severe arterial bleeding. Surgical intervention by Western medicine is typically swifter and more effective. Overall, the benefits outweigh the drawbacks. Casting a keen glance at him, Chen Yi commanded, "Everyone, remain crouched in place. Huang Mao, keep a close watch on them. If anyone stands up, shoot immediately." Upon hearing this, the survivors crouched on the ground felt a wave of unease. They were uncertain of what awaited them next. Just as they had managed to fend off a pack of wolves, now they faced a few tigers. However, they had no course of action at this moment. As for fleeing, don't be ridiculous. With so many zombies outside, where could they possibly escape? After a brief exchange, Chen Yi and Wang Chonghu quietly ascended the stairs to the 3rd floor. Suddenly, as they peeked around the corner, a crossbow bolt shot towards them. The bolt struck the wall, a mere 20 centimeters from Chen Yi's head. With a loud bang, the wall tiles shattered, creating a small crater, and the arrow was deflected. Chen Yi quickly surveyed the situation on the 3rd floor before retreating to the 2nd floor. What is the situation? Wang Chonghu inquired. Just as the doctor described. They have the survivors cornered at the stairway, while they hide behind and shoot cold arrows, Chen Yi deduced. If they aren't fools, they must have already deployed tear gas. And it won't be long before the smoke dissipates. Therefore, we need to act swiftly while the effects of the gas still linger. Wang Chonghu pondered. How about this? You take Huang Mao and allow you to feign an assault, while I sneak up through the ventilation shaft. Chen Yi frowned. Can you manage alone? After all, there are over 30 of them, armed with compound crossbows. The power of that last arrow was evident, and in close combat, its force rivals that of a handgun. Their soft body armor offers little defense against crossbows and could be penetrated. Don't worry. Wang Chonghu made an okay gesture. Seeing his confidence, Chen Yi reluctantly nodded in agreement. Soon, they located a ventilation duct, but Wang Chonghu, after a brief inspection, shook his head. Damn it, the hospital's ventilation shafts are far too narrow to crawl through. Chen Yi suggested, what if we launch a direct assault? No one wants to be a meat shield, and once the gunfire starts, those survivors won't dare to remain there. As for collateral damage, that is unavoidable. Wang Chonghu suddenly remembered, wait, there's also the elevator shaft. They hurried to the elevator. And Wang Chonghu pried open the doors to take a look, turning back to declare, no problem at all. All right, 1 minute from now, I will begin the feigned attack from the front. Chen Yi nodded and called for Yu Tairan to assist him in removing a door to use as a shield. When the minute was up, the 3 of them hoisted the door and made their way up the stairs to the 3rd floor. Bang, bang. 2 crossbow bolts struck the door forcefully, piercing through the wood and revealing their sharp tips. The power of these bolts would undoubtedly surpass the protection offered by their body armor. On the 3rd floor, behind the human barricade at the stairwell, a group of individuals armed with various weapons lay in wait. One bald man wielding a compound crossbow exclaimed excitedly, "Haha, Brother San. These SWAT officers truly dare not fire." Initially, he had felt a sense of trepidation, knowing the opposing side was equipped with submachine guns, a stark contrast in firepower. Although the compound crossbow was formidable at close range, it lacked the capability for rapid fire, requiring considerable effort to reload. Submachine guns, on the other hand, could unleash a hail of bullets, creating an overwhelming firepower advantage. Now, witnessing the opposing side hesitating to shoot while bracing the door, the tension within their group finally eased. Hey, these fools! Lei Laosan let out a cold chuckle, followed by a fit of coughing, unable to suppress his exclamation. Damn it! Didn't we throw all the tear gas? Why isn't the smoke cleared? Rubbing his sore, tear-filled eyes, Lei Laosan resolved with determination. The boss should have circled around to the back by now. Soon, you will see what awaits you. Bang! A gunshot abruptly rang out from the 3rd floor. It's over, someone else got me. This thought flashed through Lei Laosan's mind in an instant. And then a burst of blood exploded from his chest as he collapsed heavily to the ground. "Third brother," the bald man shouted, his face filled with terror. Before he could raise his crossbow, gunfire erupted again. Bang, bang, bang. Alongside the gunfire, all 5 individuals wielding crossbows fell to the ground. "They're shooting, run. Help. Don't kill me, don't kill me." As the gunfire erupted, chaos engulfed the entire 3rd floor, especially among the survivors forced to act as human shields at the staircase. Under the threat of death, they frantically scattered in every direction. Seeing a group of survivors rushing downstairs, Chen Yi immediately aimed at the ceiling and pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. The gunfire startled everyone into halting their frantic movements. Chen Yi shouted loudly, "Everyone, hands on your heads and crouch down, or I will shoot without hesitation." Upon witnessing this, Yu Tairan and Qin Hao joined in the shouts. Chapter 61, Too Clean. Yu Tairan and Qin Hao, apprehensive of harming innocents, appeared somewhat hesitant. However, Chen Yi and Wang Chenghu were unperturbed. Anyone who did not comply with the order to crouch down was shot on sight. Such chaotic circumstances necessitated a forceful suppression. Otherwise, they would be the ones struck by a hidden arrow. Soon, the turmoil was quelled. The corridor on the 3rd floor was filled with crouching individuals. Chen Yi, holding his submachine gun, commanded, "Huang Mao, collect all the crossbows." "Understood." Qin Hao, in a moment of exuberance, rendered a military salute before stepping forward to retrieve the crossbows from the corpses. Wang Chenghu's marksmanship was precise. He swiftly eliminated all those armed with crossbows. Despite the numerous flaws of the 95 type rifle, its power was undeniable, surpassing that of the M16 and AK-47. The cavity effect produced by the 5.8mm caliber bullet meant that a hit to the torso was invariably fatal. Thus, even without a headshot, it could still lead to instantaneous death. Chen Yi disregarded the pile of crossbows at his feet and continued to instruct. "Lao Wang and Lao Yu, go upstairs and bring the remaining people down." "Understood." They responded and quickly ascended the stairs with their weapons drawn. Bang, bang, bang. Gunfire and cries echoed from above. The gunfire soon subsided, and shortly after, the two descended with over 20 women in tow. "Damn it, what a bunch of beasts." Yu Tairan, wearing a gas mask, concealed his expression, but his tone revealed the fury within. Chen Yi merely cast a glance at the disheveled appearance of the women, understanding all too well what they had witnessed. Such scenarios were common in a post-apocalyptic world. Without the constraints of law and order, the plight of women was exceedingly dire. Not every woman is like Zhang Ya, nor does every woman possess the fortuitous luck of Yang Iran to encounter Chen Yi. According to Wang Chenghu's report, there are a total of 12 bandits upstairs, all of whom have been eliminated. 12, yet there are only 8 or 9 corpses on the corridor floor, implying that there are still about 10 of Li Long's subordinates concealed among the survivors. A cold smile crept across Chen Yi's lips as he commanded, "Now, everyone, lift your heads and observe those around you. Identify Li Long's subordinates." No sooner had he spoken than 2 figures surged from the crowd, racing towards the staircase. Bang, bang. Accompanied by the sound of gunfire, 2 bodies fell heavily to the ground. This scene seemingly instilled immense confidence in the survivors, who began to point fingers in rapid succession. "He is an accomplice. There's one over here. Hurry, do not let him escape." Chen Yi showed no mercy, killing one as he identified them. Initially reluctant, Yu Tairan, upon witnessing the tragic state of the women on the 4th floor, took up his gun and shot 2 bandits. The count of 32 corpses precisely aligned with what the chubby man had said. "Commander, there's another one here." At that moment, a young man stood up and shouted, angrily dragging a young man dressed in a hospital gown from the crowd. The young man in the hospital gown appeared feeble, and despite his larger stature, he could not break free, pleading, "I am not an accomplice. I was forced by them. They threatened me with my grandfather. I have never harmed you." The youth retorted angrily, "Nonsense, you led me into this trap." The young man, now incensed, confronted him. "I even shouted for you to run, yet you foolishly approached. Who is to blame?" "Silence." At Chen Yi's command, both immediately fell silent, bowing their heads like quails. Having observed the expressions of the other survivors, he noted that they exhibited neither hatred nor anger towards the young man. Rather, their expressions were complex. Something is amiss. However, Chen Yi chose not to dwell on this and instructed, "Huang Mao, go fetch Lu Yongqiang and the others." Soon, Qin Hao led Lu Yongqiang to the 3rd floor. Pointing at the corpses on the ground, Chen Yi inquired, "Now, which 2 are Li Long and Lei Laosan?" "This one is Lei Laosan." Lu Yongqiang rubbed his swollen eyes, pointing to the corpse adorned with a large gold chain around its neck. After surveying the scene, he frowned and said, "Commander, I do not see Li Long's body." Chen Yi raised his chin slightly. "Check the 4th floor." Lu Yongqiang nodded and quickly ascended to the 4th floor. 1 minute later, his voice echoed down, "Commander, there is none on the 4th floor either." Has one escaped?" Wang Chenghu furrowed his brow. Bang. Just then, a resounding gunshot rang out from below. The next moment, the intercom at their waists crackled to life with Zhang Ye's voice. One bandit has been eliminated. 1 minute prior, Zhang Ye and Yang Yiran stood guard at the back door, their guns at the ready. Hearing the persistent gunfire from above, Yang Yiran's eyes sparkled with eagerness. Her desire to join the fray bubbling just beneath the surface. She yearned to engage in battle, rather than merely stand sentinel at the door. Although numerous zombies have been vanquished over the past couple of days, Yang still harbors the belief that killing humans surpasses dispatching the undead. After all, zombies do not experience fear, nor do they emit heart-wrenching screams. They merely roar and charge forward, which feels somewhat unsatisfactory. It is akin to the distinction between a doll and a living person. However, upon catching Zhang Ye's gaze, she could only suppress the turmoil within her heart and remain composed. Suddenly, a series of hurried footsteps echoed down the stairs. The two women exchanged glances, swiftly raising their weapons towards the direction of the fire escape. A man clad in a white coat appeared, cradling a woman in his arms as he hastily descended the fire escape. Upon seeing two women guarding the entrance, the bespectacled man's pupils constricted sharply. Yet he feigned urgency, exclaiming, "Move aside. The patient is suffering from a respiratory ailment and has been incapacitated by tear gas." Zhang Ye inquired, "Are you the doctor here?" "This is not the time for such discussions. The patient's condition is critical. Could you assist?" His delicate features, complemented by gold-rimmed glasses, presented a genteel appearance. Coupled with his anxious demeanor and tone, he resembled a dutiful physician. Zhang Ye scrutinized him carefully, then meaningfully said, "Yang Yiran, please assist this doctor." At her words, Yang Yiran cast a puzzled glance at Zhang Ye before stepping forward. Observing this, the bespectacled man felt a surge of elation. He was halfway to success. If he could seize one of them while they were distracted, he could easily escape. "How can I help?" Yang Yiran asked. "There is still the scent of tear gas here. First, help me carry her to a cooler, well-ventilated area," he instructed. His steps unceasing as he bypassed Zhang Ye and successfully exited the rear door of the hospital wing. Bang! A gunshot rang out abruptly. Blood erupted from the man's chest, splattering onto Yang Yiran and the woman in his arms. The bespectacled man emitted a series of anguished roars, slowly turning his gaze to Zhang Ye. His eyes filled with confusion. He could not comprehend why, despite the smooth progression of events, she had suddenly opened fire, wiping the blood from her goggles. Yang Yiran curiously asked, "Sister Zhang Ye, how did you discern that he was a bandit?" "Too clean," Zhang Ye replied calmly. "Too clean?" Yang Yiran was momentarily taken aback, then quickly grasped the implication. Indeed, this man was excessively clean for a survivor trapped in the city for over half a month, far cleaner than either of them. This was highly illogical. The only plausible explanation was that this man held a significant status among survivors, perhaps even that of a leader, allowing him the luxury of using precious fresh water for bathing. Chapter 62. The wretched in the lobby of the hospital wing, over 50 survivors crouched on the ground, hands clasped atop their heads. Some furtively raised their gazes, anxiously observing Chen Yi and others, uncertain of the fate that awaited them. "Is he Li Long? Are you certain?" "Absolutely," Lu Yongxiang responded emphatically. "Very well, that means all the bandits have been eliminated. The remaining individuals are survivors who have endured oppression." Chen Yi pointed at the previously mentioned frail young man and inquired about his condition. "He is also a victim of misfortune," Lu Yongxiang sighed, recounting the young man's plight. "His name is Li Chao, afflicted with an exceedingly rare disease, progressive osseous heteroplasia. Over the course of several centuries, there have been fewer than 600 documented cases. Before the apocalypse unfolded, out of nearly 8 billion people worldwide, only 3 living cases existed. This ailment is remarkably unique, bordering on the fantastical. The muscles and soft tissues of those afflicted gradually transform into bone over time. Ultimately, the individual becomes entirely skeletal, with a life expectancy rarely surpassing 40 years. Presently, the soft tissues in Li Chao's shoulders and knees have begun to ossify, rendering his movements exceedingly difficult and rigid. Each step he takes is accompanied by excruciating joint pain. As the saying goes, when God closes a door, he opens a window. Despite his rare and peculiar affliction, Li Chao has discovered a silver lining. He is of no interest to the zombies. Unlike Chen Yi, who camouflaged himself with zombie blood and entrails to blend in, Li Chao is completely overlooked by them. In the eyes of the undead, he is neither kin nor prey, but rather a remarkably unique entity. This peculiarity caught the attention of Li Long and Lei Lao San, who manipulated Li Chao's grandfather into coercing him to venture out in search of food and water, as well as engaging in unsavory tasks, such as scattering tire spikes on the roadway to lure other survivors to the hospital. It is no exaggeration to assert that the entire survivor population of the hospital relies solely on Li Chao for sustenance. Without him, others would have to risk their lives to procure food and water. Thus, while Li Chao has aided Li Long and his cohorts in numerous nefarious deeds, the other survivors can hardly harbor animosity toward him. Of course, There are exceptions, such as the young man who previously dragged him out. Upon hearing Lu Yongqiang's account, Wang Chenghu could not help but exclaim, "Wow, the world is truly full of wonders. How can someone manage to be ignored by zombies?" Chen Yi responded nonchalantly, "That's quite normal. In a vast forest, one can encounter all sorts of birds. Quantitative changes can lead to qualitative transformations. With tens of millions of survivors across the nation, it is inevitable that a few extraordinary individuals will emerge. Take, for instance, the baby zombie we encountered at the Reservoir Management Bureau. That infant had evidently undergone a secondary evolution for some unique reason. However, this remains merely an anomaly, given the sheer number of zombies, over 1.3 billion. There will always be a select few peculiar cases." Qin Hao mused, "How impressive. If I possessed such an ability, wouldn't that be exhilarating? Perhaps you could trade places with him?" Chen Yi shot him a glance and scoffed. Qin Hao chuckled. "On second thought, I think I'll pass." The mere thought of transforming into a skeletal being made him shudder. Observing Li Chao, Chen Yi hesitated on whether to include him in their plans. Although he had a method to blend in with the zombies, it carried considerable risk. The raincoat, drenched in the blood of the undead, serves not only as a protective shield, but also as a harbinger of doom. Those who tread by the river shall inevitably find their shoes wet. The recent fate of Zhang Yi stands as a poignant warning. Fortunately for her, the steel ball bullet struck a spot on her raincoat that was spared from the gruesome blood. Yet, one cannot ascertain whether the newly evolved zombies will also disregard Li Chao. If they do, then this individual may prove invaluable. However, if they do not, his presence could become a burden, encumbering their journey with a frail companion. At that moment, Lu Yongqiang interjected, "By the way, the old man Li, who can pilot a boat, is his grandfather. Well then, there is no need for hesitation. Let us take them both along." Contemplating this, Chen Yi inquired, "Who is old Li?" No sooner did he speak than an elderly man unsteadily rose to his feet. "Can you navigate a boat?" Chen Yi asked directly. Old Li chuckled wryly. "I've spent my entire life piloting fishing boats." Fishing boats? At this revelation, a flicker of disappointment crossed the faces of Zhang Yi and her companions. Unperturbed by the type of vessel, Chen Yi pressed on. "Have you ever sailed to Dalian?" "Of course." Old Li nodded, a mischievous glint in his eye. "Back in the days of fishing bands, my old mates and I would secretly venture into the waters near Dalian to catch fish, which we would then sell locally. But now, without satellite signals, can you still navigate?" "Huh. We managed just fine before such gadgets existed," Old Li replied, confidence shimmering in his gaze, clearly dismissive of modern satellite navigation. Delighted, Chen Yi felt a surge of optimism. It seemed fortune smiled upon them. Upon entering the Yantai urban area, they had stumbled upon a seasoned captain. Despite his vessel being a fishing boat, he gestured towards Lu Yongqiang and Li Chao, stating, "We won't linger here. Are you three willing to join us?" Such matters cannot be forced. A doctor and a captain, should coercion breed resentment, the consequences would be dire. "I will go with you," Lu Yongqiang responded without the slightest hesitation, having realized that remaining in the city was unsustainable. Though this group was not an official rescue team, their strength was formidable, ensuring a degree of safety. Furthermore, as a doctor, he presumed they would treat him kindly. Upon hearing Lu Yongqiang's agreement, Li Chao and his grandfather exchanged glances and nodded in assent. Their whereabouts were inconsequential, given Li Chao's unique ability to ensure their sustenance. Yet, both were afflicted with ailments, Old Li suffering from severe rheumatism due to years at sea, and Li Chao's condition was no minor concern. Thus, they were in dire need of a physician. If Lu Yongqiang was to leave, they would naturally accompany him. "And what of us?" At that moment, a timid voice emerged from the crowd, belonging to a woman. Before Chen Yi could respond, Wang Chenghu interjected. "We are not an official rescue team. We have no obligation to assist you. Seek your own fortune. You cannot take Li Chao away." This statement, akin to a small stone, instantly stirred ripples of reaction among the crowd. The survivors, regaining their composure, began to voice their concerns, including the young man who had previously pointed out Li Chao. "What will we do if he leaves? We rely on him for food and water. Doesn't that mean our demise?" The words echoing in his ears elicited a cold laugh from Chen Yi and the others. "Ah, this is human nature." Li Chao gazed at the crowd in disbelief, fervently attempting to reason. "You could find food on your own, but outside is fraught with danger. What if we encounter zombies?" They retorted, "Exactly. It's easy to speak when you're not the one suffering." Their tone, so self-assured, provoked a tremor of anger in Li Chao. At that moment, Lu Yongqiang stood in shock. He had not anticipated such shamelessness from these individuals. Why should Li Chao be obligated to procure food for them? He was not their father. The blatant disregard displayed by the crowd left Lu Yongqiang feeling both alienated and repulsed. Bang! A gunshot rang out. "Ah!" A piercing scream followed, reverberating through the hall. The young man who had accused Li Chao was now clutching his bloodied left ear, howling in pain. Chen Yi's voice turned icy. "Continue your noise, and I shall eliminate you all." At his words, the hall fell into an oppressive silence. The young man gritted his teeth, struggling to endure the searing pain while casting a venomous glare at Li Chao. Indeed, his hatred was directed at Li Chao, not at Chen Yi, which, while illogical, was entirely human. Surveying the quaking survivors around him, Chen Yi commanded, Lu Yongqiang, you have 5 minutes to gather your belongings. Lu Yongqiang nodded and swiftly ascended the stairs. Meanwhile, Li Chao and his grandson remained still. In truth, they had little to collect. Before long, Lu Yongqiang returned, carrying a box of acupuncture needles and a stethoscope. Let us go. Chen Yi waved his hand, and the group exited the hospital unit briskly, under the complex gazes of the survivors. Once outside the hall, Yu Taiyan turned back, reflecting, I now truly understand the saying that those who are pitiable often have their own faults. It was reasonable to find this group rather absurd. To which Qin Hao could not help but chuckle. Chen Yi merely smiled, choosing not to comment. This was just the beginning. Many more absurdities lay ahead. As they passed the outpatient department, Lu Yongqiang suddenly suggested, Commander, I would like to take some traditional Chinese medicine with me. Indeed, it is quite necessary to bring some along. With that thought, Chen Yi inquired, where's the pharmacy? It's in the outpatient department. Lu Yongqiang pointed to the nearby building. Upon hearing this, Chen Yi instructed, you all go to the vehicle first. I will accompany him to retrieve some medicine. Understood. Wang Chenghu responded, leading Li Chao and his grandson towards the convoy. Lu Yongqiang, well versed in the layout, guided Chen Yi to the traditional medicine room, only to find the door securely locked, with an iron grill welded over the drug retrieval window. However, this posed no challenge for him. He removed the riot gun from his back and replaced it with a breaching round. With a swift motion, Chen Yi pulled back the bolt of his firearm and aimed it at the door lock, simultaneously instructing Lu Yongqiang beside him, stand back. However, Lu Yongqiang instinctively retreated several meters without the need for further prompting. Bang! Accompanied by a deafening gunshot, a small hole was blasted through the door lock. Indeed, when it comes to versatility, nothing surpasses a riot gun. With a decisive kick, Chen Yi forced the door open and nodded, signaling for Lu Yongqiang to enter. The traditional Chinese medicine pharmacy was stocked with an array of herbs. Even if each type was only a small quantity, they collectively filled a substantial bag. Fortunately, most of the herbs were dehydrated and sun-dried, making the seemingly large bag lighter than expected. Commander, it's done, Lu Yongqiang said, struggling as he emerged from the pharmacy with the hefty bag of herbs. Let us go. Chen Yi waved his hand. Exiting the hospital, they found Wang Chenghu and others already in the vehicle. Get in, he called out, pulling open the door of the armored vehicle, the saber-toothed tiger. Lu Yongqiang hurriedly followed suit. The saber-toothed tiger offered ample space, accommodating up to 10 individuals. As an armored vehicle, it required a portion of the interior to remain clear for easy boarding and disembarking, thus the seats were installed along the sides. At that moment, Li Chao and his grandson sat across from Zhang Ye, their expressions tense. Upon seeing Lu Yongqiang enter, Li Chao immediately beckoned, Dr. Lu, over here. Placing his firearm in the passenger seat, Chen Yi started the engine and drove towards the salvage bureau's dock. A few minutes later, Old Li surveyed the buildings flanking the road, pondered for a moment, and spoke up. Commander, you're heading to the salvage bureau's dock, correct? Chen Yi raised an eyebrow. Is there a problem? Commander, there are no boats available there, Old Li explained. Our route to Dalian only has scheduled departures in the morning and evening. At other times, the dock is only frequented by cargo ships, and I cannot operate those. Do you have an alternative? Zhang Ye inquired, her expression a mixture of amusement and curiosity. In our area, we may lack many things, but we have plenty of boats. Old Li chuckled. Understanding the implication behind his words, Chen Yi added, fishing boats won't suffice. We intend to take all 3 vehicles along, for reasons beyond mere practicality. Chen Yi was quite pleased with the saber-toothed tiger. Possessing it offered an additional layer of security during their escape. Thus, unless absolutely necessary, he would not abandon this vehicle. Old Li furrowed his brow slightly, deep in thought. At that moment, Li Chao spoke up, Grandfather, didn't Uncle Sun have a small roll-on roll-off vessel at his house? Upon hearing this, Old Li's eyes lit up. Oh, you mean Sun Chong? It seems he bought a roll-on roll-off vessel a few years back. Roll-on roll-off vessels, commonly known as roros, generally consist of 2 levels, one for passengers and the other for vehicles. However, some smaller roros have a single deck, with vehicles on one side and seating on the other. Upon learning it was a smaller roll-on roll-off vessel, Chen Yi hesitated momentarily. Is it reliable? Old Li chuckled wryly. Who can guarantee anything? Once we're at sea, it all depends on fate. Bad luck can lead even a colossal ship to disaster. Indeed, when faced with nature, humanity is but a mere speck. Chen Yi remained silent, focusing on driving. Out of caution, he decided to first check the salvage bureau's dock. Old Li did not comment on this. A few minutes later, 3 vehicles entered the ticket office at the dock. Stay put in the car. Chen Yi signaled Zhang Ye with a glance, grasped a short spear, and exited the vehicle alone. When the apocalypse erupted at 3 in the afternoon, it indeed seemed. As Old Lee had mentioned, that only a handful of vehicles were present in the yard before the ticket office. There were not many zombies either, merely 20 or 30, more than half of whom were former dock workers. Cooperating with Wang Chenghu and others, they swiftly dealt with the zombies and proceeded into the ticket office. Traversing the waiting hall to reach the dock. Observing the desolate dock, Chen Yi succinctly recounted Old Lee's words. Upon hearing this, Wang Chenghu sighed. It appears the situation at the other dock is likely the same. We can only place our trust in that old man. Otherwise, we'll have to gamble our luck at the city center's port. The city center, once the most bustling area of the city, had now transformed into the deepest depths of hell, instilling fear in anyone who dared to approach. No one wished to venture into the city center, an area swarming with at least 200,000 to 300,000 zombies. It seemed they had no choice. With a faint sigh, the two returned to the vehicle. While fastening his seatbelt in the driver's seat, Chen Yi inquired, Old Lee, where's your village? Old Lee replied, it's Jiqian village, just beyond Dalinganger. Chen Yi paused momentarily, for this location was less than 20 kilometers from the Yintai nuclear power plant. Chapter 64, The Dock. Chen Yi had done his utmost to avoid the nuclear power plant. Yet fate had conspired against him. Now, they faced a decision. Either risk the city center or approach the vicinity of the power plant. Alternatively, they could abandon the three vehicles and set sail on a fishing boat. Each decision bore its respective risks, and the onus of choice lay with Chen Yi. What's wrong? Noticing his hesitation to start the car, Zhang Yi sensed something amiss. The nuclear power plant. Chen Yi uttered just 3 words, and Zhang Yi immediately grasped his concern. She was unaware of the second evolution of the zombies. But even the mere thought of radiation from a nuclear power plant leak was enough to instill dread. Citing the Chernobyl and Fukushima nuclear disaster incidents, it was clear that within a 30-kilometer radius of a nuclear facility, safety was a distant dream. Pressing her lips together, Zhang Yi said, you decide. At this moment, she chose to place her unwavering trust in Chen Yi. According to the account of a nuclear power plant worker from his previous life, after the onset of the apocalypse, the plant systems would automatically shut down in response to anomalies in the power grid. However, this did not imply that the nuclear facility was safe. In reality, even after shutdown, despite the control rods being fully inserted, the radioactive materials within the reactor would continue to emit significant heat for an extended period, necessitating a constant supply of coolant to mitigate temperature rises. Furthermore, the backup diesel generators and UPS system within the power plant could only sustain operations for a maximum of 5 days. After 5 days, without a fresh influx of coolant, the reactor's temperature would soar dramatically, ultimately leading to a core meltdown. Once a core meltdown occurred, a nuclear leak would become inevitable. The incident at the sub-island nuclear power plant serves as a quintessential example of the perils associated with energy production, leading to a catastrophic core meltdown. The sole silver lining is that the nation now employs second- and third-generation nuclear power stations, which are equipped with multiple layers of protective containment, alleviating concerns of an explosion akin to that of Chernobyl, where radioactive materials could be swiftly dispersed by the winds. Following a core meltdown, the complete breach of all safety shells, resulting in a release of radioactive substances, requires a certain duration. The troubling question remains, how long exactly? No one possesses the answer. At the time, the personnel could only vaguely state that the interval from the onset of the apocalypse to the nuclear power plant's leakage was approximately a month. Now, more than half a month has elapsed since that catastrophic event. It is certain that core meltdowns will occur at various nuclear power stations. The uncertainty lies in whether they have resulted in nuclear leakage. Contemplating this, Chen Yi inquired, Old Lee, will we be able to set sail immediately after locating the boat? Not at all. Old Lee shook his head, elucidating. Given that so many days have passed, the vessel must undergo thorough inspection. Otherwise, venturing out to sea would be far too perilous. And how long will that take? Chen Yi pressed further. Old Lee pondered, if it were just me, I would estimate at least 5 to 6 hours. Zhang Yi furrowed her brow. Is it truly going to take that long? Of course. A boat is not akin to a vehicle, especially the machinery and boiler. One cannot afford to be careless. If something goes awry at sea, it would be a dire situation indeed, Old Lee remarked solemnly. Even disregarding the safety of Chen Yi and the others, he must prioritize the well-being of his grandson, necessitating utmost caution. 5 to 6 hours? A gamble. Starting the vehicle, Chen Yi, under Old Lee's direction, drove towards Jiqian village. At this moment, Wang Chenghu and Yu Tairan were unaware of the nuclear power plant situation. Upon seeing the saber-toothed tiger ignite, they promptly followed suit. Jiqian village, situated by the sea and adjacent to the nuclear power plant, held the advantage of being remote, with minimal encounters of stalled vehicles and zombies along the route. After half an hour, the 3 vehicles slowly approached the dock along the highway. Beside the road lay a bustling marketplace-like village, not particularly small in scale, while across from it was a modest dock. At that moment, various fishing vessels of differing sizes were moored at the dock. occasionally interspersed with a couple of small passenger ferries. Although deemed small, these ferries measured over 30 meters in length, and the spacious deck could readily accommodate 7 or 8 vehicles. According to Old Lee, these small passenger ferries did not venture to the larger islands, but serviced nearby tourist destinations such as Kongtong Island and Changdao. The noise of the vehicles attracted the attention of zombies from the village. Almost instantaneously, over 100 zombies surged forth from the previously tranquil village. As Chen Yi maneuvered the saber-toothed tiger onto the dock, he carefully scrutinized the approaching zombies through the rearview mirror. Fortunately, these zombies exhibited no noticeable changes in appearance or speed compared to others. It appeared that the nuclear power plant had yet to begin leaking. Or perhaps the leakage had occurred too recently to induce further evolution in the nearby zombies. Regardless, this was fortuitous news for Chen Yi and his companions. Observing the zombies trailing behind, Lu Yongxiang swallowed hard, his expression tense. "You 3 stay in the vehicle," with a firm press of the brake and the unfastening of seatbelts. Chen Yi instructed. Upon hearing this, Lu Yongxiang and Old Li could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. It seemed these individuals were indeed considerate, allowing the logistics personnel to remain in the vehicle rather than sending them out to face the zombies. Grasping their short spears, Chen Yi and the others exited the vehicle. The arrangement of their 3 vehicles was quite deliberate, positioned in a manner that they faced each other, forming a defensive triangle. Viewed from above, the 3 vehicles created a distinct triangular formation, leaving a gap wide enough for 2 individuals between the saber-toothed tiger and the BMW X3. Beneath the protection of their gear, Chen Yi and Wang Chenghu stood resolutely at the gap, vigorously wielding their short spears to dispatch the approaching zombies. Zhang Ye and her companions remained vigilant nearby, prepared to support at a moment's notice. While the notion of facing hundreds of zombies sounded daunting, the reality was that these undead beings came in various forms, men and women, the old and the young, with combat abilities that varied significantly. Moreover, their clever use of vehicles had constructed a makeshift barricade, meaning only 2 or 3 zombies at the gap posed a direct threat. The sound of blades piercing flesh echoed, harmonizing with the rhythmic crashing of waves, as if orchestrating a symphony of the apocalypse. As time progressed, the zombies trailing from behind had caught up, encircling the trio of vehicles. A few zombies attempted to climb onto the hoods, but before they could pounce, they were met with the eagerly awaited thrusts of short spears that pierced their skulls. Minutes later, the skirmish concluded. Chen Yi, breathing heavily, surveyed his companions and inquired as was customary, "Is anyone injured?" The group exchanged glances before shaking their heads in unison. In truth, their preparations had been meticulous. They wore anti-explosive helmets, neck guards, and their arms were thoroughly encased in protective sleeves. Their upper bodies were shielded by bulletproof vests, while their lower halves were fortified with leg guards, and even their hands were clad in rubber gloves. Frankly, such nearly comprehensive protection made it remarkably difficult to sustain injuries, barring a stroke of misfortune that might see a zombie bite an unprotected posterior. After a brief respite to regulate their breathing, Chen Yi rapped on the car window, signaling for them to disembark. Observing this, Lu Yongxiang and the others hastily opened the doors and exited. The moment they stepped out, they were greeted by an overwhelming stench of blood. Gazing at the multitude of corpses strewn about, Lu Yongxiang's face turned pale, his eyes reflecting a blend of admiration and a hint of fear as he looked towards Chen Yi and the others. 7 individuals confronting hundreds of zombies, setting aside all else. It was this sheer audacity that commanded his respect. Were it Li Long and Old Laysan South Group in their place, they likely wouldn't even have the courage to exit the vehicle. With this realization, Lu Yongxiang felt a sense of relief, as if he had chosen the right allies. Chapter 65. Preparations before setting sail. Pointing towards the vessels anchored on the sea, Chen Yi inquired, "Which one is Zheng Chang's ship?" "It seems to be that one," Old Li replied, scanning the area and indicating a roll-on roll-off ship. In truth, there were only 2 such vessels at the entire dock. Aside from the one Old Li pointed out, the other could not strictly be classified as a roll-on roll-off ship. It was more of a cargo ship, unsuitable for transporting vehicles. Chen Yi suggested, "Let us board and take a look." With that, the group made their way towards the roll-on roll-off ship. As they walked, Chen Hao suddenly recalled something and remarked, "By the way, how do you plan to start the boat without a key?" Upon hearing this, Old Li cast a peculiar glance his way and explained, "Boats differ from cars. Aside from a few small yachts and sightseeing vessels, most cargo and passenger ships do not operate merely by inserting a key and turning the ignition." "Then how does one start it?" Chen Hao asked, his curiosity piqued. "Take this roll-on roll-off ship for instance. To initiate its operation, both the control panel and the crew must work in tandem, and the preparations alone take several minutes. For a large ocean-going freighter, the situation becomes even more complicated. It requires a crew of dozens to even get it underway." Raising an eyebrow, Chen Hao queried, "If there is no key, doesn't that mean anyone could just take the boat?" Old Li found himself momentarily at a loss for words. overwhelmed by the absurdity of the question. Ignore him. At that moment, Chen Yi interjected to assist Old Li. Noticing this, Qin Hao fell back a couple of steps, feeling somewhat disheartened as he turned to Wang Chenghu and asked, "Did I say something wrong?" Wang Chenghu scoffed, "These boats don't have keys. Go ahead and try to start one." "I can't operate a boat," Qin Hao replied, spreading his hands in exasperation. "Well, that settles it," Wang Chenghu retorted with irritation. "Those who can't operate a boat can't steal one, and those who can find a way to earn a living without resorting to theft." Qin Hao fell silent, finally realizing the foolishness of his previous inquiry. By this time, the group had arrived at the roll-on roll-off vessel. From a distance, it appeared unremarkable, but standing beside it, its size became strikingly apparent. Old Li nimbly ascended the ship via the mooring lines, subsequently lowering the gangway. With a thud, the heavy steel gangway crashed onto the dock, producing a dull thump. As Chen Yi stepped onto the deck via the gangway, he surveyed the surroundings and silently nodded in approval. The ship appeared quite new, exceeding his expectations in every regard. The vessel was divided into two sections. The left deck featured an expansive open-air parking lot, while the right side comprised two levels, with the lower level housing the crew quarters, cockpit, and kitchen, and the upper level filled with rows of sightseeing seats beneath a plastic canopy. Old Li approached the cockpit door, crouched down, and lifted a carpet that lay in front of the entrance. Beneath the carpet lay a solitary key. Picking it up, Old Li chuckled and shook his head. "This kid Jing Chong truly hasn't changed at all." Upon seeing the key, Qin Hao raised an eyebrow and asked, "Didn't you say there was no need for a key?" "Young man, this is the key to the cockpit," Old Li replied, using it to unlock the door. Entering the cockpit, they were greeted by a control panel adorned with a multitude of buttons and gauges, leaving Chen Yi feeling somewhat overwhelmed. "Fortunately, we found an experienced captain. Otherwise, we would be utterly lost." Next, Old Li proceeded to the engine room, and after a thorough inspection, he announced, "We're out of fuel. We need to procure some." "How much do we need?" Chen Yi inquired. Old Li pondered for a moment. "To be safe, let us get 15,000 liters." "What?" Wang Chenghu exclaimed in disbelief. Typically, when driving, filling the tank would only require a few dozen liters, and even the fuel-guzzling Sabertooth, with its two tanks combined, barely held over 100 liters. Suddenly hearing the figure of 15,000 liters genuinely startled him. Old Li, taken aback by his reaction, momentarily doubted his calculations, quietly reasoning. 89 nautical miles, 11 knots. Approximately 7 hours, 15,000 liters of fuel should suffice. Patting Wang Chenghu's shoulder, Chen Yi explained, "Do not take offense. He is accustomed to driving." "Oh." Old Li waved his hand and chuckled. "Young man, sailing is quite different from driving. This is actually a modest amount. For those 10,000-ton giants, their daily fuel consumption starts at several dozen tons." Beside them, Qin Hao exclaimed, "Such a large quantity of diesel. How many big tankers would we need to dismantle to acquire that?" "Not diesel." Old Li waved his hand, jesting. "If they burned diesel, those ocean freighters would have gone bankrupt long ago. These vessels utilize heavy oil, which is both economical and enduring." Chen Yi inquired, "Where can we procure it?" "I'll have Xiao Chao guide you. He knows the way." "All right." Chen Yi nodded and instructed Zhang Ya and the others, "You wait here and lend a hand." With that, he led Li Chao and Wang Chenghu out of the engine room. Once off the boat, Chen Yi asked, "Is it far?" Li Chao replied honestly, "Not far. Less than 2 kilometers." It made sense. With numerous vessels at this dock, it would be inconvenient to refuel if the distance were too great. The three climbed into the saber-toothed tiger, and as Chen Yi started the engine, they rolled over a series of corpses, returning to the road. Soon, a small gas station came into view. This station was modest in size, featuring only 2 pumps, one for diesel and one for gasoline. Beside the station was a vacant lot where a fuel tanker was parked. The entire station was eerily quiet, seemingly disturbed by the noise of the vehicle, causing a few wild cats and dogs to dart into the underbrush from the convenience store within the station. Opening the car door, Wang Chenghu frowned. The gas station is currently without power and cannot dispense fuel. Even if there were power, they wouldn't operate. In response, Li Chao awkwardly exited the vehicle and explained, "Heavy oil is not stored in underground tanks. It is kept in warehouses." Wang Chenghu curiously asked, "Isn't it dangerous to store it directly in warehouses?" "Heavy oil is quite safe. You'll understand shortly," Li Chao replied with a smile, leading the way into the warehouse adjacent to the convenience store. Inside, large iron barrels were neatly arranged. Grabbing a crowbar, Li Chao pried open one of the barrels, stating, "This is heavy oil." Chen Yi and Wang Chenghu leaned in closer, observing the barrel filled with a thick, deep black substance resembling asphalt. This material would not ignite with fire. It required heating in a boiler to soften before it could be burned in a diesel engine. Upon hearing Li Chao's explanation, Chen Yi finally grasped just how safe this substance truly was. "Let us get to work." Chen Yi clapped his hands, calling for Wang Chenghu to help move the oil. Though a single barrel appeared small, it weighed at least several hundred pounds, making it impossible for one person to lift. Chen Yi estimated they would need 7 or 8 barrels to suffice. Fortunately, the saber-toothed tiger offered ample space, and the seats on either side of the truck bed were foldable. Otherwise, they would have to make multiple trips to complete the task. Returning to the dock, Chen Yi drove the vehicle directly onto the roll-on roll-off ship. As a barrel of heavy oil was unloaded and moved into the engine room, Chen Yi inquired, "Is this oil sufficient?" At that moment, Old Li was wielding a wrench, tapping away at the 2 diesel engines. He glanced up briefly and nodded, affirming, "It's enough." Chapter 66. Sixth sense. From the moment he boarded this vessel, an inexplicable sense of urgency had taken root in his heart, an unshakable weight pressing down like a mountain. This urgency had only manifested once before, when he first reincarnated and learned that the apocalypse would descend in 3 hours. As someone who had navigated the treacherous waters of the apocalypse for 5 years, Chen Yi did not perceive this sudden urgency as a manifestation of inner repression. Had it truly stemmed from such suppression, he would have crumbled long ago in his previous life. Thus, he chose to trust his instincts, intending to assist Old Li in swiftly checking the equipment before setting sail. With that thought in mind, Chen Yi took a breath and asked, "Is there anything else I can help with?" Old Li pondered for a moment before responding, "You're unfamiliar with the engine and boiler, so I'll have Xiao Chao take you to inspect the sealing chamber and lifeboats." Although Li Chao was not a sailor, he had grown up by the sea and had absorbed some knowledge through observation. "All right." Chen Yi nodded and instructed Qin Hao, Huang Mao, "Go bring the other 2 vehicles aboard." "Understood." Qin Hao snapped a salute and turned to leave. "Commander, what about me?" Since boarding the ship, Lu Yongqiang had found himself at a loss, not out of unwillingness to contribute, but from sheer ignorance. Seeing everyone else busy now made him feel somewhat embarrassed. In response, Chen Yi patted his shoulder and smiled. "Your idleness brings us the greatest joy." It was indeed a fortunate circumstance when the team's medic had nothing to attend to. With that, Chen Yi and Li Chao exited the engine room. The pre-launch checks of the vessel proved to be more intricate than he had anticipated. Beyond the core engine and control panel, they also needed to inspect the deck, emergency lights, lifeboats, watertight doors, and anchor chains, among other components. Once all these checks were completed, Li Chao guided them in securing the 3 vehicles. The deck featured locks specifically designed to secure the wheels of the vehicles. It was imperative that these vehicles were firmly anchored, otherwise, in the face of strong winds and turbulent waves, they could shift with the ship's tilting. The concern of them plunging into the sea was minor compared to the potential disaster of colliding with a person or damaging the cockpit. After their flurry of activity, evening approached. The sun hung low on the horizon, casting golden rays that painted the sea in vibrant hues. The refreshing sea breeze invigorated the spirit. Aside from Hu Yun, who was busy in the kitchen, the rest gathered on the deck to admire the breathtaking sunset by the sea. "How beautiful!" Yang Yuran exclaimed, stretching her arms wide and inhaling the slightly briny air with delight. Li Chao chuckled, shaking his head. "After a while, it all looks the same." Noticing Chen Yi lost in thought, Zhang Ye playfully tucked a strand of hair blown astray by the sea breeze and asked, "What's on your mind?" "Nothing," Chen Yi replied, shaking his head. As time progressed, the sense of urgency did not dissipate. Rather, it grew increasingly intense. He found it difficult to explain such matters to Zhang Ye, as doing so would only exacerbate her anxiety. In the next moment, a pair of delicate and warm hands grasped his palm. He turned slightly to meet a pair of clear, shining eyes. Zhang Ye gazed at him and gently spoke. "No matter what decision you make, I will support you. Therefore, do not feel any pressure." Just then, Hu Yun's voice echoed from the kitchen, announcing that dinner was ready. Chen Yi lightly patted her small hand and returned her a reassuring smile, signaling her to be at ease. With the addition of Lu Yongqiang and the other 2, the team had grown to 10 members. However, for the logistics personnel, Hu Yun, it made little difference. It merely meant adding more rice to the pot. As for the dishes, they had only a bowl of stir-fried pickled vegetables. Yet, despite this simplicity, everyone relished their meal with great delight. The German Shepherd had been somewhat downcast in recent days. Ever since the Range Rover had broken down, its meals had significantly declined. Previously, during their time at the farm, it had enjoyed meat, but now it had none, spending lunchtime gnawing on compressed biscuits and dinner consisting solely of plain rice mixed with vegetable soup. Qin Hao, holding a bowl, pointed towards a distant shallow area and proposed, "Brother Wang, there should be plenty of seafood by the sea. Let us go tide hunting tonight to improve our meals." Wang Chenghu scoffed, "You must have watched too much Douyin. Where would there be so much seafood for you to collect? Those tide hunting videos are all fake. One person sets the scene while another collects from behind with a phone. Don't be ridiculous. How many of them are real?" After Qin Hao retorted, he curiously inquired, "Brother Wang, what did you usually watch on Douyin?" "I typically watch videos on extreme banana peeling and hoof trimming." "Oh, and also the knife forging competition," Wang replied. Chen Yi chose to disregard the banter between the two, turning to Old Li and asking, "How much longer will the inspection take?" Old Li swallowed his mouth full of rice and replied, "The crew and boiler inspections are complete. This roll-on roll-off vessel is relatively new, with many components being brand new. We only have the magnetic compass and electric compass left to check, but these rarely present issues." "Good," Chen Yi nodded and instructed. "Once you complete the inspections, we shall set sail." "So soon?" Old Li was taken aback and advised, "Commander, the wind has picked up. The waves may be quite substantial tonight. I suggest we wait until tomorrow to depart." As an experienced fisherman, he had an accurate understanding of coastal weather, which Chen Yi was well aware of. Nevertheless, he stubbornly insisted, "We shall not wait. We will leave right after dinner." There were no objections from Wang Chonghu and the others regarding Chen Yi's resolute decision, as this was the established rule of the team. One could voice their opinions and thoughts, but ultimately, Chen Yi's decision would prevail. In fact, every decision Chen Yi had made thus far had proven to be correct, earning him the genuine trust of Wang Chonghu and the others. Seeing this, Old Li could only nod in agreement. All right then. They quickly finished their dinner, and without even taking a sip of water, Old Li hurried into the cockpit to inspect the two compasses. After the satellite navigation had failed, the vessel relied primarily on the magnetic compass and electric compass, supplemented by sextants and nautical charts for navigation. Additionally, there exists marine radar, which operates independently of internet and satellite signals. However, the detection range of such radar on a small rolling vessel is rather limited, extending only a few kilometers at most. Before long, Old Li exited the cockpit and called out, "Captain, all checks are complete. Shall we set sail now?" "Set sail," Chen Yi replied with unwavering determination. In the next moment, everyone on deck began to bustle about. A vessel of this nature cannot be operated by a single individual. It requires the collaboration of multiple crew members. For instance, initiating the engine necessitates preheating the heavy oil with a boiler to transform it into a liquid state. Following this, the air compressor must be activated to purge the engine, expelling any remaining impurities and water from the cylinders. Subsequently, diesel is employed to preheat the engine. Fortunately, they had walkie-talkies, although it was quite taxing for Old Li, who had to monitor various instrument panels in the cockpit while remotely instructing Chen Yi and the others on their tasks. At times, when communication faltered, he had to make a trip to the engine room himself. After nearly an hour of toil, the entire vessel finally roared to life. Under the cloak of night, a rolling vessel gracefully departed from the dock, gliding toward the distant sea. Chapter 67. Nuclear leak on the deck. Tyran grasped the railing with both hands, gazing back at the receding dock with a complex expression, remarking, "We have actually set sail." Upon hearing this, Wang Chonghu raised an eyebrow and asked, "What do you mean by that, old you?" "It just feels somewhat surreal," Tyran replied, his expression distant. At that moment, Chen Yi chuckled lightly beside him, saying, "Feeling it's too simple?" As the rolling vessel powered up and departed from the dock, the weight of urgency that had been pressing on their hearts gradually dissipated, replaced by a sense of relief and liberation. This affirmed that his decision was indeed the right one. Indeed, Tyran scratched his head, his tone filled with nostalgia. "Yesterday, when I heard we were heading into the city, I hardly slept a wink, my mind racing with images of countless zombies charging towards me. To confess, I even wrote a farewell letter, thinking if I didn't survive, you all could deliver it to my wife." Unexpectedly, the journey had been so smooth that he still felt somewhat dazed. Hu Yun playfully thumped him on the shoulder, scolding, "Away with that. Farewell letters are ill-omened." Qin Hao chimed in, teasingly adding, "If you ask me, we ought to thank that group of fools, Li Chao and his gang. If it weren't for them scattering tire puncture spikes on the road, we might have been heading straight to the city center, testing our luck." "Quite right. You should burn some paper for him later." Wang Chonghu patted his shoulder with feigned seriousness. Their banter elicited hearty laughter from the group. Chen Yi mused, "The twists of fate in life are truly marvelous." Indeed, what was that saying? Good fortune never comes in pairs, and misfortune never comes alone, Qin Hao began, but was promptly interrupted by Wang Chonghu, who retorted, "If you can't articulate properly, just keep quiet. The saying goes, fortune and misfortune are intertwined. Misfortune conceals fortune." Just as they were jesting, a massive fire cloud erupted in the southwestern direction on the shore. Instantly, everyone turned their heads. The fire cloud did not linger long, vanishing in an instant. Qin Hao raised an eyebrow and remarked, "Another gas station explosion?" Wang Chonghu shook his head and analyzed. "I fear that is not the case. The absence of an explosion sound after such a long time suggests that the explosion site is at least 10 kilometers away from us. At such a distance, witnessing the flash of an explosion, could it possibly be a high-yield cloud explosion?" Just as he spoke, he immediately refuted himself. "No, that can't be right. The duration of the fireball from a cloud explosion is not this brief." Unbeknownst to others, Chen Yi's eyes were filled with horror, and a cold sweat broke out on his back. That direction leads to the nuclear power plant. He finally comprehended the source of the previous urgency. Boom. The sound of the explosion finally reached them, and even from such a distance, it caused a piercing pain in their eardrums. At that moment, Li Chao reacted. His face filled with dread. That seems to be the direction of the nuclear power plant. Could it have exploded? As soon as those words were uttered, a shockwave rippled through the group, and they turned to Chen Yi, their gazes filled with relief and fear. Had it not been for Chen Yi's decision to set sail immediately, they would likely be oblivious and unwittingly spending a night within the radius of a potential nuclear leak. Regaining his composure, Lu Yongqiang frowned. Didn't T experts previously debunk the rumor that the new generation of nuclear power plants could explode? Do you really believe what the experts say? Chen Hao replied disdainfully. Chen Yi explained, indeed, a nuclear explosion will not occur, but during the meltdown of the reactor core. It will react with the coolant, releasing vast amounts of hydrogen gas, which can trigger a hydrogen explosion. Ultimately, whether it is a nuclear explosion or a hydrogen explosion, the result is the same. The safety shell of the nuclear power plant is breached, leading to radiation leakage. Upon hearing the term nuclear radiation, Hu Yun panicked and hurriedly asked, is our current location safe? Not entirely safe. If a leak occurs at the nuclear power plant, the area within a 30-kilometer radius becomes hazardous. However, the wind is currently blowing towards the power plant, so the radioactive dust should not drift this way for the time being. As soon as Chen Yi finished speaking, Wang Chonghu urged, quickly, Li Chao, tell your grandfather to accelerate. Don't hold back on fuel. Run as fast as you can. Oh, Li Chao nodded vigorously, disregarding the pain in his joints as he rushed to the cockpit. Soon, everyone felt a slight tremor beneath their feet as the vessel suddenly surged forward. Generally, the cruising speed of such a roll-on roll-off ship is maintained at 11 to 13 knots, with a maximum speed of 20 knots. However, very few vessels navigate at full speed due to the significant increase in fuel consumption, often 2 to 3 times more. Yet, Old Li clearly had no time to concern himself with such matters. His sole focus was to escape to a safe distance. This was indeed the right course of action. Many experts tend to downplay the terrifying aspects of nuclear radiation, often motivated by political factors. Do not be misled by claims that nuclear leakage is only dangerous within 10 kilometers, or that a brief stay beyond 20 kilometers will not affect your health. These are mere fallacies. When a nuclear power plant explodes, a substantial amount of radioactive dust is inevitably expelled, drifting and spreading with the wind. Once this radioactive dust is inhaled into the lungs, it will accompany one for a lifetime. The dangers of nuclear radiation are insidious and long-lasting. Symptoms may not manifest immediately, yet damage to the body has already occurred. For instance, the likelihood of suffering from kidney disease, organ failure, and cancer significantly escalates, along with an exceedingly high probability of congenital deformities in offspring. When Li Chao emerged from the cockpit, he noticed that Wang Chonghu and his companions had donned gas masks. Chen Yi, however, had not. As he was well aware of the dangers posed by nuclear radiation, yet deemed it unnecessary at this moment. Firstly, the distance was considerable. Secondly, the wind was quite strong, blowing in the direction of the nuclear power plant, making it improbable for radioactive dust to reach the vessel in the short term. It could only be said that Wang Chonghu and his cohort were perhaps overly cautious. Chen Hao, with a resonant voice, inquired, brother, are you really not going to wear a gas mask? No, I do not need one, Chen Yi replied with a slight smile, casually lighting a cigarette. Observing that both Chen Yi and Zhang Ye were unmasked, Wang Chonghu contemplated for a moment before ultimately removing his gas mask, reasoning that these two individuals, given their prudent nature, would not engage in reckless behavior. However, the couple, Yu Taihe and others, were adamant about keeping their masks on. After all, the only drawback of the masks was a bit of discomfort from the heat, with no other significant impact. After approximately an hour of full-speed sailing, Old Li reduced the speed to 11 knots. Bored while standing in the cockpit, Chen Yi inquired, Old Li, how long until we reach Dalian? Old Li responded, about 5 more hours. I suggest you all take a nap. Haha, brother, look what I've found. At that moment, Chen Hao's excited voice resonated from outside. Upon hearing this, Chen Yi peeked out to see the lad holding 2 fishing gear sets and could not help but remark, Huang Mao, you truly are a clever little rascal. To think of fishing in such windy and tumultuous weather is no small feat since we have nothing else to do. Fishing could be quite enjoyable. If we catch something, it might even improve our meals, Chen Hao suggested. Brother, shall we give it a try? You go find Wang Chonghu. I intend to rest for a bit. Chen Yi waved him off. Chapter 68. The Storm. This roll-on roll-off vessel primarily serves several tourist islands near the coast, with each trip lasting about 2 hours, hence it is not equipped with passenger lounges. Even the captain's cockpit contains merely a single chair. Thus, Zhang Ye and her companions had no choice but to rest in the sightseeing seats on the second floor. When Chen Yi arrived on the second floor, he happened upon Lu Yongqiang examining Zhang Ye's injured calf. After scrutinizing the wound for a while, Lu Yongqiang queried, how long has it been since the surgery? About 10 days, Zhang Ye nodded. Lu Yongqiang furrowed his brow and continued, who performed the surgery? A dentist. A dentist? Lu Yongqiang was momentarily taken aback. then exclaimed with indignation, "Is that not absurd?" Upon assuming the role of a doctor, his demeanor shifted dramatically. Zhang Yi offered a wry smile. At that time, the steel ball in the wound caused an infection and persistent high fever. It was quite fortunate to find a dentist. Upon hearing this, Lu Yongqiang fell silent. After observing for a moment, he expressed his confusion. "That shouldn't be. Why has the recovery taken so long?" Zhang Yi explained, "The wound reopened a few days ago." "No wonder." Lu Yongqiang pressed around her wound, asking, "Does it hurt?" "This area is somewhat painful. Your surgical procedure was executed with utter incompetence, and the suturing technique was subpar, leading to the proliferation of subcutaneous connective tissues that have begun to exert pressure on several blood vessels and nerves. If left unattended, it will undoubtedly result in chronic ailments." Chen Yi inquired, "Is it treatable?" Lu Yongqiang turned his head at the sound of her voice and nodded affirmatively, stating, "Not to worry. Fortunately, we discovered it in time, and the connective tissue has not fully hardened. I will administer acupuncture to help her recuperate, combined with traditional Chinese medicine, and it should be resolved within a month or two. Furthermore, you appear to be somewhat deficient in qi and blood. Has your menstruation been absent?" "Yes," Zhang Yi responded, unembarrassed, nodding openly. She would never engage in the foolishness of concealing ailments from medical professionals. Moreover, under the current circumstances, she felt fortunate to have a specialist available to attend to her health. Lu Yongqiang contemplated, "I shall prescribe a tonic to invigorate and replenish your blood." Observing this, Hu Yun promptly interjected, "Dr. Lu, please examine me as well." "Very well, since I have the time, I shall take a look at all of you." Thus commenced a session of traditional Chinese medicine consultations. At this moment, the advantages of traditional Chinese medicine became evident. There was no need for blood or urine tests. 2 fingers placed upon the pulse, accompanied by a stethoscope, could yield clear insights. None of the individuals exhibited severe ailments, though minor issues were prevalent, such as irregular menstruation and spleen-stomach weakness. The most amusing was Yutairan. After a considerable time taking his pulse, Lu Yongqiang finally uttered 2 words, "Kidney deficiency." "Surely not. Dr. Lu, are you mistaken? Every time I visited the foot bath, the therapist found no reaction in the kidney acupoints on my soles." Yutairan immediately protested, striving to maintain the last vestiges of his masculinity. Before Lu Yongqiang could respond, Hu Yun seized Yutairan by the ear, smirking, "You still go to foot baths to seek therapists? No wonder you're always working overtime. Occasional socializing with colleagues is unavoidable. What kind of socializing requires a foot bath?" Chen Yi and the others burst into laughter, enjoying the spectacle. "What is going on here?" At that moment, Qin Hao ascended the stairs to the 2nd floor. Zhang Yi jested, "Old Yu, in an attempt to conceal his kidney deficiency, has inadvertently revealed it." "Kidney deficiency? Huh." Qin Hao chuckled, settling across from Lu Yongqiang, extending his hand. "Old Yu, you are too weak. Dr. Lu, please examine me." Lu Yongqiang, ever accommodating, placed his fingers on Qin Hao's pulse. After a brief moment, he remarked with a peculiar expression, "You too." Zhang Yi could hardly contain her laughter. Chen Yi, puzzled, remarked, "Old Yu's kidney deficiency is understandable. After all, it is normal for middle-aged individuals to feel overwhelmed. But you, Huang Mao, being a young man without a girlfriend." Qin Hao retorted, "Who says I have no girlfriend? For instance?" Chen Yi raised an eyebrow. Qin Hao, with earnestness, began to enumerate. For example, Kli, Wang, Qiong, Asuna. "Humph." Yang Yiran let out a derisive snicker. Fuming, Qin Hao exclaimed, "What do you mean, little one? You may insult me, but do not insult my girlfriends." The remark from the petite individual left Yang Yiran quite displeased, prompting her to retort, "Even homebodies claim that they are their wives. By that logic, the green hat atop your head could likely breach the stratosphere. Do you even comprehend anything?" Qin Hao's face flushed crimson, and he began muttering some obscure phrases like pure love, invincible, and bullheaded bis. With a dismissive snort, he clearly wished to steer the conversation elsewhere and turned to Chen Yi, saying, "Brother Wang is out of cigarettes. Let me fetch some." "Go ahead." Chen Yi waved his hand as he tossed a pack of cigarettes. Yu Tai ran a mental sigh of relief, initially believing he had managed to evade trouble. However, Hu Yun was evidently unwilling to let him off the hook so easily, dragging him to a corner at the back of the room. Chen Yi could only shake his head in amusement before reclining on a chair, closing his eyes to rejuvenate. The sea breeze was quite strong tonight, yet the warmth of the air, coupled with the protective gear he wore, rendered the chill non-existent, instead providing a refreshing sensation. The roller ship sailed steadily through the waves, the constant swaying of the vessel oddly conducive to slumber. Before long, Chen Yi succumbed to sleep, in a state of blissful oblivion. He was suddenly jolted awake by a violent shaking. Startlingly opening his eyes, he beheld Zhang Yi and others clinging tightly to their seats, their expressions tense. Waves crashed against the hull, sending sprays of water flying. The howling sea wind caused the plastic canopy above to rustle ominously. Boom! A massive wave struck. The entire roller ship rocked violently, and torrents of water splashed everywhere. Wiping the seawater from his face, Chen Yi retrieved the walkie-talkie from his waist and inquired, "Old Li, what's happening?" It appeared a storm was brewing. Shortly, Old Li's weary voice crackled through the device. "Is everything all right? Rest assured. The roller ship is far sturdier than you might think. But for your safety, do not wander about. Fasten your seatbelts. Once in the sea, rescue is nearly impossible." Just as Old Li finished his warning, another wave crashed. This one towered at least 3 meters high, and upon colliding with the bow, it unleashed a torrent of water upon the deck. As time passed, the winds and waves intensified, with thunder rumbling in the sky. In an instant, the downpour commenced. Only amidst the ocean can one truly grasp the insignificance of humanity. Faced with the tempest and surging waves, they found themselves powerless, left to silently pray. The ship creaked ominously, sending a chill of dread through the passengers. Yet, Li Chao remained remarkably composed, seemingly accustomed to such situations. Even taking the time to reassure them, "Do not be alarmed. Modern vessels are exceptionally robust. Disintegration is out of the question." Just as he spoke, a sharp crack echoed from below the deck. Chen Yi leaned over to see that the securing rope of the rear wheel of the Cadillac had snapped. With one less tether, the vehicle swayed even more violently. Chapter 69. Fury of the Sea. The saber-tooth armored vehicle, however, remained largely unscathed, its weight allowing it to sway only slightly with the ship's movements. It was at this moment that the prowess of an experienced captain became evident. In the cockpit, Old Li grasped the steering wheel, his feet positioned in an H-shaped stance, standing firmly, as if he were a part of the vessel itself. Confronted by the tempestuous waves, he continuously adjusted the ship's course, ensuring that the bow maintained a 15-degree angle against the surging sea, navigating the cresting waves with precision. When a ship encounters turbulent waters, the most perilous maneuver is to sail broadside to the waves. This is particularly true for smaller vessels under 500 tons. Excessive wind and waves can easily lead to capsizing and, ultimately, sinking. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed from the deck. Another securing rope of the Cadillac's rear wheel had snapped. "Old Wang," Chen Yi shouted, gripping the front seat as he turned to Wang Chenghu. Upon hearing this, Wang Chenghu immediately understood, cautiously rising alongside Chen Yi, gripping the railing as they slowly made their way towards the staircase. The Cadillac could not be neglected. If all 4 securing ropes were to break, it would spell disaster. Falling into the sea would be the least of their worries. The greatest fear was colliding with the crew cabin or the cockpit amid the turbulence. In such treacherous weather, if the equipment or control panel were damaged, their lives would be forfeit. Thus, even though descending to the lower deck posed great danger, they had no choice but to proceed. "Brother, wait for me." Qin Hao's voice rang out from behind. Chen Yi turned his head, his expression serious as he commanded, "Stay put. Just the 2 of us is sufficient. Too many will only complicate matters." He was genuinely concerned that the wind might carry away someone as slight as Qin Hao. However, Chen Yi was pleased with the young man's performance. He had previously assessed the characters of these individuals. Qin Hao was a passionate youth, easily swayed by charisma. After spending several days together, having weathered trials, he had developed a sense of belonging. Yu Tai was far more pragmatic, sitting still with a firm grip on his seat. Yet, this did not imply he would betray them. In fact, he and Hu Yun were among Chen Yi's most steadfast supporters. The couple had a clear understanding of their situation and knew that following Chen Yi would ensure their survival. The sea breeze was fierce, mingled with torrential rain that lashed against their faces, rendering it difficult to keep their eyes open. Chen Yi could only squint, creating a narrow slit through which to see, cautiously inching forward while gripping the railing. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming illusion that should he release his hold, he would be swept away by the howling wind. The short distance of merely 10 meters took them nearly a minute to traverse. After removing the rope hanging from the staircase and slinging it over his shoulder, Chen Yi gingerly descended the stairs. Suddenly, the rolling ship broke through a massive wave, jolting violently. The immense inertia caused Chen Yi and Wang Chenghu to be thrown upwards. Fortunately, they had firmly grasped the railings on either side. Otherwise, even if they had not fallen into the sea, the impact would have been severe. Nonetheless, Chen Yi's arms throbbed with pain. Seizing the moment before the next wave struck, he hurried down the stairs, followed closely by Wang Chenghu. With a few swift strides onto the deck, they immediately clung to the railing. Indeed, as the wave surged forward, the ship lurched violently once more. The Cadillac swayed incessantly, its tires screeching against the deck, producing a cacophony that was almost unbearable. Struggling to detach the rope from his shoulder, Chen Yi secured one end to the railing and fastened the other tightly around his waist. After testing the rope's integrity with a firm tug, he lowered himself onto the deck and began to inch towards the Cadillac. Truth be told, the sight of the 2 of them crawling on the ground was rather comical. Yet, in this moment, laughter was a luxury they could not afford. Several individuals on the 2nd floor watched them with anxious expressions. As they drew closer to the Cadillac, Zhanya felt her heart leap into her throat. This was the most perilous moment. should the rope securing the car's front wheels snap unexpectedly. They could be crushed beneath the weight of the 2-ton vehicle. Their crawl was laborious. The torrential rain made it nearly impossible to keep their eyes open, leaving them with only a blurred perception of their surroundings. The vessel rocked violently, and just as they managed to crawl a meter forward, a jolt would send them sliding back too. At last, they reached the side of the car. Chen Yi grasped the tire rim with one hand while seizing the severed rope with the other. Wang Chenghu, mirroring his actions, worked alongside him to rebind the rope, using the excess line from their gear to reinforce it. After several painstaking minutes, they finally secured one tire. With an additional anchor point established, the Cadillac's swaying diminished significantly. Seizing the moment, they moved to the other side of the vehicle. Just as they began to reattach the rope, the ship lurched violently. The Cadillac swung with inertia, colliding forcefully with Wang Chenghu's head. Thud! Accompanied by the sound of impact, Wang let out a muffled groan and collapsed to the ground. In the next instant, he began to slide towards the edge of the deck, quick as lightning. Chen Yi grasped the rope around his waist with one hand while anchoring himself to the tire with the other. Old Wang, old Wang. The downpour was so heavy that he could not discern Wang Chenghu's condition, prompting him to shout desperately. Rainwater poured into his mouth, and after waiting a few moments without a response, he spat out the water. With renewed determination, Chen Yi exerted all his strength, gradually pulling Wang Chenghu back. Old Wang, wake up. He gently slapped Wang Chenghu's cheek, only to feel a warm liquid seep through his fingers. Alarmed, he realized Wang's head was bleeding. A wave of dread washed over him as he instinctively searched for the acupoint on Wang's face, applying pressure with his thumb. Soon, the sharp pain jolted Wang Chenghu back to consciousness. Hearing the commotion, Chen Yi anxiously inquired, "Are you all right, old Wang?" "Nothing serious, just a bit dizzy," Wang Chenghu replied, struggling to rise, gripping the tire rim to steady himself. Sighing with relief, Chen Yi urged him, "Hurry and finish tying it up. Let Lu Yongxiang take a look at you." After securing the last tire, they promptly began their ascent towards the stairs. With great effort, they reached the staircase. And Chen Yi called out, "Old Lu, come help us." Moments ago, the dim light on the deck obscured the view, but now, beneath the shelter of the canopy, Chen Yi finally discerned a 5-centimeter-long gash on Wang Chenghu's left temple. The wound was jagged, with flesh protruding and crimson blood trickling down, rendering him a rather ghastly sight. It remained uncertain whether the injury was inflicted by a collision with a vehicle or sustained during a slip. "Quick, over here." After beckoning Wang Chenghu to sit, Lu Yongxiang promptly opened the first aid kit to tend to the wound. Given the roughness of the journey, suturing was out of the question. He could only proceed with basic disinfection and hemostasis.